Chapter 1. Rebirth and Frenzied Hoarding. Miss Meng, the 100 tons of pork you ordered have arrived. Just put it in the cold storage and stack it neatly. Miss Meng, although your family runs a hotel business, surely you do not need to hoard this much pork? Liu, a longtime associate, could not help but inquire as he observed Meng Jiuli transferring the remaining payment to him. Did you not see the post on the Apocalypse forum? Huh, you actually believe such nonsense it's all a scam. In half a month you will know whether it is a scam or not. Meng Jiuli chose not to respond after all, until one experiences such events firsthand. Skepticism is only natural. If you manage to find more meat, please contact me, the more, the better. Liu, seeing the 3,600,000 arrive in his account, chuckled, no problem, I will reach out to others and have everything delivered to you. The sooner, the better. It would be best if you hoarded some as well. Just as the delivery of pork departed, the order of fried chicken and family buckets arrived. Your order of 10,000 servings of fried chicken and 50,000 family buckets has arrived. The delivery person smiled at her, clearly astonished to be serving such a large order for the first time. Place them on the truck and stack them neatly. A large truck was parked at the entrance of the cold storage, with a young man in black seated in the passenger's seat, his head bowed low, obscuring his face. As the fried chicken delivery left, the roasted duck delivery arrived. Miss Meng, your order of 10,000 roasted ducks has been delivered. Meng Jiuli gestured for him to place them on the truck. Once both parties had departed, a thought crossed her mind, and everything in the truck's compartment vanished without a trace. The supplies had been stored in her spatial ability. 5 days prior, she had been astonished to discover her rebirth, along with her spatial powers, which had also been reborn. Time within the space was stagnant, allowing the food store to remain in pristine condition, alleviating any concerns regarding quality. With the apocalypse set to arrive in 15 days, she anonymously posted a warning on the forum, yet appeared no one took heed. Such was fate. Her current task was to hoard supplies after all, in a world plunged into chaos. Possessing resources equated to having the ultimate right to survive. During the initial stages of the apocalypse, most individuals succumbed to the clutches of zombies and mutated beasts. In her previous life, even after awakening her spatial abilities, she could not escape the pangs of hunger. Even with food, most of it was spoiled and sour, and women were already a vulnerable group, often bullied. She herself had been used as a tool for combat against beasts, frequently engaging in battles that left her battered and bruised. In the early days of the apocalypse, a crimson sun would blaze overhead, casting a sanguine glow across the earth, causing all species to mutate. Initially, zombies and mutated animals would arise, followed by a silver storm sweeping across the planet, with deep-sea monsters beginning to surface and attack humans. The third phase would bring forth a silver frenzy, ushering in an icy world where zombies, beasts, and newly mutated species would emerge. Beyond that, Meng Jiuli could only speculate what horrors awaited. In any case, humanity's nature during the apocalypse would prove merciless. The figure in the passenger seat stirred slightly, but did not lift his head, appearing as though he were asleep. This sleeping individual was a zombie who had also been reborn alongside her. She could not comprehend why this particular zombie had come back with her. Yet after consuming her blood, he seemed to obey her commands, refraining from attacking her, a stark contrast to the zombies of the apocalypse. His temperament and character appeared remarkably gentler. Though he had an aversion to solid food, which puzzled her, he preferred drinking tomato juice. Thus, Meng Jiuli affectionately nicknamed him Little Tomato. After placing the pork and chicken into her spatial ability, she set off towards the city. Life during the apocalypse would undoubtedly be challenging, yet one could never forsake the joys of culinary delights. Beer duck, white-cut chicken, dry pot bullfrog, braised pork, hock, chicken stew with mushrooms, hot pot chicken. These were all her favorite dishes, each crafted by a master chef, 500 servings of each. Such delicacies would become virtually unattainable post-apocalypse. Even the thought of them felt like a luxury. A single bun could incite fierce competition, let alone anything else. In her past life, Meng Jiuli had once been thrown into the arena for a box of canned goods, battling beasts for an entire day. After leaving her address, she drove to a nearby rural area, home to a large fruit wholesale market, where the prospect of fresh fruit in the apocalypse was almost unimaginable. While driving, Little Tomato suddenly lifted his head, his violet eyes fixating on her, seemingly hungry. She offered him the prepared tomato juice. Drink up, there's plenty. Little Tomato eyed the bottle's shape, appearing somewhat apprehensive, as it was not what he was accustomed to. This is convenient to carry, just make do with it. It's how human children consume their food. Meng Jiuli demonstrated, unaware of the dark figure darting out from the roadside. In a panic, she slammed on the brakes, causing the tomato juice to spill. The juice stained Little Tomato's clothing, and his expression darkened as he glared at the shadow outside the window. At that moment, Meng Jiuli, too, noticed the black figurite was the stray Rottweiler, Daheido, who had once saved her during the apocalypse. She stepped out to check if he was injured and discovered that Daheido had indeed been wandering, and he appeared to be in poor condition. Nevertheless, he was still affectionate, trembling as she lifted him into the car, seemingly terrified of Little Tomato. Just as she was about to drive away, a group of burly men surrounded her vehicle. "Stop! Have you seen a black Rottweiler?" Seeing these men, Daheido trembled even more. Meng Jiuli recognized them as dog traders. Daheido must have run away from them. One of the portly men spotted Daheido. "Boss, the dog is in the car." The leader impatiently tapped on the car window. "Young lady, come down so we can talk." Little Tomato had already sensed their hostility and was becoming increasingly agitated, emitting low growls akin to a wild beast. "It's all right, these people aren't worth your intervention." Reassuring Little Tomato, Meng Jiuli rolled down the window, slowly revealing Daheido's identity. "See, this is my dog. You people captured my dog and injured him. I've decided to report you to the authorities. Will you compensate me? Or shall I let the police charge you with theft? Don't try that with us, we're not falling for it today." "Very well, just wait." Meng Jiuli swiftly dialed her close friend Huang Junin, who happened to be patrolling nearby. Within moments, the blaring sirens echoed, causing the burly men to exchange glances. "You better watch out." With that, they turned and fled. "Cowards, you probably won't make it to the apocalypse." Starting the car, she continued on her way when her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her lovely stepmother, Zhuang Meili, a woman skilled at feigning concern while engaging in underhanded dealings. Chapter 2. Hordes sell. Meng Jiuli had no desire to entertain her, knowing full well that she was seeking her out regarding shares. However, at this moment, her priority was to stockpile supplies. She had emotional ties to Daheido, while she was still observing Little Tomato. So far, he had shown no harmful behavior and was quite obedient, but who could predict what the apocalypse would bring? Seeing Daheido basking in comfort, Little Tomato emitted low growls again, seemingly jealous, fluffing up his fur as he presented himself for Meng Jiuli's affection. Meng Jiuli took the time to groom him. If his eyes were more vibrant, he would undoubtedly be an extraordinary beauty. Upon entering the market, the fragrant aromas of various fruits lifted her spirits instantly. Apples, pears, watermelons, peaches, and grapes. Let's start with a ton of each. Due to import restrictions, durians were scarce, so she settled for 1,000 pounds. As for other fruits, mandarins, oranges, pomelos, and grapefruits, 500 pounds each. In a vegetable section, tomatoes were essential. Little Tomato needed them 1 ton of each. Potatoes, cauliflower, broccoli, and cabbage, all the staples in case they were needed. Seeds for vegetable crops were also necessary. Stockpiling some would symbolize hope for a future beyond the apocalypse. Having secured all this, she received a call from the cold storage. In addition to the pork, lamb, beef, chicken, duck, and fish had all arrived. She would need to retrieve them shortly, while she felt no urgency regarding Zhuang Meili. The truck could not accommodate all the fruits and vegetables at once, so she arranged for them to be delivered the next day. Having placed such large orders, the suppliers were more than willing to deliver, each bidding her farewell with cheerful smiles. No one questioned why she was purchasing so many items in these times. Making money was the ultimate goal. The car conveniently halted at the cold storage, where she alighted to stow those items into the space. Although the area was not particularly vast, merely akin to around 30 football fields, this assortment merely represented the tip of the iceberg. Even now, she had yet to behold the entirety of the space. In the distance lay a hazy expanse, still requiring energy for further development. Zhuang Meili's calls persisted in ringing, prompting her to meet this woman. In her previous life, she had endured considerable bullying from her, yet this time, such occurrences would be utterly impossible. Within the opulent villa, a middle-aged woman adorned in the attire of a wealthy matron lounged in the hall. her legs crossed as she coldly regarded her. "Did you seek me for something?" With a snap, a stock transfer document was flung her way. Meng Jiuli sat calmly on the sofa, her gaze equally frosty as she regarded the woman. "I have sold it." "Ollie, did you not promise to allow your mother to manage the shares?" Meng Xiang slowly descended from the second floor, this woman being the epitome of cunning, outwardly appearing harmless. She was inwardly steeped in malice. During the apocalypse, she had not hesitated to employ underhanded tactics against Li Guangqing, subjecting Meng Jiuli to various forms of torment. "It's quite simple, I've changed my mind." She nonchalantly lifted her coffee, captivated by the aroma, suddenly recalling her need to stockpile some tasteful items. Coffee, milk tea, and ice cream should all be included. Moreover, she had yet to stock up on staples. Rice and flour ought to be gathered, in addition to clothing, fiery cat food, canned goods, dried fish, black bean dog food, canned treats, and snacks, among others. "What are you pondering? I'm speaking to you about 50 billion worth of assets, and you sold it for 20 billion nine? Her train of thought was abruptly disrupted, leaving Meng Jiuli rather displeased as she cast a scowl. "And Zhuang, I believe you are overstepping your bounds, akin to a traffic officer in the Pacific, managing matters that do not concern you. The shares were bequeathed to me by my parents, and I shall handle them as I see fit, without needing your approval." Indeed, it was at this moment that they had already become involved, yet she had been too naive back then to accept the truth. "Ollie, I think you should heed Xiangxiang's advice. She is your sister and would never deceive you. Trusting you is the true folly." Meng Jiuli crossed her arms, evading his embrace, and coldly remarked, "So you are already together at this point? What nonsense are you spouting? Chenggu is here to see you. Why the hurry? I was merely jesting. Coincidentally, I have business to discuss with young master. Li, how about we grab a cup of coffee?" Meng Jiuli was well aware that Li Runfeng had long coveted the Jiuzhou Intercontinental Hotel. Thus, this time, she intended to trick him into making a deal. For in 15 days, the apocalypse would arrive, rendering even the finest hotel useless. It would be more prudent to extract some value from it now. "Sounds good, that was precisely my intention." Li Guangqing suddenly realized that Meng Jiuli possessed an unexpected charm. He pondered why he had not noticed it before. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of violet eyes were intently observing him from the window on the second floor. "In the CAF. Young Master Li, let's cut to the chase. I'm already aware that you and Meng Xiang have been intimate, and I have no intention of being with you. We currently share no relationship." "What are you saying? I have such fondness for you. How could I have been with Meng Xiang?" "You misunderstand." Meng Jiuli smiled silently, extending her delicate hand to pat his suit, casually plucking a long hair. "See for yourself." The color of the hair matched that of Meng Xiang's, leaving Li Guangqing at a loss for words, awkwardly maintaining a forced smile. "They'll be blunt, your interest in me is solely for the Jiuzhou Intercontinental Hotel. Now, how about I sell it to you? I can offer a below market value, but I require cash." Meng Jiuli had accurately gauged Li Guangqing's temperament. His pursuit of Meng Xiang was undoubtedly linked to the hotel, and now that she had lost her claim to inheritance, he would naturally lose interest in her. "I will give you until tonight to consider. After that, the opportunity will vanish." She departed with a smile, one he had never witnessed before, an aura of confidence radiating from her. When had Meng Jiuli transformed into such a striking figure? Nonetheless, it seemed to align perfectly with his desires. He wanted the hotel, and he wanted Meng Jiuli as well. Time was of the essence. He hurriedly exited the CAF and dialed Li Runfeng. "What's the matter? Dad, I have some wonderful news for you. You will be absolutely delighted." Of course, Meng Jiuli was indifferent to such matters. She needed to take Heido to the pet store to order cat and dog food. However, after just a few steps, she spotted a familiar figure standing foolishly in the middle of the road with a dog and a cat. It was Zai Fangio. How had he managed to come out? Chapter 3. The initial display of abilities by the cherry tomato. Meng Jiuli was startled at her own reflection. How had this creature managed to appear? And more astonishingly, how could it locate her? It had brought along both Haidu and Qian. Did it possess foreknowledge of her intent to take Haidu to the hospital? Yet, the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation as a car sped towards the center of the road. If her calculations were correct, neither the cherry tomato nor Qian would escape unscathed. Meng Jiuli's heart raced, fearing the loss of her cherished companions in this apocalyptic world. But no, this was not the outcome she envisioned. The vehicle zoomed past, and she dared not open her eyes, unwilling to confront such a gruesome scene. And in the next moment, the cherry tomato, along with the dog and cat, appeared beside her, its violet eyes fixed on her, as if awaiting praise. Now Meng Jiuli found herself bewildered. It could teleport. Could it be that he was also a master of spatial abilities, perhaps even surpassing her? As she looked up, their gazes met, and she was taken aback by the depth of those vacant violet orbs. "Do not look at me like that. It frightens me," she murmured, turning his head away and casually placing sunglasses upon him, which made everything seem much better. "Next time, remember to wear sunglasses, with the sunglasses on." The cherry tomato appeared no different from an ordinary person. The two essential items for its outings were indeed sunglasses and a mask. Bystanders witnessed the astonishing scene. How could a person, who had been standing in the middle of the road, suddenly vanish? Was that individual even alive? It felt as though they had simply disappeared into thin air. Had they been swept away by the car? Impossible. "I recorded it all." The person vanished without a trace. A girl confidently declared, clutching her phone. "Look, he's over there." Those with sharp eyes noticed that the cherry tomato had indeed made its way to the roadside, that a gaggle of young girls surrounded the cherry tomato. Although they could not ascertain if it was truly him, they recognized Haidu and Chien. "Can I add you on WeChat? I also have a Maine Coon cat. We could exchange cat-rearing tips." One bashful girl brought out her phone, waiting for the cherry tomato to scan her code. Meng Jiuli could sense the cherry tomato's growing agitation, realizing that he might erupt any moment. "That I'm sorry. He is disabled, deaf, and mute. He cannot hear you. Perhaps you should find someone else to converse with." With that, she took the cherry tomato, cradling Chien, and led Haidu to a nearby pet clinic. "You mustn't do this again. It is far too dangerous." Chien, understanding the gravity of the situation, mewed softly and leaped into Meng Jiuli's embrace, casting a sidelong glance at the cherry tomato as if mocking him. This incited a wave of discontent from the cherry tomato, who whimpered in response. Though Chien seemed unperturbed, in contrast, the surrounding female cats, upon seeing Chien, displayed shy affection, circling him as if utterly enamored. Yet Chien held his head high, dismissing them with an air of superiority, as if they were mere trivialities unworthy of his attention. Chien was a striking red Maine Coon, aptly named for his fierce demeanor. Soon, in the impending apocalyptic chaos, he would awaken his fire-based abilities, rendering him a formidable ally. At that moment, Chien had bounded over to the cherry tomato, prompting her to hastily place an order for an array of cat treats, canned food, and a substantial supply of cat kibble. One could never predict the duration of the apocalypse, so it was wise to stock up. After all, her spatial abilities provided ample room for storage. Meanwhile, Haidu had completed his examination and watched her with eager eyes. Following Chien's standards, she ordered an equivalent amount of dog food and canned treats, for Haidu was destined to awaken a rare psychic ability, capable of commanding foes with ease. Thus, it was essential to win his favor. As for the cherry tomato, further observation was warranted. Judging by his recent display of powers, he too might be a master of spatial abilities. However, whether he hailed from the same apocalyptic world remained uncertain. The reasons for his presence here still lingered as an enigma. Upon returning to the villa, she found that Zhuan Meili and her daughter were absent, presumably off conspiring with their allies. However, she was determined to thwart their schemes and ensure they tasted the bitter fruit of retribution. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the kitchen that if a thief had entered, Haidu would have reacted. But as she approached the kitchen, she was stunned by the sight before her. Utensils were levitating in mid-air. This time, she could feel an overwhelming surge of energy. It was a potent ability indeed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many had awakened their powers, but most were merely of bronze caliber. This magnitude of energy was undoubtedly above black iron level. Following the energy's direction, she deduced it emanated from the cherry tomato's room. Had he fully awakened? Would he begin to lash out at others? Stealthily, Meng Jiuli approached his door, discovering him curled tightly in a ball. Appearing quite uncomfortable, it dawned on her that the cherry tomato had not eaten for an entire day. He must be famished. She prepared a bottle of tomato juice mixed with her own blood and offered it to him. Soon, he learned to suck from the bottle, and upon consuming it, The violet hues in his eyes seemed to flicker with life. Although still somewhat vacant, it was a sign of progress. Meng Jiuli resolved to download some contemporary dramas featuring youthful male leads, hoping he might learn from them. Perhaps soon, those violet eyes would lose their emptiness. Now that you have consumed my blood twice, you are bound to me. Should you ever betray me, I shall take your life. Do you understand? Though she knew he would not comprehend her words, she felt compelled to remind him. After all, in this brutal world, an additional powerful ally was preferable to a formidable adversary. The cherry tomato seemed to grasp her intent. As a glimmer of understanding illuminated his violet eyes. Mimicking Qian's actions, he leaned his head towards her hand, emitting soft whimpers. Meng Jiuli reached out to stroke his dog-like hairstyle, intending to tidy it up. But her skills were lacking. Nevertheless, a handsome boy could easily pull off any hairstyle without fear of insecurity, for he would never succumb to self-doubt. But you cannot live solely on tomato juice from now on. I shall prepare some milk for you. Would you like to try it? She performed a sleight of hand, producing a bottle of milk from behind her, presenting it to him. He sniffed it and, with an awkward motion of his hand, pushed it away. Just give it a taste. I assure you, you won't regret it. She inserted the bottle into his mouth. This was her first close examination of his mouth. His teeth were not the razor-sharp fangs of zombie, but rather resembled those of an ordinary person. As the bottle entered his mouth, he dutifully began to suckle, seemingly enjoying the flavor. Before long, the bottle of milk was emptied, and he showed no signs of satiation. Chapter 4. The ability to deceive you is your fortune. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting shadows from her long eyelashes upon her face. Suddenly, a large creature leapt onto her, its rough tongue licking her face. There was no mistaking it was Qian. Just as she opened her sleepy eyes, a pale face with violet eyes loomed before her, and he was drooling. Terrified, she rolled away, not wanting this unidentified creature to lick her. What if she became infected? Seeing her retreat, the cherry tomato appeared somewhat dejected, his violet eyes drooping, emitting soft whimpers as if to complain, "Why can Qian lick you? But I cannot." "Be good, cherry tomato. You are different from him. You cannot express your fondness in the same way," she reassured him. Qian, noticing the cherry tomato's failure, strutted before him, as if to say, "See, you didn't succeed, did you? Clearly, I am the favored one." The cherry tomato, in a fit of childish anger, turned and left the bedroom. Meng Jiuli got out of bed, began her morning routine, and prepared cat kibble and treats for Qian while preparing a nutritious meal for Haidu, who had been malnourished from his time on the streets. Seeing the cherry tomato sulking alone, she approached to console him. To her surprise, after a gentle pat on the head, he seemed to calm down. It was a curious sensation, as if the cherry tomato were gradually becoming more human-like. Observing his teeth, she noted that if he was indeed becoming more human, then he should adopt human habits, starting with oral hygiene. As expected, the cherry tomato resisted the toothbrush vehemently, even chewing it to pieces. Meng Jiuli finally understood the strength of his bite and realized that a more strategic approach was necessary. Breakfast was simple, bread and milk. Yet this time, the cherry tomato also had milk, marking a preliminary success in her dietary plan. "Miss Meng, the groceries you ordered have arrived at the designated location. Please sign for them." Meng Jiuli opened the villa door to find 5 delivery vehicles slowly rolling in, a truly magnificent sight. Once the meals were set, she concentrated, and in an instant, all the food vanished without leaving a trace. Having settled the remaining balance, she looked at her account, which still held 11 billion. Money truly slipped through one's fingers. And selling was imperative. After a flurry of phone calls, both parties reached a pleasant cooperative agreement. Watching the funds roll in, Meng Jiuli was overjoyed. She could indulge in some shopping once more. And no sooner had 5 minutes passed than Zhuan Meili's call came through. "Meng Jiuli, what on earth are you doing? How dare you sell my property? Zhuan, how could it belong to you? This is under my father's name." Zhuan Meili was taken aback, having intended to finalize the transfer today, only to find that this girl had sold it out from under her. "Are you deceiving me? To deceive you is indeed your fortune, Zhuan Auntie. Your fortune is yet to come." Meng Jiuli hung up, her fingers calculating that Li Guangqing's call was likely to come soon. Sure enough, 2 minutes later. "Last night, I had a conversation with my father. Given your financial struggles, we've decided to purchase your hotel to help you through this difficult time. What a touching sentiment. If this were a past life, Meng Jiuli would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Indeed, I find myself in dire need of funds. Perhaps I could also mortgage my villa to you, which I could offer at a friendly price of $30 million. Ali. That villa is hardly worth such an amount. Li Runfeng. That cunning old fox has navigated the business world for many years and knows how to maximize profits. The villa's location is undeniably remote, yet it is nestled in a pleasant environment, ideal for retirement. Uncle Li, how about this? I'll pay you 5% interest per month. Who would be tempted by the prospect of 5% on 30 million? Oh, you're being too formal. However, you must vacate within half a month. What do you say? That old fox Li Runfeng has long coveted the Meng family villa. In truth, he desires everything belonging to the Meng family. Since Uncle Li has made such an offer, how could I refuse? Then let us arrange for you to collect the property on July 29, 14 days from now. Splendid. Uncle appreciates straightforward individuals. That I will prepare the contract this afternoon. And once you sign, the funds will be transferred immediately. With 200 million from selling the land in hand and over 1 billion remaining, the next step is to acquire a mine. In my previous life, Meng Jiuli was aware of an abandoned mine in Tang City, 50 kilometers from Jiqing, which boasts natural hot springs, an invaluable resource in the apocalypse, especially when water sources become contaminated and the Ice Age arrives. However, I currently lack the time to investigate and must trouble my dear friend Tang Yaru instead. In the last life, Tang Yaru was also an awakened individual, but tragically lost her life while saving me. Falling victim to the jaws of the deep-sea beast, the Songlong, all thanks to Meng Xiang. The villa's door swung open, and Zhuang Meili stormed in, visibly agitated. You little wretch, did I not grant you face before? How dare you openly challenge me and sell my land? Are you tired of living? Zhuang Meili truly believed herself to be someone of importance, having not held you accountable for past transgressions. Has she really deluded herself into thinking she is the matriarch of the Meng family? Meng Jiuli's aura surged, utterly intimidating her. This adopted daughter had always been obedient in the face of her anger. So why was her magic failing now? Meng Jiuli, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you truly need that money? You are selling the company your father painstakingly built. How can he rest in peace in the afterlife? Who are you to mention my father? If it weren't for you, he might have lived a long life. Don't think I'm unaware of your sordid deeds. She tossed a stack of photographs at Zhuang Meili. Take a look. Each photograph was enough to send chills down Zhuang Meili's spine. You still believe you can present yourself as the matriarch of the Meng family? Accept the respect I've given you, or you may find yourself facing my wrath. Ali. After all, I have dedicated 15 years of my youth to this family. You cannot completely drive me out, can you? Meng Jiuli found this statement oddly amusing. If it weren't for you, my mother would not be resting beneath the earth. Do tread carefully before me. If I should lose my temper one day, the consequences could be dire. With that, Qian and Haidu rushed over, seemingly unwelcoming to Zhuang Meili, each regarding her with predatory eyes. Qian was even poised to leap, claws ready to strike, while Haidu growled menacingly, poised to bite. Calm down, my darlings. Mommy knows you've spotted something unpleasant. But you needn't worry. Heaven will take care of her. You're hiding a man. I'll inform A Chung immediately. Chapter 5. The Little Tomato Transformation Plan. Zhuang Meili stormed out, plotted her next move against Meng Jiuli. Li Guangqing had long been captivated by Meng Xiang, and if she could have Meng Xiang whisper ill words about Meng Jiuli in his ear, he would surely turn against her. A solitary orphan. No matter how powerful the Meng family once was, all influence had faded with Meng Jiuli's departure, leaving nothing but smoke. The more she contemplated, the more satisfied she became as she exited the villa. A smile graced her lips. Her plan was nothing short of perfect. Meng Jiuli had always been a closed book, and the Meng family largely despised her, so it was unlikely anyone would come to her aid. Meng Jiuli had no time to deal with her. She needed to continue stockpiling supplies. She had already given half her money to Tang Yaru to purchase mines and construct defensive fortifications in anticipation of the apocalypse. As for how Tang Yaru would execute this, she need not concern herself. Her friend S family was in the mining business. well-versed in operational procedures, and she could be trusted not to betray her, a comforting thought. At present, the priority remains stockpiling supplies. Last night, she had compiled a list of necessities and realized many items were still unpurchased, such as the essential happy soda for homebodies, which she had yet to acquire. Currently, her stock consisted mainly of meat and vegetables. Staple foods and water were still lacking. Water, being the essence of life, must never be in short supply. Additionally, she needed to prepare some water purification equipment. When the apocalypse strikes, contaminated water sources will become unfit for human consumption. Initially, bottled mineral water will suffice, but once that runs out, people will be forced to resort to contaminated sources, resulting in widespread viral infections. With one person, one cat, and one dog, along with an indefinable being, they shared a lunch before preparing to venture out. However, the three little ones appeared anxious, so she reluctantly decided to bring them along. But she made it clear, while shopping, they were to remain in the car and not wander off. Should yesterday's chaos repeat itself, she would not hesitate to deny them food in the following days. Meng Jiuli busied herself with stockpiling goods, watching her bank account dwindle rapidly. However, her space was filling with supplies, and money was merely paper, only valuable when spent. How had she failed to grasp this simple truth in her previous life? She had stockpiled 200 million worth of water and another 100 million in purification equipment. Fruits alone had cost 300 million, primarily of her favorites: apples, watermelons, strawberries, kiwis, cantaloupes, and durians. Additionally, she procured bananas for Tang Yaru and oranges for Huang Junin. Although fruits served merely as dessert, they were consumables, so she had stocked up according to individual preferences. Vegetables comprised potatoes, cabbage, tomatoes, and various mushrooms, costing around 100 million. If supplies fell short, she could always raid a few warehouses during the apocalypse. Ensuring sufficiency, a plethora of snacks, including chips, fries, shrimp chips, candied fruits, chocolates, and various nuts, along with milk tea and ice cream, had also consumed around 20 million. Asa girl. How could she resist the allure of snacks? Especially in an impending apocalypse, gatherings would inevitably involve hot pot. There was no problem a hot pot couldn't solve. If there was 2 hot pots would surely suffice. Thus, she prepared an assortment of hot pot-based ingredients and barbecue supplies, along with dishes from the 8 major cuisines. Had the restaurants not served food at such a sluggish pace, she would have stocked even more. Raising her gaze to Qian and Haidu, she remembered that their supplies had also cost quite a bit. Rest assured, I'll ensure your needs are met. She reached out to stroke their heads. Haidu had recently become quite robust, indicating that awakening during the apocalypse would pose no issues. Meanwhile, the previously silent little tomato clumsily approached, this time extending a finger toward its own head, requesting her touch, seemingly much more clever than before. Little Tomato's hair had been shaved clean. It would now be more apt to call it Little Soft Boiled Egg. Meng Jiuli had never encountered such a roundhead before. Its skin was pleasantly cool, perfect for the summer. Little Soft Boiled Egg. Oh no, Little Tomato, fear not. I've prepared plenty of milk for you. So you can indulge tea that moment. Little Tomato surprisingly drew closer, extending a hand that held a bottle of Wangzi milk, examining it intently. You can actually enter my space? This time, Meng Jiuli was genuinely astonished. Just how powerful were its abilities, capable of effortlessly entering her space? Could it be that the connection stemmed from its having absorbed her blood? Yet, Little Tomato paid no heed to her astonishment. Instead, it inserted a straw into the milk can and began to sip, lost in its own world. In that moment, Meng Jiuli was certain. It was definitely not a zombie, but rather a new species she had never encountered. Thus, the plan to educate Little Tomato began to take shape in her mind. She intended to train it to be her trusty assistant. Little Tomato, once you finish your milk, shall we begin learning to read? At that moment, a flicker of focus appeared in its eyes, clearly indicating agreement. Since you've accepted, let us commence. With that, Meng Jiuli retrieved her phone to download a literacy app, Qian mewed, and hurriedly departed, knowing that the next calamity would likely befall itself. Haidu, seeing Qian leave, quickly followed suit, fearing it might suffer the same fate. In the end, the 2 little ones cast a sympathetic glance at Little Tomato. Little one, What do you truly understand? The little tomato is unlike you. It may one day become akin to me. You too should refrain from causing any disturbances. The little tomato seems to have grasped its purpose, clumsily attempting to rise but being restrained by Meng Jiuli, who insisted on trying first. In truth, she overestimated the little tomato, as well as her own patience, before she could recognize two new characters. Meng Jiuli succumbed to exhaustion on the sofa. Observing her soundly asleep, the little tomato gently tapped the screen of its phone, a stream of knowledge flooding its mind. Initially, its expression bore signs of distress, but soon transformed into one of sheer delight, as if savoring a grand feast. Unbeknownst to anyone, the little tomato's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Alas, Meng Jiuli was oblivious to all of this. Where was the promised caution? The little tomato mimicked Meng Jiuli's gentle caress, its fingers brushing against her face, which was as delicate and smooth as a peeled egg. Everything returned to its previous state, although this scene was clearly witnessed by Haidu and Qian. The little tomato's gaze fell upon them, silencing their voices in fear. Chapter 6. Huang Junin. While Meng Jiuli's surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, Li Guangqing's realm was rife with agitation. For several days, he had been preoccupied with the task of hotel takeover. Yet Meng Xiang incessantly whispered in his ear about seeking revenge on Meng Jiuli, driving him to distraction. He found himself reminiscing about Meng Jiuli's gentle demeanor. However, recent whispers suggested that Meng Jiuli was now an entirely different person, having sold her father's possessions with remarkable efficiency, even disposing of Meng Xiang's vehicle and Zhuang Meili's land, seemingly intent on expelling the mother-daughter duo from the Meng family. Yet this woman remained foolish enough to believe the ramblings of lunatics on forums, showing no growth in her gullibility. It seemed prudent for him to pay her a visit. Despite their prior quarrel over a breakup, they had not entirely severed ties, and he felt a sense of obligation to check on her. Besides, the villa would soon be his, making the visit all the more necessary. Chung, you wouldn't believe it, but recently, Meng Jiuli has taken in a pretty boy at the villa. You're still her fiancé, after all. You ought to see this for yourself and teach her a lesson. Zhuang Meili, clad in a high-end ensemble, exuded an aura of a wealthy matron. Yet it was merely a fade. Meng Jiuli had long since closed their accounts, leaving them reliant on men for survival. Inside the villa, Meng Jiuli was currently beseeching Huang Junin to procure a batch of high-voltage electric batons, which were quite effective in the early days of the apocalypse, as abilities had not yet fully developed, and the batons could adequately handle low-level zombies and mutant beasts. In addition to the batons, Meng Jiuli also ordered a number of electrical facilities. Generators and solar panels were essential, though with the onset of the Ice Age, solar power might become less viable, yet it was still useful in the early days. Capable of resolving many issues. Speak. What brings you here? Don't use the excuse of missing me. I'm tired of hearing it. I truly miss you, and thank you for saving the dog before. Haidu thanks Uncle Huang. Huang Junin, a dog lover at heart, regrettably lacked the time to care for one, hence had never owned a pet. That he recalled his mental awakening during the apocalypse, a simple supportive ability that allowed him to control zombies in combat, though it drained his mental energy significantly. Had it not been for him, Huang Junin would have surely survived the apocalypse and saved his family. Spare me the theatrics. Get to the point. That I still have duties to attend to. I need a batch of high-voltage batons. Help me acquire them. What do you need those for? Isn't the security at your hotel sufficient? Yes, but it has been unstable lately. I need 50. What do you say? Huang Junin's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely you jest. The hotel cannot possibly use that many batons. Just lend me a hand. You'll be duly rewarded. Also consider resigning. Come find me in 7 days, as I will require your assistance. What are you thinking? Resign? Impossible. I love my job. Meng Jiuli was aware he would not resign, yet she was certain he would seek her out in 7 days. That I will do my utmost to arrange it. Await my news. After saying this, Huang Junin donned his uniform and stepped outside, noticing the workers in the yard. What is going on here? Safety concerns, reinforcing with electric fencing for protection. After all, a girl as wealthy as her could easily attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. During the onset of the apocalypse, when urban electricity remained intact, such electric fencing was quite effective against the undead. Why don't I come by tonight to keep you company? I'll ensure those ruffians don't dare approach. Don't bother. I have no need for that, and I see you as a friend. Yet you're only after my wealth. No chance. Huang Junin smiled wryly. Who cares about your money? I genuinely wish to protect you. Qian and Haidu looked at the little tomato with sympathetic eyes. Brother, you must step up. Otherwise, your master will be taken away. As the two reached the doorway, they were startled by the gust of wind stirred up by a racing car. Which rich air was this? In the apocalypse, they would have been torn to shreds. Li Guangxing emerged from the vehicle, removing his sunglasses, clad in a flamboyant pink suit, striding towards them. Well, Huang Sir is here too. It seems my competition has just increased. That moment. Meng Xiang descended as well, her demeanor gentle and charming. Officer Huang is a good friend of Ali. It is only right to comfort a friend. You might not yet be aware, but Li Guangxing and I are no longer connected. Furthermore, I have no interest in things you've touched. By the way, that car you drove daily? I sold it, as it was taking up space. Though Meng Xiang typically maintained her composure, her face darkened with rage, and had she not been concerned about her image, she would have cursed. Additionally, I've already mortgaged the villa. You both should vacate in a few days. Leslie Xiao holds it against you. Who can speak so glibly, just disdainful? The villa held little significance for Meng Xiang, as it was merely a property of the Meng family, unrelated to her. However, the car, which was promised to her, had been sold, a grievance she found hard to swallow. Meng Jiuli, you are indeed remarkable, harboring a pretty boy within your home while simultaneously entertaining Officer Huang. You certainly know how to play the field. Compared to you, I am still far behind. In your presence, I should be calling you master. Meng Jiuli handed Meng Xiang a stack of photographs, intending to convey that she was merely one among many of his women. Meng Xiang's complexion shifted to an unsightly hue, akin to someone who had shot themselves in the foot. When the apocalypse struck, both individuals awakened their abilities, Li Guangxing with strength-based powers and Meng Xiang with mental perception. They were among the first to discover the existence of crystal sources, and thus established their own power organization during the apocalypse, becoming formidable overlords who harmed many. What brings you here? If it's merely to seek retribution, you may leave. I will ensure no harm comes to Ali. Huang Junin spoke with grave seriousness, as if it were his mission. We are friends, Huang Sir, do not take offense. Moreover, Meng Jiuli and I are still betrothed. Your blatant provocation is unwise that if you truly cared for this engagement, you wouldn't be pursuing other women incessantly. Reflect on that. If you insist on being with Ali, I will utilize my power to ensure you regret it. This world operates on such principles. Everyone has their own people and matters to protect, and perhaps he was destined to safeguard Meng Jiuli. Chapter 7. The little tomato transforms into one-punch man. Li Guangxing was not intimidated by Huang Junin's threats. After all, a scion like him would hardly fear such matters, and soon the two were at odds with one another. Human nature often rebels against restrictions. The more one forbids, the more the other is compelled to act. This was Li Guangxing's nature. As Huang Junin's words faded, he stormed into the villa. Did you not hear my warning? Do you dare to intrude further? Do you truly think my previous respect for you stemmed from fear? You are mistaken. This is now my house. Why should I not enter? Besides, there is a pretty boy inside, and I am curious about the type of man Meng Jiuli favors. What has Meng Jiuli done to my house? Nothing much. Merely installed some high-voltage electric fencing to enhance safety. After all, this is a prime piece of real estate. But are you certain you wish to enter now? Don't say I didn't warn you. He knew that ever since her father's passing, this woman had become someone entirely different, having sold off so many possessions. She must be up to something unsavory. The little tomato had long heard the commotion outside. Had it not been for Meng Jiuli's instructions to remain still, it would have already dashed out to shred that man to pieces. Now witnessing him charge toward the room, the little tomato instinctively emitted a low growl, positioning itself for an attack. That moment, Meng Xiang finally felt a sense of vindication. Inexplicably, the once docile Meng Jiuli had transformed after her illness, yet she was fortunate to have found a powerful ally, albeit a fickle one, rather than being left alone. Meng Jiuli, observing the smug expression on Meng Xiang's face, thought to herself how foolish this woman was, A man who lacks self-respect is no better than a rotten cabbage. And it seems some women are merely gatherers of such men. Originally, Huang Junin had no intention of departing. It was not curiosity about her bodyguard that drove him, but genuine concern for her welfare. However, I must forewarn you that he possesses a rather volatile temper. Do not provoke him, for the consequences shall be yours to bear. Upon concluding this statement, everyone awaited in the hall, a few familiar with the surroundings. Naturally at ease. Officer Huang, your persistence is truly commendable. You have harbored feelings for Meng Jiuli for such an extended period. Alas, she remains engaged to me. Are you not disheartened? Li Guangqing's words dripped with provocation. Yet, while such remarks might unsettle others, they bore little weight here with Huang Junin. However, it now appears that the situation may differ. Regardless, he shall ensure her safety, a promise made to Aunt Xiao that he is bound to uphold. Ah, Chenggu, you are unaware that Officer Huang is quite fond of your sister. I have witnessed their tender exchanges several times, evoking much envy. Indeed, women are entirely distinct from one another. I recall you and Ali were once close friends. Why now do you seem intent on targeting her? Meng Xiang rolled her eyes elegantly. Had she complied, they might still share a sisterly bond, but Meng Jiuli's current rebellion, selling off her possessions, has rendered such a relationship untenable. How could she maintain a calm demeanor in her presence, particularly knowing of her past with Li Guangqing? Meng Jiuli's actions have encroached upon her own interests. She could hardly let it slide easily. The atmosphere in the living room was rather tense. I could see that moment. Meng Jiuli descended from the second floor with Little Tomato. Having been meticulously groomed, appeared completely unremarkable, like any ordinary individual, even more handsome than Li Guangqing. Little Tomato stood obediently, albeit somewhat frail. Huang Junin, naturally, was in prime form, having graduated from the police academy and maintained an excellent physique. He could easily overpower a boy as delicate as Little Tomato. Even Li Guangqing felt superior in stature, beginning to taunt him to, "Is this the bodyguard you've chosen, Meng Jiuli? He looks like a weakling. I doubt he could even best me at a glance at his well-defined abs left him questioning from where this supposed courage stemmed. A bodyguard? How utterly laughable. He likely couldn't even defend himself. Perhaps he excels in other areas." Meng Jiuli regarded the increasingly lascivious smile on her face, aware that her intentions were far from noble. Such a filthy woman, with her sordid thoughts. And what was the purpose of wearing sunglasses indoors? "Sister, shall I take those off for you?" "Oh, don't touch. A slap. This is hardly my fault. You sought your own demise. I warned you of his temperament." The flirtatious demeanor Meng Xiang had earlier vanished, leaving her feeling as though her bones had shattered, nearly fainting from the shock of her own recklessness. Li Guangqing refrained from assisting her, instead standing by to mock her. Unable to control herself in the presence of a man, she deserved her fall. Yet, Little Tomato's sunglasses had been removed, revealing a pair of striking purple eyes to the assembly. Even his bald head added to his attractiveness. Well, this young man is quite fashionable, sporting colored contacts. Why does he come off so effeminate? He had encountered numerous pretty-faced boys like him, likely merely after Meng Jiuli's wealth. Genuine affection was questionable, as long as the benefactor remained content. Their duty was fulfilled. "I didn't expect you to fancy this type. Your taste is rather unique." Li Guangqing looked at her with an air of knowing camaraderie, evidently having underestimated this girl, far wilder than Meng Xiang and likely quite skilled in various endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, those purple eyes had already scrutinized him thoroughly, rendering a verdict of utter worthlessness. Huang Junin, disinterested in their trivial exchanges, extended his hand to greet Little Tomato, who was rather aloof but would not speak. Simply referring to him as Little Tomato would suffice. Henceforth, they would be friends. Meng Jiuli, acting as a mediator, clasped their hands together, envisioning them facing future tribulations together. However, Little Tomato seemed reluctant to allow her to grasp another man's hand. Displaying a clear aversion, "Little Tomato, no sulking. We are allies now, and we shall need to support one another." Having confirmed that Little Tomato posed no threat to herself, Meng Jiuli had already included him in her team. "Why not allow me to join as well?" As she reached out with a mischievous intent, before either could react, Little Tomato had already sent her sprawling with a single punch. The sound of her impact echoed throughout the villa like a pig's squeal. With a head as smooth as a boiled egg, he exclaimed, "Teacher Saitama, please allow me to pay my respects. In Chapter 8, the increasingly anthropomorphized little tomato, with only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse. Meng Jiuli meticulously recounted the provisions stored in her space. Food and clothing were nearly prepared, with a few items reserved for acquisition once the end drew near. Things that required no expenditure were particularly enticing. Recently, under her guidance, Little Tomato had progressed rapidly. She felt they would soon converse, a small yet significant triumph. However, his hygiene habits proved a considerable challenge. Bathing, in particular, was exceedingly difficult. Meng Jiuli filled a bath with water, adjusted the temperature, and set out the shower gel as steam began to rise. She pulled Little Tomato into the tub, commanding, "Undress." This was not a jest. He understood through her expression. Clumsily, he removed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments. "Good boy. Today we shall practice bathing. You must listen and not resist." Initially, he exhibited resistance, reluctant to enter the tub, emitting whimpering sounds. Meng Jiuli, soothing him, wet her hands and touched his skin, demonstrating that water would not harm him. Gradually, he began to accept it, loosening up until he eventually started washing himself, seemingly enjoying the experience. Qian, observing from the side, felt a pang of envy. The director had never exhibited such patience while bathing him. Feeling unjustly treated, a fluffy tail swept across Meng Jiuli's face, accompanied by a mewing sound. "What is the matter? Do you want a bath too? I could assist you shortly." Upon hearing Meng Jiuli's words, Little Tomato appeared displeased, splashing water vigorously, drenching both Meng Jiuli and Qian. "Little Tomato, I shall punish you by denying you milk at noon." Her tone was stern, and Little Tomato paused, ceasing his splashing, obediently sitting in the tub. "All right, now you must dry yourself with a towel and dress." Meng Jiuli affectionately touched his bald head before carrying Qian out of the bathroom. Just as she finished dressing, a fierce commotion from outside indicated the unwelcome arrival of the Zhuang mother and daughter. "Meng Jiuli, we have not come to curry favor with you. After all, a Xiang will inevitably be the lady of this house. For now, enjoy your fleeting moment of pride. In 5 days, this place would belong to Li Guangqing. Where would that leave Meng Jiuli?" "Ah, Aunt Zhuang, you have a clever scheme in mind. However, the reality is that you must vacate immediately." It pained her to ask them to leave, but such formalities were necessary. Surely Aunt Zhuang would understand. As she feigned wiping away tears, a talent of Zhuang Mei's, she felt a wave of revulsion at her own insincerity. How had she lived in such a manner before? It was pitiable indeed. "Spare me your pretenses. You squandered a thriving family business and sold it all. How utterly foolish, and to your age, you still plead for charity. Had I known, I would have taken action sooner. Meng Jiuli, you have gone too far." Zhuang Mei seethed with rage, stomping towards her room. "Too far? I doubt it compares to your transgressions." After all, Little Tomato remained in the bathroom. She wondered if he had managed to dress himself. The more Zhuang Mei contemplated, the angrier she became, determined to retaliate, for how could she swallow such indignity? "Mother, how do you plan to take your revenge? That pretty boy by her side seems formidable." Meng Xiang rubbed her chest. Still sore from earlier, if they were to retaliate, they ought to enlist the help of more formidable individuals to teach her a lesson under the cover of darkness. "Fear not. I shall ensure he is well taken care of." While she might not excel at much, she was quite adept at managing a spoiled rich kid. The Meng family was in shambles. All shares had fallen into Meng Aigua's hands, and there was no way to reclaim them. Fortunately, the hotel and villa were now in the Li family's possession. Otherwise, their livelihoods would be in jeopardy. Meng Aigua and Meng Jiangwo's business philosophies had always diverged. She could not fathom whether Meng Jiuli was astute or foolish. Surrendering her parents' hard-earned legacy so readily, a prodigal child, without a doubt. That evening, Meng Jiuli retrieved sweet and sour ribs and foil-wrapped clams from her space, preparing a simple yet joyful feast for herself. With Little Tomato cradling a milk bottle and Qian munching on dried fish, the atmosphere was peaceful and warm. If only her parents were present, with only 5 days until the impending apocalypse. After tonight, Merely 4 days remained. A visit was in order to reassure them of her well-being and promise of a brighter future. Look at you, so pitiful. Here, this is for you, but do not overindulge. There will be more delicious food to come, and I shall never let you go hungry. Tossing 2 ribs to Black Bean, she watched as he devoured them greedily before obediently wandering off to enjoy his own canned food. Come, little tomato, let us toast. Raising her drink toward him, the clever boy mirrored her gesture with his milk bottle. If you could speak, please keep my secret safe. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Little Tomato looked at her with a mix of understanding and confusion, clearly showing the influence of the dramas watched over the past few days, her eyes sparkling with newfound liveliness. It seems that the presence of fresh faces has its merits. The two prepared to visit the cemetery, as she had not seen her mother in quite a while. You know, Little Tomato, I lost my mother when I was very young at that time. My father was busy starting his business and often left me with relatives, which made me vulnerable to their bullying that I was terrified and too afraid to speak out, leading to the development of my people-pleasing personality. Only by being obedient would they praise me, and gradually, I became accustomed to not resisting. Today's secrets must remain untold, including to Huang Junin. Oh, that's right, you cannot speak. Meng Jiuli entwined her arms with his, causing Little Tomato to pause, drawing from the dramas she had watched. She attempted to mimic their romantic gestures. Thus, Little Tomato halted, turning to pull her into an embrace, emulating the action seen on screen, cupping her face. What are you doing? What just happened? It felt as if a wave of energy surged towards us, propelling us away. Less chatter. Hurry up. We might miss someone. Chapter 9. Little Tomato progresses again. The cemetery was eerily silent in the dead of night, with the occasional caw of a crow overhead. Big brother, this place is too frightening. Shouldn't we? Scared to walk alone. Don't disturb our efforts to make money. No. Look at how pale Lao San is. Lao San's face was ashen, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 figures ahead. He was not typically a coward, so what had caused his fright today? Something was amiss. The group looked up to witness an unforgettable scene, a bald man thrusting his hand into a woman's body. Shortly thereafter, producing a bottle of milk, drinking it nonchalantly. Big brother, should we continue? Forget it, let's get out of here. The group fled from the cemetery in a panic, startling the crows above, their cacophonous cries echoing through the graveyard. Meng Jiuli remained oblivious to the oddities behind her, arranging flowers and pastries, engaging in conversation, preparing to depart. Let's go. Mom and Dad must be very happy together again. Next, they would await the impending apocalypse. Zhuang Meili was applying a facial mask, listening to music, checking her phone occasionally for good news. However, her phone remained silent throughout the night. Xiang, why don't you and Acheng go check on the villa today? I wonder how Meng Jiuli is doing. On the other end, Meng Xiang was still in bed, groggily agreeing, only to be pulled back into the covers by Li Guangqing. Soon, a series of indescribable sounds could be heard. 3 days remained until the apocalypse, and the posts on the forum had been harmonized beyond visibility, a conclusion that had been anticipated. In the morning, Meng Jiuli retrieved 8 treasure porridge and soup dumplings from her space, quickly consuming them before heading to the dealership with Little Tomato to pick up her car. Miss Meng, your car will take another 2 days to modify. One of the parts hasn't arrived yet, but it should be here by this afternoon. Can you wait? Li Yuan looked at her apologetically. No problem. Please have Masterly deliver it to me the day after tomorrow. Meng Jiuli handed him the car keys, preparing to leave. When he delivered the car, she would keep him close. Those who had saved her should remain by her side. In her past life, Meng Jiuli remembered that Li Yuan had met a tragic end due to his girlfriend, making him another unfortunate soul. Why do you look so familiar? Aren't you the squanderer of the Meng family? Why is a girl modifying a car? The speaker was none other than Meng Jiuli, the spoiled son of her second uncle, who had bullied her in childhood. Why can't a girl modify a car? Some men might not even be as capable as women. Meng Jiuli was always a cowardly bully, only daring to vent his frustrations on his family while acting like a meek child outside. Your temper has grown, but you sold off all of Uncle's shares. He must be furious with you down below. At least that's better than you. At your age, you can't even wipe your own behind. I genuinely pity my second uncle. Meng Jiuli was the epitome of a wastrel, often causing trouble and leaving others to clean up after him. Whether it was being blocked by a pregnant woman or cornered by thugs, ultimately relying on his father when the police came. All the Meng family's assets are in my father's hands. You'd better behave, or we might not even spare you a morsel to eat. We'll see who starts first. With that, he turned to leave with Little Tomato. From their conversation, Little Tomato sensed Meng Jiuli's unfriendliness and felt a surge of anger. Where are you going? Is this your little white-faced companion? He is indeed quite fair, but giving up on the Lee family is not a wise decision. She stepped in front of them, reaching out to touch Little Tomato's face. At that moment, Little Tomato, already irritated by him, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. With a fierce glare, Meng Jiuli was sent flying, landing heavily amidst a pile of tires, leaving an imprint on his face from the rubber. Meng Jiuli was well aware that this was Little Tomato's supernatural ability, but feigned surprise as she observed him. Meng Jiuli gasped for breath, unable to escape, merely staring wide-eyed. Tiske, what a pitiful sight. Enjoy it well. Meng Jiuli was infuriated. When had it come to this girl bullying him, it was utterly absurd. However, where had that power come from? Could it be from that little white face? Meng Jiuli. Just you wait. You'll come begging me again later. Seeing the situation, Li Yuan rushed over. Miss Meng, how should we handle this person? Ignore him. Just act as if you don't know anything. Remember to deliver the car to me the day after tomorrow. And you can call me Ali as everyone else does. After Meng Jiuli left, everyone gathered around. I asked this young lady interested in you. Why else would she come looking for you? Asking you to deliver the car at night. Let's talk. Get back to work. Do you want to forfeit your bonus? With that, everyone resumed their tasks, completely disregarding Meng Jiuli. Little Tomato, was that you earlier? Do you realize how dangerous that was? You cannot use your powers without my permission next time. If someone discovers your abilities, it would cause a significant uproar online, and since you're not even from this planet, you'd likely be taken away for experiments. I can't allow such troubles to arise. Little Tomato lowered her head, feeling hurt. Everything she did was for her, yet she was scolded, a deep sense of injustice swelling within her, radiating an aura around her, crackling with energy. Had she awakened a new skill, or had her innate abilities been activated? Meng Jiuli touched her body, her fingers tingling with electricity. You aren't still angry, are you? Recently, Little Tomato had made remarkable progress, not only easily controlling objects, but also learning to express affection. She would smile when happy, albeit awkwardly, and release sparks when angry, leaving Meng Jiuli to suspect she was akin to Pikachu. All right, I'm not angry anymore, that I know you're looking out for me, but I don't want you to take risks. Little Tomato placed her hand on her bald head. The skin felt cool and soft, providing a pleasant sensation. Just then, the oversized dog crate she had ordered arrived. Could it be that they had prepared a special room for the impending apocalypse? She completely ignored the two individuals present, leaving Li Guangqing and Meng Xiang rolling their eyes in frustration. Didn't you see we were being surrounded? What good would it do to ask those two animals? So I didn't ask about the animals. That statement seemed off in some way. Chapter 10. The coming apocalypse. You, woman, hurry and move out of my villa, and take these animals with you. Li Guangqing shouted in exasperation, only to be met with the furious glares of Qihua and Haidu, as if they were ready to tear him apart at any moment. It's not yet time. When the time comes, I will let you know. However, to show my apologies, I have prepared a feast for you two today, as a gesture for the previous misunderstandings. Meng Jiuli's sudden change in attitude caught him off guard. Stop with your tricks. What are you really up to? What tricks? I'm simply here to apologize that if you refuse to accept it, then please leave. Meng Xiang shook her head at him, signaling that he should not leave. For otherwise, this woman might think he truly feared her to maintain his dignity. He must not retreat. All right, Haidu, Chua, there will be a time for you to take your revenge. Li Guangqing looked up to see Little Tomato, clearly recalling the last lesson he learned. This time, he dared not provoke her, for his life would surely be in jeopardy by the next day. What do you need such a large dog crate for? Surely you can't be serious? Li Guangqing pointed at Haidu. Although the Rottweiler was large, the crate was still far too big for him. Haidu looked at his owner with a pitiful expression, wondering if he truly had to be confined in such a manner. Of course not. My Haidu is the best. Mom wouldn't allow that, and it's meant for trapping bad guys. That moment, the two individuals, utterly baffled, were still mocking Meng Jiuli. Treating a dog like a child? Why don't you have a child with me instead? Li Guangqing has once again begun to act foolishly, while the little tomato watches him with a predatory gaze, ready to kneel at any moment. You see, one must be cautious with their words, or they may face retribution that I speak the truth. You are far too serious, unlike Xiang who knows how to enjoy life. Clutching my coffee, my hand suddenly slips, spilling it all over myself. TSK, I see the early signs of Parkinson's in you. Perhaps a thorough checkup is in order. Guangqing falls silent, staring at his hand, which had felt as if it had been jolted by electricity just moments before. Meanwhile, the little tomato continues to drink her milk, completely oblivious to him. Could it be that he truly has Parkinson's? Chung, what are you thinking? Meng Xiang, now unreserved, takes hold of Li Guangqing's hand. Do not doubt it. You're perfectly fine, of course. I have faith in myself. The takeout arrives promptly at the villa, and Meng Jiuli carries it into the kitchen, arranging it on the meticulously prepared plates before serving it at the dining table. You really are a hassle. If you want to eat, why not just go to a restaurant? Why go through all this trouble for the delivery guy? It's no trouble at all. From now on, just ask me for takeout. She generously tips the delivery man 200 yuan. No matter how far, he is more than willing to oblige. Warmth floods the delivery man's heart. Never had anyone shown such concern alongside their patronage. Thank you. After sending off the delivery man, Meng Jiuli retrieves her cherished red wine. Tonight, she swears she will not return sober. Guangqing feels puzzled by her sudden enthusiasm, which takes him by surprise. Yet he enjoys it. If he can get her drunk tonight, he will finally experience her charms. A wave of dizziness washes over them, leaving both sprawled across the table. Well, enjoy the dog cage life. With the little tomato's assistance. They are placed into a dog cage and stored in the basement. Enjoy yourselves. You'll have enough time to sleep for 2 days. She had used a hefty dose of anesthetic, and now she merely awaited the show. For the next 2 days, she relished a life of comfort, undisturbed and on the eve of the apocalypse. Huang Junin and Li Yuan arrive at the villa simultaneously to here's your electric baton. Why did you insist on delivering it personally? I missed you. Tonight, we mustn't return sober. Spare me. It's not going to be another night with Li Guangqing, is it? Just then, the sound of a car horn blares, and Li Yuan arrives with a modified Land Cruiser. Let us dine together. We mustn't return sober, and my place is spacious. Li Yuan appears somewhat reserved, as he is not very familiar with Huang Junin and initially refrains from being overly proactive. You two can drink freely tonight. There is plenty of alcohol, and you don't have to work tomorrow. Miss, you can skip work, but how do we survive if we don't? Call me sister, and I'll take care of you. Huang Junin playfully pokes her forehead. Sister, how could you bear that? Call me brother instead. This provokes the little tomato, who emits a series of whines, and electric sparks crackle around. No, we're merely joking, and we're friends. She then takes their hands and intertwines them, instantly reading Huang Junin's sentiments, still insisting you're friends. It's evident you have feelings for him. The three of them drink and revel until the late hours, and by the end, Huang Junin and Li Yuan are even calling each other brother. It was clear they could become friends. After tidying up, the two men, unable to drink as well as a single woman, felt a sense of embarrassment. Qi Yin let out a disdainful meow, casting her a scornful glance. Do you not know how much you drank? Yet here you are, boasting, you ungrateful little creature. I prepared so much cat food for you. Watch your supplies run out. Qi Yin meows again in discontent before turning to leave. I am quite proud, and I shall not acknowledge this madwoman. At 8:30 the next morning, Zhuang Meili and Li Runfeng arrive at the villa, one searching for her daughter and the other for his son while also collecting the house. The weather seems oppressively hot. Even in an air-conditioned room, discomfort lingers. Standing outside, Zhuang Meili hastily reapplies her makeup, repeatedly pressing the doorbell. Meng Jiuli, integrity is essential. You promised to move today. Why is there no action? Li Runfeng, after a few words, begins to pant heavily. Rest assured, I will move as promised. Please be patient. Meanwhile, the two individuals, having slept for 2 days, awaken to find themselves in a dog cage. Through the room's surveillance, they begin to grasp the situation. You reawake. Have some honey water to sober up. Why didn't you wake us sooner? We still have to work. Huang Junin finishes his cup in one gulp. Just wait a little longer. At 8:41, the impending apocalypse looms, with just 3 minutes left until the revelation. The surveillance indicates something approaching. Suddenly, with a zap, a robust security guard is electrocuted, his face charred. Inside the room, both Chi-Yin and Haidu exhibit signs of anxiety. Barking incessantly. 5432, one at a crimson glow envelopes the earth, and curious onlookers gaze upwards, believing a spectacle is upon them. In the next instant, the charred corpse rises. Meng Jiuli, open the door now, or I will not hold back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 11. Awakening of powers in the basement as surveillance footage. Li Runfeng and Zhuang Meili wail, while the two individuals outside tremble uncontrollably. What manner of monster is this? Even the coldest of hearts would shudder at such a scene. Furthermore, their hearts have yet to grow strong, which is precisely what Meng Jiuli had orchestrated. Huang Junin stares at her in panic. Even he, a grown man, is taken aback by the unfolding scenario. Yet, Meng Jiuli remains calm, as if she had anticipated all of this. The apocalypse has arrived. Meng Jiuli's composure starkly contrasts with Huang Junin and the other's trepidation. We must leave this place. I will protect you. Are you mad? Haven't you read the forum posts? Wherever the red sun shines will lead to species mutation. People become numb and bloodthirsty. We are in the period of mutation. Going out now would be a death sentence. At this moment, Chi-Yin and Haidu exhibit extreme restlessness, pacing back and forth. The awakening process is painful, yet will soon pass. Meng Jiuli bends down to comfort the two little ones. Sensing a lightning-shaped cloud forming at Chi-Yin's heart, her vibrant red hue intensifying, with little flames flickering around her. Haidu pants heavily, his expression one of agony. After a pained wail, he successfully awakens his shadow-type powers. Astonishing Meng Jiuli. Haidu, my good bean, you're actually a shadow type. This surpasses my expectations. Upon hearing praise for Haidu, Chi-Yin feels neglected and quickly raises her flames to draw attention. How could I overlook Chi-Yin? Rest assured, you are both my treasures. In a corner of the room, the little tomato suddenly expands, shedding its previously frail appearance. Its eyes become more vibrant, as if a spell binding it has been broken, and it comes alive. The little tomato's purple eyes shimmer with lively purple waves, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. A lightning symbol resembling Taiji faintly appears on its forehead, truly a little lightning prince. Of course, the timing of awakening varies. Some even require swallowing crystals to awaken. Meng Jiuli, by pure chance, had ingested a crystal source, awakening her spatial powers. To think they had awakened such formidable abilities while she herself felt no changes. Huang Junin and Li Yuan also sensed discomfort in their bodies, vaguely feeling a mysterious force coursing within, unable to articulate what they felt. Currently, they possess only level 1 powers, sufficient to combat low-level zombies and mutated beasts. But to grow stronger, they must continuously consume crystal sources to enhance themselves that time. When she awakened her powers, she lacked enough crystal sources and ultimately perished in a duel with a mutated beast, dragging many good friends down with her. Meng Jiuli turns on the television, which displays scenes from the streets, where hordes of zombie-like humans and mutated animals assault the living. Due to the mysterious phenomena, residents are advised to refrain from going outside and await government rescue. Perhaps this is the last broadcast before the apocalypse. Relax. This is the end of days. Let us rest a bit. Tonight will be our battlefield. Li Yuan watches the television, the bloody scenes sending chills down his spine. Without Meng Jiuli's intervention, he would likely be among them now. Miss Meng, thank you for saving me. It's nothing. I didn't save you for free. You'll have to work for me from now on, and no betrayal allowed. Having endured the cruelty of the apocalypse, Meng Jiuli knows well the necessity of retaining a degree of self-preservation. Everyone must hold back a part of themselves. Miss Meng, rest assured, I will never betray you. The little tomato gazes at him with its purple eyes, processing his information before nodding. He seems trustworthy, and notably, he does not harbor feelings for Meng Jiuli, which is a plus over Huang Junin. It turns to Huang Junin, displeasure flickering in its eyes. Its protective instincts for Meng Jiuli intensify. No, he must not succeed. Call me Ali. From now on, we are comrades in the same trench, helping each other through challenges. the little tomato stood before her, whimpering softly and obstructing Huang Junan's line of sight. It was then that Meng Jiuli remembered she had yet to comfort the little tomato. "Be good. Would you like some milk?" she said, stroking its smooth head, which was becoming increasingly human-like. However, she was uncertain of what the future held. Through the surveillance, Meng Jiuli observed that the nearby zombies were dwindling, prompting her to rise and step outside the villa. "Ollie, don't go," the little tomato urged, its concern palpable as it closely followed her, acting as a protector. Meng Jiuli brandished a wolf-toothed dagger and plunged it fiercely until he ruined Feng's skull. A mixture of red and white fluids oozing forth, soon a crystal source, flickering with electric sparks, manifested before her. The old fox turned out to possess lightning abilities, but now it belonged to her. Subsequently, a chaotic turmoil ensued within Zhuang Meili's mind. Yet nothing of value was uncovered. She was utterly useless, lacking even the qualifications to awaken. Meanwhile, the bodyguards and secretary beside her managed to collect 5 crystal sources, a fortunate turn of events. The burly man in the room witnessed the scene and couldn't help but regurgitate the previous night's meal. "Now let me show you how it's done. Remember where to find it, for you shall rely on yourselves in the future." In the underground cage, Li Guangqing and Meng Xiang stared at the decapitated corpse. Having been vibrant beings merely 20 minutes ago, now reduced to mere bones. What was more infuriating was that Meng Jiuli was still meddling with their brains. What on earth had transpired? Li Guangqing, agitated, felt his muscles swell, bursting through his clothing and revealing a physique akin to the Hulk. He easily tore a large hole in the cage, granting them both freedom. He had awakened his power-based abilities, capable of effortlessly shredding objects, quite effective against lower-level zombies. "Meng Jiuli, I will not spare you." Meng Xiang, trembling in fear at his transformation, realized the world had irrevocably changed. This time, Li Guangqing was wiser. He refrained from rashly venturing out and instead lay in wait, biding his time, that if he could awaken, then the others in the room were likely to do so as well. And that little tomato posed the greatest threat. Revenge would require careful planning. In the room, Meng Jiuli and the others indulged in a feast. She retrieved delicacies from the refrigerator, warmed them in the kitchen, and set them on the table, also taking out red wine from the cabinet. "Eat up. Tonight is our battlefield." Upon hearing they would be going out at night, Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement, seizing the opportunity to search for his girlfriend. "You look so happy. Are you planning to find your girlfriend?" "How did you know?" "I can read minds." Meng Jiuli smiled mysteriously. It was merely a past experience, and she hoped to avert tragedy this time. After the meal, Meng Jiuli analyzed the day's operations for everyone. Due to the need to rescue Li Yuan's girlfriend, they altered their route to include the hospital, supermarket, and nearby gas station. Tonight's mission consisted solely of 2 objectives: gathering crystal sources and scavenging for food. Chapter 12. Awaken Li Yuan, though shocked. Being a man, he quickly adapted. He couldn't possibly lose to a girl, especially after vowing to protect her. The room soon fell silent, save for the relentless heat baking the earth. Zombies roamed the streets, desperately seeking targets. Any living creature would be pounced upon, and within 5 minutes of being bitten, transformation would occur. As night descended upon the city, the zombies' activities diminished, as the little tomato insisted against splitting into groups, while Blackbean and Flame clung to her side. Thus, the group, though large, could protect themselves, alleviating some concerns. Seizing the opportunity, Li Guangqing escaped unnoticed. He had overheard their conversation and gained insights into this apocalyptic world. A malicious plan quietly taking root in his mind. Resolute, he strode forward. "Acheng, you cannot leave me behind." Meng Xiang pleaded pitifully from behind. She possessed no abilities and had no hope of surviving in this world alone. "I have a deadly feud with the Meng family. Do not follow me, or I shall kill you. I can change my surname. Besides, I do not bear the surname Meng. Take me with you, and I will do whatever you ask." Meng Xiang begged earnestly, but he merely turned away. Without awakened abilities, she would be a burden, and he would not engage in a losing endeavor. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, a pretty face held no value. Despair enveloped Meng Xiang. As a weak woman, how could she survive? "Li Yuan, which department is your girlfriend in?" "Department of Neurology." Office 5.at that moment, the hospital was thick with the stench of death, with a few wandering zombies. Their activity was limited at night, and their attack power significantly reduced. Flame, Black Bean, remember the tasks I assigned you. Go. The two little ones received their orders and dashed out. Flame attracted several zombies, while Black Bean ensnared them with a shadow wheel. And Flame's fire promptly incinerated them, yielding a decent number of crystals. The intensity of their combat escalated, as a shadow darted about the hospital. Evading capture, a horde of zombies was drawn to the commotion. And Li Yuan and his companion handled them effortlessly, while Meng Jiuli stealthily led the little tomato to the medicine room. Medicine was a precious commodity in the apocalypse. Although she had stored millions worth of medicine, more was always better. Her spatial abilities, thus far, only allowed for storage. It felt like a waste. With a touch of her finger, all the medicines were collected into her space. Little tomato, don't just stand there. Help me. Suddenly, two nurse-clad zombies emerged from the darkness, lunging at them upon hearing the noise. However, there was no need for Meng Jiuli to intervene. A purple lightning orb materialized in her palm, and with a thunderous clap, the two zombies collapsed. She traced her finger over their foreheads. A purple light slowly emerged, and crystal sources floated forth. Heavens! Meng Jiuli felt a chill run down her spine. If he intended to kill her, even 9 lives would not suffice. Thankfully, he was on her side. The little tomato gleefully presented the crystal sources to her, bowing its head in anticipation of her affection. You're wonderful. Little tomato, here's some candy as a reward. This was Meng Jiuli's new endeavor, and it seemed he quite enjoyed it. New growths of dark hair sprouted on his head, a bit prickly to the touch. Along the way, they collected more crystal sources. And outside the office of the mental health department, 3 teams converged. Flame handed over a small pouch from around her neck to Meng Jiuli, feeling heavy with its contents, having acquired a significant haul. As they proceeded, Li Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. He had not seen a single living person in the entire hospital, wondering if Zhang Miao would survive this ordeal. Oh, not worry. Everything will be fine. Huang Junin reassured him, patting his shoulder. Director Wang, will we die here? Fear not. The organization will not abandon us. Someone will surely come for us tomorrow. Wang Debiao comforted Zhang Miao, who was cradled in his arms. The two had evaded the initial wave of zombie attacks by hiding in the hospital's data room. I have already contacted the hospital leadership. Tomorrow will be uneventful. Zhang Miao gazed at the refined man before her and, unable to resist, shyly kissed him on the cheek, an act witnessed clearly by Li Yuan from outside the door. Suddenly, the office window shattered, and a massive head intruded, detecting the scent of the living. It extended its long tongue, a mutated lizard with densely packed sharp teeth. About to reach the two, Wang Debiao prepared to push Zhang Miao out, willing to buy himself some time. She was merely an intern, and her death would be inconsequential, while as the chief physician, he could not afford to perish easily. The office door was violently thrust open, and Li Yuan glared furiously at Wang Debiao. The wolf-like form he now possessed repulsed Zhang Miao further. As Li Yuan battled the giant lizard beast, the two treacherous individuals seized the opportunity to flee. The lizard's immense size hindered its speed, allowing Li Yuan to manage it with ease. The commotion above soon attracted the attention of zombies below, who began to converge on their location. Zhang Miao, hurry, close the door. Zhang Miao had previously harbored feelings for Li Yuan, but after graduating and interning at the hospital, her interactions with the upper echelons of society led her to believe she could no longer associate with someone as impoverished as Li Yuan. Now, it was fortuitous. Only with his death could she escape the scrutiny of others. With a steely resolve, Zhang Miao locked the door, severing their escape route. After dispatching the lizard beast, Li Yuan was devastated by the heartbreaking sight before him. Gathering his spirits, he knew that if he faltered, they would all perish today. Although the zombies were slow, their numbers were overwhelming. He retrieved an electric baton from his space and handed it to the two of them. This will be quite useful. The little tomato had no need for it, as after a fierce battle, the zombies were eradicated. Li Yuan, please save me. I do not wish to die. Just moments ago, this was the woman he had loved for 5 years, who had sealed off his escape route with her own hands. Though his heart ached, he could not forgive her. Li Yuan wished for her to comprehend that this was an apocalypse, where human nature could not withstand scrutiny. She could betray him once, and she could betray him countless times thereafter. With tears in his eyes, Li Yuan locked the door, and soon, Zheng Miao and Wang Debiao were engulfed by the horde of zombies. This was a trial one must endure in the apocalypse. He hoped she could remain strong. Rest assured, I will not be defeated. Meng Jiuli beckoned everyone to depart together. It was evident that the group was still too large for effective movement. Hence, it would be prudent to split into smaller teams. With more individuals, there are more concerns, and mobility becomes cumbersome. For the ensuing operation, we shall divide into 2 groups. You and Li Yuan will accompany Heidou, while I and Xiao Fanxia will take Qi Yin. Remember to gather ample provisions. However, Huang Junin and the others lack space. It seems we must attempt to awaken a second ability. Chapter 13. Ding Dang Cat and Xiao Fanxia. Huang Junin's home is located 20 kilometers away in Qin City, where his parents and a sister currently in high school reside, but he hopes they remain unharmed, as their safety would bring him peace of mind. Li Yuan, being an orphan who ventured into the world at a young age, has only one girlfriend, who today has betrayed him. With nowhere to go, he is determined to follow Meng Jiuli on this journey. Earlier, he encountered former comrades who once fought by his side, now reduced to mere shells of their former selves. He feels a profound sense of responsibility to protect his family, despite the overwhelming odds. Meng Jiuli, understanding his guilt towards his family, readily supports his decision to seek them out. In that case, gather some supplies tonight. Junin, go find your family. Li Yuan, head to Tang City to locate Tang Yaru and ensure her safety. But what will you do if we all leave? I will heed Miss Meng's instructions, with Xiao Fanxia and Qi Yin by my side. I shall be safe at home. Nonetheless, both of them lack space, so the amount of supplies they can gather will be limited, and it appears the future will be challenging. Meng Jiuli divided today's harvest of crystal sources into 6 equal portions, with each person receiving 10. These are your rewards for today. They will aid in your cultivation. Be cautious on your journey and remember to collect resources, but do not be overly generous. You should keep them. One suggested, we can gather more along the way. As a girl, awakening an ability will better equip you to protect yourself. This is a result of our collective effort, and as your levels increase, you will be better prepared to face higher level beasts should you encounter them on your travels. Newly awakened abilities are at level 1. Ascending to level 2 requires 10 level 1 crystal sources, while advancing from level 2 to 3 necessitates 10 level 2 sources and 20 level 1 sources. The higher the level, the greater the number of sources needed, and the higher the level of beasts you can hunt. Thus, the path to advancement is quite lengthy. Take these. We shall share both fortune and adversity. Just as she distributed the crystal sources, Xiao Fanxia unexpectedly produced 2 spatial rings. Xiao Fanxia, you possess such items. This is simply astonishing. Xiao Fanxia, feeling a bit proud, explained that such items were not uncommon among them. These 2 are for you. They will assist you in gathering supplies. Huang Junin and Li Yuan accepted the rings and donned them, quickly vanishing from sight. It seemed a new void had formed in their consciousness, though it could not be compared to Meng Jiuli's space. The doors of a nearby pharmacy stood ajar, with several zombies staggering within. Go ahead, you can handle these few. Gather some medicine. It will be useful later, and take the opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the spatial rings. And you, be cautious. I look forward to the day we reunite. Although Huang Junin felt reluctant to leave Meng Jiuli, he understood that bringing her along would only place her in greater danger. Li, thank you. I will not let you down and shall fulfill my mission. Yes, remember to act primarily at night. Those creatures are less agile then. Also, Li Yuan, since you know how to drive, procure 2 vehicles for swifter travel. I will come to protect you soon. Huang Junin embraced Meng Jiuli briefly before setting off with Li Yuan to find car. The 3 of them parted ways, each embarking on their own journey. After their separation, Meng Jiuli did not remain idle. She took Xiao Fanxia to a nearby supermarket, intent on plundering it entirely. Sometimes I truly wonder if you are an angel sent from above, possessing so many abilities we lack. Xiao Fanxia blushed at the compliment, quickly lowering his head, feeling quite pleased. Meng Jiuli retrieved a bottle of yogurt from her space and offered it as a reward. Though it seemed he yearned more for her affection, eagerly extending his bald head. So, you enjoy this, do you? Very well. I shall indulge you. The supermarket was devoid of any living souls, with the cashier shuffling about. Soon dispatched by Chi Yin and Hei Do, who handled the situation effortlessly. They gathered as much rice, flour, and oil as they could, anticipating an increase in the population. Red beans, black beans, green beans, kidney beans, barley, millet, and other grains were swiftly collected. Hygiene products, laundry powder, soap powder, laundry liquid, soap, shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, toothbrushes, toothpaste, all were secured within the spatial realm. The snack aisle was not neglected either, with chips, fries, popcorn, cookies, milk tea, candies, spicy strips, beef jerky, seaweed, dried mango, dried plums, and raisins all gathered. With each step Meng Jiuli took, the shelves became increasingly barren. After all, the vastness of her space allowed for effortless organization and storage. Xiao Fanxie followed closely behind, while Chi Yin and Hei Do worked in tandem, one attracting zombies, the other attacking, enjoying their roles. Fruits and vegetables were plentiful, including shiitake mushrooms, chicken thighs, enoki mushrooms, purple cabbage, taro, potatoes, and broccoli, all gathered without discrimination. Apples, citrus fruits, grapefruits, peaches, watermelons, and cantaloupes were all eagerly collected. After clearing out the produce, they pressed onward, selecting fresh salmon, sole cod, sea bass flounder, yellow croaker, octopus, lobsters, shrimp, and crabs. All were taken without hesitation. Meng Jiuli was thoroughly engrossed in the collection when suddenly, Xiao Fanxie emitted a low growl. "Fear not, Xiao Fanxie. I will take you to gather milk shortly. Just be patient." However, she soon sensed something amiss, as an unusual sound reached her ears, creaking, as if something were gnashing its teeth. Meng Jiuli abruptly looked up to see a creature resembling a gecko. With elongated limbs and webbed feet, its massive head adorned with two antennae, and its eyes fixated on them. The creature, Gola, was a bloodthirsty and savage being, far beyond their capabilities. A level 1 awakener could only await their demise in its presence. The most concerning aspect of this creature was its ability to rotate its gaze in every direction, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. The emergence of Gola was unexpected, in the harsh realities of survival. One could either fight or flee. Run. Meng Jiuli grasped Xiao Fanxie's hand and dashed away, with Gola roaring behind them, its antennae extending with suction cups, relentlessly pursuing them. Desperate, Meng Jiuli drew her wolf-tooth dagger from her space and swung at the antennae. The blade struck true, eliciting a pained howl from the monster, yet this would undoubtedly attract more zombies. It appeared today's endeavor was fraught with peril. Chapter 14. The great battle against the beast corrosive Gola's corrosive slime was ejected, and Xiao Fanxie swiftly led Meng Jiuli to the other side of the shelf. The slime corroded the shelf within moments, obliterating all the snacks upon it. An unfortunate loss, as food in this apocalypse is dearly bought with one's life. Meng Jiuli felt a pang of regret. Once, she had fought alongside several men for a single pack of cookies, only to watch helplessly as Li Guangqing devoured them, leaving her without a taste. Reflecting on her past foolishness was disheartening, especially now as her hard-won treasures were being squandered. This creature was not suited for prolonged combat, so it would be wise to delay their confrontation. However, the immediate concern was the encroaching horde of zombies. She retrieved an electric baton from her space and summoned Hei Do and Chi Yin. The two were tasked with drawing Gola's attention, careening through numerous shelves in the process. The shadowy Hei Do danced around Gola, rendering it incapable of retaliation, much to its frustration as it continued to roar. A shadowy form collided with Gola from behind. The transformed Hei Do had grown considerably larger and stronger, delivering a blow that sent Gola sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Jiuli struck Gola with her electric baton, rendering it unconscious with a second strike. Gola's head charred, and she cast aside the wolf-tooth dagger, revealing a glimmering purple energy crystal, which she promptly stored in her spatial box. With Gola dispatched, a massive wave of zombies surged forth. She moved with urgency to collect the remaining goods from the supermarket. For as the saying goes, a thief does not leave empty-handed in this apocalypse. Who harbors animosity towards food? Quickly, retreat to the vehicle. Animals imbued with intelligence are clever, At her command, the two little ones swiftly leaped in a vehicle, while Xiao Fanxia held the rear, launching a lightning ball before jumping into the car. The sound of the engine attracted the majority of zombies. However, the modified vehicle was not deterred, careening forward without hesitation. They sped towards the villa. The zombies that touched the electric fence were instantly fried, and she rapidly collected the crystal sources while Xiao Fanxia stood guard, vigilant against any approaching threats. Upon returning to her room, Meng Jiuli let out a sigh of relief. The oppressive heat of the day weighed heavily upon her. Seizing the opportunity to wash, she hurriedly took a shower, then cleaned both Qi Yin and He Do. Knowing they had exerted the most effort that night, by the time they emerged, Xiao Fanxia had learned to bathe independently, alleviating her concerns. When they exited, they found him sitting in the living room, enjoying a glass of milk. From the depths of her spatial realm, she procured a delightful Haagen-Dazs ice cream, distributing portions to both Haidu and Qi Yin, while treating herself to a serving as well. Savoring every bite with joy, Xia Fangio observed their indulgence with a glimmer of envy, eagerly reaching for the ice cream. "Would you care to taste?" she inquired, offering her spoon, the rich, creamy aroma tantalizingly wafting through the air. He devoured it with remarkable speed, the delightful flavor leaving him yearning for more, casting a pleading gaze in her direction that, "Oh dear, since you enjoy it so much, I shall grant you another," she conceded, retrieving another portion from her spatial realm. Thus, the two, one feline and one canine, quietly relished their treat together. The night passed in silence, with all drifting into a deep slumber at midday on the second day of the apocalypse. Meng Jiuli slowly opened her eyes. The number of zombies continued to rise, and among the survivors, many had suffered injuries from mutated beasts, leading to a drastic decline in the population. Approximately a week into the apocalypse, the global population plummeted by 70%, societal order collapsed, and all production ceased. In such dire circumstances, air conditioning and hot water systems became utterly useless, marking the most challenging phase ahead. This moment. A post from a forum resurfaced, igniting discussions rife with conspiracy theories. Some even began to pen continued narratives, suggesting that the apocalypse was a result of a virus, and the author of the post might be a part of the virus research team, now experiencing a pang of conscience and warning others to remain vigilant. Moreover, there were the undaunted souls live streaming their haunts for zombies outdoors. It was astonishing how far people would go for money, even in the apocalypse, where currency had become as futile as paper. After perusing the website, Meng Jiuli lay back upon her bed, suddenly recalling the presence of two individuals in the basement. She wondered how they were faring. Just as she contemplated rising, she was startled to find Xia Fangio perched beside her. "How did you get here? Did you descend from the heavens, just like on the day of your rebirth?" Xia Fangio shyly scratched his head, revealing a charming row of tiny teeth, a smile gracing his face. "Next time, you must knock when seeking me. Do you understand?" she instructed, demonstrating the action, to which Xia Fangio nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. He nestled closer to her, and in an instant, a box of ice cream appeared in his hands. "Do you wish for more?" she asked. He nodded gently. "No, if you eat too much, your stomach will ache," she warned, snatching the ice cream away and replacing it with watermelon from her spatial realm. "This is far more delicious. Scoop it out with a spoon." She offered him a spoonful, and though he seemed slightly displeased, he consumed the watermelon nonetheless. "How is it? Tasty, isn't it?" Meng Jiuli indulged in a spoonful herself, the icy sweetness providing a refreshing respite from the sweltering weather. "Did you know, during the apocalypse, desiring watermelon felt like chasing a dream? But now, with my spatial realm, I can store countless delicacies, and I shall never go hungry again. Rest assured, I won't allow you to starve either." Xia Fangio gazed at her rosy lips, his throat involuntarily swallowing. "The watermelon seems less sweet now," he murmured. "What are you pondering?" "Here, take this crystal source. It can elevate your abilities," he declined, insisting it should all go to Meng Jiuli. "How could that be? You are already an adept of the highest level." Considering all that had transpired, it was not entirely implausible. Xia Fangio gestured for her to consume them all, expressing concern for her safety due to her weaker abilities. "Are you mocking me? I have vanquished many mutated beasts." She retorted. Not at all. I merely wish for you to be capable of protecting yourself. You are quite clever, having learned sign language. When will you learn to speak? As she spoke, she placed his hand against her fair neck, attempting to guide him in understanding the mechanics of vocalization. And oh, rush, take your time. You are quite intelligent and should grasp it quickly. She divided the crystal sources among Qian and Haidu, ensuring their smooth ascension to level 2. Qian's flames blazed more vigorously, its size doubling, limbs growing stronger, claws sharp enough to effortlessly sever a zombie's head. Haidu displayed even greater prowess, its shadowy abilities rendering it nearly undetectable, its form towering like a young calf. Muscles bulging, capable of crushing a zombie's skull with its robust claws, that it appeared that evolution had treated them well. Now, the focus turned to her own potential. Could she awaken a second ability? Chapter 15. Awakening the second ability, Meng Jiuli provided Qian and Haidu with cat and dog food, as well as freeze-dried provisions, realizing she needed to stockpile more to sustain their substantial physiques. The food requirements for those with awakened abilities were considerable, animals included. After ensuring their needs were met, Meng Jiuli retreated to her room, diligently cleansing all the crystal sources. Upon swallowing the purple crystal from the head of a horned rhinoceros, a surge of power coursed through her body, arcs of purple electricity flickering around her. Concentrating the energy in her palm, she unleashed a small spherical bolt of lightning against the wall, creating a large hole instantly. As anticipated, the higher the level, the more potent the awakened abilities in the early days of the apocalypse. She had only heard tales of individuals awakening a second ability. Now, she found herself among their ranks. However, she resolved to conceal her spatial ability, relying solely on her lightning powers to navigate the apocalypse. For human nature was most susceptible to testing during such times. There would always be those who believe her contributions were owed to them. With 28 crystal sources remaining, she absorbed them one by one. Upon reaching level 2, she sensed her body had reached saturation. It seemed the spatial ability required more crystal sources than the average. Level 2 in spatial abilities was an achievement that took many a long time to attain during the apocalypse. Yet she had accomplished it in just 2 days, perhaps indicating a future where she could reign supreme. Feeling invigorated, she stepped out of her room. Due to the heat, Qian and Haidu lay languidly on the ground. Even with the air conditioning running, it could not stave off the oppressive heat. She retrieved a cold drink from her spatial realm and placed it before them. Not be too greedy. It may upset your stomach. With that, she took Fangio to the basement to check on Li Guangqing's current status. Upon opening the basement door, she discovered the dog cage had been utterly destroyed, empty and abandoned. The extent of the damage suggested that Li Guangqing had awakened his abilities as anticipated. Indeed, a significant stimulus could trigger such awakenings. But this was merely the beginning. The game had just commenced. The Earth is round, and eventually they would cross paths again, especially with their vendetta unfulfilled. He would surely seek her out. Let us go. They have fled, she remarked. Fangio, upon hearing this, prepared to venture outside in search of them. Do not go. They did not just escape today, that we shall address this later. For now, our priority is to gather supplies. With that, she took Fangio's hand. In the sweltering heat, he proved to be a refreshing presence. Prompting her to draw closer to him, Fangio's muscles tensed, and he began to limp slightly as they walked. What are you doing? Why are you not walking properly? Have you regressed? Qian and Haidu, their mouths smeared with cream, regarded Fangio with incredulity, their expressions filled with questions. Fangio, now free to take what he desired from Meng Jiuli's spatial realm, quickly consumed a box of ice cream, finishing it in no time and wiping his mouth. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Look at you, wiping your mouth on your clothes again. Haven't I taught you to use a towel? She chided, taking a damp cloth and tenderly wiping his face. The summer attire was thin, and Fangio could feel the warmth radiating from her body, causing his cheeks to flush. Why do you seem to be getting redder? Your skin is so delicate, she remarked, pinching his cheek, distorting his handsome features. Though it did not detract from his charm. From her spatial realm, she retrieved a portion of boiled fish, a dessert, and a bottle of soda, while Fangio remained with milk. Dining alone felt rather dull. With a simple complaint, she was surprised to see Qi Yin and Haidu clamber onto the table, their food bowls in tow. "What is this? I require company, and you two are simply—" The two little ones shot her disdainful glances. Continuing to eat with the grace of their respective species. "Xiafangio, you should try something else. Join me for meals in the future." Xiafangio shook his head, steadfast in his refusal to consume anything but his usual fare. This simple yet blissful moment was perhaps the warmest scene in the midst of the apocalypse. After tidying up and changing into fresh clothes, she prepared to venture out. "Let us go, while the power remains. We should seize the opportunity for a few more bountiful hauls, filling our spatial realm to the brim." The apocalypse had only just begun, and power still held. However, it would soon falter. Once that happened, fresh provisions would spoil and become inedible tea present. She needed to rescue these food from waste. As her truck navigated the streets, the sound attracted zombies, who quickly lunged towards them. She accelerated, crashing through them, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Suddenly, a red-haired youth leaped into their path from a nearby factory, likely a survivor who had escaped. Clutching a wooden stick, he urged, "Take me away from here. I'll do anything for vengeance." In the apocalyptic world, Meng Jiuli had witnessed such scenes far too often to place any trust in them that if he were to rescue him, he might well retaliate with a sudden blow. Especially considering that she was a woman. The red-haired man spread his arms wide, attempting to block the vehicle's path, hoping to force her to halt with his body. However, Meng Jiuli merely accelerated, driving straight past him and leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. "Damn it, don't let me catch you, or I shall undoubtedly make you pay dearly." Originally, Meng Jiuli intended to depart without further ado, but upon hearing his words, she paused. Since he had spoken thus, she could not allow him to remain. If he survived, he would surely pose a threat to the surrounding area. She relished the idea of enacting justice on behalf of heaven. "Haidu, this scoundrel is yours to deal with." The red-haired man, seeing the vehicle come to a stop, felt a surge of joy, thinking perhaps the girl was frightened. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him. It was a dog. Raising a wooden stick, he prepared to strike it down. But the creature was entangled with the shadow and could not break free. "Haidu, you need not go to such lengths. Try your own skills." With a physique akin to a young calf and paws as robust as a sapling, Haidu swiftly struck the man's head, sending a mixture of red and white flying across the ground. Disgusted, Haidu shook his paw and leapt onto the vehicle. "Well done. I reward you with a can of food." Yet, this did not satisfy Qi Yin, who also believed in his capabilities and desired a share of the reward. This illustrates human nature. Embellishments are always less memorable than timely assistance. In this apocalypse, after a few days of starvation, if one were to offer a bun, it would elicit tears of gratitude. But once satiated, that person might very well turn against you. Thus, one must not overfeed their adversaries. Chapter 16. A lesson for you. Surrounding the cold storage facility was a throng of zombies. Resembling an iron wall, it appeared that considerable effort would be required to overcome them. Through a series of strategic maneuvers by Haidu, the previously scattered zombies were herded together. Meng Jiuli revved the engine and charged forward, crushing the zombies under the weight of the truck. Within approximately 15 minutes, the zombies outside were eradicated. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the cold storage, 3 individuals were observing the situation below. Chao Meiwan, the accountant for the cold storage, had been absent from the office at the time of the incident, having been on the roof making a call to her husband. The other 2 were Zhao Gang, the owner, and his mistress, Qian Wen, who also served as the warehouse clerk. When the outbreak occurred, the 2 had been engaged in their duties in the office, but upon realizing the danger, they fled to the rooftop, sealing off the entrance behind them, narrowly escaping disaster. The zombies below were unable to reach them and merely milled about. "Did you see that? That young lady seems quite formidable," Zhao Gang mused, stroking his chin as he assessed the situation. "Why don't we let them take us away? How can you be so confident they will help us?" Chao Meiwan retorted, her tone sharp as she directed her disdain toward Qian Wenwen, whom she had always found unsavory. "Especially now that the world is in chaos. You have no ties to them. Why would they assist you? If they refuse to help us, then we shall take what we need from them," Zhao Gang asserted, readily agreeing with his mistress's logic. "They clearly appear to be here to rob the cold storage. so he would be justified in taking from them as well. Zhao Gang was in full support of his lover's idea. Having also contacted a rescue team, as long as they could escape, they would surely be saved. My dear, you are quite clever. I fully endorse your plan. The two quickly reached a consensus, but Chao Meiwan remained skeptical. I sense that the two people in the vehicle are not ordinary. We should observe them a while longer before making any decisions. Look at how adeptly they handle their business. They are clearly no novices. What chance do we have against them? Chao Meiwan questioned, her brows furrowing with concern. If you're willing to wait here and perish, we have no objections. Qian Wenwen scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain as she glared at Chao Meiwan. That man can easily dispatch a zombie. I suggest we negotiate with them to leave. Naive. We have already seen them attempt to rob the cold storage. How can we negotiate under such circumstances? Qian Wenwen shot her a dismissive glance and moved closer to Zhao Gang. I have an idea. What about employing the beauty strategy? Qian Wenwen proposed, fully aware that her suggestion would not lead to anything good. Relying on her modest looks, she seemed to think that all men were like Zhao Gang. Very well, if you're suggesting it, then you should be the one to execute it, Zhao Gang replied, not foolish enough to fall for her charms. Qian Wenwen, taken aback by his response, masked her surprise, though she had intended for Chao Meiwan to take the lead. Oh dear, you jest, but I meant for Sister Chao to go. Chao Meiwan huffed in silence. Aware that dealing with such a scheming woman left her with little recourse, she is not as attractive as you. For our sake, you should make a sacrifice. Given her limited intellect, it was evident to all that the petite tomato was far more appealing than Zhao Gang. Not to mention capable. Who wouldn't want her? In that case, I shall take the lead. You two must remember to work together against that girl. With no other choice, Chao Meiwan, motivated by her daughter's well-being, reluctantly followed behind them. In a corner of the warehouse lay 3 electric prods. Take them. Can we not deal with them using these? Qian Wenwen was the first to seize one, weighing it in her hands while a cold smirk graced her lips. As expected, my darling. Let's go and take what we need from them. Reluctantly, Chao Meiwan took hold of an electric prod and followed behind. Hey, you walk behind, Qian Wenwen ordered, pushing her to the back. The implication cleared to all. At that moment, Meng Jiuli was focused on dispatching the zombies inside, incinerating one with a fireball, smashing another with her claws, and teaming up with the petite tomato to obliterate several more with a lightning strike. The rest are up to you two. Petite tomato, let us collect supplies. Qian and Haida nodded and set off to scour the warehouse for zombies. Zombies were relatively easy to handle in this apocalypse. The most challenging adversaries were people. Show them kindness, and they might very well turn on you, making human intentions unpredictable and best avoided. Please wait. Thank you for saving us, Qian Wenwen exclaimed with an elegant smile. Her gaze fixed on the handsome young man before her, far more appealing than Zhao Gang, despite his slight baldness. She positioned herself directly between the petite tomato and Meng Jiuli, a familiar sight for those who had seen such types before, clinging to their looks and seeking to latch onto any man. Much like a parasite, once one target had been drained, she would swiftly move on to the next without a shred of mercy. The petite tomato appeared increasingly irritated. Meng Jiuli feared he might strike her down with a single blow. Backlit by the sun, she could faintly discern 2 figures ascending the stairs. It just the 3 of you here. Indeed, we're the only survivors. At this moment, Chao Meiwan and Zhao Gang approached from either side, hands clasped behind their backs, encircling her. Meng Jiuli's internal alarm bells rang loudly, as their proximity exceeded the acceptable distance between strangers. Chao Meiwan, observing Meng Jiuli's seemingly fragile demeanor, was suddenly reminded of her sister and felt a wave of compassion wash over her. You are quite impressive in dealing with the zombies, such a shameless woman. The petite tomato thought, her patience waning. You would do well to keep your distance. Otherwise, you may not live to tell the tale. With an exasperated growl, the petite tomato unleashed a powerful swipe, sending Qian Wenwen crashing to the ground, sparks flying as she fell lifelessly. I warned you not to approach him. Now you shall meet your end. Chao Meiwan, utterly paralyzed with fear, dropped the electric prod she had been holding. You've killed her. You killed her. Zhao Gang, lacking any compassion, grabbed an electric prod, intent on striking Meng Jiuli down, but was met with a wave of flames that singed his clothing. The heat quickly reached his skin, causing him to scream in agony. Qian granted him a swift end, ensuring he would not attract more zombies. Reluctantly, Qian turned to deal with Zhao Gang, feeling unfulfilled from the encounter. Extending a claw to finish him off, Chao Meiwan collapsed in sheer terror, unable to rise. "Please, I only trust the dead. Help me," she stammered, and with that, she fainted. Chapter 17. You may go. Meng Jiuli placed the unconscious Chao Meiwan in the vehicle. Assigning Haidu to keep watch. It was evident that she was different from the other two. Her fundamental nature was not malevolent. Although she had endured the darkness of the apocalypse, not everyone was inherently wicked. There remained a glimmer of goodness in humanity. "Let us go. We must gather supplies." Upon opening the first warehouse, they discovered it was stocked with cabbage. They do not disdain it for being mere cabbage. In this world, people will fight over a single vegetable, so we shall take it. Next, they opened the second warehouse. What the hell? It's filled to the brim with onions. Not too shabby, if we cannot consume them. We can plant them as seeds when this apocalypse ends. The subsequent warehouses yielded nothing but garlic and ginger, along with a bounty of potatoes. Though somewhat disappointed, they accepted everything, for cooking and stewing still required such ingredients. Most importantly, these items could be planted to regenerate. Should the apocalypse conclude, they would represent hope. Surprisingly, the cold storage contained no traces of meat. "Let us continue," she said, rubbing her hands against Qian's fiery red fur for good luck. "We must find some meat." Qian cast a disdainful glance at her. "Don't you have any of your own? Are you envious of my fur?" "Umph. I have plenty of canned food here. It seems some cats will remain unfulfilled. Even a brave man must bow for a mere 5 pecks of rice, let alone a cat." Qian hurriedly mewed and rubbed against her leg, but was ultimately swatted aside by a small tomato. However, with canned food available, it didn't wish to quarrel with the small tomato, especially since it knew it couldn't win. After petting the cat, the luck of the gods indeed graced her, and the subsequent warehouses revealed a bounty of pork, lamb, and beef. She accepted all without hesitation. Next came chicken wings, chicken feet, and duck delicacies, perfect for making some braised duck heads and duck intestines to pair delightfully with drinks. Following, there was a warehouse filled with seafood, with shrimp the size of a palm and frozen money shrimp. "Oh, let's go for the mantis shrimp. We shall be good friends." Everything was her favorite, and she had struck it rich this time. She collected several tens of thousands of pounds of seafood into her space. The remaining warehouses gradually yielded various vegetables and fruits. In short, the trip was not in vain. "Let us go check out the grain warehouse over there." The quantity of fruits, vegetables, and meat was already substantial, but the grains were still lacking, so she decided to test her luck. Xyophantion. "Do you hear any sounds here?" The small tomato listened intently and quickly pinpointed the source of a noise within the warehouse. With a wave of her finger, the warehouse door swung open, revealing golden corn. Inside, several large rats were busily munching away, their sounds emanating from their gnawing. The big rats showed no fear, instead staring at them with their round, beady eyes. "Oh my, these are mutated rats." "No, they are awakened rats." In this apocalyptic world, most animals had transformed into wild beasts, with few exhibiting awakened abilities. However, upon seeing the nearby zombie's body, Meng Jiuli instantly understood that these little creatures had awakened after consuming crystal sources. Quite clever, these little rats. As they leisurely feasted on corn, they remained oblivious to the abilities they had awakened. Just then, a zombie dog rushed over, clearly having spotted the little rats. The zombie dog moved swiftly, and a small mound of dirt appeared, revealing several little rats in another realm. It turned out to possess Earth-type abilities. How intriguing. Seeing that it could not catch the little rats, the zombie dog suddenly turned and charged towards Meng Jiuli and her companions. Qian leapt into action, flames erupting as she enveloped the zombie dog, which howled a few times before being dispatched by a single swipe of Qian's paw. The little rats, sensing the silence outside, wobbled over with their plump bodies. Qian glared at them fiercely. "Take another step forward, and I'll tear you apart." But the little rat was not to be trifled with. It boldly approached Meng Jiuli's feet, presenting her with a crystal source as if offering a treasure. "Wow, this little creature actually knows how to bribe me." She bent down, gazing into its round eyes. "Since you acknowledge me as your leader, You shall be my little brother from now on. Follow me, and I promise you will never go hungry. The little rat seemed to understand, nodding eagerly as it trailed behind her. Such a delightful turn of events, gaining a little brother for free. And one that would not betray her at that. Their team was steadily growing. It seemed they needed to continue gathering food. Should I give you a name? What would suit you? Zaifanshin Haidu. How about I call you Zayuyumi? Encountering you in the corn warehouse, calling you Zayuyumi seems quite fitting. What do you think? Adorable, right? You must like it. Zayuyumi rolled its eyes. Corn is corn, but the name sounded pleasant enough as it cheerfully nodded and followed behind. Chien playfully bumped into it, calling it Big Brother. Zayuyumi squeaked twice, acknowledging the title. Chien patted its head, assuring it that following the Big Brother would ensure no worries for the future as they stored the grains into their space. The sky had darkened. Upon returning to the vehicle, Chao Meiwan was already awake, appearing to have gotten along well with Haidu. At least Haidu did not seem to dislike her. Haidu, this is Zayuyumi. You two shall be brothers from now on. Haidu, with his inherently carefree nature, found Zayuyumi's cuteness irresistible and began to lick its face with a playful swipe of his tongue. All right, your enthusiasm is a bit too much for it. Take it easy. Haidu obediently retracted his tongue, sitting quietly beside them. Thank you for not killing me. Chao Meiwan awkwardly spoke. Do not thank me. I did not intend to save you, but I will not kill you either. You are different from them. I will help you escape, but whether you can survive depends on you. Gratitude filled Chao Meiwan's heart. After all, it was a rare kindness to receive such help from a stranger. Regardless, thank you. Even if we cannot survive in the end, I want to be with my daughter. She is only 3 years old and so adorable. Chao Meiwan showed her a photo on her phone of a chubby little girl hugging a teddy bear. Her smile endearing, so charming. The vehicle sped along, quickly arriving at Chao Meiwan's home. In the community, more than half the residents had mutated. With Haidu and the others distracting the zombies, they could safely ascend the stairs. The room was lit, yet silent. When Chao Meiwan opened the door, her husband had already mutated, bound to the window frame, while her 3-year-old daughter, Noabao, sat terrified on the sofa. Upon seeing her mother, she burst into tears. Mama, Noabao is good and didn't run around, but Daddy is so scary. Noabao is afraid. Mama, don't leave me. The little one spoke in broken phrases, and Meng Jiuli felt a pang of sorrow. The apocalypse was cruel to a child of 3, yet there was nothing anyone could do. They had to rely on themselves. Noabao, don't cry. From now on, you will live with Mama to be good. Meng Jiuli gently patted the child's head. Feeling a hint of warmth, she must have awakened. Awakening was good. She could protect herself. Chapter 18. Zaifanshin learns to kiss sister. Don't worry. I will protect Mama, and 1T let her get hurt. Meng Jiuli handed her a crystal source. Keep it close and gradually absorb it. You will grow strong enough to protect Mama. Yes, thank you, sister. I will definitely repay you. Meng Jiuli left some food and medicine for the mother and daughter, informing them that a rescue team would pass through in a few days. When the rescue team arrives, you must leave this place and strive to survive. I don't know how to express my gratitude. 1,000 words can be summed up in one. Thank you. If we meet again, I will repay your life-saving grace. Chao Meiwan spoke sincerely. After all, it was not easy for a stranger to help her to this extent. Meng Jiuli remained silent, but Zayuyumi surprisingly insisted on staying behind to protect the mother and daughter. Along with Zayuyumi, another obedient and adorable little creature had awakened. She hoped they would be safe. Zayuyumi, I didn't expect you had this in you. Here, as a reward, a corn sausage appeared before it, and Zayuyumi joyfully clasped its hands together. Previously, its impression of rats was still stuck in the realm of Tom and Jerry. But now reality had reshaped that notion on the second day of the apocalypse. All electrical and communication devices were down. Seizing the opportunity, she called Huang Junin and Li Yuan, learning that everyone was safe, easing her anxious heart. Currently, Qiyin and Haidu had both become second-level ability holders, easily dealing with ordinary zombies, while Zayuyumi only possessed a first-level Earth ability, ensuring its survival. Zaifanshin was of no concern. His levels were unfathomable, and he was a team merely limited to a single ability. The only worry was whether he might turn against her one day upon awakening. The heat was unbearable, and Meng Jiuli preferred to stay indoors. enjoying the company of cats and dogs while playing with mice, living quite comfortably. I in the entire villa. The only one she feared was Zaya Fanshin, who was now insisting she eat. Just join me for a meal. Eating alone is so dull. She clasped her hands in prayer. Yet Zaya Fanshin remained unmoved, pouring milk in his mouth. If you keep this up, you will lose my favor, that if you do not satisfy me, I shall no longer like you. Haidu and the others felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. Women truly love a challenge. We can join you for a meal for free. Yet you insist on forcing someone who doesn't want to eat with you. How ridiculous. Zaya Fanshin still appeared indifferent, continuing to eat while ignoring her. Brothers, hold him down. The three little ones displayed their unique skills. Binding Zaya Fanshin, he feigned panic, glancing left and right, but could not shake them off. Zaya Fanshin, be good. Sister is here to feed you. Meng Jiuli held a spoon to his mouth, open wide. Ah. Zaya Fanshin remained unresponsive, and Meng Jiuli pressed her body against him. Sensing something unusual in her own body, a surge of power coursing through her. Get away. Huh. Did he just speak? He can talk now. Meng Jiuli was somewhat surprised as she moved closer. Was it you speaking just now? At that moment, Zaya Fanshin had reached his limit of patience. Suddenly, his strength surged, flipping them all to the ground as he retreated into his room. The three little ones were left dazed by the sudden turn of events. With Zaioyumi collapsing on the ground, unable to rise. Zaioyumi, are you all right? She quickly stuffed a crystal source into its paws. The source gradually vanished, and Zaioyumi slowly regained consciousness. You all should rest for a bit. Today was merely an accident. She wasn't sure how to explain, so she could only comfort herself in this manner. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from Zaya Fanshin's room. Did something happen to him? Meng Jiuli hastily rose and made her way to his room. Determined to uncover the truth of his condition, whether he was alive or dead, like a tea that moment, he was thrashing about on the bed, seemingly in distress. Could it be that he was once again craving her blood? Tentatively, she approached his bedside and reached out to touch his forehead, only to find it alarmingly hot. Was he burning with fever? Surely not. What should she do in the face of such a predicament? Memories of scenes from television dramas flooded her mind. She rushed to fetch cool water, dampening a cloth to place upon his brow. She even unbuttoned his shirt, though it appeared to yield little relief. After tossing and turning through the night, she found herself at a loss and resolved to employ a desperate measure. Little tomato, do you desire my blood once more? Meng Jiuli retrieved a knife, preparing to prick her finger, only to be abruptly pulled into his embrace. And, oh, don't. He spoke with great difficulty. What must I do for you to feel better? In a manner reminiscent of the dramas. Little Tomato adjusted her head, gently pressing her lips against hers, a jolt of electricity coursing through their bodies. Fortunately, both were wielders of lightning abilities, sparing them from dire consequences. You, let go. Meng Jiuli pushed him away, hastily straightening her clothes, since he was not in danger of death. She thought he could endure his discomfort. Having been kissed by an entity of unknown origin, no less. How would they face each other in the future? Tossing and turning in her room, sleep eluded her as the earlier scene replayed in her mind. His violet eyes, his pale, cool visage, and the pleasant sensation of his muscular form. With such beauty and physique, she felt she had not been entirely shortchanged. In a daze, she sensed a weight upon her body. Chien, stay away. I'll handle my own meals. Don't disturb Mommy's sleep. No, wait, that was not Chien's touch. Could it be him again? Suddenly opening her eyes, she found it was indeed Little Tomato, blinking innocently at her. What do you want? To apologize? Or to kill me? She regretted not having left it behind. I am sorry. What did you say? You can talk now. Little Tomato nodded, confirming the truth of the drama's portrayal. Morning apologies doubled the success rate. Then tell me, who are you? I'm sorry. What does that mean? Little Tomato seemed like a broken record, repeating I'm sorry over and over, indicating that she had perhaps overthought things. Never mind. You may leave. I'm exhausted. Little Tomato leaned in once more, planting a swift kiss on her cheek before snatching a bottle of milk and vanishing from the room. Meng Jiuli regretted ever allowing him to watch those soap operas, which had led to his awakening of intelligence, only for him to become a hopeless romantic. Should she find him a girlfriend? Chapter 19. Level 2 Zombie Transformation. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, water and electricity began to be cut off. With a large number of people in her household, Meng Jiuli had no choice but to venture out for water. The villa area was becoming increasingly unsafe, with several homes already raided, leaving everyone on edge. You 3 stay home. If anything goes wrong here, you 1T have any food. If we can't withstand it, we LL resort to wandering. The 3 little ones, feeling dizzy from the heat, nodded weakly, assuring her that they would protect the home. Animals with awakened intelligence were still quite clever. Let us be off then. The daunting task now falls upon us. Although they had faced prior challenges, Little Tomato had reverted to his previous reticent state over the past 2 days. That I'm more accustomed to your silence, Meng Jiuli remarked with a smile, pinching his cheek. Before the vehicle had even left the villa area, they encountered a group of highway robbers. The leader was someone she recognized, the prodigal son of the wealthy Wang family residing in the villa area, Wang Ping. A notorious idler, he had surrounded himself with a dubious crowd, and now that societal order had collapsed, they found the perfect opportunity to wreak havoc. Oh, isn't this the withered girl from the Meng family? What brings you out to court death? Get lost, or I'll run you over. Meng Jiuli had long disdained his antics, as he occasionally teamed up with Meng Jiuli to bully her. You'll be crying for your mother when we run into you on the road. Leave your car behind, or hand over your food. Clearly, they were accustomed to living off others, choosing to rob within the community rather than seeking food elsewhere. Little Tomato had already charged his lightning ball in his hand, ready to unleash it at any moment. Brother, I have a feeling they know where the food or water is. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk their lives out here. Brother, Ding Quan makes a valid point. Why don't we let them go, following them secretly to see where they lead us? Once we've gotten what we want, we can deal with them. Wang Ping, lacking initiative, found this reasoning sound and agreed readily, allowing them to leave in consideration of their shared residence. Meng Jiuli understood that he would not let them leave so easily and surely had ulterior motives, finding a place dense with zombies to shake them off. She thought it unlikely they could escape. As the vehicle moved onward, the robbers followed at a distance, unaware they had taken the bait. During the apocalypse, they had committed numerous misdeeds, bullying countless young girls, and had even allied with Li Guangqing, growing increasingly powerful and a menace in their territory. However, this time, they might not be so fortunate. Meng Jiuli's vehicle was modified specifically for densely populated areas, deliberately creating noise to attract a swarm of zombies. Soon, they stopped at a mall, activating the loudspeaker in their space and tossing it behind them. Accompanied by the clamor, the zombies surged toward Wang Ping's vehicle. Brother, we've been set up. What do we do? What the hell do we do? We need to run, but there are too many zombies. We can't fight them off. Meng Jiuli paid no mind to their fates. In front of her was the largest mall in Jishur, certainly filled with items yet to be scavenged. Recently, people had begun to discern the patterns of zombie activity, seizing the night to gather supplies. I hope this place hasn't been cleaned out. Let us go gather some things. The more supplies, the better. The first floor was filled with daily necessities. Useful or not, it was exhilarating to collect them all. A few wandering zombies remained in the mall, quickly dealt with by electric batons. Ascending to the second floor, they raided clothing and accessories. Regardless of style, everything was stored away, even elderly attire. After all, women over 20 shouldn't dress too youthfully. Placing a fisherman's hat on Little Tomato's head, she remarked, "Not bad. It suits you." The third floor was dedicated to skincare products. Various international cosmetic brands were gathered, not necessarily for use, but nonetheless essential to possess. I may not need them, but I must have them. On the fourth floor, winter down jackets awaited. Various styles, long and short, were collected alongside as many down comforters as possible. Wow, look at this outdoor climbing gear. Little Tomato, we are incredibly fortunate. Little Tomato gestured for silence. Right, I almost forgot. I got carried away. Tents, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, and backpacks were gathered, though they were of little use to spatial abilities. However, they were taken nonetheless. Headlamps, folding tables and chairs, gloves, goggles, and hats were all collected without reservation. As the sweltering heat persisted, they anticipated an unprecedented downpour that would last for a month, necessitating a search for water supplies. Yet, these items were not found here. She would need to remain vigilant. The fifth floor housed a restaurant, though much of the food had spoiled and was unusable. Nonetheless, coffee, drinks, and alcoholic beverages could be salvaged, which was hardly a loss. The sixth floor was an amusement area, once bustling with life, now overrun with zombies. Meng Jiuli turned to descend when, unexpectedly, a zombie stationed at the stairway seized her shoulder. A foul stench washed over her, nearly inducing nausea, upon sensing a living being. All the zombies in the vicinity began to stir restlessly, around 100 of them. Why were they all congregated on the sixth floor? Was there something here that drew them? Drawing an electric baton from her space, she swiftly dispatched the nearest zombie point. 2 more strikes felled their companions. Meanwhile, Little Tomato unleashed lightning fireballs, eliminating several more that we need to find a place to take refuge. Their numbers are overwhelming. We must devise a plan. Yet, as a thunderous roar erupted from the back of the zombie horde, all the zombies fell silent, standing still as if awaiting a general's command. Had they formed a unit, led by a commanding zombie? With no time to ponder, Meng Jiuli carefully descended, seeking a safe location. However, the lead zombie was alarmingly swift, seizing her AR over shock. This leader was a level 2 zombie, far superior in strength to its kin. Naturally assuming command, the law of survival of the fittest prevailed, even in this apocalyptic world. Especially with the impending flood, many zombies would meet their demise, leaving only those who adapted and evolved to thrive in their environment. The appearance of a level 2 zombie was indeed rare. Li Guangxing had conducted experiments, confining a group of level 1 zombies in a single space to battle one another, ultimately resulting in the survival of a level 2 zombie. The transformation ratio was roughly 100:1, meaning one level 2 zombie emerged from every 100 level 1 zombies. It seemed this location had indeed witnessed a violent clash, resulting in the emergence of a level 2 leader. Upon witnessing her being forcibly taken away, the Little Tomato was consumed by fury. All the power within her coalesced in her hands, and a colossal sphere of lightning was hurled towards the horde of zombies. Chapter 20. The Little Tomato is injured. Half of the zombies were knocked to the ground. Meng Jiuli was also not idle. With her Wolfang dagger plunged into its neck, the second-tier zombie went berserk, violently throwing her against the wall while seizing her throat, ready to bite down. The lightning sphere, concentrated in her hands, struck the zombie directly, creating a thunderous explosion that left a massive hole in the wall. However, the second-tier zombie quickly regained its footing. The enhanced zombies exhibited significantly improved agility and resilience against blows. With a deafening roar, all the zombies surged forward. Yet there was no need for fear. Let them experience the allure of basketball as she rained down basketballs from the arcade, each one landing squarely on their heads with precision. The power of an awakened individual surpassed that of ordinary people. And with each basketball that shattered a zombie's skull, they were instantly dispatched. Wow, you can even do a flying shovel move. Watch me break through with the ball. She kicked the basketball off the ground, sending it flying, and with a resounding thud, a zombie's eyeball was smashed out. Let's see if you can still manage a flying shovel. You little rascal. Another flying shovel sent a zombie tumbling. It couldn't rise again. With a flurry of strikes, the second-tier zombies, witnessing the fall of their companions, grew restless and roared in agitation, charging towards her. The Little Tomato leaped forward, shielding herself with a spatial shield that isolated the zombies outside, rendering them unable to inflict harm for the time being. However, the use of her powers was intrinsically linked to her mental strength, not an inexhaustible resource. Once employed, a recovery period was necessary, just like the lightning sphere used earlier. She would need to wait 3 minutes to use it again, but of course, as her powers grew, the recovery time would diminish, allowing her to unleash them in rapid succession, resulting in greater damage. Meng Jiuli retrieved a chainsaw from her spatial pocket. Thank you for buying me time. She turned into a chainsaw-wielding maniac, ready to carve a bloody path. Meanwhile, the Little Tomato engaged in combat with the transformed second-tier zombies. It seemed as if she wielded an invisible sword, cleaving one to the left and another to the right. The second-tier zombies clearly struggled to withstand her onslaught. The Little Tomato remembered to collect the crystal cores. She continued to eliminate the remaining zombies, a task she was well acquainted with. And now, with tools at her disposal, fear was far from her mind. It seemed her powers needed further enhancement. Otherwise, she would become a burden when venturing outside. After eradicating all the zombies, the little tomato gathered the crystal cores. Exhausted, she hurried downstairs to find a restroom to cleanse herself. Covered in blood and grime, she felt utterly uncomfortable in the restroom on the third floor. Meng Jiuli took out a portable shower from her spatial pocket, washing off the blood and grime, and changed into a clean set of clothes, feeling significantly refreshed. It's your turn. Little tomato, I've left your clothes to the side. After cleaning the chainsaw, she returned it to her spatial pocket. When she came back, the little tomato had finished her bath and was preparing to dress. Wait a moment. You're injured. A deep gash appeared on the little tomato's arm. Oozing blood. Oh no. You won't get infected, will you? She retrieved disinfectant alcohol, hemostatic powder, and bandages from her spatial pocket. It stings a bit. Bear with it. Meng Jiuli poured the alcohol on her arm, and a muffled groan escaped the little tomato's lips. But she remained silent thereafter. It's all my fault for letting you get hurt. What if you turn into a zombie? For safety's sake, I'd better tie you up. A large black crow flew past the little tomato's forehead. She took out a pair of handcuffs from her spatial pocket, a gift from Huang Junin, not expecting them to come in handy today. The little tomato understood, nodding as she extended her hand to let her cuff her to the railing. Don't hold it against me. If you're fine, I'll release you. After all, in this apocalyptic world, it's better to be cautious. Moreover, given her formidable abilities, if she were to turn into a zombie, she would likely be of the Zombie King caliber. It's my fault for not protecting you well. Just a few days ago, she could still speak. Now she had fallen silent again, and I'm fine. Don't worry. I won't turn into a zombie. Wow. You're speaking again. Is it intermittent? You can talk again. Has the zombie blood activated you? Meng Jiuli studied her closely. It had been over 5 minutes, and there were no signs of mutation, so she should be safe. Wait, this guy was never quite normal. I can't measure him by ordinary standards. Perhaps he would mutate after 24 hours. Caution was still necessary to hear quiet again. I'm hungry. I want to eat something. The little tomato produced a bottle of milk and drank it eagerly. Glancing outside, she noticed that dusk had already fallen. Could you please refrain from directly grabbing food like that? She retrieved another bottle of milk from her spatial pocket and offered it to him while she enjoyed a serving of shrimp fried rice. The night had deepened, and it seemed they would have to rest here for the night, planning for the next day while observing whether he showed any signs of mutation. Why are you silent again? Who exactly are you? Are you curious about who I am? Of course, you suddenly appeared in my room, and I was quite frightened. Thankfully, you didn't harm me, which eased my fears. Meng Jiuli was genuinely worried that he might suddenly mutate and attack her, rendering her rebirth pointless. That I won't harm you. But you looked terrifying at that time, like a zombie, yet not entirely so. The little tomato fell silent, merely lowering her head to continue drinking her milk. So, can we confirm that you are human now? You must keep the secret I told you earlier. If you reveal my secret, I will kill you. Meng Jiuli drew her hand across her neck in a slicing motion. I won't harm you. You can rest assured. Although she couldn't recall her past experiences, she didn't harbor any dislike for this girl and felt a desire to protect her. The little tomato stared at her with wide, innocent eyes, not comprehending her words. Meng Jiuli took his hand, intertwining their pinky fingers, their thumbs touching, a current of energy coursing through their bodies. The little tomato was reluctant to divulge his background, and she felt too bashful to press further. After all, everyone had a past they preferred to keep hidden, and one day he would share his in the deep of night. The little tomato easily broke free from the handcuffs, gazing at the sleeping Meng Jiuli with a smile. For someone seasoned by the trials of the apocalypse, how could such trivial restraints confine him? If they could, it would be by his own volition. Sitting cross-legged, he began to meditate, converting the zombie virus within him and leveling up his powers. Though he was uncertain of his current rank, Meng Jiuli murmured in her sleep. For someone who had endured the apocalypse, how could she truly be asleep? It appeared she had not mutated after all. Chapter 21. The Henchman. The sun had not yet fully risen when Meng Jiuli retrieved steamed buns, egg dumplings, and ate treasure porridge from her spatial pocket. Breakfast was the source of energy for the day and should not be taken lightly. After finishing breakfast, she produced a fruit platter from her spatial pocket. Would you like some? The little tomato shook her head, continuing to drink her milk. Why can't you eat anything else? Eating alone is rather dull. I don't know. Well, what more can I say? Today we shall proceed onward. The vehicle stands out too much on the road, so we will walk. Additionally, I checked, and there is a high-tech building nearby. We can see if we need anything. The little tomato merely nodded, following behind her. The streets were still quite tranquil. Yesterday, Wang Ping and his companions had met their demise at the hands of zombies, their mangled bodies wandering the streets. Your existence is a waste. You might as well reincarnate sooner. With 2 electric batons, she dispatched them and extracted their crystal cores like a tea this point. First-tier crystal cores held little significance for her, merely serving to enhance her mental strength. Let us go while it's still dark. I need to check the tea house. She stored the cars parked by the roadside into her spatial pocket, noticing another vehicle without an owner, which she similarly stored, planning to have Li Yuan modify it someday. Hey, big shot, can you drive? She had always been curious about this question. Previously, he had been mute, and now she finally had the chance to ask. Yes, the vehicles we drive are far more complex than yours. Wow, so you really are a big shot. I'm impressed. Wait a moment. Meng Jiuli spotted a gold shop by the roadside. In this apocalypse, paper currency had become as worthless as scrap paper, but gold would always hold value. It was wise to stock up while they could. When the storm came, everything they possessed would be swept away, leaving them unable to salvage anything. She observed the scene inside for a while, noting that there were not many zombies. The 2 of them could manage that. I'll take the lead. You follow behind. No, let me go. You stay behind me. Without further ado, she pulled them behind her as they entered the gold shop. Wait, let us use yesterday's method, but that will attract more zombies. First, we open the door. Hide, then enter the store and close the door. Do you understand? Meng Jiuli feared he might not grasp the concept, making gestures to clarify the actions, and no need for gestures. I'm not foolish. The trumpet rolled twice upon the ground, landing steadily and emitting a crisp, melodious sound akin to little stars. The zombies within the shop and those on the street were drawn to it. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 swiftly entered the store and shut the door behind them. A plump zombie was slowly emerging, but it was met with a jolt from Meng Jiuli's electric baton, leaving it twitching on the ground. Did you see that, Huang Jin? I recognize it. Little Tomato was unable to contain her frustration, as she was often treated as a fool. Angrily, she quickened her pace, ignoring her. Meng Jiuli had no time to attend to her and hurriedly stashed the jewelry and gold bars into her space. If it weren't for the apocalypse, these items would be enough to keep her comfortably imprisoned for life. Meanwhile, Little Tomato lingered in the diamond and jewelry section, glancing around but showing no interest in any of it. In this apocalypse, diamonds held little value and no one desired them. Nevertheless, Meng Jiuli picked up a ring and slipped it on her finger. Is it beautiful? Little Tomato nodded silently. You know, here every newlywed couple chooses a pair of diamond rings to represent their unwavering love for each other. Upon seeing the light in her eyes, a happiness he had never witnessed before, he realized she cherished this. He silently noted her preferences, planning to surprise her. It would be a waste to leave behind the diamond rings and necklaces. Better to take them along, just in case they might be needed. The gold shop spanned 2 floors. After thoroughly rating the first, they ascended to the second. The second floor was a showcase area, filled with exquisite jewelry that Meng Jiuli had never seen before. There's one piece missing, but that's of no consequence. After finishing their search on the second floor, they stepped outside and continued onward. Indeed, having you around feels like the embodiment of luck. Our haul these past few days has been quite commendable. I shall reward you with a bottle of milk. Must you always treat me like a child? Little Tomato grumbled as she accepted the milk and drank it down. Humph, little brat. After saying this, she attempted to pat her head, only to realize how much taller she had grown, making it impossible to reach. In the past, she would lower her head to allow him to touch her. Now, she wouldn't allow it at all. Now she was a burgeoning powerhouse, remarkable indeed, untouchable. Little Tomato remained silent, but leaned her head closer. Now that's more like it. The beautiful proprietress of the tea house was swaying about inside. Even as a zombie, her beauty remained. I'll leave Little Tomato in your care. I need to gather some tea leaves. Are you kidding? You expect me to deal with all these by myself? Such a heartless boss. He muttered under his breath that a few thunderballs dispatched numerous zombies, but thankfully the area was not overly crowded with them, making the task manageable. However, the beautiful proprietress seemed to pose a challenge. Meng Jiuli swiftly collected a substantial amount of precious tea leaves, golden melon tribute tea, Taiping Monkey King, Westlake Longjing, Huangshan Maofeng, Xinyang Maojian, and more, all stored within her space. Seeing that Little Tomato had yet to handle the beautiful proprietress, he reluctantly called a halt. Since we can't bear to harm a beauty, let's take our leave. After all, the proprietress likely won't venture outside. She probably can't bear to part with her tea house. He knew this proprietress. His father had always favored purchasing tea from her. He had once thought his father had an interest in her, intervening several times, ultimately allowing Zhuang Meili to seize the opportunity. Reflecting on it, had it been her, perhaps his father would not have met his demise. Forget it. Let her guard her own shop. Meng Jiuli stepped outside and secured the tea house door, preventing any zombies from entering and affording her some peace. This isn't right. It's a form of misplaced kindness. What do you know? She's a good person, merely unfortunate in her circumstances. After resolving the tea house issue, the two continued forward when suddenly a loud creak echoed beneath them, as if stepping on something. That a dog, half its head missing, snarled at her, ready to attack. Take it easy, big fellow. No need to bark, be good. Meng Jiuli had already gathered a thunderball in her hand. In the next instant, the zombie dog was sent crashing into the wall, unable to extricate itself. That was easy. Sister is formidable, isn't she? Humph, just look behind you. Little Tomato crossed her arms and gestured with her chin behind her. What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? Run. You two, over here. Chapter 22. Acquiring new weapons. There were indeed others here. The two were ushered into a technological skyscraper, which, for the moment, was a safe haven. You need not fear, Duan Yao said gently as she closed the door behind them. Are you an employee here? Meng Jiuli inquired casually. Duan Yao was quite chatty and showed no suspicion towards them. Then aren't you afraid we might be bad people? Not at all. I have nothing worth stealing, but if you need anything, feel free to search the building. It's far more practical than wasting time with me. She appreciated the girl's straightforwardness and lack of pretense. Yao Yao. Who are they? The expression was not particularly friendly. This was understandable. After all, in an apocalypse, human intentions were the hardest to decipher. That a smile now could easily turn into a knife in the back. They were just being pursued by zombies. I let them in to hide. You must be survivors too. We all strive to survive in this apocalypse. Since we met, we are friends. The one with the gaudy appearance, visibly displeased, remarked, if you want to play the saint, do it yourself. Don't drag us into it. Meng Jiuli had encountered many such individuals in this apocalypse and did not wish to engage with them further. No need. I merely made a casual remark. No thanks necessary. Humph, sounds nice, but if you truly wish to be thanked, find a way to get her out of here. Who can guarantee what the future holds? Duan's sinew crossed her arms, her expression unfriendly. Your concerns are valid, and we do not mind, but thank you nonetheless. Meng Jiuli tugged at Little Tomato, ready to leave. She did not want to waste time here when the treasures within the technological skyscraper were beckoning her. Are you two planning to enter the building? Duan Yao followed them. Yes. Is there something you need? There are many zombies inside. Are you not afraid? If we were afraid, we wouldn't be out here. Little girl. Don't be so open-hearted with everyone. You might get deceived. Duan Yao blushed and nodded. Are you still holding on to that? It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself anymore. Shun Xian gently reassured her. It was evident that the two shared a close bond, a rarity in the apocalypse. Though such connections were precious, they could also prove fatal in these times. That if you have something to say, just say it. I have no time to waste here. Meng Jiuli's demeanor was not particularly welcoming. Wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglement, if you go to the 10th floor, could you bring me a red notebook? It contains something very important. Duan Yao hesitated before adding, if not, that is perfectly fine. She was well aware of the situation upstairs. The number of zombies inside rivaled those outside, and unless one was exceptionally skilled, entering was akin to courting death. However, judging by their attire, they were likely not ordinary individuals. Their willingness to venture out for supplies indicated they were formidable. That I won't make any promises if I can't retrieve it. Please don't blame me. Your mere willingness is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Zombies are coming. We should leave quickly. Keep your voice down. The zombies outside are manageable, but you just attracted the ones inside. You too are employees here. Do you know which floor has suitable weapons to fend off zombie attacks? With the number of zombies outside steadily increasing, retrieving weapons from her space was impractical, so they needed to search within the building. The 5th floor houses the biochemical research lab. There should be usable weapons there. Li Chao is an employee there. With that, he led everyone toward the 5th floor. Meng Jiuli gripped her wolf-tooth dagger, while Little Tomato strolled leisurely, his abilities having significantly improved after the events of the previous night. His lightning-based powers now seemed to operate in tandem. However, in the presence of outsiders, Meng Jiuli preferred he not draw too much attention. Jealousy was easily provoked. His spatial abilities remained unchanged, still manifesting as spatial blades, which consumed considerable mental energy and were not used lightly. Brother Chao, you must protect me. I don't want to become a zombie. Duan's sinew clung tightly to Li Chao's arm, refusing to leave his side. Just keep your mouth shut, and we will all be safe. Shun Qian disapproved of her demeanor. The journey to the 5th floor was relatively smooth. There were not many zombies in the corridor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Li Chao cautioned everyone, be careful. While there aren't many zombies here, that doesn't mean there are none. We primarily study biological viruses here. Don't touch anything recklessly. However, my boss is a fan of apocalyptic games and has secretly collected many weapons that can be used against zombies. Initially, upon hearing the word virus, Meng Jiuli felt a pang of disappointment. But the mention of hidden treasures ignited a small thrill within her. With quality weapons at their disposal, their combat capabilities would significantly increase. Li Chao led them into the core room of the research lab. The power system has been severely compromised. Thus, accessing these areas requires sheer brute force. However, with the presence of Little Tomato, the endeavor has been considerably smoother. Soon as the door to the room swung open, everyone was taken aback by the dazzling array of weapons before them. It was evident that the owner was an ardent enthusiast. The few girls present stood there, wide-eyed and foolishly gazing at the assortment of arms, completely unfamiliar with them and utterly clueless about their usage. The Nepalese kukri, also known as the dog-leg knife, boasts a relatively short blade, making it particularly suited for close combat. The Type 95 light machine gun has a drum capacity of 75 rounds, which is double that of an automatic rifle, rendering it exceptionally effective for dispatching zombies. Little Tomato continued to introduce the weapons one by one. Choose your weapons. Everyone, if you're unfamiliar with firearms, opt for a knife. Safeguarding your own safety is paramount. It can only be said that she sought psychological comfort. You all go ahead. I will handle the aftermath. Seizing the opportunity while they exited, Meng Jiuli's thoughts shifted, and she gathered all her treasures into her spatial pocket. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 23. What does this mean? For your safety, do not wander around here, lest you attract more zombies. Meng Jiuli's purpose for coming here was to collect high-tech products. Bringing them along was simply too inconvenient. I see you wish to abandon us after extracting what you need, Duan Xinyu remarked, not bothering to take any weapons, her face a picture of disdain. You speak as if you possess something worth my utilization. What gives you such confidence? Did you not just take our weapons? Now you wish to discard us? Dream on. Shun Qian tugged at her sleeve and whispered, without us, they would surely be harmed by the zombies, but you, in your current state, are likely to attract them. She had already discerned that these two individuals were far from ordinary. Those bold enough to venture alone into a skyscraper for plunder would hardly fear a few zombies. Which side are you on? Have you forgotten who provided for you, just because someone smiled at you? Duan Xinyu brushed a stray hair from her ear, casting a contemptuous glance at them before turning to leave. Shun Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, and she fell silent. Meng Jiuli had intended to say more, but upon reflection, realized it would be futile to reason with someone like her. She would need to learn through reality's lessons. Do not obstruct my path. My dagger thirsts for both zombie and human blood alike. Duan Xinyu's complexion paled as she beheld the bloody dagger, recalling how it had recently been immersed in a zombie's brain, causing her to feel nauseous, and she quickly distanced herself. We also require supplies. How about this? We divide each floor at the midpoint, the left half for you, and the right half for us. What do you think? Li Chao, witnessing his girlfriend's repeated failures, promptly stepped in to mediate. That sounds acceptable, but any dangers are to be borne by you. Once we leave this room, we are strangers. After all this talk, it is clear she simply looks down on us. Do you still believe she is a good person? It is such a hassle carrying their phones. As they scoured each floor, they indeed made considerable gains. Clothing capable of withstanding temperatures as low as minus 199 degrees Celsius. A veritable artifact of the Ice Age. Additionally, there were nanoprotective suits to shield against various harmful solar radiation. Various drones, VR goggles, and other gadgets provided entertainment during idle times. Little Tomato, their essay safe here. Would you like to try and open it? Little Tomato swiftly dealt with the safe, which cracked open to reveal its contents. Imperial Green. How fortunate. This gun is yours. Meng Jiuli tossed the handgun to Little Tomato. Having no interest in such items herself. How do you possess such extensive knowledge about weapons? It's innate, Little Tomato replied proudly, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the weapons, as if she had been using them all along. Proceeding further into the office, they encountered a young zombie wandering about. The office, furnished entirely with Wangwali wood, was promptly collected by Meng Jiuli into her spatial pocket. It would serve as warmth during the Ice Age. Or so she thought. This zombie was rather handsome. What a pity. Observing him, Meng Jiuli mused that he must have been a figure of considerable charm, akin to a domineering CEO. Why not let him take a bite? You could both linger here together. Meng Jiuli was at a loss. This audacious Little Tomato dared to challenge her openly. Rest assured, she would eventually be turned into tomato sauce. Behind the zombie lay a Tang Dao, which appeared to be genuine. As Little Tomato approached the zombie from behind, it seemed oblivious to their presence. Merely ambling around the desk, a gunshot rang out, and the zombie collapsed with a precise headshot. What a shame for such a handsome fellow. As Meng Jiuli examined the spot where the zombie had been wandering, she discovered a red velvet box on the floor. Upon opening it, she found an engagement ring accompanied by a note that read, "To love but one person in a lifetime, a lovesick man, even in his undead state, still clinging to thoughts of proposing." Meng Jiuli placed the ring in his hand, whispering, "May you reunite in the afterlife." Double standards, Little Tomato muttered as she walked away, choosing to ignore her. What do you mean by that? In this world, fidelity to love has become a rarity, akin to finding a rare animal. Is it not wondrous to witness one? I must tell Yaru about this. Little Tomato merely snorted through her nose and continued onward. However, the gunfire had attracted a horde of zombies. In her current irritable state, Little Tomato unleashed her lightning orbs with ruthless precision. But the noise only drew more zombies. What are you doing? The Little Tomato from earlier was not like this. Today, she seemed utterly transformed. Had the zombie genes awakened? The number of zombies continued to swell, prompting Meng Jiuli to hastily retreat into a room and secure the door and windows. Come help block the door. We'll wait a moment before venturing out. Wait, they're coming. Meng Jiuli was exasperated. There were clearly rooms available, so why make them come here? Thank you. Li Chao expressed his gratitude to Little Tomato. It seems you haven't collected much either, being cornered here by zombies. You're not all that impressive. That's none of your concern. Focus on yourself. In this apocalyptic era, meddling in others' affairs would only shorten one's life. Meng Jiuli set her backpack down at her feet, sat on the ground, and fell silent. Sulking, the zombies outside continued to ram against the door, causing it to loosen. We need to think of alternative methods. Lingering here, isn't a solution. How about you attract the zombies? Duan Yao's expression shifted, and she fell silent. Your arm injured? You want to turn into a zombie, will you? Duan Yao glanced at the blood on her arm, splattered during the earlier confrontation with the zombie. This isn't a wound. It's just blood. I'll clean it, and I'll be fine. Brother Chow, better safe than sorry. Caution is advisable. What nonsense. Yao is definitely fine. Are there no injuries on you? Are you certain the blood is merely splattered? Quickly, coax her outside. It would be a hassle if she turned into a zombie. They were employing every possible means to get her out. Shun Xian glared at her angrily. That I truly have no wounds. You must trust me. Duan Yao's large, watery eyes pleaded for help, yet no one dared to assure her. Meng Jiuli had no desire to wade into such murky waters to in the apocalypse. There was no room for naive altruism. I will keep an eye on her. You can rest assured to stay over there. If anything goes awry, I will deal with it. What does that mean? Chapter 24. Duan Yao awakens her powers. Meng Jiuli was perplexed by Little Tomato's antics. Did he feel sympathy over last night's misunderstanding? Forget it. If he was willing, she wouldn't interfere. Even if he turned into a zombie, he had the ability to resolve it. Seizing the moment, she decided to take a brief rest. They would continue scavenging for supplies in the afternoon. She discreetly grasped the crystal source in her hand and slowly absorbed it, restoring much of her energy. Eat. Being sick and hungry is detrimental to your health. That I cannot accept this. You all risked your lives to find it. I cannot take it. Duan Yao resolutely declined, thinking that should she mutate, leaving food behind would allow them to survive a few more days. Since you want to eat, why not give it to me? Upon hearing this, Meng Jiuli felt displeased. Even if she fed it to Black Bean, it would help her procure more crystal sources. Giving it to Duan Yao would merely empower her to vex others further. It's just a piece of bread. I'm not coveting it. Food had become increasingly scarce over the past few days, with most items spoiled. A single piece of bread was hardly sufficient for 4 people. Had she not secretly stashed away some food, she would have likely been reduced to a mere shadow of herself. Stop fooling around. Here, that's mine. Li Chao, unable to reason with his girlfriend, reluctantly offered his portion. Without uttering a word, Duan Xinyu snatched it and stuffed it into her mouth. Take your time. Don't choke. After saying this, Li Chao divided a bottle of water into 4 portions and distributed them. Unfortunately, Li Chao's soft-heartedness left him worried about his cousin Shen Qian, that he needed to devise a plan to eliminate the 2 individuals. Or perhaps, seeing Little Tomato being so generous sparked her thoughts. While Li Chao and the others were oblivious to her intentions, they did not escape Meng Jiuli's keen perception. Yao Yao, do you feel any better? Much improved. I feel invigorated. Just a few days ago, I was unable to satiate my hunger, leaving me in a state of lethargy. After my fever today, I feel considerably more energetic. Thank you. Duan Yao bowed in gratitude towards the Little Tomato. She truly is a delightful girl. No need to thank me. You were never truly in danger. I merely wish to reassure everyone. Meng Jiuli observed her, realizing that the Little Tomato's springtime was upon her. No wonder she was providing milk and bread. It seemed she had taken a liking to her. Now that you're fine, hurry and find some food. No one is obligated to care for idlers. Every time we search for food, you merely stand idly by. How can you have the audacity to blame us? Shen Qian increasingly found her intolerable, and her words grew ever more brusque. The zombies outside are gathering. We must prepare in advance. Meng Jiuli scrutinized the situation outside the room, noting that a large horde of zombies was converging. And a frontal assault would likely result in injury, so they must resort to cunning. The room was stocked with a substantial amount of strong adhesive, which was quite advantageous. You two, position this rope at the doorway. The others should pour this adhesive on the ground. Why should she guard the back door? I will. Duan Xinyu glared at her in dissatisfaction. Fine, then Xinyu shall take that role. I will assist everyone with the adhesive. Meng Jiuli remained silent, instead grabbing a bucket of strong adhesive and beginning to pour. That a pungent odor quickly permeated the room. The commotion within attracted even more zombies. Meng Jiuli seized the opportunity. Everyone retreat to the back door. I will open it. I will go. The Little Tomato pushed her aside and approached the door. 3, 2, 1. Open the door. The Little Tomato opened her side as well, and the zombies surged in. With the first few tripping and piling up at the entrance, buying them some precious time to escape. Li Chao and Meng Jiuli had already dashed out, while the zombies inside began to break free from the trap at the doorway and surged towards the back. Duan Xinyu swiftly shut the back door. Are you out of your mind? There are still people inside. Li Chao exclaimed, astonished, looking at her incredulously. Shen Qian and the others are still inside. Open the door. No. If we open the door now, we will all perish. Sacrificing a few of them may allow us to survive. That I do not care about your people, but my friends are still inside. Duan Xinyu felt a rush of anger, her vision blurring as she struggled to breathe and fainted. When the door opened, a zombie lunged at her, but suddenly an icy pillar sealed the entrance to ice-type ability. Not far away, the Little Tomato unleashed a lightning strike, taking down 5 zombies. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. I'm not made of tofu, but thank you for saving me. A lightning sphere coalesced in her hand, and with a thunderous boom, she felled a swarm of zombies. The little tomato activated her spatial ability, prioritizing their escape. Currently, there were too many zombies, and the use of abilities had time constraints. The little tomato conjured a spatial shield to keep the zombies at bay, protecting the two of them as they fled. She locked the back door securely, the zombies struggling within. I'm sorry, Shun Qian. Duan Yao's voice quivered, choked with emotion. Yet another person had left because of her. This is not your fault. It was surprising to find the little tomato capable of offering comfort. Why did you close the door? I was afraid. What if a zombie bit me? Upon hearing this, Li Chao began to harbor disdain for her. Selfish individuals will inevitably face consequences. All right, now we head to the 10th floor, retrieve the notebook, and then leave. Duan Yao had saved herself once more. Debts of gratitude must be repaid. You need not accompany us, that I will go with you. At least I have a gun to deal with some zombies that Li Chao had previously trained in shooting and was quite skilled. Dealing with first-tier zombies would be manageable. If you all leave, I shall too. I cannot be left behind. Chapter 25. Selfish individuals must feed zombies. The group successfully reached the 10th floor, where an entire level was dedicated to the research of vertical farms. Let us hurry. We need to be swift. I will lead you. That works. I'll take this opportunity to scavenge some useful items. You all wait here for a moment. I'll check other areas. Li Chao nodded and found a spot to sit. Why aren't you following her? What if they abandon us? I ask you, did you close the door on purpose? Duan Xinyu was taken aback by Li Chao's question. I was saving you. All right. And now you're blaming me. Meng Jiuli, having overheard their quarrel, realized the timing was almost right. She needed to bring Li Chao to his senses. After a roundabout search, she gathered some seeds and nutrient solution, storing them in her spatial pocket, contemplating their potential use after the apocalypse. Is everything going smoothly? Yes, I've secured what we need. Since we have it, there's no need to linger here. Just as they were about to exit the building, they were surrounded by several zombies. These were upgraded second-tier zombies, presenting a considerable challenge. 7 days into the apocalypse, people began to awaken their abilities, and zombies were also evolving. Second-tier zombies were becoming increasingly common, and even higher-tier zombies existed, though they had yet to encounter any. Stay safe. Minimize damage. We should remain quiet and avoid exposing ourselves. Recently hunted zombies yielded only a portion of crystal cores, and now facing second-tier zombies, they needed to collect more. Ugh, it stinks. Its blood got on my clothes. Duan Xinyu complained when suddenly a zombie lunged at her. He could hardly believe that this was the woman he admired. He had always protected her, yet in a moment of danger, she had thrown him to the wolves. His sincere efforts felt utterly wasted. Li Chao's heart sank. That moment, Meng Jiuli cast a lightning sphere, obliterating the zombie. We need to retreat. There are too many zombies over there. Meng Jiuli signaled for them to leave. Hey, what about me? You can't leave me here alone, Duan Xinyu cried as she sprinted toward them. But it was too late. The zombies were closing in on her. If you wish to save her now, I have no objections. Meng Jiuli released Li Chao, who had tears in his eyes. He was indeed a man of deep feelings. But not every woman was worth such devotion. Brother Chao, you can't abandon me. The sound of breaking bones drowned out her cries for help. This was her rightful end. Someone like her had long deserved to perish. Inside were the supplies she had hoarded during these days, and only then did Li Chao realize how cunning she truly was. Don't be sad. It's just a pity for Qian. This is not the time for sorrow. We must get in the car and leave this place. The zombie threat is increasing. We need to depart before making further plans, seizing the moment when they weren't paying attention. Meng Jiuli retrieved a vehicle from her spatial pocket. She pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped towards Qinglong Mountain in the suburbs. There, a natural underground spring awaited. Being underground, it remained untainted by sunlight, making it the perfect time to gather water, as it would likely dry up in a few days. Thank you for saving us. If you don't mind, I will repay you to the best of my ability in the future. It was evident that Li Chao was a man of deep feelings, which was precisely what she needed. In this apocalypse, having a few loyal allies would make the journey somewhat easier. I am like Brother Chao. If you don't mind, I will do my utmost to repay you as well. That we have experienced life and death together, and you have saved me. I can take you along, but food is limited, and we must plan carefully. There is plenty of food in my spatial pocket, but for now, I cannot be certain they will all be obedient, so I cannot reveal everything. Rest assured, I will venture out daily to seek food. I will not let you go hungry, Li Chao replied confidently. He had been the one foraging for food these days and had learned some methods, which gave him the courage to say so. The little tomato, usually quiet and only speaking more during battle, fell silent now. Little tomato, want to you say something? Are you satisfied with my actions? As a boss, she was certainly considerate, even arranging for the girlfriend of her employee. Where else could one find such a boss? I have no objections. Silence reigned. An oppressive silence. Was that all it took to dismiss oneself? So gentle with others, yet so brusque with her own employer. What kind of person was she? Meng Jiuli ceased speaking, and as they traveled, the number of zombies dwindled. By the time they reached the suburbs, the sky had darkened. Luckily, there was a farm nearby. They decided to stay the night there and continue their search for water the next day. The farm was eerily quiet. All the animals had vanished. Everyone be cautious. The farm is too silent. Something is amiss. The little tomato led the way, and Meng Jiuli took the opportunity to store the vehicle in her spatial pocket before following behind them. With all power cut, the farm appeared exceptionally terrifying as darkness fell. Are you hungry? Let us eat something first, then we can take turns keeping watch at night. Li Chao retrieved some biscuits from his backpack and offered them to Meng Jiuli. No need. I have some here. Eat up. I'm a guy, strong enough to find food, and we should take care of the girls. Listen, this Li Chao is quite adept at caring for others. I can take care of her without your help. What does it mean to give my food to someone else while claiming to look after me? Chapter 26. The cherry tomato shields the arrow. The atmosphere momentarily grew tense. Thank you all. Then I shall not be polite. Duan Yao shared half of her biscuits with Meng Jiuli, and the two of them began to eat and laugh together. The cherry tomato glared at Li Chao, feeling that he was meddling. Only I can take care of Ali. Here, this is for you. I know you boys do not fancy sweet treats. This canned food should suit you. At this point, Li Chao had yet to awaken his abilities. Battling zombies consumed a tremendous amount of stamina, and canned meat could replenish his energy. I can't accept this. Keep it for yourself. Li Chao pushed the can back to her. Truly a warm-hearted person, willing to go hungry to care for others. Had I not experienced the apocalypse, I might have developed feelings for him that I dislike this flavor. Why don't you finish it for me? Li Chao gazed at the can, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. Having always taken care of others, he suddenly felt touched by someone else's concern and nearly cried. He had been full for many days. And upon opening the can, he devoured its contents in a few bites. There's more here. Take a tea. Li Chao, with tears brimming in his eyes, accepted the can. He truly was hungry, but hesitated to eat. Uncertain of how long this apocalypse would last, and silently handed the can to Meng Jiuli. Point one is enough. An inexplicable pang of sympathy struck him. Rest assured, I will ensure you never go hungry again. After saying this, he felt somewhat uneasy. We will search for food together from now on. You shall not go hungry. Li Chao revealed a long-lost smile and bitterly uttered a thank you. The cherry tomato grew increasingly irate. Finally, she hurled the milk bottle in her hand away. What are you doing? Such noise will attract zombies. With such a vast farm, it certainly cannot be managed by a single person, and the animals here have likely mutated. Once they detect humans, it will surely lead to another fierce battle. Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies with your loud voice? Look, I told you so. You're rebellious again. The cherry tomato's expression soured, her eyes wide open like a bull. Ali, I have a question that perplexes me. May I ask you? Duan Yao quickly stepped in to mediate the situation. Yes, I have a question too. Li Chao hastily diverted the topic. After I had a fever, how did I suddenly gain the ability to produce ice blocks to freeze those zombies? Yes, I wonder the same. Why can't I? Li Chao wore a foolish expression. After the apocalypse, some individuals gradually awaken their abilities, most of which are elemental powers, while others may possess strength or beast-like abilities. As for why you haven't awakened, do not worry. It may take you a little longer. Li Chao scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Is that so? It seems I am simply too dim-witted. Her actions amused Meng Jiuli. Perhaps tomorrow you will awaken. The cherry tomato sulked in a corner, burying her head in her knees, pretending to sleep. This little brat is genuinely angry. Meng Jiuli reached out to pat her head. In the past, a simple head pat would bring her joy. This time, however, she evaded it. "What are you doing?" She encircled the girl's head and vigorously ruffled her hair. "You little brat, you truly are angry over a few words. Let go." "Not a chance." The cherry tomato resigned, allowed her to mess with her hair. "Oh, you fancy that girl. How about I play matchmaker for you? You like that boy?" She hadn't expected the cherry tomato to ask such a question, nearly spitting out her drink. "Come on, let us step outside and talk. Don't you find it odd that there isn't a single animal on this farm?" The cherry tomato persisted with her inquiries. "What nonsense! How could I like him? In this apocalypse, I cannot afford to develop feelings for anyone." Upon hearing this, he muttered softly, "Does that include me?" "What did you say?" "Nothing. Let us go check the situation ahead." The two of them walked forward together. The grass beneath their feet felt soft, and the evening temperature had dropped significantly compared to the day, were it not for the apocalypse. One might mistake this for a romantic evening stroll. Listen, there's movement in that room. They quietly approached the room's door, using the faint light to ascertain that there were no zombies inside. Gently opening the door, a bright flashlight swept across every corner of the room, confirming safety. In a cage, they spotted a small Shiba Inu wagging its tail at them. It seemed to have escaped a calamity by being trapped in the cage. What a fortunate creature. Meng Jiuli retrieved some dog food from her space and placed it in front of the bowl. "You must be good and refrain from barking. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble." The Shiba Inu appeared to understand, bowing its head and ravenously devouring the food, clearly starved from days without sustenance. "That I wonder how the three little ones at home are faring. Are they hungry?" At home, the three little ones were leisurely enjoying their canned food, relishing life. From time to time, Heido and Chihua would engage in a playful battle of abilities, savoring their rare moments of comfort. Xiao Yumi busied herself with underground projects, covered in dirt. The cherry tomato observed Meng Jiuli tenderly petting the Shiba Inu, her demeanor gentle as water. Though she was quite fierce with people, you have a fondness for small animals? Sometimes they hold deeper affections than humans. In this apocalypse, animals that do not mutate ultimately become food for humanity. It is likely the same fate awaits this one. Are you planning to take it with you? That is indeed my intention. Meng Jiuli genuinely adored this little Shiba Inu, and it was quite well behaved, lying quietly at her feet after finishing its food. "If you like it, then take it with you." The cherry tomato also sat on the ground, reaching out to stroke the Shiba Inu's head. "It likes you too." The Shiba Inu licked her hand in a show of affection. "Can you not recall your origins?" Although she knew the answer, she couldn't resist asking again. "That I cannot remember. Perhaps if a zombie bites you again, you will regain your memory." The cherry tomato shot her a glare. "Aren't you afraid I might turn into a zombie?" "Of course I'm scared. If you become a zombie, I will have to kill you." "Would you really? Would you be able to do that if I bit you?" Meng Jiuli remained silent, secretly pondering, yet uncertain if she could go through with it when the time came. "Then you should be more cautious and avoid becoming a zombie, so we could be together forever. I certainly will not turn into a zombie. Otherwise, I would worry about leaving you alone in this apocalypse. Even if I were to become a zombie, I believe I would still guard you." The cherry tomato gazed at her with eyes filled with love. However, Meng Jiuli remained oblivious to it. "Then I must thank you. You promised not to become a zombie, and I expect no changes to that promise." Suddenly, an arrow shot in from outside the door. Be careful." The cherry tomato shielded her, the arrow striking her shoulder, precisely where Meng Jiuli's brow had been. "Are there others here?" Chapter 27, Accidental Injury. "Are you hurt?" Meng Jiuli felt the warmth of blood. In this place, blood could attract zombies and even other mutated creatures, which was extremely perilous. "Captain, it seems we shot at humans." The archer was taken aback, not anticipating his miscalculation. "Let us go check it out." That MUE led the others swiftly towards the room. The bright flashlight illuminated the room, revealing only bloodstains on the floor, but no sign of people. "This is strange. I clearly shot something, yet how did it vanish in the blink of an eye?" Li Biao meticulously searched the room. "Check for a basement. The blood is fresh, indicating they must be injured, and with blood attracting zombies. They wouldn't have run far. Don't ask questions. Help me stop the bleeding first. Yet the arrow remains lodged in her body. How do we remove it? This stumped everyone. If they forcibly yanked it out, it could damage surrounding tissues and cause more extensive bleeding, making the situation even more dire if they left it in. The blood would continue to flow, causing harm as well. That I'm not afraid of pain. Just pull it out. The cherry tomato, gritting her teeth against the pain, spoke laboriously. That's out of the question. That would hurt too much. I have anesthetics here. Trust me. You'll feel better after a sleep. She retrieved the anesthetic from her space just as the door swung open, revealing a group of people. The Shiba Inu, startled, shrank at her feet. Who are you? Meng Jiuli stood protectively in front of the cherry tomato. Had it not been for her, she would have perished in this farm that we're from the rescue team. I am truly sorry for accidentally injuring you. Mui extended his hand sincerely, full of regret. Are you blind? Just shooting arrows without looking? Can't you see we are alive? If it weren't for you, I would have died on the spot. What good is your apology? Meng Jiuli did not respond kindly. Her previous encounters with rescue teams had left a negative impression, and now this incident only deepened her disdain. We have a team doctor. Now is not the time to assign blame. This farm is rife with mutated animals, and there are likely numerous zombies lurking nearby. That it is imperative to staunch his bleeding first. Ollie, I believe he is right. Chow tugged at Meng Jiuli's clothing and gestured towards the small tomato's body, from which blood continued to flow. All right, summon your team, doctor, that I must oversee the surgery. Mui spoke into the walkie-talkie. In approximately 5 minutes. Fu Wan arrived with a medical kit. I have what you need. You must ensure his safety. After scavenging so many supplies from the hospital, they were finally coming in handy. She emptied her backpack, revealing anesthetics, gauze, disinfectants, alcohol, surgical tools, everything that could be of use. Use what you need. If it's insufficient, I can provide more. The small tomato watched her as she poured out the items like a clattering cat. Unsure of what to say, they had agreed to keep the existence of the space a secret. How could they now maintain that pretense? Don't worry. I'll be fine and I'll always protect you. The small tomato grasped her hand and placed it upon his head. Yes, if you dare to die, I'll feed you to the zombies. Oh, you hear me. All right, I need to extract the arrow now. Please remain quiet. After administering the anesthetic, scissors sliced through the fabric of his back, exposing the skin. Meng Jiuli stayed by his side until the surgery concluded. Wrap him up and just change the dressings daily. Fu Wan adjusted the drip to a moderate speed, tidied her belongings, and prepared to leave. Oh no, the scent of blood has attracted zombies. Now Fu Wan and Zhao Xiangnan will remain here to tend to the injured. After Muyi finished speaking, he turned to Meng Jiuli. You all stay here. Do not venture outside. Meng Jiuli handed the headlamp and electric baton to Li Chao. Safety must come first at all times. Yes, I will protect you. Li Chao, the simpleton, gazed resolutely at Meng Jiuli. The northwest of the farm. A horde of zombies was making its way towards them, their progress hindered by the night. However, it was evident that most of these zombies were of the second level. I apologize for what happened earlier. I was too careless, and no need for explanations. Unless you wish for me to shoot you with an arrow. Mui was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl truly held a grudge. If you genuinely wish to apologize, then slay a few more zombies so we can catch a break. You truly underestimate our captain. He is renowned as a sharpshooter. Biao glanced disdainfully at Meng Jiuli before continuing. If not for the gunfire attracting more zombies, you would all be dead by now. Yes, you mean I should thank you? Muyi exchanged a glance with Li Biao, who explained well, next time. Refrain from explanations. Muyi swiftly dispatched a zombie with an arrow. The arrows were too slow. They worked well against zombies at night, but if there were too many, they would be ineffective. Of course. Our captain anticipated this and was well prepared. Biao's admiration for Muyi was plainly evident on his face. Your idolization is quite severe, don't doubt it. You'll see for yourself shortly. Meng Jiuli remained silent, her focus unwavering on the zombies. Fearful of any changes, she simply could not allow the small tomato to be endangered. He protected himself, and she must protect him in turn, with second-level zombies present. Everyone must remain vigilant. She tightened her grip on the electric baton and gathered the electric sphere in her hand, ready to unleash it at any moment. don't be too tense. We've already laid out our strategy here. Dealing with them won't be too strenuous. Meng reassured the tense Meng Jiuli as they drew closer to the target. The zombies noticeably quickened their pace. Just 5 meters away, an invisible net suddenly ensnared them. The zombies, having caught the scent of blood, became agitated and clawed at the air as if they were about to break free. Rest assured, this net is made from a special material designed for our unit. It won't be easily destroyed. No sooner had Mu spoken than a zombie broke through the net. Li Biao felt the sting of embarrassment. Meng's arrow struck true, hitting the zombie squarely in the forehead, causing it to collapse. Prepare for battle. The net held them momentarily, but after a fierce skirmish, they finally subdued the zombies. However, they did not completely eliminate them. Instead, they left some alive, binding them with ropes and placing them into the vehicle. We have other uses for them. Please forgive us for not disclosing the details. It was evident to her that they were likely intended for research or perhaps upgrading and refining the zombies. Regardless, since they chose not to share, she would not pry further. Chapter 28. Learning from the leader, are you an awakener? Mu offered her a bottle of water. No. Thank you. Meng Jiuli raised an eyebrow, playfully regarding him. Are you a significant figure in our rescue team? Lack of understanding should not lead to judgment. Mu observed the woman before him, reminiscent of a little wildcat, and a smile crept across his lips. Li Biao was astonished by his captain's demeanor. He had never witnessed such warmth directed toward a woman before, not even towards Fu Wan, with whom they had collaborated for 3 years. Captain, something seems amiss. Li Biao leaned closer, whispering. Scrammed out a night passed in silence, and by morning, the small tomato's fever had subsided. You must be exhausted after a long night. There's food outside. I'll take care of him. Duan Yao nodded and stepped outside. She placed a bottle of milk at the small tomato's lips. Drink. It's just me here. The small tomato's wound had healed, a secret known only to her. Each injury required a drop of her blood, so she had contributed again this time. The small tomato lifted the bottle and quickly drank it all that I dreamt last night. A vague dream. I'm unsure if it relates to my past. Take your time to think. I won't rush you. She gently patted his head in comfort. Suddenly, he embraced Meng Jiuli. Though I cannot recall my past, I feel compelled to protect you. What are you saying? You certainly must protect me. I am your boss, and I will ensure your safety as well. Xiao Chai wagged his tail, watching the two. I'm starving. When will you provide me with something delicious? I apologize for interrupting you. Meng knocked on the door, awkwardly reminding them. The food is ready outside. Let us eat. It has a weak stomach and can only handle soft food. Meng Jiuli handed the new bottle of milk to the small tomato. She rose and followed Mu outside for the meal. We've settled our debts. From now on, we will each go our own way, if I'm not mistaken. You're here to seek a water source. Just as we are, why not collaborate for another day? Mu extended his hand. Meng Jiuli regarded his chiseled features and reciprocated the handshake. Pleasant cooperation. However, we must split whatever we find. Are you agreeable to that? Could we perhaps have a bit more? There are more people to support on our side that we shall see. We're all injured, and I doubt we could overpower you even if we tried. Hearing the little wildcat speak like this made Mu chuckle again. Sister Wan, look, the captain is laughing again. I senti it strange. Fu Wan angrily tossed a spoon at Li Biao and turned to enter the room. Xiangnan, do you think the captain likes this little wildcat? Don't be ridiculous. I've never seen the captain with any woman. Not even a female mosquito dares to approach him. The group teased one another, and before they knew it, dawn had fully arrived. Yao, why not join our rescue team? With a few brothers around, I guarantee you won't be bullied. Why are you suddenly advocating for my humanitarianism? Don T listened to them. They're just longing for wives. Fu Wan set down her medical kit and lightly tapped their heads. It seems we will be busy here for several more days. I will repair the electrical circuits. There's a generator in the back warehouse that can supply power for us at night. Li Chao, grinning foolishly and covered in grease, exclaimed, You can do that. I truly have struck gold. Meng Jiuli patted his shoulder in delight, relieved that the power issue in the mines was no longer a concern. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by the small tomato, who felt a twinge of anger, oblivious to her own feelings. Next, let us strategize. Most of the animals on this farm have mutated, so we must exercise extra caution. Upon hearing that Mu Yi and Meng Jiuli would team up, Fu Wan and the small tomato eagerly raised their hands. Why injury is healed. I'll team up with Ollie. No, I still want to team up with Ollie. We're already familiar with each other. Li Chao, the simpleton, tried to claim his spot in Meng Jiuli's team. In that case, let us all stick together. We can look out for one another. You should rest for another day. Yao Yao will take care of you. Naturally, Duan Yao was willing. Ever since the small tomato had disregarded all objections to care for her, he had become someone special in her heart. And no need. I'm fine now. I'm just uneasy about you going out alone. What is there to worry about? With so many people around, I'll be fine. Ollie is also concerned about your well-being. Do take a good rest, so she can search for water sources without worry. Duan Yao spoke softly, fearful of disturbing him. Boss, look at that rabbit. It's truly enormous, and those blood-red eyes are rather eerie. Biao pointed to a rabbit leaping on the grass nearby. Due to mutations, animals have grown significantly larger than before. These rabbits are as big as adult golden retrievers, with teeth 3 times their original size. The grass they traversed lay bare, exposing the yellow earth, and at this moment, they were glaring at them. Could they eat humans? Li Biao poked a finger towards the south. How would I know? My grandmother once told me that a frightened rabbit could bite. With those large teeth, wouldn't they leave us with gaping wounds? If they can eat, one of those would suffice. Mu Yi interjected, interrupting their conversation. All right, stay safe and don't provoke them. Suddenly, a mutated cow burst forth, charging directly at the crowd upon spotting them. Li Biao urged everyone to run, realizing the cow's sheer strength could potentially shatter their bones upon impact. They scattered in different directions. Biaozi and Fu Wan headed northwest, while Li Chao went northeast. After giving the orders, Mu Yi grabbed Meng Jiuli's hand and ran southwest. To their surprise, the cow seemed to possess some intelligence, opting not to chase the others, but heading straight for Mu Yi and his group. I bet the boss is wearing red underwear today. How do you know? Then why is the cow only chasing them? Stop talking nonsense and hurry to save Ollie, Li Chao exclaimed, gripping his electric baton, ready to charge forward. Calm down. Can't you see our boss has feelings for Ollie? Besides, it's just a cow. Our boss will be fine. Biao held him back, sitting down calmly. Our boss is clever. A hero rescuing a damsel will surely move that little wildcat. A girl. One must learn from the boss. Chapter 29. The murderous hornet, the mutated cow, continued to circle the two, snorting heavily. Meng Jiuli concentrated the lightning ball in her hand and hurled it at the cow. With a resounding explosion, dirt flew everywhere, and the cow collapsed. The little wildcat is quite impressive. It was you who held me back. Mu Yi was momentarily speechless. Just then, Li Biao and the others arrived. Boss, we're late. Xiang Nan stifled a laugh, avoiding eye contact, while Fu Wan's expression remained sour. Don't forget your mission. Fu Wan shot a glance at Meng Jiuli, and then turned to Mu Yi, saying, to still have the spirit for romance in such circumstances, I truly admire you. No need to admire me. Your actions have delayed us. Without you, I would have completed the mission long in the sweltering heat. Who would want to wander outside? Thankfully, I grabbed a new type of sunscreen from the building. It feels refreshing on my skin, preventing heat stroke. However, according to the timeline, there's still 10 days until a heavy rainstorm arrives, which will likely drown some zombies, making the remaining ones even more formidable. Species are evolving rapidly, and their abilities are continuously strengthening. Let us keep moving. Mu Yi urged Fu Wan and the others to proceed, with Li Chao and Meng Jiuli trailing behind. This time, she deliberately positioned herself at the back of the group. Ollie, I'll protect you. Just make sure your electrobaton doesn't cause me any trouble. They continued deeper into the farm, where in addition to the cows and goats, there were also chickens, ducks, and geese. Most had mutated, but Meng Jiuli discovered a few unmutated cows and goats in a shed, perfect for supplying milk to the little tomato. However, living creatures cannot be stored in the space, or else those people would be alerted. Wow, Ollie, the boss is truly amazing. You found this treasure, Li Biao chattered incessantly, while Xiang Nan counted the cows and goats. Meanwhile, Mu Yi stumbled upon several newly hatched chicks and ducklings, numbering in the hundreds. Although their survival remained uncertain in other sheds, they gradually collected some chicken and duck eggs, making their encounter with the cow worthwhile. The living creatures scavenged from the farm were temporarily entrusted to the rescue team. As noon approached, the sun became unrelentingly hot, prompting everyone to sit and rest in the woods. "Here is some water for you." Meng handed her a bottle. "And oh need. I have some." She retrieved 2 bottles from her backpack and offered one to Li Chao. "Why do you always try to please others?" "Isn't that a bit pathetic?" Fu Wan angrily stabbed the ground with her small knife. "Sister Wan, who are you angry with? You nearly took me down with your rage. Taking you down will be just fine. Saving you from your unwelcome distractions. Li Biao, being astute, quickly deduced that Fu Wan was upset because the captain hadn't provided her with water. "Sister Wan, here's my water. Please don't be angry. Anger brings wrinkles." "Get lost. Who wants your saliva?" Meng Jiuli ignored their banter, focusing intently on the map. According to its markings, there was an underground spring nearby, but it was currently elusive. "Ollie, have some bread." Li Chao offered her a piece. "Thank you, but you eat it. I'm not hungry right now." Meng Jiuli longed for chilled watermelon, ice-cold soda, chilled sour plum soup, and iced milk tea home. She could indulge without restraint, but now she could only eat bread in misery. It was tea that she didn't want to share with everyone. It was just that in this apocalyptic world, human hearts were inscrutable. If others discovered her stockpile, she would likely not see the next sunrise. In the oppressive heat, no one felt like eating, so they merely nibbled on compressed biscuits to stave off hunger. Just as they were about to rise and continue their journey, Li Biao suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful butterfly!" In that instant, the sound of flapping wings approached swiftly. "No, it's not a butterfly. It's a mutated hornet." Li Chao looked up, scrutinizing the buzzing hornets. "Run quickly. It's signaling its companions." He shouted to the group. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the deafening buzz filled the air. "They're coming this way." The map indicated a nearby cave. It should provide temporary shelter. Meng Jiuli sprinted ahead to find the cave, while Mu Yi lagged behind, casting fireballs to incinerate some of the hornets, but more kept arriving as if they were endless. "Boss, these things are incredibly persistent. Stop talking nonsense and run." Finally, Meng Jiuli spotted the cave entrance, partially concealed by stones, just large enough for one person to squeeze through. "Everyone hurry, one at a time." Fu Wan was the first to enter, followed closely by Li Chao and Xiangnan. "Quickly, don't hesitate." "Boss, you go in first. I'll hold them off." Mu was struggling. The rapid use of his abilities was taking a toll on his body. "If you linger, both you and our boss will be in danger." Meng Jiuli kicked him inside while releasing her lightning ball. "Mu, hurry." Mu Yi hurled one last fireball at the swarm before joining Meng Jiuli, only to find themselves surrounded by a frenzied mass of hornets. "Are you toxic? Why do these creatures only pursue you?" From morning's encounter with the cow to now facing hornets, it was quite vexing. "No choice. I have a certain charm, but I will protect you." "Do I look like I need it?" "Don't impose your goodwill on others. Just mind your own business." After saying this, Meng Jiuli embraced him and used space teleportation to rush into the cave at the fastest speed. "Boss, my boss, will he be all right?" Li Biao was on the verge of tears when suddenly Mu Yi and Meng Jiuli landed in front of them. "Wow, boss, impressive. You managed to hug her so quickly." Fu Wan kicked Li Biao. "Let me see if anyone is injured. Get off me." Meng Jiuli pushed him aside and took out a flashlight to inspect the cave's structure. "I'm fine. Check if she is hurt." "She looks lively, so she is definitely fine." Reluctantly, Fu Wan stood up and scanned Mu Yi, feeling a growing dislike for Meng Jiuli. Outside the cave, the hornets continued to batter against the rocky entrance. "Pay close attention. These mutated creatures are formidable. We must remain vigilant." Just as they were speaking, a stone was dislodged, and it seemed Fu Wan was about to be attacked. Li Biao reacted swiftly, blocking the entrance with his body and shoving Fu Wan inside. "Quickly run. Don't worry about me. Once a stone loosens, all the debris will tumble away, and it may be too late to fix it. Farewell, comrades. Remember me. Captain, if you end up with a wildcat, be sure to burn some paper for me, so I can join in the celebration." The pain coursing through him contorted his face, yet he stood resolutely at the cave's entrance like a monument. "Hurry, it's useless for you to go over now." Meng Jiuli grasped Mu Ye's arm. "He's my brother. I must save him. He shook off Meng Jiuli's hand, but after taking a few steps, he collapsed unconscious. Chapter 30. The Little Tomatoes Telepathy. Ollie, are you all right? At long last, everyone managed to shed the persistent yellow hornets within the stone chamber, but I remained unharmed, lighting a torch, for the hornets fear fire. What have you done to him? If anything happens to him, I will not forgive you. Fu Wan's eyes were red as she fixed her gaze on Mu Yi. Meng Jiuli chose to ignore her. At that moment, Fu Wan's intelligence seemed nearly non-existent. Speak up. You are a harbinger of doom. Ever since we encountered you, our missions have been fraught with obstacles. Your words are amusing. I seem to have been the one cursed by misfortune since meeting you. Reluctant to engage with her, Meng Jiuli found himself worn down by her relentless persistence. He was not made of clay. Zhao Xiangnan sat silently, lost in thought, his mind filled with memories of executing missions alongside Li Biao. He pulled out his phone, the screensaver displaying a group photo. Now missing one member, Mu Yi slowly regained consciousness, his head throbbing. What have you done to me? Where is Biaozi? I hope you can remain calm. Biaozi sacrificed himself to save us, and your current outburst is of no use. Fu Wan pushed her aside and approached Mu Yi, offering him a bottle of water. Drink some water. The dead cannot return to life. When we joined this rescue team, we accepted the inevitability of life and death, did we not? Mu Yi did not take the water, his gaze dim as he sat on the ground. Boss, I'm going to avenge Biaozi now. Xiangnan stood up, ready to leave. Oh, you want to die? One is already dead. Does your reckless pursuit of death serve any purpose? Meng Jiuli stopped him, continuing, if you wish to die, I won't stop you. But please do not drag us down with you. Given the current situation, the hornets continued to batter against the stone door, threatening to break through at any moment. Venturing outside now would be tantamount to suicide, potentially endangering others as well. Does it matter to you? If you hadn't let us, we would not have encountered so many troubles, and he would still be alive. Very well, since you say so. I am not one to cling to you. Let us part ways. Mu. Please ensure that the animals I found are delivered. After speaking, Meng Jiuli took Li Chao and left. According to the map, the water source should be nearby. There is no mistake. Are we really leaving like this, Ali? What else is there to do? Wait for them to continue berating us. I'm not their emotional garbage dump. Why should I endure their anger? This is how the apocalypse is. There will always be sacrifices that, if you cannot bear it now, it will be better for him to die in place of Li Biao. I Chao nodded gently, saying nothing. Perhaps he too would face such a day. Ali is right. This is the apocalypse, cruel yet unavoidable. The two continued deeper into the cave, suddenly finding themselves in a spacious area, where the sound of trickling water could be heard. Listen, there's an underground river here. The water source issue can soon be resolved. It seems acting independently is swifter. Bringing a team along is simply a waste of time. Ali, look over there. Something seems to be moving. I Chao pointed to a shadow not far away, where a massive creature appeared to be writhing. The beam of the flashlight illuminated two large eyes, gleaming like copper bells. What on earth is that? The two were startled, yet the creature remained still. It should be a python. I Chao shone the flashlight again, ultimately confirming it was indeed a python of such size guarding the water source. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. The giant snake raised its enormous head, a wave of bloodiness washing over them. Meng Jiuli had already gathered her lightning orb in hand, should it dare to move. She would strike. No, I must protect you. You have yet to awaken your powers. Do not be reckless. If you stay here, you will only hinder me. Meng Jiuli pushed him away. At that moment, the giant python had already reared its massive body. Staring at her motionlessly, she carefully surveyed the surroundings. The space was relatively confined, making it difficult for the large python to maneuver. She could leverage the stones to climb onto it, using her wolf-tooth dagger to slay it. Ali, I'm sorry. Mu Yi was taken aback by the sight before him, drawing his gun and aiming at the python's head. The python, sensing the increased presence of humans, opened its mouth wide. Attempting to swallow the two. What are you doing here? Causing chaos. Meng Jiuli was now nearly at the python's head, leaping onto it. Feeling the imminent threat, the python began to thrash about, shaking the entire cave. Mu Yi fired his weapon at the python. It writhed in pain, thrashing even more violently, nearly throwing Meng Jiuli off like a tee that moment. The stone door outside began to tremble, loosening under the pressure as the murderous hornets were about to enter. Li Chao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, his mind flooded with countless glowing dots. Could this be the awakening of the powers Ali spoke of? He attempted to use his mental strength to control the hornets. As beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, the hornets indeed halted their advance. Then, he issued a new command in his mind, and the hornets began to turn on one another. Sister Wan, can you hear? Did the hornets outside fly away? Xiangnan looked at Fu Wan in astonishment, initially believing they would all perish there, only to find that the hornets had retreated. Inside the cave, the python writhed in agony as Meng Jiuli's dagger pierced its eyes. Igniting its fury, its massive tail thrashed, threatening to collapse the entire cave. The stone door burst open, and Fu Wan and the other two dashed outside. Yi hurriedly urged, "Don't lag behind." The python's body shot upwards. She plunged the dagger into its head, struggling to maintain her grip. "I must protect you. If anyone leaves, it should be you." Yi leaped onto the giant snake's body with a powerful thrust. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed through the cave. "Everyone, we must leave. The cave is going to collapse." Xiangnan pulled Fu Wan to a safer spot. "Let me go. Muyi is still inside. I must save him." "No, the cave is collapsing too severely. You will only meet your demise if you go in." Fu Wan bit down hard on his arm, blood flowing. Yet he did not release her. After a cloud of dust settled, the earth returned to calm. Lying on a bed, Little Tomato suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing that Meng Jiuli was in danger, he instantly teleported to the cave. Why did I not protect her? Grabbing Li Chao by the collar. He wore a fierce expression. "I'm sorry. It was Ali who forbade me from helping her. I'm sorry." I could see that moment. He too felt regret. "What are you waiting for? Go find someone to dig, open the cave, and rescue her." Zhao, Xiangnan, and Fu Wan, who were momentarily stunned, rushed off to find help. Little Tomato anxiously began moving stones with his hands. He could feel Meng Jiuli's heartbeat. She was still alive. Chapter 31. Concern leads to chaos inside the cave. The python had been slain. Meng Jiuli felt the weight upon her. Muyi was protecting her. Fortunately, there was still enough space for both to take refuge, but escaping would require some effort. Muyi. "Are you all right?" She touched something sticky and, upon shining her flashlight, realized it was his blood. Retrieving antiseptic and bandages from her space, she tended to his wounds. "Don't listen to their nonsense. I was just afraid you would be in danger. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. And regarding Xiangnan, he does not mean to target you. He simply cannot accept the departure of a teammate." Meng Jiuli waved her hand, signaling him to cease speaking. "How he perceives me does not affect me in the least. Right now, you must focus on resting." Upon hearing her words, Muyi smiled. "Even a little wildcat can show tenderness at times. Have I burdened you once more? What do you think? You are injured and still need my care. How can you not find that annoying?" Muyi chuckled awkwardly, wincing at the pain it caused. "Does it hurt?" "Serves you right." She took out a bottle of water and offered it to him, then rose to retrieve the crystal core from the slain python. Absorbing it will aid in enhancing your abilities. Muyi accepted the glowing red crystal core, cradling it in his palm as he began to absorb its energy. In a short while, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. This python must have been a secondary-level mutant beast. Absorbing its crystal core will enhance your fire abilities. "Thank you. We are even now. You were injured, saving me, and I am healing you with this crystal core, leaving us with no debts to one another." A hint of disappointment flickered across Muyi's face, though he did not express it overtly. "You are different from other girls, you know." "I do know. I'm a girl who has severed emotional ties, so there is no need for you to harbor ulterior motives toward me." Meng Jiuli poked him playfully on the shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. "You truly have no understanding of how to care for others." Muyi pulled a pack of compressed biscuit from his backpack and handed them to her. "Eat this. It's far tastier than that biscuit." Since it was just the two of them, she craved a proper meal. Thus, she retrieved a dish of shrimp, tofu, egg stew, and sweet and sour pork from her space, along with 2 boxes of rice. "You have a space?" "Yes, I indeed have a space where I store some items. I would not have taken them out if I hadn't seen you injured. I will keep your secrets safe." Muyi gazed at her, reminiscent of a lively cartoon character, unable to suppress a smile. Nodding, Mu Yi lowered his head and began to eat the rice. It had been 10 days since the apocalypse began, and he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Here, take your time to eat. She pushed her portion towards him again. Why aren't you eating? Mu Yi gazed at her half-eaten rice, still hesitating start. Go ahead, I haven't poisoned it. I'm just full, and given the current scarcity of food, we cannot afford to waste it. Does this mean we've experienced life and death together? Now we share a bowl for our meal. What does that say about our relationship? Ouch, that hurts. You know what they say, one who eats from another's hand is short of hand, and now you've taken both, so you must figure out yourself. Mu Yi pretended to feel wronged and nodded that I'm truly in pain, as long as you know it hurts. Hurry and eat. We need to devise a way out soon. Meng Jiuli stood up and glanced at the water source, which lay conveniently beneath the giant python. A natural underground spring flowed gently. It seems we need to create an opening at this top. Once we exit, we can also draw water from here. She meticulously measured the position and attempted to blast open the top with her powers. However, she was not as formidable as Little Tomato. If only he were here. If the dimensional blade could tear through the top, she could both escape and secure a water source. Just as she contemplated this, rocks began to tumble down from above. Be careful. Is it an aftershock? Mu Yi shielded her beneath him, fearing the stones would crush her. Let her go. Little Tomato swiftly appeared before them, his gaze less than friendly. He shoved Mu Yi aside and embraced her. Wow, it really is you. How did you know I was thinking of you? I felt it. Little Tomato placed a hand on his chest and then meticulously checked her body. Only after confirming she was uninjured did he relax and hold her tightly. From now on, you must not act alone. I will accompany you, understand? What are you doing? I'm not a child, and besides, I'm fine now, so don't worry. Meng Jiuli patted his chest and ruffled his hair. Every time she did this, he would quiet down. I am serious. You cannot face any danger. I must protect you. Today, the sun rises in the west. Everyone must protect themselves, as if they are weak. No need. I can protect myself. You all focus on your tasks. Mu Yi had long since sensed the underlying feelings and understood that Little Tomato harbored affections for Meng Jiuli. Let's first get out of here and secure the water source. Then our mission will be considered complete. Mu Yi feigned nonchalance, stretching but inadvertently causing his wound to throb. Can't you be more careful? Look, you're bleeding again. I'll handle it. Little Tomato took the disinfectant, hemostatic powder, and gauze, kneeling to bandage him. Oh dear, your bandaging is quite unsightly. Little Tomato wrapped a large mound on Mu Yi's back, resembling a dumpling, making it seem as though he had a hunchback. Who knew he could be humorous? Mu Yi is injured. You carry him up? Little Tomato nodded and began to climb upwards, pulling on the rope. She followed closely behind. The others outside were anxiously waiting. When they saw the injured Mu Yi, Fu Wan rushed over first. This is how you bandaged him? It's quite ugly. She was about to redo the bandaging but was stopped by Mu Yi. The water source has already been found, so we can bring the water cart over to fetch water. Mu Yi instructed his subordinates to begin their tasks. Otherwise, those disaster victims would soon suffer from thirst. Duan Yao looked at Little Tomato, speaking anxiously. We're fine, so don't worry. With the water source resolved, Meng Jiuli planned to wait until they left before fetching water herself, especially since the buckets in the space were still empty. Ollie, I think I've awakened my powers. Li Chao, with his head down and face flushed, kicked a small stone with his foot. Really, what powers have you awakened? I'm not sure. I could just sense those birds and beasts and can control them. Meng Jiuli's heart raced. Could it be beast mastery? Focus now and try using your powers on Little Chai. Chao gazed into Little Chai's eyes, his consciousness illuminated by its glow just moments ago. Little Chai had been bouncing around, but the next second, it lay down on the bed. Not bad. Once you level up a bit more, you will likely become even stronger. Is that true? Li Chao leaped up in excitement. Chapter 32. The Banquet That Must End. Ollie, may we meet again by chance. Let us forget about that. It's better we don't meet again, but I wish you all the best. Although she was unsure which team Mu Yi belonged to, she harbored no favorable impression of the rescue team. In the apocalypse, order had collapsed. In the early days, the rescue teams were managed, but later, they became a disorganized mess, often bullying women. A night passed in silence. The temperature difference between day and night was significant, around 38 degrees during the day, dropping to just over 10 degrees at night. Meng Jiuli sensed that heavy rain might arrive soon. Thus, it was imperative to expedite their efforts, moving supplies to the underground facility in Tang City. She had invested heavily in that multifunctional refuge, which would surely prove invaluable in the future. Ollie, I'm ready. Let us set off. I Chow packed his belongings, cradling little Chai. She had found a large truck here, which only needed minor repairs to be usable. I didn't expect you could fix cars. Meng Jiuli praised Li Chao, realizing that this helper was quite resourceful. My father runs a garage. I've always enjoyed tinkering with these things since I was little. So I picked up a few skills. Last night, she had secretly filled the buckets in her space, now waiting for Mu Yi and the others to share their poultry with her. She also found some tarps at the farm to cover the truck bed securely, preventing any mishaps on the road. After a morning of tinkering, Mu Yi finally woke up. Why are you all up so early? I found a truck to transport my livestock, so I won't burden Captain Mu anymore. Can you drive? Mu Yi glanced at the large truck, estimating she could barely reach the door. Remove the cant. I can drift with it. Do you believe me? Mu Yi chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further, but began distributing the agreed-upon livestock to her. Since there are more people on our side, we should take the larger share. Do you agree? Of course, I'm not unreasonable. Good. If that day comes, I will certainly go. She nodded at him with a smile. Ollie, I feel something is off. There are unusual glimmers in the grass over there. I Chow pointed to a distance. She looked over but noticed nothing unusual that you're just being overly anxious. There's nothing there. No, there are probably 4 or 5. I can sense them, but I cannot control them. Mu Yi, holding a gun, gently pushed aside the grass. Its wild boars, and they don't seem to be mutated. He cheerfully called out to her. Startled, the wild boars began to scatter, and several people converged from different directions to herd them together. I Chow attempted to control the largest one. Sure enough, after gaining control over the largest, the other 3 quickly succumbed. Not bad. I'll cook some meat for you all at noon. Mu Yi happily captured the wild boar, swiftly boiling water and plucking its fur in one seamless motion. Then thank you, Captain Mu. We'll just wait for a ready meal. After praising him, Meng Jiuli prepared some fruit wine and red wine. Such delicious food must be accompanied by wine. The previous day's gloom lifted, and everyone was in high spirits. Are you safe with these people? Mu Yi whispered into her ear. I believe I can judge character correctly. They are trustworthy. That if they were to betray me, I would have my ways to deal with them. At this point, she recalled Li Guangcheng, who had run away earlier. It was time to address him. He nodded gently, stroking his chin. Yes, that's best. After feasting and drinking, everyone began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Don't forget our agreement. Remember to come find me if you encounter any danger. Meng Jiuli nodded and waved goodbye to him. I am uncertain whether we shall meet again in the future. However, in this apocalyptic world, how many individuals are merely acquaintances? I suppose the 3 little ones at home must be thinking of themselves. The vehicle glides smoothly along the road, with not many zombies in sight, perhaps due to the choice of a quieter route. Have you recovered from your fever? No need to worry. I am completely healed. Xiao Fanxia gazes out the window and suddenly notices something unusual about a camper van. Someone over there is waving. Duan Yao speaks first that not pay any attention. It is best not to stop for those on the road, for you never know when they might strike you from behind. Hearing Meng Jiuli's words, she refrains from saying anything further and continues to observe outside. Suddenly, a man rushes to the roadside, clutching a child, blocking the vehicle's path. Please, I beg you, save the child. Move aside. I shall run you over. At this moment, the baby in the man's arms begins to cry, I implore you, save the child. The child's mother is already mutated. Rest assured, I will not trouble you. Meng Jiuli observes that the child appears to be about 1.5 years old. Uncertain of the unfolding situation. Not far off, the child's mother stumbles towards them, accompanied by several other zombies. I beg you. The child's name is Su Mingyao. The man tosses the child to Meng Jiuli, then turns to shield his wife from the approaching zombies. Meng Jiuli presses the accelerator and swiftly departs from this perilous place. Yet, glancing at the newly added little one beside her stirs an indescribable melancholy within her. Chapter 33. Raising a little ancestor, Xiao Mengyao remains remarkably quiet throughout the journey. Truly, she is an angel. Fortunately, in her storage space, she has collected many garments and toys for children, which she believes will bring joy to the little one once they return home. Neither of them has experienced the harshness of the apocalypse, and upon hearing the sounds of zombies being crushed and the gruesome echoes of their feasting, they still appear visibly shaken. Due to the power outage, the electric fence surrounding the villa is rendered useless. Thankfully, the three little ones are there to keep watch. Otherwise, they would have likely been robbed by now. Meng Jiuli deliberately drifts the vehicle in front of them. Raising clouds of dust that cause the others to cough violently, she accelerates and drives the car into the villa. The three little ones, hearing the commotion outside, rush out. Upon seeing Meng Jiuli, Qian leaps in her arms, while Haidu excitedly clings to her. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu remains composed. Observing her with calm curiosity, she brings Xiao Chai over to introduce him to them. Qian maintains his aloof demeanor, while Haidu dashes around Xiao Chai like a playful fawn. Initially, Xiao Chai is somewhat intimidated, but after a while, he grows accustomed to it. Fortunately, the villa has ample rooms. Once everyone is settled, she retrieves the mobile shower, fills it with water, and enjoys a delightful bath. After washing herself, she cleans Meng Yao, dressing her in fresh clothes and preparing her milk. After a considerable amount of effort, she finally lulls the child to sleep. When she descends the stairs, everyone is changed into fresh clothing and gathered downstairs. Not bad. The clothes fit you quite well. Feel free to wear whatever you like from the wardrobe in the future. This moment, Li Chao has also finished washing up, dressed in a set of Xiao Fanqia's clothes, which fit him perfectly. Due to the sweltering weather, she turns on the 800 kW diesel generator outside. The cool air from the air conditioning fills the room. Even Qian and Haidu cease their playful antics and lie on the ground to cool off. Having been away for 5 days, the three little ones must have endured the heat. Thankfully, there is an ample supply of diesel, gasoline, and natural gas, sufficient for their needs, after busying herself in the kitchen for a while. Fragrant rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and braised pork are placed on the dining table. The delicious braised pork is thanks to Captain Mu Ye's wild boar. I hope it is to everyone's liking. Just inhaling the aroma indicates its delectable nature. Indeed. Let us begin our meal. Just as she is about to eat, the sound of a child's crying emanates from upstairs. What a little ancestor this is. Before she can rise, the crying ceases, replaced by the sound of laughter. She knows it must be Xiao Fanqia soothing the child. Let us commence our meal that a bowl of rice is quickly devoured. As night falls, shadows move outside the villa. Inside, three individuals enjoy watermelon while Xiao Fanqia plays with Meng Yao and Qian. Ollie, I wish to discuss something with you. Li Chao hesitates, but ultimately speaks up. Meng Jiuli spits out a watermelon seed and smiles at him. Go ahead. You need not be so hesitant when speaking to me. He expresses his thoughts in one breath. Yet Meng Jiuli remains silent. We do not wish to evade our responsibilities. We simply wish to ascertain whether our family is safe. Were you saying? I was merely pondering how you would cope if your families were no longer present. Li Chao sets down his watermelon, gazing at her. After a moment of contemplation, she hands them some crystal sources. Absorbing these will aid in your upgrades. Remember to extract the crystal sources when you encounter zombies on the road. And take that vehicle with you. Having a car will provide a degree of safety. Moreover, always be sure to discern between good and bad people. Not everyone is as benevolent as Sister. Upon concluding, she turns and ascends the stairs, gathering a few changes of clothing, as well as some bread, biscuits, milk, instant noodles, canned 8 treasure porridge, and spicy sour noodles. Essentially all manner of fast food, filling their bags, since he planned to leave. Make haste under the cover of darkness. These provisions should sustain you on your journey. How can I express my gratitude? Li Chao wishes to embrace her, but is preempted by Meng Yao. He awkwardly retracts his arms. Duan Yao and the others place the food in the car, and then return to bid her farewell. We shall take our leave. Take care. Meng Jiuli waves them goodbye, faintly perceiving several figures outside her villa. A lightning orb is hurled, followed by a shriek as the figures scatter. Such a meager display of power, and yet they dare to approach my villa. A fool's errand. The villa, which had been lively just moments ago, now falls silent. However, it is not entirely tranquil, as there remains one person, 2 dogs, 1 cat, 1 mouse, and a little golden swallowing beast. Xiaoyu, if you continue to dig holes in the yard, I shall surely break your legs. Meng Jiuli's foot becomes ensnared in a hole dug by Xiaoyu, and she struggles to extricate it. See, your mother is quite foolish. Xiao Fanxia cradles Meng Yao, teasing her from the side. Meng Yao, who is learning to speak, mimics Xiao Fanxia's words and calls out, Mama, foolish. Although her pronunciation is somewhat garbled, the meaning is still discernible. Dare to call me foolish. I shall cut off your food supply. Do you believe that? Meng Yao, startled, pouts and begins to cry. You are far too harsh with her. Haidu, come here. Was I truly harsh just now? Haidu shoots her a glance before transforming into a shadow and escaping her grasp. Standing a meter away, he conveys with his gaze, women are all ferocious tigers. One should keep their distance. Haidu, from this day forth, you shall have no dog food. She shifts her gaze to Chen. Do not ask me. I know nothing that in a flash. He vanishes, leaving only a blurred silhouette behind. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Xiaoyu hastily burrows into the ground, disappearing from sight. Fear not. There is still Xiao Chai, this obedient little darling. As soon as the words leave her lips, Haidu seizes Xiao Chai and bolts away. Meng Jiuli feels a wave of exasperation wash over her. Chapter 34. Luring the enemy into the trap, a night passes without incident. After 5 days of wandering outside, she finally enjoys a restful sleep. Nevertheless, the events of the previous night still linger in her mind, prompting a sense of vigilance. It seems there are still some matters that require urgent attention. Observing Haidu leisurely playing in the yard, she contemplates a clever method for obtaining crystal sources that it is unwise to allow them such idleness, as one must cultivate their strength for future endeavors. As for the little ancestor upstairs, she can do little. Despite nurturing her for 1,000 days, she does not yield any tangible value in return, requiring constant provision of food and comfort. While she herself lacks for nothing, she certainly finds herself lacking experience in child-rearing. Haidu, sensing someone is watching him with ill intent, turns to flee, only to be caught by her. There is no escaping her. She is of the spatial affinity, a force to reckon with. Haidu, you are now a mature dog, capable of handling responsibilities. Is it not time to dispose of the household refuse? Off you go. Haidu casts a resentful glance, but does not argue, I'm not a human, yet you are a true dog. Look, even Haidu is laboring. You cannot afford to be idle any longer, so off you go. She drops 2 rags and happily settles onto the sofa to snack on grapes. After tallying the number of crystal sources from the previous night, 252 in total, she realizes that advancing to level 3 concurrently may present challenges. It appears she must venture out once more in search of crystal sources in the coming days. Xiao Fanxia descends the stairs with Meng Yao in tow. Upon seeing her, little Meng Yao wriggles free from Xiao Fanxia's embrace and stumbles into her arms. Though initially hesitant, she ultimately embraces the child. Mama, in that moment, she can only congratulate herself on her newfound role as a mother. The little one is at an age where family companionship is paramount. Much like Nabao, who, with her mother by her side, surely feels a sense of happiness despite the surrounding difficulties. Meanwhile, Meng Yao has lost all her family in this calamity, rendering her a pitiful child. Very well. Then, let me be your mother. However, I'm also a novice in this role, so please be patient with me. The little one gazes up with wide eyes, grasping at her hair, yet upon seeing her smile, it seems she understands that she is not unwelcome. She is very clever. Spend a few more days with her, and you will surely understand. Xiao Fanxia sits down and continues to play with her. Yao Yao, Mama has a question for you. If I am Mama, then who is he? The little one lifted her head, her mind racing with thoughts. She exclaimed, Daddy. Well done. The little tomato did not respond nor refute, but instead lifted her high, her face radiating affection that, if one day he were to regain his memories and find someone he cherished to establish a small family, he would undoubtedly be a good father to his own children. Just don't let her fall. From the space, he retrieved a multitude of toys for her, and the little one sat there, immersed in joyous play. Not disturb her. This is cultivating her concentration. Such days swiftly passed in a blur of 3, during which she elevated her lightning powers to level 3 with the remaining upgrade space insufficient, she decided to allocate it to the 3 little ones, leaving her with 50 crystals. Next, she needed to gather more crystal sources. Although the delicacies in the space were delectable, eating alone was rather uninteresting. Little tomato, are you even from this planet? You consume nothing but milk daily and have survived to this point. I'm genuinely impressed. She gazed at the table laden with dishes, but felt no appetite. It seemed she had been exercising less lately. It was indeed time to take a stroll, especially with a beast awaiting her attention. Keeping him alive in this apocalypse for so long was already a show of mercy. Now it was time for him to experience the harsh realities of the end times that I am an alien. Are you afraid? The little tomato wore a serious expression, her eyes becoming dead fish-like. Humph, that's not funny at all. You're an alien, and I'm an interstellar agent. Do you believe that? As she fed supplementary food to Meng Jiuli. She mocked him. The little tomato turned and muttered softly. I knew you wouldn't believe me anyway. She placed the dishes down, and Black Bean's ears perked up instantly. Not good. Run quickly. A second too late could mean disaster. A whirlwind of darkness vanished within the villa. Hey, these rascals have learned to be sly. If they don't get their dinner tonight, they can sleep on the streets. She cast a glance at the little tomato. How about you put in some effort? He stood up, cradling the child as he ascended the stairs, leaving her with a resolute back. You consume my food, or my clothes, yet you refuse to work. This is utterly unreasonable that I shall run away from home. The dishes clattered as she set them aside. After all, the space had plenty, enough for her own use. Outside the villa, shadowy figures appeared stealthily. Boss, I saw clearly yesterday that there's food in this villa. But the ladies inside are not to be trifled with. She can unleash electricity. Old 3 was injured by a fireball. TCH, what's so impressive about that? Our boss can take down a zombie with a single punch. Can she really be stronger than a zombie? Qin Fong nodded proudly. Stay low-key. Yet his heart was already bursting with joy. Most who had survived the apocalypse for half a month had awakened their powers. He himself had discovered his awakening just a few days ago during a scuffle for supplies. It was quite effective, and he had also gathered many little brothers, his confidence soaring. Heaven first, earth second, and I am third. If the Jade Emperor truly existed, he would likely go to pay his respects. This moment. How could he regard a woman as significant? To him, women in the apocalypse were worth no more than a packet of instant noodles. He glanced down at the once top-tier star, In Li, who was now obediently nestled in his embrace. However, caution was warranted. It was said that no one dared to provoke her in this area due to a particularly fierce dog she owned. You read just feeding off others' strength to diminish your own power. Tonight, let me show you my might. Boss, today we've claimed this villa. Look, there are electric fences around. Surely there are plenty of delicacies. Qin Fong pinched her chin, laughing maniacally. If one day I run out of food, will you brothers still be around? Yes, boss, you're the best. A chorus of agreement erupted from below. Inli's face changed repeatedly. She had once been a top star, and now, for a morsel of food, she found herself entangled with these ruffians, a feeling of unspeakable disdain welling up within her. Yet she had no choice but to pander. The sounds from outside could not escape Meng Jiuli's notice. Little Corn had already dug a pit nearby, waiting for them to fall in. Her current task was to stand by the window, ready to catch them off guard. They dared to plot against her. They should consider their own worth. Black Bean, now it's your turn. Remember to gather the crystal sources. The few rascals were entirely unnecessary for her to handle herself. Chapter 35. Catching them off guard, a shadow swept by, startling everyone. Boss, something seems to have emerged. Don't scare us. What could possibly be out there? Black Bean continued to herd them together, and soon the previously scattered group coalesced. There really is something. Something is following us. I'm scared. Useless bunch. Stay close. The gaggle of foolish deer continued forward, oblivious to the danger lurking ahead. Little Corn saw the moment was ripe and caused a ground collapse, sending the entire group tumbling in. Qin Fong, having just tasted dirt, slapped him and shouted, "You ask me? Who the hell should I ask?" A massive animal head loomed above them. What is going on? It seemed this villa truly housed monsters. And the rumors were indeed true. Just as everyone was in shock, another flaming creature appeared. What the hell? Have we fallen into hell? Those with faint hearts had already wet themselves in fear. Don't panic. Form a human wall. I'll go up first to assess the situation. The boss commanded, and everyone hastily complied. Just as Qin Fong was less than a meter from the ground, a blaze ignited. Qin Fong screamed in pain. The human wall collapsed, and everyone fell into disarray. Boss, was that a cat or a lion? Qin Fong, now in agony, paid no mind to what kind of creature it was. Blackbean had somehow dragged over a piece of black plastic, covering the trap, entirely disregarding the cries from below. Who's seeking death? If you attract the zombies, we're clearly walking into their trap. And you're still shouting. Then what do you suggest? Should we just sit quietly and wait for death? The group bickered incessantly. Qin Fong, reluctantly opening his swollen eyes, commanded, "Quiet down. Wait until I recover, and I assure you, I won't let anyone die here." The boss had spoken, and they could say no more, gradually falling silent. Despite his arrogance, Qin Fong genuinely cared for his brothers. He was a decent leader, albeit targeting the wrong people. The night was much colder than the day, and everyone in the trap trembled from the chill. Tonight, the little one insisted on sleeping with him, as she looked at the sweetly sleeping child beside her. A warmth amidst the apocalypse enveloped her. The following noon, the sun beat down mercilessly upon the earth, and the black plastic covering the trap absorbed most of the heat, leaving those inside both hungry and hot. On the brink of death, Qin Fong's face and body bore burns, with no medicine available and the intense heat causing his wounds to fester. "Boss, how are you holding up?" "Don't worry, I want to die." Qin Fong pushed others aside, attempting to climb upward with his bare hands. His body felt weak, but in such dire circumstances, human potential could be unleashed. This time, he climbed faster than the previous night's human wall. Upon reaching the top, he removed the plastic cover, finally revealing a glimmer of hope to everyone. "Impressive. It seems I underestimated you all, but even if you emerge, it will be difficult to escape from me." Meng Jiuli crossed her arms, watching him coldly. "Humph. If I have the ability to climb up, I also have the means to kill you." Having seen arrogance before, she had never encountered such blatant hubris. However, she was in no rush. Since he wanted to play, she would indulge him, for she had time to spare. "All right, I'll give you 3 chances. If you fail once, I'll bury them 60 centimeters deep. It's up to you. It's too hot, so I'll go eat some melon while you fight." "Boss, we believe in you. You must win." "Yes, boss, our lives are in your hands. Stop talking. Let the boss handle it. We trust him. This group is rather united. I wonder how long that will last." The first challenge was Little Corn's Earth-based powers. It was well known that strength types had a definitive advantage in close combat, even surpassing other powers. However, when facing these elusive little creatures, the disadvantages became apparent. Exhaustion set in, yet he could not land a single blow on Little Corn. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his face and body ablaze with pain. Hearing the command, Little Corn was ready to fill the pit. "Wait, I haven't conceded yet. Let us continue." Quite tenacious. "Then let us keep going." Little Corn nodded helplessly and continued the battle as the sun began to set. No victor had emerged. Everyone was starving, their stomachs pressed against their backs. Qin Fong lay weakly on the ground. "Brothers, I'm sorry. I truly lack the strength." Seeing the scene, Meng Jiuli ordered Little Corn to fill the pit. This time, everyone genuinely feared. "Hero, spare us. We know we were wrong. We won dare next time." Yes, we were blind to challenge a big shot. Please spare us." "Enough. I have no interest in your flattery, nor will I let you go." This group often engaged in petty misdeeds, and now, amidst the chaos, they had formed a gang. Leaving them would only pose a threat to the world. You cannot let them go. Not one of them is a good person. The ever-hiding Ainley rushed to her side, vociferously condemning the crimes committed by these individuals. She recognized this woman as the popular star Ainley, who, despite an affinity for naive and innocent types, was undeniably attractive. These people had harmed many young girls, and even now, my villa still held captive around 10 girls. "You must save us. You wretched woman. I knew you never truly submitted to us." "Nonsense. Have you looked in a mirror lately? Why should I comply with you? I would rather kill you sooner than later." "Ha ha ha. Kill me. Dream on. Even if you're a star, you are still at my mercy. And don't think I won't enjoy it. Shut up, you bastard. Ainley picked up an iron rod from the ground and struck him repeatedly until the floor was awash with crimson and ivory. Meng Jiuli picked up the clean crystal source from the ground and pocketed it. Just how much torment must a girl endure before her head is shattered? And even then, it is not enough? Yet this was not her concern. Meng Jiuli understood the cruelty of the apocalypse towards young girls. Thus her sympathy for Ainley's plight was profound. Rest assured, none of them will survive, die in the distance. The silhouettes of Xiao, Fanxia, and Haidu appeared against the setting SU, and it seemed all preparations were in place. Since you all wish to live, I now offer you a chance. Bind each other with ropes, and I will pull you up and take you to a place where your survival is in your own hands. Upon seeing the opportunity to live, everyone instantly found their strength and fiercely tied each other up. I will drive you there, so get in the car. Chapter 36. Reaping the benefits of others' labor, it is too dangerous on the road. Allow me to go. Xiao Fanxia intercepted her, intending to drive them herself. Yao Yao needs someone to care for her, so you must stay behind. She called upon Haidu and Qian to drive towards the Lover's Bridge, a renowned couple's destination in Jishur, which attracts many visitors daily. She had chosen one of the escape room establishments for them. Inside, Haidu and Xiao Fanxia had already drawn a considerable number of zombies. They would have ample time for their games. Are you really going to let them go? You will find out upon arrival. As they drove, the zombies were crushed under the wheels, and the gruesome scenes made Ainley somewhat uncomfortable. Relax. This is the apocalypse. If you do not eliminate them, they will surely eliminate you. Ainley nodded in agreement. The afterglow of the sunset bathed the Lover's Bridge, yet lacked the serenity and warmth of days gone by, were it not for this disaster. The paths would be filled with young couples. There is no other option. With disaster upon us, we can only sell you out. Mourning for the past is futile. The car halted in front of an establishment named Three Body Escape Room. All right, you may enter. Weapons have been prepared for you inside. Whether you survive relies on your own abilities, but our hands and feet are bound. How can we possibly escape? Everyone understood that zombies would surely be present. And if their hands were restrained, even with weapons, survival was improbable. Rest assured, I am not unreasonable. I will untie the last person, but whether they choose to save you is beyond my control. Though reluctant, everyone proceeded inside in an orderly fashion. Fear not, I shall return to inspect tomorrow. She will come to collect the crystal source tomorrow. They could handle ordinary level 1 zombies, but if they encountered level 2 zombies, they would be out of luck. Ainley began to plead with her. Meng Jiuli had anticipated such a scenario and had already devised a strategy. The car sped towards the Yujing Villa in the southern part of the city. Here we are. The trio of 2 humans and 1 animal exited the vehicle, and upon opening the door, they were met with unbearable sounds from within. Inside, 3 men were tormenting 2 young girls. This was their daily existence. Hearing the noise at the door, the men made a final push, lazily draping themselves over the girls. Noticing the decent appearances of the girls, the star had once again proven her worth. Meng Jiuli looked at her incredulously. I never imagined you were this kind of person. They forced me into this, but I truly harbor no such thoughts towards you. Is that so? Did you not claim there were 10 girls? Why are there only 2 now? Meng Jiuli scrutinized the girls in the room. They had wrapped their clothing around themselves, barely concealing their modesty. Meng Jiuli shot a disdainful glance at the man, a smirk gracing her lips. Your leader has already been fed to the dogs. If you do not wish to share the same fate, get up quickly. Where did this little firecracker come from? But I like it. Come here and let me enjoy your company. Before the man's lewd hand could reach her, Meng Jiuli swiftly dispatched him with an electric baton, sending him to face judgment below. He could explain his crimes down there, hoping for a rebirth as a fly or mosquito. To deal with such men with supernatural powers is an insult to those powers. The rest is up to you. Qian, she had no desire to engage with these brutes. Thank you for saving us. Liu and Wang Shui approached with some trepidation to express their gratitude. Upon seeing Yin Li's furious countenance, they realized that this woman had deceived them under the guise of a rescue team. They had thought they entered paradise, only to find themselves in hell. What about the other girls? I do not know. When we left last night, they were still there. Yin Li looked at her innocently. Struggling to discern the truth, they had already been discarded by these men. Where they had been thrown was a mystery to them as well. Li Yu and Wang Shui were newcomers. Those girls had already been tortured to the brink of death and were likely tossed into a horde of zombies. The poor girls, their youthful beauty extinguished so tragically. Jian knocked out the two men and placed them before the girls. Meng Jiuli bound the two men. The power now lies in your hands. Resolve this yourselves. The men gazed at them in terror. Now they understood fear, but it was too late. She handed the electric baton to the two girls and stepped outside the villa. The girls exchanged glances, hesitating to take action. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? We have never killed anyone. It is quite simple. Kill once, and you will remember the sensation. You will face far more in the future. As she stepped outside, the anguished screams of the men echoed from within. One must pay for their own sins. All things are transient, but the law of causality remains. She stroked Haidu's furry head, marveling at its size. The sounds inside grew fainter, and soon the two girls emerged. We have resolved the situation. Thank you. Though they were skeletal from hunger, it was evident they retained their beauty. What do you plan to do with this woman? She pointed at Ainley, expressing her disdain for those who betray others. Li Yu kicked a nearby soda can, sending it rolling away, her eyes filled with animosity. You cannot kill me. I was also forced into this. Li Yu offered no further chance for explanation, swiftly slitting the man's throat. Blood gushing forth. Meng Jiuli nodded in satisfaction. There was progress. This was the way to survive in the apocalypse, though further testing was necessary. Living together is not so bad. It's just uncertain how long they can last. Have you made up your minds? If you wish to take on a challenge, I can have Haidu assist you. The two girls nodded earnestly, and Haidu followed them like a dark night towards a supermarket. This community was upscale, and after the apocalypse struck, the wealthy had long since departed, leaving behind those without the means to escape. The zombies were relatively scarce, making it suitable for the two sisters to reside. I have prepared a house for you, along with lighting equipment to last your needs. Remember to keep the door shut and do not open it for anyone. If I'm still around, I will have Haidu check on you. The girls were overwhelmed with gratitude towards Meng Jiuli. Never had anyone treated them so well since the onset of the apocalypse. We truly do not know how to thank you. The two bowed in unison. Live is the greatest gratitude you can offer me. I hope we may meet again. Chapter 37. The yellow sparrow lurks behind Meng Jiuli is indeed formidable. But do you truly believe you can save them? A man's voice emerged from the shadows of the villa. It was Li Guangsheng. It seemed the opportunity for revenge had arrived. Come out. Do not hide like a turtle in its shell. Not be so fiery. I am here on official business and do not have time to discuss personal grievances. Li Guangsheng led a team of rescue personnel, searching for survivors nearby. The quality of the rescue team was indeed mixed. All sorts of rubbish could be conscripted. She shot a glance at Li Guangsheng, then at his entourage, whose qualities were likely on par with those of Qin Fong and his crowd. You are mistaken. Those who can join the rescue team possess some unique abilities. Otherwise, they cannot carry out this work. Li Guangsheng laughed lewdly, reaching out to touch her face, with her lightning powers now at level 3. She had yet to test their effectiveness. Today would be a fitting opportunity. The arc of electricity crackled in his hand, and just as he reached out, a thunderstorm erupted between them, resulting in instantaneous and devastating casualties. One could hardly deny the effectiveness of the upgraded lightning. He nodded in understanding, as if comprehending the situation. Meng Jiuli, let you revel for a moment tonight. I have prepared a surprise for you. Just wait. With that, he hurriedly led his ragtag soldiers to the vehicle. Only when he heard the sound of the car moving did Meng Jiuli feel reassured enough to prepare to leave. Well, it was nothing much. Just an encounter with her ex-boyfriend, reminiscing about the past, and contemplating how to eliminate one another. Did the little one behave today? Did she look for me? She is quite obedient. At least more so than you. He opened his arms and embraced her. What are you doing? I'm not injured. There's no need for me to take action. Silence. His tone sounded somewhat domineering. Have you watched too many movies? I have a premonition that I might need to leave this place. So in the days to come, you must be under my protection, never to stray from my side. What do you mean? Are you going to die or turn into a zombie? Be clear, he struggled to explain, feeling an overwhelming sense that he would indeed leave this place. I'm just kidding. How could I bear to leave you? She gazed into his serious eyes and delivered a firm punch to his chest. That joke is far from amusing. Since her rebirth and through the half-month of the apocalypse, she had grown accustomed to having him by her side. He looked at her and leaned down to gently kiss her lips. She attempted to break free, but was held firmly by his grip on her head. In the early morning, Meng Jiuli was awakened by the shouts of Haidu. Fully aware that it must be that rascal Li Guangqing causing trouble. After dressing and heading downstairs, she found the entire community surrounded. Yet, there was no sight of Li Guangqing. You are Meng Jiuli. We are from the 5th Special District responsible for food confiscation. Someone reported that you are hoarding a large quantity of supplies. We are here on orders to take them away. It seemed she had fallen victim to some underhanded scheme. No matter how she explained, they likely wouldn't believe her. Meng Jiuli, I advise you to hand it over willingly. We are doing this for everyone's sake. That scoundrel finally revealed himself. No, the Earth's surface is vast. Can't you find it on your own? Coming here to beg for food is quite shameful. Don't think I don't know. You spent a fortune hoarding supplies. Tell me where they are, and I might spare your life. Her stomach turned at the sight of his repugnant smirk. She should have allowed him to perish in the jaws of the zombies back then. What are you doing here? Little Tomato frowned at the soldiers. He had once led countless troops himself. You're still here. But you can't save her. Li Guangqing raised his hand, revealing a row of heavy weaponry behind his team. And no matter how powerful your abilities, you can't dodge a cannon, can you? I never imagined you would go to such lengths to deal with me. His expression twisted with fury. You think I would do nothing after escaping? Wrong. I am no longer the useless drunkard I once was. Having escaped from the dungeon, he utilized his father's collection of weapons and the intelligence he possessed to gain an opportunity to join the 5th Special District. During an operation to eliminate zombies, he saved the life of the leader, Mu Tian, thus establishing his foothold there. Ali, be sensible. Let us make this easy for both of us. I refuse. Meng Jiuli hurled the thunderstorm directly at him, but he skillfully evaded. Others were left with casualties. Ali, don't be anxious. I have a surprise for you. With a loud clap, the crowd parted to reveal an iron cage containing 2 mutated zombies. Towering figures that appeared to be level 2 or higher. Don't you find them familiar? Li Guangqing pointed at the 2 mutated zombies in the cage. She couldn't discern much else, but the jade pendant on the male zombie's chest was unmistakably Huang Junin's. Thus, the one beside him must be his sister, Huang Anqi. How could they have turned from living beings into zombies? Would you like to hear how I captured them? However, halfway through, Huang Anqi encountered the rescue team, led by Li Guangqing, and was quickly drawn to him, refusing to move forward and opting to stay with him. This gave Li Guangqing the opportunity, and thus the siblings became subjects of their experiments, artificially transformed into mutated zombies. Li Guangqing, you are inhuman. Exploiting a girl's emotions. Emotions are worthless in this apocalypse. He tapped the cage, prompting Huang Anqi to turn her head towards him, her eyes devoid of focus. Huang Junin was the same. Little Tomato, please utilize your spatial distortion. I want to capture them alive. He nodded. And suddenly, Li Guangqing found himself enveloped in an unknown space. The crowd, witnessing their leader's disappearance, was momentarily at a loss. Huang Junin, do you still recognize me? I am Ali. Inside the cage, he let out a hoarse howl, his gaze blank and drooling. They had promised to return safely. How could it have come to this? Meng Jiuli took out her phone and played the music they often listened to together near his ear. Do you remember? We promised to leave together. Now that you've broken that promise, I shall punish you to stay by my side for eternity, protecting me. In her second life, she still failed to protect those she wished to safeguard. I have placed him in the dungeon. The thunderstorm exploded nearby, creating a deep, dark pit in the ground. Chapter 38, a fate worse than death. Having just executed the spatial distortion, Little Tomato felt somewhat weak, but still stood resolutely beside her. Bolstering her, a man approached from the rear of the group. His silhouette was familiar. Mu Yi, what are you doing? Who gave you the right to steal food from the residential area? So it's you. Are you in cahoots with them? She looked at him, puzzled. I'm here to stop them. Are you all right? Have they caused you any trouble? Stop pretending. I want to believe you. These people are all in the same bed with snakes and rats. Not a single one is good. Though we are both part of the 5th Special District, we are not allies. I only recently learned of their actions that MEE knew there must be some misunderstanding, and it was too complicated to explain in a short time. You all should leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. We must take them away. You all can leave, but you must leave them behind. They're my most important people. If you still remember our past friendship, you will agree that if not, we shall settle this with a fight. Her gaze was resolute. No matter what, she could not allow Huang Junin to be left behind. It's not that we won't give them to you. They pose a danger and could harm you. But do you know they were once normal people, awakened to their abilities because of your twisted experiments? You forcibly turned them into zombies. Worse than zombies is the human heart. That MEE waved his hand, allowing them to leave first. All soldiers complied and retreated, the rumble of vehicles echoing through the streets. Occasionally, a small head peeked out from the community, curious about the situation outside. Little Tomato blocked Mu Ye's path, preventing him from entering Dudley. Hear me out. I truly haven't betrayed you. You must believe me. Meng Jiuli had no time to entertain him, her focus solely on Huang Junin in the cage, murmuring to herself. She still hadn't protected him well. Huang Junin seemed to understand her words, extending a finger to gently stroke her hair. Little Tomato had already gathered arcs of electricity in his hands, ready to strike. Yet he did not harm her. For a zombie like Huang Junin, retaining intelligence was entirely normal. Once he recognized someone, he would remain loyal to that person for life. This was the ultimate goal of the 5th Special District in creating zombie soldiers that MEE stood outside for a long time, still awaiting Meng Jiuli's forgiveness. You should leave. She doesn't want to see anyone from your side right now. This is what she asked me to deliver to you, that I in the dungeon. Li Guangqing had already awakened, discovering himself bound in chains, unable to break free. Junin, shall I take you to seek revenge? She caressed his disheveled hair, his face smeared with blood, his muscles having bulged out, tearing through his former clothing. Seeing her distressed and in tears, he reached into space and produced a big white rabbit milk candy to offer her. Oh, you remember I like this candy? He nodded, urging her to eat it. Tears flowed uncontrollably for a moment. He thought she was upset due to the scarcity, hastily producing a whole bag to hand to her. Meng Jiuli's tears streamed down like a broken string of pearls, unable to hold back any longer. Some people, even after becoming zombies, could distinctly remember your preferences, while others, for whom you had poured your heart out, took it for granted. It's all my fault. I should have gone with him. Then he wouldn't have encountered this. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself anymore. Little Tomato embraced her, softly comforting her. Eat something first. You need strength to take revenge. She pushed the food aside, lacking appetite. Mommy, eat something. The little one handed her the spoon. Dear little one, mother is not hungry. You should eat. Father, comfort her. The little creature, realizing she could not sway her, took the hand of the cherry tomato to persuade her to eat. Meng Jiuli, unable to withstand their relentless attempts, reluctantly consumed a portion of crystal shrimp dumplings. In the dungeon, Meng Jiuli, accompanied by Huang Junin and his sister, cast a menacing gaze at Li Guangqing. Did you not anticipate that your retribution would arrive so swiftly? Mr. Li? Humph. Do you truly believe they stand a chance against me? He held great confidence in his own abilities, certain that he could easily handle these zombies. Huang Anqi's eyes were fixed on him, fury igniting within her gaze, emitting low growls from her lips. Humph. Why do you glare at me? Were it not for you, I would never have captured your brother, nor would Meng Jiuli have experienced the pain of losing someone dear. He was well aware of the individuals Meng Jiuli cherished most, one of whom was Huang Junin. Thus he had meticulously crafted a strategy to find a breakthrough. You are indeed despicable. The likes of you squander the very resources of existence. Meng Jiuli, do you fancy yourself a virtuous being? Have you not also slain countless lives, and now you dare to label me as repugnant? She shot him a glare. Do not conflate me with the likes of you. Those I have killed deserve their fates, including you today, in truth, you should be grateful for the extra days I have afforded you. Guangqing rolled his eyes dramatically, as if he were to kneel and bow before her. Regardless, my demise will not benefit your dear friend. His death would be no loss. The chains binding him were nearly frayed. Just a little longer, and he could escape into the light, that I will not grant you a swift death. She produced a syringe filled with crimson zombie serum, stating, "You all excel in research. Who wouldn't? What do you intend to do?" "I refuse to become a zombie." His muscles swelled, visibly straining against his restraints. Black Bean restrained him with shadows. She injected the serum into his body. "Experience this, and do not waste your energy attempting to flee. This dungeon was meticulously designed with you in mind. Savor it. You are not human." Indeed, how can one harbor compassion for that which is devoid of humanity? Huang Anqi had no intention of leaving. Several times she attempted to lunge forward to sink her teeth into him, but was repeatedly halted by Huang Junin. "Do not be hasty. The game has only just begun. It would be tedious to conclude it too early." They were placed in a special room, and Meng Jiuli proceeded to the cherry tomato's chamber. "Do you think there exists a method to restore them to humanity?" The cherry tomato understood her concern for Huang Junin, yet he genuinely did not know how to revert zombies back to human form. Chapter 39. The Crustacean Beast. "Are you leaving me too?" "I will not depart. However, recent dreams have hinted at many things that I merely wish to inform you in advance that one day I may leave." Much like the moment I arrived here, Meng Jiuli remained silent for a long while, uncertain of what to say. "Very well, if that is the case, accompany me tonight to gather crystal sources." The cherry tomato nodded earnestly. "May I bring Ming Yao?" Of course. This time, she did not refuse him. Only by keeping those most important by her side could she ensure their safety. The vehicle halted at the Lover's Bridge, in front of the three-body escape room. The instant the door swung open, an eerie silence enveloped the interior. A heavy stench of blood wafted into the air. Suddenly, a mutated zombie appeared before them, seemingly the final victor of the day. Yet, regrettably, it could not escape now. Qian had long since dashed out to gather crystal sources. His nocturnal vision was his greatest asset. Black Bean's shadowy restraints held the creature in place, granting Meng Jiuli an excellent opportunity to in close combat. Her tang knife proved exceptionally useful, and with a few swift strikes, the creature began to falter. Ultimately, she switched to a wolf-toothed dagger, directly severing its head to extract the crystal source, a pure white crystal the size of a quail egg. This indicated the formidable capabilities of the mutant. Each ability user forms a small crystal upon initially awakening their powers, which expands in size as their abilities enhance. That I have undertaken this journey with promises. It is your own ineptitude that has led to this. After collecting the crystal sources, the vehicle was prepared to depart. The cherry tomato declared, "I wish for them to revert to humanity. This will be a monumental endeavor. With your experiments, they may improve, or they may worsen. Are you prepared to accept such outcomes?" "Fear not. I am ready. Let us begin with Li Guangqing as our subject. This is precisely what he deserves." While the two conversed, a melodic voice resonated from the roadside. "Quickly depart from here. It is dangerous. Monsters are approaching." Who is speaking? Scanning the surroundings, no humans were in sight, though a few zombies wandered the streets. Qian, with a look of pride, handed the collected crystal sources to Meng Jiuli. "You see, when tasked with work, you become discontented. How about I reward you with some dried fish? Or perhaps canned goods? There is certainly an abundance of such items. Enough to sustain you for a lifetime." Qian's eyes brightened at the mention of dried fish, though he did not immediately accept it. Why refuse good food? Truly a fool. The voice chimed again, prompting Meng Jiuli to instruct Black Bean to investigate the bushes, seeking the source of the trickery. "Release me, you black iron egg. Do not soil my garments." Black Bean approached her, but did not let go, persistently holding her by the neck. As she drew closer, she realized it was a domesticated little snow fox. "What are you staring at? If you do not leave soon, you will be in trouble. The monsters are coming." "You can speak? What is your name? Why not accompany us? I have an abundance of dried fish and chicken. Would you like some?" The little fox tilted its head in contemplation, allowing her to stroke its fur, which would likely remain warm even during an impending ice age. Black Bean snorted at it. "Black iron egg, is that how you speak? My master would never abandon me." Listening to their bickering was oddly enjoyable. It seemed this little fox possessed formidable psychic abilities. Foxes were inherently spirited creatures, and awakening such powers was not unexpected. "What do you think?" The cherry tomato nodded. This vicinity is teeming with first-level zombies. Nothing to fear. You cannot find them. I can sense it. Danger is imminent. You should leave quickly. The snow fox pondered silently for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of dried fish, deciding to join them in the vehicle, with another member added to her animal entourage. It appeared she was not far from leaving the zoo. Just as the vehicle was about to start, a flock of mutated pigeons collided with the car, their force so overwhelming that blood was drawn with each impact. They are here to that moment. Meng Jiuli began to grow anxious, yet remained silent in the embrace of the cherry tomato. Suddenly, an overwhelming number of mutated beasts appeared, their appearance terrifying, reminiscent of otherworldly creatures, the crustacean beasts. Do you recognize them? The cherry tomato furrowed her brow tightly. It appeared that a temporal distortion had indeed occurred, otherwise these aberrant creatures would not manifest here to my. There are quite a few. However, how strong are they in battle? The snow fox turned to her. These are demons from hell, far more formidable than these zombies. Then we must exercise caution. A crustacean beast dove towards the ground, seizing a zombie and extracting its crystal source before discarding it onto the earth. Throughout, it emitted not a single sound. Everyone stood in stunned silence, witnessing the fluidity of its movements. Before long, the zombies on the ground were nearly obliterated. This group of creatures prepared to take flight elsewhere. Just as everyone thought they were safe, an unforeseen event transpired. A crustacean beast suddenly landed on the ground, revealing a man concealed within the bushes, clutching a bag of food, clearly having ventured out in search of sustenance under the cover of night. "Do not eat me. There are more people over there," the man shouted in terror, inadvertently attracting more monsters. Within a minute, he was reduced to a mere pool of blood, not even leaving behind bones. Though she had experienced an apocalypse, it was her first encounter with such monsters. Nearby, survivors peered from the buildings, only to have their heads caught and dragged out by the beasts. In midair, they were devoured entirely. Their fate akin to that of hellish demons. Watching this spectacle was fraught with peril. What shall we do now? If not for Meng Jiuli, the situation would be manageable. However, with a child in tow, even engaging in combat was a hindrance. They have sensed our presence. We must act quickly. The snow fox warned that no, I cannot abandon you. That a distant light interrupted everyone's thoughts. The monsters began relentlessly assaulting the vehicle. Red flames erupted from within, and while the beasts expertly dodged, they dared not approach. They feared the flames. Qian, your moment has arrived. Chapter 40. The Joy of King Zhou. Qian stood atop the vehicle, radiating red flames. Although the crustacean beasts were tempted, they hesitated to draw near, encircling the car with hissing roars. Qian was now a third-level fire ability user. His fireballs were significantly more potent than before, inflicting greater damage. The burning bones of the monsters howled in agony. The vehicle maneuvered closer to the front car, revealing Muyi. What brings you here? Do not misunderstand. I'm not stalking you. I am here to carry out a mission and unexpectedly stumbled upon these matters. There's no need for explanations. If you're tracking us, simply admit it. No one will blame you. Executing a mission alone in a vehicle, who would believe that? Moreover, there are hardly any survivors left here. Mai, who was said to be at the center of it all, chuckled as he looked at her. I was merely concerned you might be in trouble, so I came to check if all was well. I would leave, but it seems trouble found me. Meng Jiuli remained silent, gesturing for him to leave quickly. Otherwise, the flames would soon be of no use against them. Two vehicles raced side by side, pursued by a horde of monstrous creatures. Upon reaching an open area, the flames were pushed to their limits, and they quickly urged Mai to jump into the vehicle. Ahead lay a warehouse. We could seek refuge inside. It was the only option available. The monstrous beings did not follow them, remaining at the roadside to exterminate the zombies. As the vehicle approached the warehouse, a group of oblivious individuals suddenly emerged. Blocking their path. Stop the car. We need to investigate. Mai drove straight through them. To his surprise, the leading man manipulated metal and caused one of the tires to explode. The vehicle jolted violently, nearly overturning. Mai, are you all right? Meng Jiuli halted the car and exited to check on him. He was fine. Just a minor bump on his forehead. As the two attempted to return to the vehicle, they were stopped by Wang Chong. Are your ears malfunctioning? Can't you hear me? Meng Jiuli shot him a glare and retorted, "It's not that we didn't hear. It's that we don't want to listen." With a swift motion, she hurled a thunderstorm grenade among them, obliterating their faces in a fiery explosion, killing them instantly. With no time to ponder, the pursuing creatures quickly closed in. With a press of the accelerator, they reached the warehouse and shut the large doors tightly. The few survivors were still reeling from the ringing in their ears when they were swiftly devoured by the advancing ground monsters. The metal controlled by Wang Chong attacked those creatures. But it was merely a drop in the bucket, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Ultimately, the monsters consumed him. "Your head is still bleeding. Let me bandage it for you." She retrieved antiseptic wipes and hemostatic powder from her space, carefully wrapping his forehead. "Thank you." Mai fell silent for a moment, learning for the first time about the zombie soldier experiments. The zombies they had previously captured had indeed been sent to the laboratory, but he had never delved into what was done there. Only upon seeing Huang Junin and his siblings today did he realize they had been shamelessly scavenging survivors under the guise of a rescue team, dragging them to the laboratory for experiments. This revelation incited a great fury within him, prompting him to leave the 5th Special District in a fit of rage. "I am no longer one of them. I fear I cannot assist you." The sounds outside grew increasingly louder, suggesting a considerable number of foes. Hiding like this was futile. If the doors are breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Tomato clutched Meng Yao. Her wide eyes filled with fear as she surveyed her surroundings. The creatures feared fire. They could ignite flames at the entrance to drive them away. Shueji tilted her head, gazing at the doorway. There was an abundance of wooden tables and chairs in the warehouse that could be put to use. Meng Jiuli handed Mai an axe from her space. "Go ahead," just as he began to chop the wood. A ground monster squeezed through the warehouse window. "Everyone be careful. It's coming in," Meng Jiuli warned while unleashing a thunderstorm, knocking it to the ground. While Blackbean ensnared it with shadow bindings, "I'll take care of it while you hold the child." Little Tomato entrusted Meng Yao to her and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. After a fierce struggle, the creature was slain, and Mai's flames finally ignited. Yet a new problem soon arose as another monster entered through the window. If the windows were not sealed, none of us would rest easy tonight. She retrieved a ladder and nails from her space, handing them to the two men while she soothed Meng Yao to sleep. "Can you fulfill your promise of dried fish? I'm quite hungry." Shueji leaned beside her, her fox-like eyes watching intently. An indescribable allure radiated from her. She too had experienced the joys of the tyrant. "Fear not. I keep my word." Thus, she produced dried fish and fresh chicken from her space, tossing them to her. The two men secured all the windows, and when the external monsters realized they could not enter, the sounds of banging against the door diminished. For a moment, the warehouse fell silent, with only Shueji enjoying her meal, clearly famished. "You mentioned you've left the 5th Special District. What are your plans moving forward?" Mai accepted the beer she offered and took a deep swig like a tea present. "I have no plans. I shall wander for now." As he spoke, there was a hint of self-mockery. He had once regarded the organization as the pinnacle of authority, only to discover they experimented on survivors. It was only natural for him to struggle with this realization that if you do not mind, you may come my home, but you must cook for me daily to offset your lodging costs. How does that sound? Reasonable, is it not? Meng Jiuli extended her hand to him, acknowledging her prior harsh words. "Are you not afraid you won't be able to eat what I cook? I have tasted worse." "It wasn't bad, certainly better than what I usually prepare. Most importantly, I need someone to share meals with. Besides, after days of indulging in family buckets, I am somewhat weary, though the pre-packaged meals in my space are tasty. Nothing compares to freshly made dishes." Seeing Mai remain silent, she chose not to press further, allowing him time to contemplate. "You, sir, a beautiful woman has extended an invitation to you, yet you still hold back. I fail to understand." "Who spoke?" He was startled by the sudden voice, glancing around until his gaze landed on Shueji. "It is I. This little one, surprised. Are you?" Shueji swished her tail, delighting in his astonishment. "Indeed, I can now communicate with humans through mental energy, and I can even foresee danger, an invaluable ally." Mai curiously stroked her feathered plumage. This apocalypse was filled with wonders. "Have you sensed the tyrant's joys?" Chapter 41. Danger approaches again. Shueji did not mind his caresses. In fact, she relished them. All right, let us rest for a while. Dawn is approaching. Little Tomato, who had been silent, finally spoke up, speaking of sleep. I am quite weary. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with how to restore them to their human forms. Meng Yao had long since drifted into slumber, turning over and pouting slightly, her chubby hands wrapped around her arm. The two men remained awake, taking turns guarding the fire. I hope you can stay to protect her. I feel more at ease with you around. Why me? Are you not afraid I will betray you? Little Tomato gazed at him with her violet eyes for a moment, stirring the flames. You care for her, so I trust you will not harm her. Ma lowered his head in silence, chugging down another gulp of beer. Was his affection for her that transparent? Perhaps it was his own desire to disguise his feelings, yet his acting was simply inadequate. Little fox, you aren't asleep? Shueji suddenly queried. I ate too much at dinner and cannot sleep. As the crackling of the flames filled the air, the sun rose in the east. The ground monsters did not return to cause chaos, and the night passed relatively peacefully. Li Chao unloaded a live wild boar from a vehicle. Upon entering the villa, Meng Jiuli discovered that Li Guangqing had completed his transformation in the dungeon. However, she was not inclined to cease her efforts. She injected another syringe of blood plasma into his body. Enjoy it. This is the blood of my otherworldly beast. I wonder what reactions it will provoke in your body. Locked away by the piquancy of his transformation, Li Guangqing emitted muffled roars as a wielder of physical enhancement abilities. His strength had only intensified as a zombie. Had he not been restrained, he likely would have torn Meng Jiuli and the others apart by now. Savor it well. I will provide you with fresh experimental substances daily, unless you die. Li Guangqing rattled his chains, but she left the dungeon with a sense of triumph. The dungeon was specially reinforced, rendering it more than capable of containing him. In another room, Huang Junin and his sister crouched in a corner. Upon seeing Meng Jiuli enter, they refrained from attacking her. Junin, I will find a way. You can wait here in peace. Huang Junin seemed to understand her words, extending his massive finger to grasp her hand. Do not go to it was a laborious effort for him to utter those words. Rest assured, I've already researched it thoroughly. There's a biopharmaceutical factory in Lin City with the necessary raw materials and equipment. I will retrieve them, and then you'll be saved. She caressed his face, and he shyly averted his gaze. Oh, not be afraid. You're always the most handsome. Accompany. Ew. Exiting their room, she found Li Chao waiting for her in the living room. Are you truly determined to go to Lin City? The journey will be fraught with zombies and mutated animals, and many monsters have recently emerged. It will be arduous. Meng Jiuli squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, Junin is my closest friend. Even if faced with a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I am determined to forge ahead. Li Chao, a dedicated researcher in the realm of biological sciences, employed the available testing tools to conduct an extensive analysis of Huang Junin's blood. He discovered that the zombie virus had not completely integrated with his bloodstream, suggesting that there remained a glimmer of hope for his salvation. Is this truly the case? Li Chao affirmed with a decisive nod. As noon approached, Zaya Fangio and I awakened that I have prepared the meal. Come and eat, for I have delightful news to share with everyone. You made this? Your culinary skills are commendable, I remarked, popping a shrimp into his mouth, its flavor rivaling that of a five-star establishment. Just pretend it was her doing, Zaya Fangio said, as she took a milk bottle and settled nearby to sip. Now that you have all feasted, I must outline our upcoming tasks. Duan Yao and Li Chao shall remain at home to care for Meng Yao and manage domestic affairs, while Zaya Fangio, and Haidu Shueji accompany me to Lin City. Without unforeseen circumstances, our strength should ensure a smooth journey. She raised her glass. Let us toast to our anticipated success. The night passed without incident, and the following day, they fired up the truck, preparing to head towards Lin City. Qian, having been left behind, expressed his displeasure, only emerging lazily to wave his paw as the vehicle roared to life. Along the route, a few survivors banded together spontaneously. Upon spotting the approaching vehicle, they rushed towards it. Accelerate, he urged. That we must not show mercy to these individuals. Stop! Give us a ride, they shouted to not relent. Speed up, or we will find ourselves in trouble. Mai responded, pressing the accelerator to the floor, swiftly passing them by. What reckless folly! They cursed. Are you eager to meet your demise? Driving so fast. A few of them continued their pursuit. I sense danger, Shueji suddenly announced to the group. Can you discern what it is? She shook her head, indicating it was beyond her capabilities. The rear of the truck jolted as it was struck, causing everyone to lurch forward. Stop. We need to inspect. Sure enough, those individuals were merely an appetizer. Now, the main course had arrived. They possessed something particularly formidable. Caution was advised as Shueji's abilities were limited, and while she could sense the presence of a monster, she could not ascertain its nature. The truck was jolted again. And another vehicle maneuvered ahead of them. You little rascals, run. Weren't you just boasting? Keep running. The earlier young man caught up to the truck, wielding a metal rod to strike its tires. The trio jumped from the vehicle. Facing the group before them, in this apocalyptic world, order had collapsed, and such small gangs were becoming increasingly prevalent. These individuals typically engaged in acts of vandalism and theft, having bullied many in the past. Who are you to disregard our words? This girl is quite a catch. Let us entertain our leader. But a young man with yellow hair reached out to touch Meng Jiuli's face, but before he could make contact, a sharp pain shot through his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found that his 5 fingers had vanished. The wolf-toothed dagger in her hand dripped with crimson. Chapter 42. The mutant zombie warrior Qin Fangping observed Meng Jiuli, recognizing her as a formidable adversary, and gestured to his subordinates. Behave yourselves, a bunch of inept fools, unable to handle a mere girl. What good are you? Mai produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one to place between his lips. What's this? You think you have the right to rob us? Speak your intentions. Qin Fangping displayed his bulging muscles, grinning at them. Nothing sinister. We just need some provisions. How much can you contribute? Brother, there's nothing in this vehicle, but there's a dog and a fox up ahead that we haven't had meat in ages. Leave us the dog and fox. And you may depart. Qin Fangping's lackeys chattered incessantly beside him, their voices grating. She had long since gathered her thunderbolt grenade, waiting for the opportune moment to hurl it among them. With a thunderous explosion, several fell to the ground. To strike at Haidu and Shueji is to court death, she declared. You dare harm my brother? You must be seeking death, Qin Fangping roared, his muscles bulging even further. Xia Fangio and I shielded her as the trio engaged in combat. 10 minutes passed without a decisive victor. Qin Fangping stepped forward, shouting, "Bring out Da Zhuang." The less injured two quickly retreated, soon returning with a mutated zombie. I advise you to reconsider. It's not too late. Fear, we don't even know how to write that word. The trio beheld the enormous zombie, realizing it must have been artificially created, that we have many such zombie warriors at our disposal. If you regret your choices now, it's not too late. Da Zhuang charged towards them, his speed and strength clearly surpassing that of ordinary zombies. The 3 possessed abilities ample to handle this one. Soon, Da Zhuang was subdued, and Meng Jiuli extracted the crystal source from his head. Qin Fangping was astounded by this audacious act, having witnessed a head being excavated. However, soon many more Dazwangs emerged, confirming Qin Fangping's claims of their abundance. After expending considerable effort to eliminate the zombies and secure the crystal sources, Qin Fangping, realizing his defeat, turned to flee, only to be ensnared by Haidu's shadowy arts. Qin Lauda, tell us how you acquired these zombies. Humph. I shall never divulge that. It appeared he would not confess until faced with dire consequences. Remove his shoes. Let him experience a taste of ecstasy. The feather fan materialized in her hand. Qin Fangping was pinned to the ground, laughter escaping him until he nearly gasped for breath. Only then did she relent. Have you come to a conclusion? I will tell you that he revealed that not far off lay a military factory, where numerous such zombies were kept, intended merely to intimidate others while they extracted a few for their own use. These zombies were easily managed and obedient, enabling them to commit various nefarious acts to acquire food. Everything clear. Each word rang true. Meng Jiuli slashed her dagger across his neck, blood gushing forth. Let us proceed to that military factory. It may very well be the site of experiments conducted by the 5th Special Zone, where we might uncover valuable clues. Mai inspected the rear of the truck. Finding no significant issues, Allowing them to continue their journey. 5 kilometers from the road lay the military factory Qin Fangping had mentioned, surrounded by electrified fences, now rendered ineffective. The heavy gate was tightly shut, and they exerted considerable effort to pry it open. A pungent odor assaulted their senses. The factory's equipment had been stripped away, leaving it eerily vacant. Numerous small compartments, akin to shipping containers, suggested a site for experiments. However, they found no zombie warriors within. Upon opening one container, they discovered a desk with a computer resting atop it, now powered down due to a lack of electricity. She tucked it away, believing the data might hold research value for Li Chao. The other containers contained various biological agents, which she carefully packaged and stored, recognizing their potential for research. These are for your experiments, correct? I'm not certain. I truly do not know what they were undertaking. Mai's expression was complex, grappling with whether his past actions have been justified. You should not blame yourself. Do not be overly hard on yourself. Zaya Fangio unexpectedly offered comfort, even to a grown man, that I am not so fragile. I simply need time to process. They continued onward until they reached the end of the factory, where they discovered an underground entrance. Descending the rickety ladder, they found numerous zombie warriors imprisoned within. Men, women, and even children. These creatures are not human. They even spare no children. She gazed at the innocent faces, recognizing that they deserved a better life, tragically reduced to mere subjects of experimentation. What caused this place to be abandoned? I cannot say. I only know that those in power likely became aware of the situation and ordered its cessation. That it appeared they had evacuated in haste, suggesting other pressing matters were at play. Suddenly, a small hand grasped her clothing, a pair of eyes fixated on her, emitting soft whimpers of excitement. Spotting the little bell on her wrist, a fleeting image of a young girl named Nuobao appeared in her mind. Are you Nuobao? The little zombie nodded eagerly. Where is your mother? Is she with you? Nuobao shook her head. Mother has passed. She did not survive the experiments. Look at this. This is the result of your actions. She was merely a 3-year-old child, and you did not spare her. Mai bowed his head, gently caressing her small face. These zombie warriors exhibited a clear affinity for humans, yet their combat prowess was formidable. Moreover, their appearances were not as terrifying as those of typical zombies. Some even retained their human semblance. Nobeo was one such case. Aside from her body being more muscular than before and her newfound ability to communicate as a zombie, she was otherwise indistinguishable from a normal human, perhaps even more so than Huang Junin. Meng Jiuli released her, allowing her to serve as a minor zombie warrior, which was preferable to leaving her here to await death. As long as she could procure the necessary medicinal ingredients, there was a chance for restoration. She lacked the ability to manage the others, so she could only let them remain here. It was certainly better than wandering outside. The zombie warriors howled, watching them depart. Chapter 43. No one falls for it anymore. Nobeo was seated in the back row alongside Shueji. Should she exhibit any unusual behavior, both Shueji and Haidu could easily handle her. The vehicle continued its journey southward, passing numerous survivors who were migrating in search of refuge, with the nearest sanctuary likely being the Ying County shelter. What was the purpose of going to a sanctuary? What if they ended up being transformed into zombie warriors? Not all sanctuaries were malevolent. One cannot condemn everyone indiscriminately. Yi drove earnestly, observing the envious expressions on the faces of those around them. Suddenly, a vehicle obstructed their path. Hey, could you lend me some gasoline? My child is running a fever in the car, a woman in her 30s pleaded, wringing her hands anxiously. Please, good sir, my child is ill, and we have run out of fuel. We truly need your help. Seeing her earnest demeanor, it seemed she was in genuine distress. Ignore them. They're deceiving you. Such tricks abound in the apocalypse, Meng Jiuli noted, spotting bloodstains on the man, likely indicating that this vehicle was stolen from someone else. Now they were attempting to employ the same ruse to elicit sympathy and seize their car. Apologies, but our vehicle is out of gas as well. With that, they swiftly pressed the accelerator and sped away. Li Fan, watching them retreat, muttered a few curses before continuing to drive forward. Though they had not succeeded this time, there would always be those who would be fooled. As darkness descended, they found a warehouse to use as a temporary refuge. They exterminated the few zombies inside. Meng Jiuli gathered a bundle of firewood from outside, igniting a campfire to ward off wild beasts and prepare their meals. After a long day, everyone was exhausted and relished the warm meal, which felt like a small luxury that I checked the map. We have approximately 2 days' journey left to make up for lost time. We must quicken our pace starting tomorrow. After all, Huang Junan's virus would completely merge within a week, and once that happened, no amount of effort would resolve the issue. A loud bang echoed from outside the warehouse, prompting everyone to rush out. It turned out to be Li Fan and his group from earlier, returning to enact their scheme to steal their vehicle. "What are you doing?" "Ah, just checking in on you. No ill intentions," they replied. The sarcasm palpable. Li Fan, his smile not reaching his eyes, refused to relinquish the car keys. "Enough with the charade. Your child is supposedly ailing, yet here you're trying to steal our vehicle instead of seeking medicine. How clever of you. Come on, don't be stingy. We've told you, our car is out of gas. We merely wish to borrow yours for a moment," the young boy, drawn by the scent of food, whispered to Li Fan. "Brother, they have something delicious. Should we eat first? You little rascal. Wait until we've taken their vehicle, and then you can have your fill. Just look at that plump dog. We could have a dog meat hot pot." At the mere mention of dog meat, everyone's eyes gleamed with desire. They had not tasted meat in over 10 days. Even city-dwelling spoiled meat would be a welcome relief, regardless of the potential for illness. As the apocalypse progressed, their adaptability to food improved. What was once inedible spoiled meat could now be consumed after some preparation, though it remained unpalatable. Some were so starved they began eating mutated animals, though the meat was sour and lost its original flavor. Once the mutated animals were nearly depleted, they resorted to cannibalism. Ultimately, survival trumped all concerns about the nature of their sustenance. Haidu, feeling the ire towards those who sought to take it, fumed internally. Were it not for Meng Jiuli's intervention, she would have eradicated these individuals long ago. "That if you desire sustenance, tell me if there are any shelters or rescue teams nearby." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Huh, little beauty, you don't really think you can join a rescue team or hide in a shelter, do you? How naive. You'd be better off sticking with us. I assure you one go hungry." The notion of a rescue team had become a running joke. Waiting for their salvation meant awaiting death. This was an unspoken truth acknowledged by all survivors in Jiushi. It seemed the secret was out, and no one would fall for it again. Meng Jiuli glanced at little Nobeo, hoping such tragedies would not repeat. "We've shared what you wanted to know. Can we now have something to eat?" Wang Wei was still fixated on food. "Food can be yours, but first, tell me how many people you've killed here." "Are you joking? We don't kill people. My brother Li is quite kind and never harms anyone." Wang Wei gazed at Li Fan with admiration, clearly impressed by the man's supposed benevolence. Meng Jiuli handed him the remaining steamed buns and vegetable soup, and he scampered off eagerly. Wang Wei is so simple-minded. His first thought is to share food with his blind mother. A middle-aged man couldn't help but complain. "Shut up. Were it not for his mother taking us in, would you still be alive?" Li Fan snapped, slapping the man, "That if you need gasoline, there's a gas station about 1 kilometer from here. You might want to check it out. You think we don't know about the nearby gas stations?" "We want your vehicle." Meng Jiuli was utterly speechless. With so many abandoned vehicles on the street, why would they target theirs? It was sheer folly. "And we've taken a liking to your dog. You'd best hand it over to us, or else you can imagine the consequences." Li Fan's eyes fixated on Haidu, as if envisioning it as a sumptuous dog meat hot pot. "That if you want it, you might want to think twice." Meng Jiuli waved for Haidu to come over. Seeing the opportunity to acquire a dog so easily, the crowd was overjoyed. "You can leave. We'll give you the dog. But not the car. Brother, let us call it a day. We'll come back tonight for a surprise attack." "What do you say?" The man, eyeing Haidu with ravenous intent, seemed ready to pounce. "Pathetic creatures, let us go. We'll return later." Haidu understood the need for discretion and nodded, following them as they departed. The sound of their engine faded into the night. Let us enjoy this beautiful night. Are you really comfortable handing Haidu over to them? Could there be danger? Should I follow? Muyi asked, concern etched across his face as he watched the vehicle depart. "Don't worry. If they encounter Haidu, it will be their misfortune," Little Tomato said nonchalantly as she sipped her milk. "Oh, let us not fret over Haidu. look over there at those zombies. They're perfect for us to hunt. Indeed, a horde of zombies was approaching, albeit at a leisurely pace. The three of them advanced to meet the oncoming threat. Chapter 44. The giant devourer. This group of zombies numbered around 20, and within 5 minutes, the three of them had completely annihilated them. That was hardly satisfying. Shall I find you some more to indulge in? Meng Jiuli glanced at Mu Yi as he led Little Tomato towards the warehouse. Upon entering, they found Haidu leisurely licking its glossy coat. See? I knew it would arrive before you, Mu Yi, astonished, reached out to stroke Haidu's large head. This creature is more formidable than we are. Haidu cast a proud glance at Mu Yi before nuzzling Meng Jiuli. Here, take these canned goods. Eat up. Haidu feasted with a sense of pride, leaving Shueji envious. As night deepened, Li Fan and his group failed to return, and everyone silently acknowledged that they would not be back. The following morning, a boy named Wang Wei appeared at the warehouse door. Do you need something? Li Fan and his group were bitten by zombies last night. Wasn't he a bad person? At least he treated me well. Had it not been for him, I might have been bitten long ago. Wang Wei held out a bowl containing 2 potatoes. Thank you for the steamed buns last night. My mother sent me to express our gratitude. Those 2 potatoes likely represented the entirety of their food for the day. And Meng Jiuli naturally declined. She then offered him the breakfast porridge she had prepared. Hakatie lost for words. She realized that sometimes the bad individuals in one's eyes could be saviors to others. As she prepared to leave, she took one last look around Wang Wei's home. Why not go inside? I don't know how to face them. I just hope they can survive. The gas station in the service area still had fuel, perfect for replenishing their vehicle. The service area in Lin City is quite expansive, attracting a considerable number of visitors, which unfortunately also means a greater presence of zombies. 3 individuals toiled for a considerable time to clear a portion of the undead, finally securing a place to rest. Most of the food in the service area has been thoroughly scavenged, leaving even instant noodles in short supply. Meng Jiuli retrieved a kettle from her space. Lacking hot water, she prepared 2 packs of instant noodles and added spicy chicken feet and marinated eggs, making for a rather sumptuous lunch. How have you been lately? Is the sensation of that disappearing medicine still intense? Rest assured, I shall not abandon you easily. Zaya Fangio pinched her face, scrutinizing her closely. Teach, just leave already. I certainly want to miss you. Goodness, you two, quickly look over there. What is that? Mu Yi suddenly burst into the room, pointing at a colossal creature not far away, which was emitting a series of clattering sounds. Its feet thudded heavily against the ground, a giant devourer, a specially mutated kind, possessing a certain level of intelligence, perpetually in search of food, unwilling to relent until its belly bursts. This behemoth seemed to have detected their hiding place and was heading straight towards them, drooling incessantly, shoving anything it saw into its mouth. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Its arrival will likely attract the nearby zombies as well, so be ready to confront them. The majority of the zombies here are primarily second tier, with only a small number of first tier, which they can handle with their current capabilities. Moreover, the current Nuo Bao is a formidable warrior. Despite her petite stature, she tears through zombies without hesitation. The Devourer pushed open the room door. It immediately spotted little Nuo Bao, excitedly exclaiming, "Eat, eat, eat!" Little Nuo Bao roared as she seized its arm, and with a swift motion, the Devourer's arm fell away. In agony, it howled, going into a frenzy. The commotion attracted more zombies, and the 3 engaged in battle with them. The 2 focused on eliminating the zombies, while Meng Jiuli concentrated on collecting crystal sources, which are still quite valuable, even from second-tier zombies. The Devourer, howling in pain, continued to be assaulted by little Nuo Bao, who showed no signs of stopping. Danger approached. Remain vigilant, warned the previously silent Shueji. Meng Jiuli glanced out the window and indeed noticed a multitude of earth monsters nearby, searching for something. Just when one wave subsided, another arose. It was proving quite difficult to enjoy a peaceful meal today. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed through the IT was a helicopter. Are they here to deal with the earth monsters? I have never witnessed such a large-scale extermination before. Today is truly opening. Mu glanced up at the helicopter, a wave of unease washing over him. IT belonged to the 5th Special District. Could they be tracking him? If so, everything he had done in recent days was under their scrutiny. A cold sweat broke out on Mu Yi. If Meng Jiuli found out, she would surely despise him. The roar of the helicopter persisted, heavy machine guns rattling as they fired, while the Earth monsters screeched and took flight, lunging at the helicopter. The aircraft swiftly turned and fled, but the monsters showed no intention of retreating. The Devourer let out a roar, dispatched by Little Na Bao, but this sound drew the attention of the monsters, who came barreling toward the room. Meng Jiuli unleashed a thunderstorm among them, sending clouds of dust billowing as the monsters writhed in pain. Xia Fangio wielded her dimensional sword, slicing through them one by one. Mu Yi set them ablaze, forcing them to leap away in agony. Be careful. Xia Fangio leaped in front of her, blocking the monsters' attacks. The shadows of Haidu ensnared the creatures. Protecting them from harm, the fierce inferno consumed one of the monsters, leaving it lifeless. Meng Jiuli collected the crystal sources from the ground and stowed them away, relieved to have dealt with the threat. She also extracted a crystal source from the Devourer's head, larger than the usual ones, indicating that the more formidable the foe, the greater the size of the crystal source. This trip was not in vain. They had gathered over 30 crystal sources, which, combined with the previous ones, should allow Xueji and Mu Yi to level up. Xueji's psychic abilities were undoubtedly more than mere predictive powers. The formidable control over minds could manipulate human behavior, bending them to her will. However, Xueji's current abilities were still limited, preventing her from executing such operations. After vanquishing the monsters and zombies, the group wasted no time and hurriedly drove away. Perhaps they were merely testing the efficacy of heavy weaponry against monsters. Mu Yi spoke with a hint of guilt, yet Meng Jiuli and the others remained oblivious. Chapter 45. Life under the roof of others. Would you care for a drink? Mu Yi offered a beer to Meng Jiuli, who was intently studying a map. She took a swig. The taste was rather lackluster, prompting her to retrieve a bottle of cola from her space. Chilled Coca-Cola was the perfect antidote to the sweltering heat. If, and I emphasize if, we arrive there only to discover that what we seek is absent. What will you do, since we are aware that there are detoxifying materials here? We cannot dismiss the possibility that others are also informed of this fact. There are no such ifs. We will undoubtedly succeed. After replenishing their supplies, the vehicle sped towards the outskirts to the biopharmaceutical factory. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters echoed overhead, seemingly in pursuit. This persistent noise from above is bothersome. It must be dealt with. The din attracted the majority of the zombies, creating numerous obstacles in their path. Take a break. I'll handle this. Xia Fangio abruptly vanished from the vehicle, and soon after, the helicopter plummeted straight down. She remained calmly seated in the car. Impressive. Meng Jiuli gave a thumbs up. Her spatial transfer was executed with remarkable finesse. Let us park by that jewelry store. We should take a look inside. In the apocalypse, people favored hoarding food, discarding treasures like gold and jade. However, she had no intention of forsaking such items. Should the world return to normalcy, these would still hold value. With an opportunity at hand, collecting some would truly be beneficial. Mu Yi parked the car at the entrance, instantly attracting a horde of zombies. Little Na Bao effortlessly dispatched one zombie after another, leaving them with little to do. It became clear why they had created zombie warriors. They truly were formidable. This was merely a child. If it were an adult warrior, it would likely be 100 times more powerful. However, creating zombie warriors from ordinary people is undoubtedly a challenge to humanity. Na Bao performed admirably. You and Haidu keep watch here. We will return shortly. Meng Jiuli patted her shoulder reassuringly before entering the jewelry store. Although the shop had been ransacked, most items remained intact, even the celebrity standees from the past. Meng Jiuli lingered a moment longer by the standee of her once-beloved star, lamenting the uncertainty of how the apocalypse had affected them. In this world turned upside down, money had become worthless. They likely fared no better. He knocked over a standee, revealing a hidden zombie behind it, which lunged at him with a growl. It seems the zombie also had a penchant for beauty. I'll leave it to you. Treat her kindly. With no time to spare, Meng Jiuli hurriedly collected the jewelry. This dragon and phoenix bracelet is of excellent quality. Xia Fangio, recalling the significance of diamonds, discreetly tucked a 10-carat diamond ring into her palm. Hey, you two really aren't being fair. leaving me to fend off these zombies alone. Fangio chuckled helplessly. Ali, I leave these to you. I'll go lend a hand. She had no time to dally with the two. With someone battling the zombies, it was essential to seize the opportunity to gather more. Just as she was gleefully collecting, a mutated third-tier zombie came barreling down from the second floor. Its stature far exceeded that of an ordinary second-tier zombie, towering at least 2.5 meters, with muscles more pronounced than those of a bodybuilder. The stench of decay emanated from it, and its speed was significantly greater than that of regular zombies. It had also developed intelligence, enabling it to predict the actions of its adversaries, significantly increasing its chances of successful attack. She was caught off guard and was pinned beneath the zombie, the foul odor almost making her gag. Clutching her wolf-fang dagger, she thrust it forcefully into its skull, but the creature opened its maw wide, attempting to bite her. She braced her legs against its body, preventing it from closing the distance. As electricity crackled around her, she gathered energy, readying a powerful strike. Die! The third-tier lightning clashed with the third-tier mutated zombie, barely pushing it back and granting her a moment to regain her footing. The other two, seeing the commotion, hurried over to provide support. I leave this to you too. I'll check out that side. Meng Jiuli abandoned the massive creature and rushed upstairs, where high-end custom products awaited. She didn't care for the styles. She understood these items held value, and some were collectibles. The zombies on the upper level were mostly manageable. She could handle them alone, so by the time the others arrived, she had already gathered an entire floor of jewelry. Let us move. There's a large library nearby. We should explore there as well. Libraries are the ladder to human progress. Once the deluge begins, these books will be lost forever, marking the greatest loss for humanity. What's the point of going there? Muyi followed behind, perplexed, to give your soul a cleansing. Fangio shrugged, trailing closely behind her, upon witnessing the departure of the two individuals. Muyi had no choice but to reluctantly hasten after them. Alas, living under the mercy of others is indeed a trying existence. The trio exited the jewelry store and continued onward for another 500 meters, where a library loomed ominously before them. That a number of zombies languidly loitered at the entrance, sensing the presence of the living and eagerly converging towards them. What on earth? More of them. Hey, little brother, you were once part of a rescue team. Dealing with a few zombies shouldn't be all that challenging, right? Meng Jiuli grasped his shoulder, appearing much like a wronged little bride. Cheer up a bit. We are doing a good deed here. Blackbean had already darted out, herding the zombies together. With Xiao Nua's abilities being more than sufficient to handle these foes, they did not linger at the entrance. As Xiao Nua and her companions engaged in battle, they made their way directly into the library. Who are you? Why have you come here? A machete was brandished before them, explaining the abundance of zombies outside. It seemed there were other survivors within. The presence of survivors made the task of collecting books rather troublesome. Who is you? A pregnant woman peeked from a corner. Meng Jiuli glanced at her. Her belly appeared on the verge of labor, and judging by her demeanor, she seemed to have already begun. Giving birth in such an environment was a perilous endeavor. The scent of blood would attract even more zombies, and it was likely that other mutated creatures would be drawn to the scene as well. The safety of not just the child, but also the adults could be in jeopardy. You certainly have quite the audacity to give birth here. Chapter 46. Why haven't they returned yet? Enough chatter. It would be wise for you to leave at once. Qin Shuriwei raised his blade, preventing them from advancing further. Hold your fire for now. You should have seen how we dealt with the zombies outside. Handling you would require no effort at all. Meng Jiuli gestured toward Xiao Nua, who was currently engaged in combat. Although Qin Shuyue's expression darkened, he still did not lower his weapon. You, my stomach hurts. The pregnant woman's complexion was pale. It seemed the contractions had begun. Let me through, or you won't be able to protect your wife and child. Look at you, unable to suppress your desires. Don't you know there's a contraceptive device called a condom? Meng Jiuli shot a glance at Muyi and then back at Qin Shuriwei. As the pregnant woman's groans grew increasingly frantic, in that moment, Qin Shuriwei appeared flustered. Qian, hold on. It will be over soon. The pregnant woman's body seemed frail, likely due to a lack of nourishment and rest since the onset of the apocalypse. She would soon run out of strength during labor. Brother, do you truly love her, or do you wish for her demise? If you want her dead, pretend you never met us. We shall take our leave." With that, he grabbed Little Tomato and attempted to depart. "Wait, help her." Meng Jiuli surveyed the library. Despite its vastness, there were no zombies inside, indicating that Qin Shuriwei had dealt with them. "Help me carry her to the second floor. There's a maternity room up there with usable supplies." The three men carefully lifted the pregnant woman to the second floor, while Meng Jiuli locked them outside. "You need not concern yourself with what happens inside. Just find a way to procure some hot water." Qin Shuriwei, uneasy, remained outside, not willing to leave. Meng Jiuli understood his apprehension, for it was only their first meeting. Downstairs, Mu Yi and Little Tomato had managed to start a fire and were boiling water in their pot. She retrieved surgical scrubs and disposable gloves from her supplies, donning them with precision. "Listen carefully. The situation is delicate. You must not scream, or we all may be in danger." After placing a piece of chocolate in her mouth, she continued, "This will provide you with energy. When you feel the contractions, push down firmly, but do not shout. It wastes energy and could attract danger." Qian nodded, absorbing her instructions. She was indeed a compliant individual, not uttering a word, though her strength was evidently waning. Meng Jiuli offered her more chocolate and spoke words of encouragement. The laboring woman's emotions finally began to stabilize. "You can do this. I can see the baby's head. Just a bit more effort." Meng Jiuli handed Qin Shuriwei some brown sugar. "Make some brown sugar water with this." "How is she?" "Not too bad, better than expected. Just a bit more effort, and she'll succeed." However, Qian's condition was growing dire. She was utterly exhausted. "Qian, you must hold on. Think of your baby. He is about to enter this world and needs your protection." She switched to a different liquid to replenish her energy. With the last of her strength, Qian finally gave birth, the sound of the baby's cries echoing throughout the room. "What a vigorous little fellow. Come take a look." Newborns rarely survive in this apocalyptic world. One could only wonder if this little one would endure. Meng Jiuli cleaned the blood from the infant and dressed him in clean clothes. He was rather adorable. "Look, it's your son." She handed the child to Qin Shuriwei, whose face now radiated the joy of first-time father. But do not rejoice too soon. Raising a child in this environment is still fraught with difficulties. Have you prepared milk powder? What about the baby's clothes and the mother's rations? Are they all ready? Her barrage of questions left Qin Shuriwei bewildered. He had not prepared nearly enough. There's a shopping mall nearby. Perhaps you should scour it. You might find something useful. Finding other food supplies would be impossible. But there should be milk powder for the baby. Rest assured, they will accompany you. Gather as much as you can. The child needs plenty. Given the circumstances, breastfeeding the newborn was likely out of the question. They would have to rely on formula. "How is he?" After offering the little one some water, he had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, the mother remained weak, unable to move. "Thank you. Without you, my child and I would likely no longer exist in this world. Enough of that. Rest for now. I end this apocalypse." Such sorrowful sentiments were intolerable. Suddenly, she felt her emotional defenses weaken, unable to bear such heartfelt expressions of gratitude. The mother and child both fell asleep while she instructed Blackbean to keep watch outside. She then ascended to the upper floor to begin gathering books. The Book of Songs, Mencius, the Analects, the Great Learning, and the Doctrine of the Mean were all stored away. The Art of War, the Book of Songs, Han Yuefu, Tang Poetry, and Song Lyrics. These tomes encapsulated the wisdom of the ancients and must not be squandered. The literary works of esteemed authors, along with renowned foreign classics, must be preserved from dust. After a thorough search, she had amassed a considerable collection of rare texts, along with magazines and novels for leisure reading. In times of scarcity, the entertainment options were few. Although she had downloaded some dramas and e-books, nothing could replace the tangible pleasure of reading physical books. Blackbean must be hungry. "Here you go." She handed a can of dog food to Blackbean, who eagerly devoured it. "Slow down. There's plenty more." Recently, it had been Blackbean and Xiao Nuo who had been putting in the effort. While Blackbean could be rewarded with canned food, Xiao Nuo had nothing to eat. Nuo bowed. "Would you like some milk?" She tentatively offered her the milk, and to her surprise, the child sniffed it and quickly drank the entire bottle. It seemed Xiao Nuo could indeed drink milk, which caught her off guard. "Since you like it, I'll make sure you have some from now on." All right, what should have been a child enjoying maternal love had instead turned into a soldier of the apocalypse. Suddenly, The baby began to cry, prompting her to rush to the maternity room to cradle him. He might be hungry. I'll take him to get some milk. With that, she carried the child downstairs, retrieved a baby bottle from her supplies, and prepared a formula. Placing it to the infant's delicate lips, the little one eagerly began to suck. Go ahead. I don't know how long you can eat, but let's enjoy this meal. Before long, the bottle of formula was entirely consumed, and the little one fell into a satisfied slumber. She placed the child beside Qianqian, who remained asleep. Bored, she began to prepare dinner, although her culinary skills were lacking. Making some congee suitable for the postpartum woman was within her capabilities. She boiled some eggs as well, knowing that they would provide much-needed protein. Chapter 47. The Mutated Blood Demon Corpse. Just as she lost herself in thought, a shattering sound echoed from the second-floor window, confirming that the scent of blood had indeed attracted unwanted attention. Blackbean braced himself, reverting to their previous strategy. Instantly, Blackbean perked his ears, becoming alert. Little Noah Bao stayed close by her side, also entering a state of readiness for battle. "I don't need to worry too much. Perhaps we can resolve this quickly." The baby, startled by the loud noise, began to wail uncontrollably. "Oh no. Just when I feared it would come to this." She hurriedly raced up the stairs in haste. Blackbean reached first, but unexpectedly emitted a low growl at the monstrous figure before them. Refraining from attacking, it appeared that the enemy was far more formidable than anticipated. "Give me back my child." Qianqian summoned every ounce of strength to rise from the bed and chase after the monster. There, at the staircase of the second floor, stood a grotesque, skinless humanoid creature, bloodied hands clutching an infant. Merely gazing upon this scene is enough to render one faint. The mutated blood demon corpse. Such a creature should have only emerged in the latter stages of the apocalypse. Yet here it stands before us. It appears to possess a level exceeding 4. Otherwise, Haidu would not be so terrified. The epidermis of the blood demon corpse has been eroded away, exposing skin that is equally corrosive. Any contact with its bodily fluids could result in either death or grievous injury. Most terrifying of all is the fact that these monsters appear in pairs. There's likely another of its kind nearby. This entity has developed a semblance of intelligence, exhibiting basic emotional fluctuations. The one before us is presumably a maternal corpse, drawn here by the presence of an infant. Such monsters are particularly formidable, as they possess human-like emotions and a certain obsession. They will go to great lengths to obtain what they desire. Qianqian has already fainted from fright, and fortunately, the infant in her grasp is wrapped in a blanket, sparing its skin from harm. However, the immense wailing may attract nearby zombies, complicating matters further. The blood demon corpse cradles the infant, gently soothing it, fearful that the blood trickling from its face might harm the baby's delicate skin. "Haidu, we cannot allow it to hold the child like this. Find a way to divert its attention." Haidu nodded. Though filled with trepidation, he steeled himself and charged forward. Bao recognized the necessity of cunning. A direct confrontation would only endanger himself. Since the creature was clutching the infant, the Thunderbolt technique could not be utilized, leaving him at a disadvantage in battle. Haidu's shadow, binding, ensnared the demon in a corner. Yet it was clear that Haidu was no match for it, and he was soon freed. Noah Bao joined the fray, managing to divert the monster's attention from the infant as Qianqian regained consciousness. She saw the child still in the blood demon corpse's embrace, and, in a surge of maternal instinct, lunged forward to grasp the corpse. "Haidu, keep its attention on you." Meng Jiuli seized the opportunity. With a leap, he snatched the child away. "Qianqian, let go." The clothing she wore could shield against some corrosive liquids, yet she refused to release her grip. "Help me care for the child. Do not let him come to harm. You are the child's mother. You must look after him." "I cannot do so. He needs you." Fresh from childbirth, Qianqian was no match for it and was hurled against the bookshelf, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, she seemed to lose vitality, yet her finger pointed unwaveringly towards the child. She howled and charged at Meng Jiuli, who had gathered a charge of thunderbolt energy in his hand. With a gentle push, he unleashed crackling arcs of electricity that ensnared the blood demon corpse. However, these merely inflicted superficial damage to its skin and did not incapacitate it. The unique aspect of this blood demon corpse is that, despite its corroded exterior, Its internal structure is as solid as steel. Only the purifying flames can completely annihilate it. The moment the electric arcs dissipated, the blood demon corpse erupted in fury, roaring as it advanced towards her. As if fate conspired against them, a new wave of level 2 zombies had also arrived, leaving them besieged on all sides. Haidu, buy me some time. She wished to hand the child over to Nuabao. But with the multitude of zombies attacking, she required assistance. Yet carrying such a small child proved to be quite the burden. In desperation, she rummaged through her spatial storage for a backpack, spacious enough to hold the infant safely, allowing her to fight without hindrance. Poor child. Why must you be born at such an inopportune time? Just bear with it for now. And no sooner had she thought this than Haidu was struck by the blood demon corpse as claw. Haidu, rest. I will handle it. Drawing her tang knife, she excelled in close-quarters combat. Having fought against otherworldly beasts in her past life, she was adept at melee combat. The blood demon corpse, provoked, went on a rampage. Employing agile footwork, she managed to land several strikes, her blade slicing through the already injured flesh, revealing a more grotesque visage. Its rage intensified, and its thunderous roars summoned yet another blood demon corpse of the opposite sex. Oh no, one is already a challenge. Now there are two. I will fight you both. Attempting to use spatial displacement, her knife found its mark in the creature's most vulnerable spot, the crown of its head. With a decisive thrust, flesh and blood flew, and the crystalline core within its skull was severed. At last, one was vanquished. Nuabao was more than capable of handling the zombies on his end. Requiring no further concern, the rejuvenated Haidu joined the fray against the remaining blood demon corpse. Having utilized spatial displacement once, she felt the toll it took on her body, beads of sweat forming. It seemed she must seek an opportunity to enhance her spatial abilities to ensure her survival in critical moments. Just as she caught her breath, the remaining blood demon corpse launched an attack. It circled the deceased one, evidently searching for the crystalline core. Truly a level 4 beast, it understood the importance of gathering cores to augment its power. However, the core had long since been claimed by her. Such cores were scarce, and she would not part with them lightly. That was not her style. After a thorough search yielded no results, its frustration mounted, and it roared as it charged towards her. This one is even more enraged. There must be countless cores left unclaimed. One cannot fixate on just one. The vision must be broader. She needed to devise a plan to buy some time. Retrieving cores from her spatial storage to quietly absorb and replenish her combat power. Immediate upgrades were impossible. She would need a tranquil environment to avoid succumbing to madness. Haidu, sensing the urgency, approached and engaged the blood demon corpse. Though it was clear that repeated use of her abilities had drained her stamina, her current combat efficacy was lacking. Nuabao had already eliminated the zombies and rushed over to assist Haidu. At that moment, the library door swung open, revealing 3 men. Chapter 48. No more saintly compassion upon seeing Qianqian lying on the ground. Qin Shuriwei abandoned what he was holding and dashed her aside. The situation of the two was momentarily set aside, as a new wave of zombies breached the area, and the blood demon corpse was now in a furious frenzy, capable of crushing a living person with a mere swipe of its claw. Are you all right? Little Tomato and Muyi hurried to her side, examining her condition closely. Just then, Haidu was struck once more. With wide, round eyes, she gazed at the 3 men. Hurry, do you not care for the dog's fate? I am the one in need of concern. Meng Jiuli noticed Haidu's pitiful expression and quickly offered comfort. Once this is over, I'll treat you to a feast. Do not be so stingy. With all 3 present, their fighting capability surged exponentially, and facing the blood demon corpse became a trivial matter. How did this creature find its way here? We nearly perished in its clutches. Mu Ye's flames surged dramatically. Wait, your flames lack sufficient power. They can only serve to tickle Mu Yi nearly choked on his own indignation. His abilities were merely a nuisance to this monster. What had he been doing moments prior? Do not heed her. This creature fears fire, so you should save your power for the final strike. Little Tomato consoled Mu Yi. Their recent excursion had significantly improved their rapport. She entrusted the child to Qin Shuriwei, believing Qianqian's time was limited, allowing them to have a final farewell as a family. This also alleviated her burden, Battling zombies while caring for an infant was troublesome. Take good care of the child. We will speak later. Though Qin Shuriwei had countless questions, the present circumstances forbade any inquiries, that he simply held the child tightly to his chest. The three encircled the blood demon corpse, commencing with electrical assaults from Meng Jiuli and Little Tomato. The crackling sounds scorching the creature. Now is your moment. It's time for you both to strike. As the blood demon corpse rampaged, Little Tomato unleashed her spatial blade, while Muye's purifying flames ignited simultaneously. The corrosive skin ignited upon contact with the flames. The dimensional blade fell, severing the crystalline core, which she expertly caught. The massive form of the blood demon corpse collapsed with a thunderous crash, marking a flawless conclusion to the battle. Indeed, our triangular strategy proves effective. Facing one alone would have nearly exhausted me. Having collected 2 level for crystalline cores, Little Tomato had no need for them. She would allocate 1 to Mu Yi later. The remaining level 2 cores would be partially designated for Haidu's upgrade, while the rest could be tested on Little Nua Bao. If the cores could suppress the virus within her, it would be ideal, that, if not, Mu Yi could enhance his physical capabilities, thereby boosting his combat prowess. Meng Jiuli formulated her plans. Qin Shuyue's situation was dire. Qianqian was on the brink of death, and his thoughts of survival were waning. Most pitiable was the child, left alone in the cradle, crying. Qin Shuyue cradled the infant. Do not cry. It will attract zombies. Why has this happened? Had I known, I would not have had this child. Qin Shuyue muttered, as if a fragment of his soul had been lost. It was too late for regrets. None wished to witness this outcome. Yet survival was paramount to care for the child. The scent of blood from the new mother attracted the blood demon corpse, while the infant's cries provoked its protective instincts, triggering a chain reaction. But I do not blame you. I hope you can assist me in caring for the child. Qin Shuriwei held Qianqian's lifeless form, casting not a glance at the infant. What do you mean by that? Why should we care for your child? Your child could endanger us, if you are a man. Gather your strength and take responsibility for your offspring. We have no obligation to raise your child. Meng Jiuli could not tolerate his actions, a grown man lacking any sense of responsibility. After voicing her thoughts, she intended to leave with the Little Tomato and the others. I must stay with Qianqian. I know you all possess extraordinary abilities. Caring for a child is entirely within your capabilities. With you looking after him, I shall depart in peace. Even in death, that moment, Qin Shuriwei exhibited no desire to live, seemingly intent on seeking death. Your words are undeniably irresponsible. In this apocalyptic world, one must strive to survive, especially when a child is involved. This is the continuation of your life, that I doubt Qianqian wishes to see you perish. If you are so determined to die, then take the child with you. That way, you can reunite. And no matter how she pleaded, Qin Shuriwei remained resolute, ignoring her as he continued to embrace the lifeless body, tears cascading down onto Qianqian's face, though she could not feel them at that moment. Helplessly, she lifted the child, while the Little Tomato had already prepared milk powder, offering it to the child's lips, who began to suck eagerly. Look at this little one. His will to live surpasses yours. What reason do you have to not continue living? Let us name him Mo Hui. May he bring a glimmer of light to this desolate world. After saying this, he placed a piece of ancestral jade around little Mo Hui's neck. Qin Mo Hui, from now on, you have a name, Little Hui Hui. Your father and mother wish for you to grow up healthy. Remember that they love you. After speaking, Qin Shuriwei swung the machete towards himself. With a sickening thud, blood splattered, staining little Mo Hui's body, causing the small child to curl up momentarily. Irresponsible man, do you think your death holds any value? How absurd. Meng Jiuli cradled the child and stood to leave. We must depart. The stench of blood will soon attract the blood demons. Another fierce battle awaits us. Having endured a grueling day of combat, everyone was exhausted, and any further fighting would only diminish their strength. What about the child? What else can we do? Leave him for zombies. Let them reunite as a family. Meng Jiuli tossed the child to him and was the first to descend the stairs. I haven't even eaten the dinner I prepared. It seems I'll be resorting to fast food again. Mu looked at the little one and suddenly realized how burdensome this small creature would be to raise. Why don't we leave him here? Mu Yi prepared to set the child down, but was swiftly intercepted by the little tomato. Are you foolish? She was speaking in reverse. How could a small child survive in this apocalypse? I'll take care of him. The little tomato resumed her role as a caregiver. Fortunately, they had found ample milk powder in the supermarket earlier, and combined with their own supplies, raising a child would pose no problem. In fact, we could manage even more. If anyone else meddles, I will deal with them. Wasn't it you who insisted on helping? Now you blame us. Even if I wanted to assist them, who could have known they were such irresponsible, unaccountable men? Meng Jiuli protested, watching her home soon transform into both a zoo and a kindergarten. Don't you think this is a perfect love story? If you die, I shall never live alone. How touching. Touching my foot. This is nothing but irresponsibility. Raising a child is exhausting. He has chosen death, a quick end to his burdens. All right, I will look after this child. I must honor his name and hope for his healthy growth. Meng Jiuli regarded the little tomato with approval. DOUC. This is how a responsible man should act. If one day I were to die, I would never wish my boyfriend to follow suit. Living is the true responsibility. Meng Jiuli gazed at the little tomato with admiration. Don't look at me like that. If you wish to avoid trouble, refrain from being a saint. She was momentarily speechless. He had the audacity to label himself a saint. Yet, in the face of a child, who could possibly harden their heart? Chapter 49. Enjoying life after disaster. The second floor was soon overrun by numerous second-tier zombies. Lingering any longer was unwise. End things here. Let them merge with this knowledge. With a wave of his hand, a flame erupted, swiftly igniting the books within the library. Rest well. As for the child, his fate lies in his own hands. Survival in this apocalypse is inherently challenging. We are merely navigating a treacherous path. If we fail to care for him properly, do not blame us. With those words, the flames consumed their bodies, and the three of them carried the child away. Searching for their next refuge, it appeared that the zombies here were far more complex than anticipated, and the emergence of mutated blood demons posed a significant threat. The vehicle sped along, soon discovering a museum, its doors locked, likely due to the chaos of a zombie outbreak. Thus, it should be free of zombies, serving as an excellent refuge for rest and cultivation. Meng Jiuli observed the surroundings, noting the absence of zombie activity, indicating a higher safety level, and the presence of artifacts made it a prime target for scavenging. Otherwise, when the flood arrives, everything will merge into the deluge. Turning to mud, it may be a long time before we see the light of day again. Let us stop here for a rest. With the little tomato's skills, unlocking the door proved effortless. Inside, enveloped in darkness, the eerie atmosphere was palpable due to the abundance of artifacts. Utilizing a powerful flashlight from her space, they managed to discern the layout, confirming the absence of zombies. Let us take a moment to rest. We haven't had a proper meal all day. With this rare tranquility, let us enjoy a hot pot. From her supplies, Meng Jiuli retrieved the copper hot pot they had previously purchased, along with solid alcohol to fuel the fire. A blue flame leaped up instantly. Wouldn't it be faster if you used your abilities to cook the hot pot? Muyi, picking up a slice of lamb, mumbled, don't you think that's a waste of resources? Whether it's a waste or not, hot pot is undeniably delicious. There's no problem that a hot pot cannot solve. If there is, then we ought to have two. The spicy broth bubbled vigorously, filling the air with its enticing aroma. In normal times, they would surely be apprehended for such behavior. The fresh tripe and beef stomach swirled in the boiling water, exuding the essence of humanity. Some, alas, would never get to savor such earthly delights. It was truly a pity. Meng Jiuli waved a piece of tripe in front of the little tomato, only to have it cruelly swatted away. You've gotten grease on me. You're a clean freak. Just change your clothes and tea that moment. Little Amo, Hui squirmed, scrunching his brows, seemingly displeased at being disturbed. I hope this little one ice and tea waking up from hunger. The little tomato nudged her towards the hot pot, displaying disdain, and deftly retrieved a diaper to change him. See, a man who can care for a child is quite handsome. Please, as a woman, how can you lack the ability to care for a child and still judge others? Mui popped another piece of meat into his mouth. As a man, why do you only know how to eat? Meng Jiuli shot back, competing with him for meat. Heidi watched the two bicker over the hot pot. shaking his head while continuing to eat his canned food. Humans truly were childish, squabbling over a meal that I hope they one tea come from my canned food, he thought, hastily increasing his eating pace to avoid losing his precious food to these unreliable humans. We won't steal your food. Take your time. There's plenty. With that, he presented some fresh chicken breast and beef before it. Conditions were limited, so they made Muyi nearly burn his tongue, thinking how many outside were unable to eat. Many were so famished their faces turned green, perceiving everything as food. Heidi, noticing Muyi eyeing his beef hungrily, quickly pulled it close. Humph, he huffed at him. Did it think he was going to steal from it? Meng Jiuli stifled a laugh. Your expression is indeed unsafe. Hot pot cannot be complete without cola. Chilled cola paired with spicy hot pot is the epitome of life. The two indulged until they had to replace the solid alcohol twice. Patting their round bellies, they declared, "See, this is life. I didn't expect you to eat so much. Who is going to support you in the future? I could support myself. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Besides, I have 3 children, 2 dogs, a cat, a fox, a mouse, and several friends, and my life is simply perfect." Meng Jiuli counted on her fingers, realizing the burden she bore to support so many people and animals. You two stop fooling around and think about our future plans. The little tomato tucked a blanket around Mo Hui, settling down in front of them. Meng Jiuli organized the crystal source she had collected, a total of 260 second-tier crystals. 2 fourth-tier crystals and 120 third-tier crystals. She didn't bother counting the first-tier crystals, as they held little value for her now. Later, in the latter part of the apocalypse, they could be used to barter for food. But that was a long way off. Currently, the situation was that Shueji had first-tier mental abilities, Heidi was third-tier shadow, Muyi was third-tier fire, and the little tomato didn't need any. Little Nobao, try a few first-tier crystals and see if it's feasible. We can save some of the ones we have. The black bean absorbed 20 pieces of third-tier crystal sources, enabling it to elevate its abilities to the 4th level. Achieving shadow obliteration, that IT appears to have grown even more robust than before, displaying a remarkable explosive power that allows it to effortlessly control 22nd-tier zombies. In simpler terms, there is no need for Meng Jiuli to intervene against ordinary zombies. It seems that the black bean possesses a strong innate comprehension ability, which is commendable. Some individuals, even after awakening their powers, may lack the necessary comprehension skills, rendering their efforts with numerous crystal sources futile. Shueji, possessing first-tier abilities, successfully upgraded to the 2nd tier after utilizing 15 second-tier crystal sources, initially achieving mental control. Although this control lasts only a brief 15 seconds, it represents significant progress, as mental abilities are inherently taxing on one's mental strength. Without a sufficiently strong mental capacity, one would not awaken such powers. However, upon reaching a certain level, they can become formidable. Shueji has performed admirably, and as a reward, you shall enjoy an ample supply of chicken breast. Thank you, Master. This time, Shueji addressed Meng Jiuli as Master, marking a warm development in their relationship. Yes, she stroked its pristine white fur. The soft texture provided a comforting sensation. In this apocalyptic world, she had acquired yet another creature to cherish. If only she could also have a tiger or a panda, she could genuinely establish her own zoo. Each of us shall take one of these 4th-tier crystal sources. You should attempt to absorb one and see if it can elevate your abilities. If that proves insufficient, I still have 3rd-tier crystal sources available. You must diligently enhance your powers, otherwise you will hinder our progress. Muyi shot her a glare, accepted the crystal source, and sought a quiet spot to begin his absorption. Indeed, one 4th-tier source was not enough. However, he was merely a hair's breadth away, and besides, he was not that lacking. Chapter 50. Staying behind to care for the child. Once everyone had completed their upgrades, they drifted into a sweet slumber. It was only then that Meng Jiuli commenced her own cultivation. After consuming a 4th-tier crystal source, her space finally upgraded to the 3rd tier. Following that, she utilized 33rd-tier crystal sources to elevate her lightning abilities to the 4th tier. The electric arc surrounding her grew even more formidable, rendering zombies below the 3rd tier utterly powerless against her. After finishing her upgrades, a layer of sweat coated her body. Stealing away to a nearby room, she retrieved her mobile shower and indulged in a hot bath, finally washing away the slick feeling on her skin. Feeling refreshed, she donned a new outfit, brimming with vitality. Are you truly planning to visit the Longines Pharmaceutical Factory? The Longines Pharmaceutical Factory is a subsidiary of the military in Huagua. Even amidst the apocalypse, there remains a military presence to oversee operations. Securing desired items from within will undoubtedly require considerable effort. You still haven't shed that cat-like habit of silently appearing behind others. Meng Jiuli complained about his sudden arrival. Since I'm here, I must take a look. Otherwise, what is the point of coming? There are others at home awaiting the antidote. If we could find it, it would be even better. But don't forget about that helicopter today. Perhaps the people from the 5th District are already watching us. Speaking of helicopters, acquiring one would certainly expedite our journey. Let it be. Since she has made her decision, I can only accompany her. I will make it up to you when the opportunity arises. It's late. You should get some rest. I'm not tired right now. I'll collect some artifacts first, or else they may never see the light of day again. Little Tomato, filled with concern, followed closely behind her, observing as she stowed the treasures into her space. As dawn broke, little Amo, Hui suddenly began to make noises. It seemed he was either hungry or needed a diaper change. The two hurriedly concluded their collection, as they had already gathered a sufficient amount. What could be the matter with this little fellow? She watched as little Tomato skillfully checked Amo Huey's diaper and brought his fingers near his mouth, only to see the little one searching for a pacifier with his eyes. He's hungry. I'll go prepare some formula. No need to make it so complicated. I have temperature-controlled hot water here. Just mix the formula directly. Saying this, she produced a temperature-controlled kettle from her space and handed him a sterilized bottle. You need to learn how to prepare formula as well. In case I'm no longer around one day, you'll need to manage these things on your own. He handed the bottle back to Meng Jiuli, watching her clumsily mix the formula. The canister had instructions indicating that infants of a young age should be fed smaller amounts more frequently, as overfeeding could harm their stomachs. That you're quite verbose. IV got IT. In the midst of their conversation, the little one could no longer contain himself, transitioning from soft coos to louder whimpers, on the verge of tears. Please don't cry, little ancestor. The formula is coming. She quickly shoved the bottle into his mouth, and the little one immediately ceased his whimpering, happily sucking away with a look of pure satisfaction, watching him finish his milk with an expression of bliss. A wave of accomplishment surged within her as a new mother. However, she promptly quashed such feelings. After all, she was a woman who had endured the apocalypse. How could she be so easily swayed by the cuteness of a little child? Nevertheless, the scent of milk emanating from the little fellow was undeniably delightful. She could not get enough of it. Wait, the aroma seems a bit peculiar. The little one stretched out his limbs in utter contentment. He has soiled his diaper. Indeed, I can smell it. This little one is not cute in the slightest. I don't want to hold him. You take him, as she spoke. She handed Mo Hui over to little Tomato and distanced herself. After a bit of commotion, the sun had fully risen. The morning glow filtered through the glass, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. Meng Jiuli retrieved her mobile power source, prepared a pot of 8 treasure porridge, and set out some small dishes. The steamed buns and shrimp dumplings were freshly made, still steaming as they were taken from her space. It's just the two of us for breakfast. You need to go to such lengths that it's quite embarrassing. That if you're embarrassed, then don't eat. Meng Jiuli snatched the bowl from his hands, preparing to toss it in front of the black bean. No, you've worked hard to prepare this. How could I not enjoy it? Let me cook next time. After consuming the crystal source, Xiao Nuobao did not notice any changes in her body this morning. However, she seemed to understand their conversations better, occasionally reacting to certain phrases. That it appeared that the crystal source was indeed beneficial for her recovery. If successful, even if they could not obtain the technology this time, there would be another avenue to pursue. Once everyone had packed their belongings, they prepared to continue their journey toward the Longines Pharmaceutical Factory. Just as they reached the door, they suddenly spotted a rescue team vehicle driving down the street. There are fluctuations of spiritual energy here. That vehicle contains spirit beasts, Shueji remarked mysteriously while observing the rescue vehicle ahead. Are you saying there are fluctuations of spiritual energy? Is there a spatial dimensional gate here? Meng Jiuli understood that alongside the apocalypse came the resurgence of spiritual energy. Otherwise, those survivors would not awaken their powers one after another. Still, whether a spatial dimensional gate truly existed remained uncertain. In her previous life, she had only heard of it but never witnessed it herself. If there were indeed an opportunity to enter a spatial dimensional gate, it might lead to the acquisition of spirit beasts. Yes, there are fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby. Those people are likely searching for this location. Can you sense the exact position? Meng Jiuli's face lit up with joy, though she quickly regained her composure. For now, they must first head to the Lanshin pharmaceutical factory. No, I'm not strong enough. Why, E.T.M.U. Yi looked on with curiosity at the exchange between the girl and the fox, eventually asking, "So where are we headed?" "Of course, to the Lanshin pharmaceutical factory." The vehicle sped along, with only Little Tomato wearing a frown, and if a spatial dimensional gate were to appear nearby, it would hasten the time until he could leave this place. However, he did not wish to depart. Here, he had someone he wanted to protect. "Stop the car. We need to check out." A man in military uniform halted their vehicle. "What are you doing here?" "Just passing through." The man coldly blocked their path, ordering them to roll back to the checkpoint. The group, feeling helpless, had no choice but to turn the vehicle around. "Let's South find the nearest place to settle down. Since we can't get the car through, we'll wait until nightfall to act." Resolute, Mui parked the vehicle in front of a nearby factory. Surrounding the factory were a horde of zombies. All former workers of this place, Blackbean and Nuabao. "I leave you two in charge." Zombies below the third tier posed no threat to them. The Blackbean was responsible for drawing their attention, while Nuabao tore through the zombies with ease. Meng Jiuli and the others exited the vehicle, heading toward the factory. There's an office building over there. "Little Tomato, you take Mo Hui inside to hide, and Yi and I will scout the area for any threats." "No, it should be Mu Yi and I going. You stay here to care for the child." Meng Jiuli gazed at the sleeping little one, who looked like an angel, but once he woke, he would not be the same. She could not manage him. "You take care of the child. I'll go out." "Listen, stay here and look after the child." Chapter 51. Encountering an old friend in the office building with no other choice. Meng Jiuli stayed behind to care for the child. The office building contained only a few wandering second-tier zombies, which she dispatched with ease. These zombies were constantly competing and evolving, but due to their low conversion rate. There were few high-level zombies within the office building. After eliminating the zombies outside, the Blackbean and Nuabao joined her inside the building. There were still a few scattered zombies outside, but they posed no real concern. She retrieved a chilled watermelon from her space, sharing half with the Blackbean and Shueji, while the other half was for herself. However, upon seeing Lil Nuabao, she could not help but swallow. "Do you want some too?" Meng Jiuli felt uncertain about her ability to digest this substance. However, witnessing her swallow with difficulty, she couldn't help but scoop a piece from her own portion to offer her. "Take your time. If it doesn't agree with you, then refrain from eating it. After all, your body is not what it once was. If you can consume it, that's wonderful. But should it prove too much, it could be detrimental." Regretting her hasty decision, she observed Xiao Nua devour the watermelon voraciously, quickly finishing her piece. Noticing no adverse reactions, it seemed all was well. Thus, she retrieved another slice from her space and handed it to her. "Go ahead, dear sister. I assure you, you shall not be deprived of tea this moment." Haidu and Shueji had polished off their watermelon and lay quietly on the ground, resting. Fortunately, Mo Hui was also an angelic child. Now, as she relished the taste of the fruit, she could finally enjoy a semblance of life. She envisioned a future where she could cultivate crops at her base, ensuring self-sufficiency. Just as she was lost in thought, Haidu's ears perked up, alertly gazing outside before bolting to the door. "Something formidable approaches. I can sense it." Shueji shook her head, looking towards Haidu. Meanwhile, Xiao Nua paused her watermelon feast, attentively watching the entrance, emitting soft whimpering sounds. Outside, thunderous footsteps echoed. Could it be yet another mutated zombie? However, Meng Jiuli quickly dismissed this notion. The noise belonged to an armored vehicle, a presence only the 5th District could muster. Yet what brought them here? A woman emerged from the vehicle, clad in an olive-green t-shirt and fitted pants, her physique striking. Haidu, remain silent and observe. They might be here to scavenge this factory. There's no need to provoke them. Meng Xiang glanced at the scattered zombies outside, realizing they posed no threat to them. You all stay outside. Let Good Xiao enter in 5 minutes. Meng Xiang tucked her handgun into her waistband, flipping her hair as she entered the office building. The individuals outside waited, prepared to eradicate the wandering zombies and gather some crystal sources. Upon seeing the woman enter the office, Meng Jiuli refrained from speaking. In this apocalyptic world, zombies and mutated beasts were manageable, but humans were a different story. She wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, yet trouble always seemed to find her. Just then, Xiao Mo Hui began to cry, his wails quickly attracting the attention of those outside. Truly a troublesome little one that she reached beneath him, feeling the dampness. He must have wet himself and felt uncomfortable that a child in confinement would need a bottle of milk for every wetting. But fortunately, milk was already prepared in her space. She hurriedly brought the bottle to the little one's mouth, clumsily changing his diaper. However, Meng Xiang stood at the door, observing with a smirk of disdain. She never expected Meng Jiuli to find herself in such a predicament. It was quite the eye-opener. Meng Xiang's mocking laughter drew Haidu's ire, and Xiao Nua emitted more whimpering sounds. When she finally raised her head to see the woman before her, she was astonished to find her elder sister alive and well. It seemed she was faring quite well, her voice robust and full of vigor. I thought you had perished long ago. Seeing you here truly is unfortunate. Meng Jiuli did not relent in her verbal jabs, knowing full well that in a physical confrontation, she wouldn't stand a chance. I never expected you to show such sharp wit, but soon enough, your pride will be your downfall. Outside the factory, she had set traps to ensnare any intruders. No matter their abilities, if they could not evade her firearms, they were as good as lost. Really? Are you so confident you can best me? Meng Xiang confidently walked toward Xiao Nua, recalling the child from the past. Had it not been for controlling her mother, she might have had difficulty dealing with her. Xiao Nua, recognizing the woman before her, intensified her whimpering and even attempted to lunge at her. Little one, don't you possess abilities? Why not use them now? If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at your own misplaced faith. Meng Xiang pointed a finger at Meng Jiuli, and Xiao Nua lifted her gaze to her. With large eyes, altered by modifications, they appeared somewhat menacing, the dark pupils small amidst the glaring whites. It seems the apocalypse has not fostered your growth. You remain the same deceitful creature. Meng Jiuli sought to soothe Xiao Nua's distress, pushing Meng Xiang away. Such a terrifying woman should not be near a child. Meng Jiuli, you consider yourself virtuous? You lure my mother outside to meet her demise at the hands of zombies, forcing me to witness the entire gruesome affair. You think that makes you a good person? Meng Xiang's emotions frayed, her finger trembling as she pointed at Meng Jiuli. Was it not their decision to appear at the door that fateful day? Do you believe your mother's death was unjust? In truth, Meng Jiuli's mother had orchestrated her own tragic accident to get closer to Meng Xiang's father, leading to his demise. That wasn't this the handiwork of the two of them? Meng Xiang was momentarily taken aback. In her mind, Meng Jiuli had always been a naive fool, blissfully unaware of the actions of their mothers. Yet now, she was aware and retaliating against her mother. And what of it? Even if you know, it won't prevent your family from reuniting underground. Chapter 52. The entanglement of the past. Footsteps echoed outside once more, and Meng Xiang's expression gleamed with triumph. Today, I shall reveal all past events to you, so you may understand your impending demise. There is no need for that. I am well aware of your sordid affairs. Perhaps you should contemplate your own fate. Meng Jiuli regarded her with disdain, entirely unconcerned about the mutated warrior that had just entered. Even without them, you remain no match for me, and you would do well to avoid provoking them. Meng Jiuli trembled. This woman was attempting to sow discord. She must not fall for it. Do you not wish to uncover Mu Ye's true identity? He is intricately linked to the 5th district. Had it not been for him, we would not have traced our way here. Meng Xiang's face brimmed with smug satisfaction. It was true that Mu Yi was the second in command of the 5th district. Yet, judging by her reaction, she seemed unaware of the truth. However, she had no intention of revealing the truth too soon. That would spoil the fung. Xiao, standing at the door, lent Meng Xiang a newfound courage. Though she too had awakened her abilities, in the presence of Meng Jiuli, she was but a small FRY.D. Oh, you not see the moral decay in your actions? Good. Living beings transformed into zombie warriors. Why not experiment on yourselves? Meng Xiang scoffed, striding over to Good Xiao. Sister, he willingly chose this fate, happily submitting to me. Having been abandoned by Li Guangqing and nearly consumed by zombies, she was fortunate to have encountered Good Xiao, who saved her. She paid the price for her survival, but Good Xiao's error was bringing her to the rescue team. Within the team, she met the leader and became his woman, allowing her to thrive in this apocalypse. Those who knew her secret, one by one, became her loyal soldiers, her own secrets remaining hidden. In the leader's eyes, she was the epitome of perfection. Some men were indeed that shallow. Meng Xiang believed her ability to manipulate men surpassed all others. Allowing her to thrive in this chaotic world, as for Li Guangqing, she had learned that Meng Jiuli had imprisoned him, leaving her only threat as Meng Jiuli. Sisters in arms, I do not wish to eradicate you entirely. Should you choose to submit to me, I promise you will face no harm, and in this apocalypse, you could walk with your head held high. Meng Jiuli chuckled lightly. I am no crab. Why would I walk sideways? I have no such inclination. She regarded Good Xiao, feeling somewhat regretful. He was undeniably a handsome man, yet his gaze lacked depth, having been transformed into this wretched state by this venomous woman. Surely, he must be regretting his choices. Are you not concerned that one day, as you age and wither, he might turn you into his subordinate warrior? That is a matter for many years hence. Whether I will even be around to witness, it is uncertain. Why should I fret over it? The two exchanged barbs, neither yielding, while the others grew increasingly restless. Can we hasten this along? The weather outside is quite stifling. Meng Jiuli sought to discern the nature of Meng Xiang's awakened abilities. So she placed Xiao Mo Hui in her backpack, feigning an attack with a small lightning ball aimed at her. To her surprise, Meng Xiang did not evade. Good Xiao swiftly shielded her from the lightning ball. You think you can test me? You underestimate my Good Xiao. His loyalty to me is unwavering. Meng Xiang pressed her body close to his, her expression suggestive. Shueji attempted to manipulate some soldiers' minds, inciting them to harm one another. However, after a single attempt, she collapsed to the ground, clearly needing further enhancement. Master, I did my best. That is all right. Take a rest. Mental manipulation was inherently demanding, particularly for a mere little fox. The ability to incite conflict among others indicated a high level of talent. Meng Xiang gazed at Shueji in disbelief. This little fox had managed to embroil her opponents in mutual slaughter, proving to be a force not to be underestimated. Reflecting on her own ability, a seemingly useless earth-based power, she lamented that she could not simply burrow into the ground at the first sign of danger. She was no deity of the earth. Thus, she seldom employed her powers. Meng Jiuli, it appears you can only rely on your pet to fight for you. Your abilities are evidently limited, she taunted. What do you think? My pet's powers surpass yours. Don't you feel a twinge of embarrassment? Meng Jiuli crossed her arms and gently stroked Shueji's head, eliciting a wave of envy from He Do, who knew he was formidable but had yet to be permitted to act. As a level 4 shadow-type creature, his strength had increased significantly. He could easily handle 10 foes now, and his shadow binding capability had grown considerably stronger, while He Do was ready to assist. It was not yet his time to intervene. Patience was essential. Crackling arcs of electricity radiated from Meng Jiuli, creating a terrifying spectacle that a level 4 zombie, if struck by her discharge, would likely not withstand the force. Good Xiao charged at her, only to be knocked down by the electric arcs, the scent of singed flesh wafting through the air. Meng Xiang was astounded by the prowess of her adversary's abilities. Good Xiao had been honed through her rigorous training and relentless strengthening. Yet now he faltered against Meng Jiuli's electric onslaught. Send more warriors my way, she commanded, prompting her soldiers to release the zombie fighters from the transport vehicle. An imposing battalion emerged. Even the mightiest of powers could not sustain itself indefinitely, and in the end, one would ultimately perish by their own hand. Meng Xiang looked at her with smug satisfaction. Are you frightened? As a wielder of powers herself, she was acutely aware of their intricacies, yet she had not anticipated their enhancement to such an extent. However, The sheer volume of her forces was a tactic she relied upon. Fear was natural among so many. Yet, the one most terrified ought to be her, for should her troops turn against her, her demise would be inevitable. Shueji's gaze shifted, sensing through her mental acuity the presence of a zombie leader. Should she control it, the tide of battle could easily be turned. This information was relayed to Meng Jiuli through their mental link, unbeknownst to others. Controlling it would demand time, and Meng Jiuli's task was to buy that time. Heido, no bao. I leave those outside to you. Remember to prioritize your own safety. The duo dashed outside to confront the oncoming threat. Meng Jiuli, I advise against any tricks. Today, you will learn the futility of your actions. I will ensure you witness the demise of those you hold dear, one by one. For her, anyone she cherished was now an adversary, and the agony of losing her closest kin was a fate she intended for Meng Xiang to endure. Chapter 53. With great power comes great responsibility. Shueji continuously attempted to establish a connection with the zombie warrior leader, though it appeared increasingly arduous. The once vibrant spirit of Shueji now showed signs of strain. Do not force it. If you cannot control it, that is acceptable. There is always a solution to every predicament, and if necessary, her spatial displacement could prove invaluable in a critical moment that I advise you to surrender. Perhaps I can grant you a merciful death. With a flick of her wrist, Meng Xiang commanded her zombie warriors in a battle mode. Observing that these zombies obeyed Meng Xiang, Shueji swiftly shifted her focus. If you are in charge, then I shall conquer you. With her fox-like eyes fixed intently on Meng Xiang, she quickly tapped into her mental energy, realizing it was far easier to manipulate her than the zombie leader. A smirk of triumph appeared on Shueji's lips. It is you. Hey, why are you staring at me, little fox? Are you enchanted by my beauty? Perhaps you should consider, but before she could finish her thought, she felt an unsettling shift within her body, rendering her completely powerless. Her hand unconsciously directed the zombie warriors towards Ge Qiao, who was soon besieged from all sides. Although formidable, Ge Qiao found himself overwhelmed. It was a classic case of being outnumbered. Meng Xiang could only watch helplessly as her meticulously crafted warrior fell before her eyes. In an instant, the zombie warriors received her new command and surged towards the soldiers outside the office. Meng Jiuli, witnessing this turn of events, realized that Shueji had successfully seized control of the zombie leader. Not wanting to see her struggle in vain, she discreetly placed a level 1 crystal source into Shueji's paw, knowing it would aid in restoring her mental strength. Shueji glanced gratefully at Meng Jiuli, then resumed her control over Meng Xiang, compelling her to kneel before Meng Jiuli. Shueji, you have taken command of her? Meng Jiuli inquired. Shueji nodded gently. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Jiuli adeptly retrieved rope from her spatial storage and bound Meng Xiang securely. Witnessing the shift in circumstances, the surviving soldiers hastily fled in their vehicles. Abandoning Meng Xiang's fate entirely, as Shueji relinquished her control, Meng Xiang regained her senses. Are you afraid now? Meng Jiuli leaned down, regarding the kneeling Meng Xiang with the disdainful gaze of a victor. You are now utterly alone. Do you dare to challenge me? Meng Jiuli gestured towards the lifeless Ge Qiao sprawled on the ground. A man who had once followed her with unwavering loyalty, now met with a tragic end. Look at those around you. Do you not perceive your defeat? Defeat? I have never considered myself successful. I am merely unwilling to accept defeat. Why must I always lose to you? Meng Xiang's voice broke as she vented years of pent-up frustration. All these years, I feigned gentleness and compliance, struggling each day, yet what choice did I have? To survive in this household, I had to pretend to be obedient and demure. Yet, in the end, I gained nothing. I remain an outsider. Meng Xiang's anguished outburst resonated with her inner turmoil. You believe you have suffered all these years, yet it was your own choices that led you here. Had your ambition not been so insatiable, you could have lived a comfortable life, and my parents would still be alive. All of this stems from your unquenchable desires. Had you simply enjoyed your life without meddling in the so-called zombie warriors, you would not face this betrayal today. This is the consequence of your own making. You alone must bear the bitter fruit of your actions. Meng Jiuli turned away, no longer wishing to engage with her. The past was not worth revisiting. However, the pressing issue at hand was how Meng Xiang would account for the mutated warriors. She had no desire to interfere. Release me. Let us duel, so I may die with my eyes closed. Humph. I refuse to engage in battle with someone as devoid of humanity as you. I will not sully my hands. With a wave of her hand, Meng Jiuli summoned Na Bao, who rushed into the room. As Meng Xiang uttered muffled cries, her chest heaving, Meng Jiuli admonished, "You believe you have triumphed, but you are mistaken. You are merely a fool, ensnared in your own web. Na Bao is now yours. You may seek your revenge." Meng Jiuli left the office with Mo Hui and Xue Ji. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with Meng Xiang's heart-wrenching screams. To die alongside those who genuinely cared for you is a form of reparation. Meng Jiuli plugged her ears with earplugs. Every loathsome individual has a painful past. It was the distortions of their past lives that culminated in their current aberrant behaviors, and their death could serve as closure for the victims. Could it be true, as Meng Xiang claimed, that Mu Yi was a traitor? Yet why would they capture her and Xiao Fanxia? Could it be that Mu Yi coveted her spatial abilities? After all, only Xiao Fanxia and Mu Yi were aware of the secret of her space, or was there another ulterior motive? Meng Jiuli found herself at a loss, uninterested in further contemplation, that if Mu Yi truly posed a threat, Xiao Fanxia would likely be the first to notice. Little Mo Hui squirmed restlessly in her arms, seemingly unwell. She hastily checked the little one's diaper. Dry? Was he perhaps hungry? She produced a bottle and offered it to him. Typically, he would gulp it down eagerly, but this time, he rejected it. His face flushed. Was he running a fever? Such a young child developing a fever was alarming, and she felt a wave of anxiety. The newborn, only 2 days old, was now feverish with no doctor available. The outlook was grim. Little Mo Hui, you must be strong. After all, you are destined to illuminate this apocalyptic world. You must persevere. From her space, she retrieved a cooling patch and some bottled water, wetting a cloth to wipe his armpits and groin, employing physical methods to bring down his temperature and provide some comfort. Have you noticed that this child's fever is unlike that of a typical person? Xue Ji sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from little Mo Hui. Could it be that this child had awakened his powers? Prompted by Xue Ji's observation, she too recognized the anomaly. Adults generally suffered headaches and fever upon awakening their abilities, let alone a mere 2-day-old infant. She placed a small level 1 crystal source in his palm, a golden aura gradually absorbed by the little one. His expression began to relax, indicating that he had indeed awakened his powers, although the nature of those powers remained unknown. Regardless of what they were, the fact that he had awakened them provided an added layer of security in this apocalyptic world. It seemed this little one truly had the potential to alter the course of the apocalypse. Chapter 54. The meeting of brothers Mu Yi and dog food, chicken breast, and beef were all placed before them, allowing them to feast to their heart's content. Handing a bottle of milk to Na Bao, I cradled the little one, as if this would provide him some comfort. It seemed that the situation was far more complex than I had initially perceived. In my embrace, the little creature gradually settled down. Though he still burned with fever, he had finally drifted into slumber. I laid him in the sleeping bag, realizing I could not leave just yet. Thus I sent Haidu to investigate. Haidu obediently nodded, turning to vanish into the expansive factory grounds. Were it not for you, I would have gone myself. This little one is truly a burden. Gently stroking the child and feeling his forehead, I noted the fever had subsided, indicating that his latent abilities had successfully awakened. However, I remained unaware of what these abilities entailed. If they could aid me, it would not have been in vain to have brought this child into my care. As I pondered, the sky quickly darkened, and still, there was no news of the two that after a simple dinner, I provided Na Bao and Xue Ji with some crystal essence to absorb for their enhancement, in case of any unforeseen developments later. I too began to absorb the essence slowly. It would likely be challenging to elevate my level in the short term, but the essence not only enhanced one's abilities, but also greatly aided physical recovery. Those who awaken their powers, even with the most mediocre abilities, possess superior physical qualities compared to ordinary individuals. Zaya Fangio and I arrived at Longxin Pharmaceutical, utilizing spatial transfer to smoothly enter the facility. Inside, the security was far more stringent than they had anticipated, with guards stationed at nearly every entrance, making a casual entry quite difficult. It was clear they placed great importance on this location, rendering access considerably challenging. I whispered to Xiafangio, who gazed at the defenses with a penetrating stare. It seemed this visit would indeed be fruitless. However, for Meng Jiuli, he resolved to take the risk. You stay here. I will go in alone. That is out of the question. That I promised Ali I would act with you, and I cannot allow you to take such risks alone. Do not worry. My chances of safety are higher alone. Bringing you along would only be a liability. With that, Xiafangio vanished from his sight. This man is remarkably swift. I had no choice but to seek an opportunity to enter himself, yet after 2 hours of waiting without any sign of him, anxiety began to gnaw at him. Unable to resist, he approached the entrance to inquire. But before he could take several steps, he was obstructed by personnel from the 5th District. The leading officer gestured for him to halt. Young master, it would be prudent to comply. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee the safety of that girl. Song Pinyin presented a photograph to Mai. You would do well to refrain from harming her, otherwise, I assure you, I will eliminate you. Mai snatched the photograph and tucked it into his coat. Then I must insist that you accompany us. Mai boldly opened his hand and strode confidently ahead, passing through numerous checkpoints. They eventually arrived at Mu Feng's office. Song Pinyin and his comrades did not follow, leaving only the 2 brothers in the room. Mai took a seat in the office chair. Speak. What do you want with me? As you say, if there were no reason, I wouldn't seek you out. That I merely wanted to share a drink and a meal. Mu Feng smiled, clapping his hands, signaling for the servants to bring in the food. These are all your favorites. You haven't eaten well these past few days, have you? Come, eat. Mu Feng looked at him with concern. Do not look at me like that. I will not starve. While he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. With delicious food before him, who would humbly refuse? Now, tell me, have you been following us? Mai picked up a piece of braised pork, savoring its tender and flavorful taste. Unable to resist, he grabbed another piece. Not exactly, but I advise you to cease your pursuit. If you wish to save those 2, I can provide you with the antidote. However, if you intend to obstruct this matter, I must decline. Mu Feng's tone was resolute, unwavering. Do you not think your actions are excessive? Those are living individuals, yet their sacrifices allow their families to survive. You know the current situation, resources are limited, and only through their contributions can their families receive aid. Mai set down his chopsticks, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the brother he once relied upon, now feeling strangely unfamiliar. The apocalypse will pass, and the harsh environment will eventually fade. We can cultivate land and grow food to sustain everyone. You are naively optimistic. We may not live to see that day. Our food reserves cannot sustain those people. That does not justify turning living humans into zombies. Mai slammed his chopsticks down, rising to leave. Stand right there. This is the antidote chip. Take it and leave quickly. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Mai accepted the chip, placing it in his pocket. That is out of the question. We will pursue this matter to the end, and we cannot allow you to continue down this misguided path. As he reached the door, he continued, if one day I were to become a zombie soldier, how would you feel? Mu Feng stared at his retreating figure, silent for a long moment. If you were to become a zombie soldier, I would care for you for the rest of your days. As Mai exited the office building, he caught sight of Haidu, surrounded by a group of people. These individuals had long been deprived of meat, and upon seeing a dog the size of a calf, they were certainly not going to let this opportunity slip by. Look at this dog. It surely doesn't lack for food, being so plump. Indeed, look at its shiny black fur. It must have consumed quite a bit of good food. Such a large creature. It could easily provide 2 meals at a throng of people encircled Haidu, as if he were already a pot of dog stew. However, despite their greedy gazes, Haidu showed no fear, knowing they were no match for him. It was laughable that they even considered eating him. Haidu emitted a menacing growl, launching a paw that sent one man sprawling to the ground. These individuals, having only consumed porridge daily, lacked the strength to withstand Haidu's assault and were nearly crushed, with several ribs likely broken. Wow, this big dog is incredibly strong. Brothers, grab your weapons. They were determined, believing that a mere dog could not evade their firearms. Unfazed by the guns aimed at him, Haidu snorted disdainfully, transforming into a shadow and vanishing, for he had already caught sight of Mai's figure. Chapter 55. Night raid on the pharmaceutical factory, just as everyone was left wondering how Haidu had vanished. Mai had already taken him away from Lanshin Pharmaceutical. Yet there was still no news of Xiafangio. Mai made up his mind and drove away from the factory. In the night, a large truck slowly entered the factory. With Haidu's guidance, he quickly located Meng Jiuli. Hearing the sound of the vehicle, Meng Jiuli leaped up in delight, but upon seeing that only Mai had arrived, an uneasy feeling crept into her heart. Mai shrugged and said, "I separated from him." He entered the interior of the pharmaceutical factory. While I was invited to the 5th District's office, he did not intend to conceal anything from her, for he knew that any future revelations could lead to irreparable consequences. So, where did you obtain these 2 items? Meng Jiuli took the chip from his hand and examined it closely. Yes, this is what they have been researching. Implanting this into the body will cause it to dissolve automatically, repairing damaged genes, and thus restoring humanity. All for such a small thing, and they made us travel such a distance. You stay here to care for Maui. I will search for Xiafangio, and we will leave tomorrow. Having obtained the items, she was unwilling to delve into how they were acquired. Time did not allow her to pursue the matter further. I cannot care for the child. You know that. With that, Meng Jiuli vanished into the night with Haidu. Evading all sentries, they entered the pharmaceutical factory's workshop. Utilizing his keen sense of smell, Haidu quickly pinpointed Xiafangio's location. As the 2 searched, Xiafangio called out to them from behind. "What are you doing here?" "Shopping. What else would we be doing here?" "Don't play dumb. This is not the time for games. I discovered that they are conducting experiments not only on humans, but also on various animals. And the combat abilities of these creatures far surpass those of humans. Moreover, they have imprisoned some researchers. We can start with them," Xiafangio said as she led them to where the researchers were held. It turned out that the pharmaceutical factory was divided into 2 sections. The upper part focused on conventional medical research, while the underground housed mutated animals and monsters, as well as the researchers. Few were likely aware of this, as the guards only came during meal times, leaving no one else to witness them. Meng Jiuli thought this was reasonable given the high danger posed by the animals and monsters kept here. Should an experiment fail, it could be a matter of life and death, and no one would want to wade into such murky waters. In the monitoring room, Mu Feng observed the trio, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. It seemed that Xiaoya was not very competent, that he was already aware of the events of the day, and as for Meng Xiang's death, she had it coming. She could have been a good wife by his side. After all, he had never held her background against her and had even bestowed upon her considerable power. Yet, this woman should not have harbored thoughts of revenge. She was as foolish as Li Guangqing. Since they fear not death, let them experience the ferocity of the zombie hounds. And if the zombie hounds fail to deter them, then let the blood demon corpse emerge to hone its skills. After all, they are surrounded by an abundance of mutated species. I refuse to believe we cannot contend with them. Although Xiao Yi will blame himself for injuring them if I do not take action. His hard work will be destroyed by the 2 of them. Little Tomato, accompanied by Meng Jiuli, pressed onward when suddenly a large, red dog, as if skinned, appeared before them, its blood-red eyes fixated on their every move. Emitting a hissing sound from its mouth, its long tongue flicking around, it arched its front legs, poised to attack. What on earth is that? It's rather grotesque. I warned you about the mutated creatures here. That is a zombie hound. Little Tomato rolled her eyes, and before any attack could commence, Black Bean rushed forward. The 2 dogs engaged in a fierce struggle, but it was evident that the combat prowess of the zombie hound surpassed that of a level 3 zombie. And this creature, devoid of humanity due to programming, proved to be a formidable opponent for Black Bean. As the 2 prepared to assist Black Bean in vanquishing the zombie hound, they were suddenly surrounded by over 10 more, all glaring with blood-red eyes, ready to strike. The 2 exchanged glances, then slowly drew closer together, their electric arcs reaching their maximum potential. Just as they were besieged, the arcs were hurled towards the hounds. Filling the air with the acrid scent of scorched flesh, Black Bean managed to dispatch the zombie hound. And as they prepared to move forward, yet another wave of zombie hounds charged at them. Notably larger than the previous group, their attack power significantly greater. However, Within the range of their abilities, they still believed they could manage. On the surveillance end, it appeared that these two possessed a formidable level of powers. If they could be transformed into zombie warriors, wouldn't they be invincible? Mu Feng observed the two on the monitor, unable to resist stroking his chin, contemplating how to capture them. The appetizer of zombie hounds could now be withdrawn. It was time for the blood demon corpse to take center stage. Mu Feng swirled the red wine in his glass, its hue reminiscent of the color of the blood demon corpse. The two engaged in combat were completely oblivious to the situation on the surveillance end and had no time to concern themselves with ITAS if receiving some signal. The zombie hounds howled and turned it apart, no longer entangled with them. Little Tomato glanced at the direction of their retreat, suddenly regretting bringing Meng Jiuli to this place. Little Tomato tentatively suggested, "Now that we are here, we might as well assess the situation. But we must leave before dawn. Mu has obtained the antidote chip, and there are only two. We cannot afford any further delays. You shouldn't have come here. You and Blackbean should leave. I will resolve the issues here myself. Your presence only hinders my progress." Little Tomato turned to continue onward, but was halted by a firm grasp on her arm. "What do you mean by that? Am I to be blamed for lacking compassion and unwilling to save those people?" Observing his earnest expression, Meng Jiuli began to question whether she was indeed being a bit selfish. Chapter 56. The style of Tomato. Little Tomato recognized that her prior attitude had been excessive and quickly offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I just don't want to see more people suffer." The two finally reached a consensus and began preparing to leave. "I can't believe this creature is here as well. How many monsters have they captured for experimentation?" Little Tomato confined them within a space, utilizing spatial compression to eliminate some of the blood demon corpses. His spatial abilities were astonishingly powerful, and Mu Feng downed his glass of red wine, further solidifying his resolve to transform Little Tomato into his warrior. This was the first time Meng Jiuli witnessed his use of spatial compression. It was clear his powers were formidable and entirely unaffected by time or mental strain. She could only wonder how many secrets lay behind him. The blood demon corpses posed no threat to their escape. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Suddenly, Little Tomato noticed the surveillance cameras moving, and a lightning orb disabled the camera, plunging Mu Feng's end into darkness. They had been discovered. Meng Jiuli then realized that the electrical systems here were operational. Given their smooth entry, the people on the other side must have been aware all along. Truly a cunning fox. "Let us move. Mu Yi is still watching us." After 2 hours of travel, they had covered half the distance. Although she was not one to easily give up, this time, for Huang Junin, she had to concede. In this apocalyptic world, her powers were limited. Merely protecting those around her was already a significant achievement. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder about Tang Yaru's situation, hoping she wouldn't encounter a scenario akin to Huang Junin's. As she pondered, the two were abruptly blocked by Mu Feng and his men. "You've finally emerged. We've been waiting for you. How about chat in the office?" Mu Feng bore a striking resemblance to Mu Yi, particularly with those almond-shaped eyes that mirrored each other. Given Mu Yi's invitation, they had little choice but to comply. They might as well discuss matters. Perhaps they could persuade him to cease the experiments, since he was a friend of Xiao Yi. It was even more reason to share a drink. Mu Feng gestured for them to enter, and the two followed him to his office. "I've heard you met during a mission to find a water source. From that moment, you began conducting experiments on zombie warriors, didn't you?" Meng Jiuli recalled the zombies they had captured back then, initially believing it was for the study of zombie evolution. Now it seemed it was for experimentation. "Miss Meng is quite astute. Let us speak plainly. Those who have turned into zombies are easier to control than normal humans, as you have madly proceeded with the survivor zombie warrior experiments." Devoid of humanity, Mu Feng took her reprimand with a smile, rather unfazed. In truth, we do this for their benefit. Those individuals have become like that for the sake of their loved ones. Their sacrifices ensure the survival of their families. Is that not worthwhile?" His grandiose reasoning left her speechless. "Your justification is utterly indefensible that if the roles were reversed and you had to choose between yourself and Mu Yi, who would it be?" Meng Jiuli fixed her gaze on the man before her, mirroring Mu Yi's eyes, unsure of how he would choose to. Such a scenario would never arise. If it did, it would certainly be Xiao Yi who survives, but who would willingly watch their loved ones endure inhumane torment. If it were someone she cared for, to see them transformed into something unrecognizable, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. That Mu Feng raised his glass, toasting to the two of them. You must understand that in this apocalypse, survival demands sacrifice. Otherwise, one must be sufficiently powerful. This is the rule of the end times. You are Mu Yi's kin. We do not wish to see you stray from the righteous path. We hope you will reconsider before it is too late. Mu Feng chuckled coldly, setting down his wine glass. And what if I refuse, Miss Meng? What do you intend to do? What can I do? You wield the power. I am but an ordinary person. All I can do is protect those around me from harm. Meng Jiuli had made her stance clear. Since reasoning had failed, she did not wish to meddle further. Those who commit injustices will ultimately face consequences. Someone would undoubtedly deal with him. Perhaps that someone would be herself. But I have my eye on someone close to Miss Meng. Could you allow him to remain by my side? Blackbean perked up, thinking, he can't be referring to me, right? I don't want to stay here. There are no dog treats, no companions. I refuse to remain here. It hurriedly pressed against Meng Jiuli, who comforted it by stroking its head. Oh, not worry. I will never leave you here. Though this man bore some resemblance to Mu Yi, she was not particularly fond of him. Mu Yi was far preferable. Mu Feng felt pressure building on his forehead. I wasn't referring to the dog. I meant him. He pointed at Little Tomato, his face alight with amusement. What kind of man has such a peculiar preference? I cannot allow Little Tomato to fall into your hands. Though he is quite handsome, resembling a girl, he is pure 24K man. Give up on that notion. He will never accept you. Mu Feng's expression darkened further. Both the master and the dog had abnormal thoughts. How could Mu Yi be attracted to such a person? What are you thinking? I have no such inclination. I merely wish for him to remain due to his abilities. Mu Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having someone like him by his side would be immensely advantageous, especially with his spatial powers, which could resolve numerous issues. The more he considered it, the more he felt compelled to keep him. You may ask him yourself. Little Tomato glanced at Meng Jiuli. This woman was unreliable in critical moments. I wonder what you think. Would you like to stay here? I assure you, you won't be mistreated. I refuse. His response was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Meng Jiuli couldn't help but silently commend him, recognizing that this was indeed the style of Tomato, unyielding as ever. Chapter 57. The vanished Little Tomato grasped her hand, eager to exit the office, but they found the entrance heavily guarded by security. What does this mean? Surely you wouldn't dare to prevent our departure. That would be underestimating us gravely. How could these individuals possibly restrain themselves? Hurry along. Do they not recognize their own limitations? Mu Feng reprimanded them sternly. Farewell, and I hope we may meet again under a different guise in the future. After uttering these words, the trio consisting of two individuals and a dog prepared to take their leave. Suddenly, an odd sound from behind caused them to halt in their tracks. A towering, robust zombie warrior materialized behind them. Leave. One must first seek the consent of my personal guard. The hulking zombie warrior glared at them, roaring as it lunged forward. Its movements were agile and deft. Most alarmingly, it appeared to possess supernatural abilities. Moreover, it could decipher their extraordinary techniques. Could it be that he, too, was an owner of psychic powers? Their lightning abilities proved ineffective against him. This was precisely why Mu Feng had the audacity to send away all the guards while retaining his presence. So, what do you say? It is not too late to reconsider your decision to stay. Should he strike, the odds of survival would be exceedingly slim. You must contemplate this seriously. His words were no jest. Meng Jiuli sensed the formidable nature of this artificial zombie. IT could even autonomously dismantle their techniques and read human intentions. Most frighteningly, their supernatural abilities had no effect on him. It seemed that only weaponry could serve as a means to confront him. Meng Jiuli retrieved a dagger from her space, handing a tang knife to Xiao Fanxia. Even Heido abandoned his supernatural attack, resorting to the most primal form of canine assault, biting. Since supernatural powers cannot harm him, they would employ cold weapons instead, for he must surely possess vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Xiao Fanxia nodded and accepted the knife, and the trio began their battle from one room to another. In open area, was far more suitable for their confrontation. Meng Jiuli executed a leap, landing on the neck of the artificial warrior, her petite frame contrasting with his massive form. She meticulously observed his movements, noting that while he was agile, he was ill-suited for prolonged combat. His bulk would inevitably lead to swift exhaustion. Additionally, she discerned that the groin was his weak point. Xiao Fanxie targeted his lower body. Both Xiao Fanxie and He Dou grasped the strategy, launching simultaneous attacks on his lower half. Meanwhile, she, perched on his neck, prepared to plunge her dagger into his skull. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind, with a bullet hurtling toward Meng Jiuli's back. The bullet traveled swiftly. Xiao Fanxie struck the zombie warrior's lower region. Executing a maneuver that utilized space transfer to whisk Meng Jiuli away to safety outside the pharmaceutical factory. Although she sensed the gunfire, she found herself on the mountainside behind the factory. Glancing at the injured Xiao Fanxie beside her, she exclaimed, "You're hurt. We must leave this place quickly. The mountains are perilous, and there may be mutated beasts lurking about." Time was of the essence. And she pointed, "Look over there." It was then they discovered the dimensional portal that Xueji had described, now appearing before them. "Listen to me. Do not inquire why, just quietly hear me out." Xiao Fanxie sighed and continued. "This is something I have prepared for a long time, something I've always wanted to give to you, but never had the chance until now. You once said that diamonds symbolize love, so I chose the largest one. Do you like it?" As she spoke, she prepared to carry him away. "Did you think you were the only one capable of spatial transfer? I can do it too." He realized that she was struggling to accept the reality. Xiao Fanxie pressed the ring in her hand, her body gradually ascending into the air. She grasped his hand tightly, slowing his ascent. "Be good. You used to pet my head. Now, may I touch yours?" She leaned her head under his hand, and he gently stroked her hair, which felt soft, akin to caressing a small rabbit. The dimensional portal slowly closed, and Xiao Fanxie ultimately vanished from her sight. She reached out desperately, finding only air. Staring at the ring in her hand, tears blurred her vision uncontrollably. It seemed he remembered her words. With the ring in hand, she waved vigorously, convinced that he would fulfill his promise. She believed it wholeheartedly that a shadow appeared beside her. It was He Dou, indicating that matters on that end had been resolved. Meng Jiuli departed the mountainside with He Dou. By the time Feng and his men arrived, only a pool of blood and a group of bloodthirsty zombies remained. Upon noticing the approach of living beings, the zombies opened their mouths, lunging at them to eat that moment. Muyi was frantically changing Xiao Mo Hui's diaper. "You little rascal, is that formula you're consuming? Your bowel movements reek terribly. Have you eaten too much?" he complained while cleaning up the mess. Just then, Meng Jiuli and He Dou appeared before him. "You're injured. Where did all this blood come from?" Muyi grasped her arm, scrutinizing her closely until he realized she bore no visible wounds. And he breathed a sigh of relief. It was likely just blood from their encounters with zombies along the way. "Did you not find Xiao Fanxie? I'll go search tomorrow," he continued, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, chattering incessantly. However, she disregarded his words, retreating to a room to shut herself away. He turned his gaze toward He Dou, but alas, he could not decipher its expression. It seemed he would need to learn animal language sometime soon. "You foolish. Can't you see that Ali is acting strangely? Something must have happened to Xiao Fanxie. The blood on her must be from Fanxie." He Dou nodded vigorously at this remark. Yet, given Xiao Fanxie's prowess, it would be no small feat to slay him. There were certainly deeper issues at play. Chapter 58. The journey back, the return journey, was swift. For a moment, Muyi was at a loss for how to console her. Perhaps allowing her some solitude would be for the best. Thus, everyone fell silent, refraining from disturbing her. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the temperature soared. Meng Jiuli emerged from her room, seemingly unaffected by the events of the previous day. Her words were calm, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Muyi noticed a ring on her ring finger. "Your craftsmanship is impressive. It seems your culinary skills have improved significantly. I feel like the chef, have become obsolete." She lifted her gaze to Muyi before returning her focus to her meal. The silence in the room was palpable. "That if you do not wish to stay here, you may seek out your brother. It is clear he cares for you." After a lengthy pause, Meng Jiuli finally set down her bowl and chopsticks. Mu stiffened. She was implying he bore some responsibility. Maintaining a cheerful facade, Mu Yi continued to jest, though a flicker of disappointment lingered in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. After breakfast, He Do and Xueji finished their meals. Meng Jiuli retrieved a bottle of milk from her space, momentarily lost in thought as images of Xiao Fanxia filled her mind. Yet, waiting for her was Xiao Nua Bao. After changing Xiao Mo Hui's clothes and diaper, the little one appeared much livelier than the previous day. The specific supernatural abilities had yet to manifest, but it was likely they would reveal themselves as he grew older. The journey continued in silence, devoid of any monsters or zombies. Could it be that these creatures sensed an approaching storm and had hidden away? Just as they departed, Mu Feng's vehicle arrived. Report. There is no one inside. He waved dismissively, lamenting that he had arrived too late. The blood from the previous night did not belong to any earthly species. It was likely that the injured party was not the girl. For now, this matter would have to be set aside, to be addressed when opportunities arose. The return journey was smooth, taking just 2 days to reach home. However, the absence of Xiao Fanxia left a perplexing look on the little girl's face, as she repeatedly called out, "Papa!" Upon seeing Xiao Mo Hui being carried in, her curiosity piqued. What species was this? One she had never encountered before. Following closely behind was a young lady, Xiao Mengyao, her wide eyes blinking in wonder, yet she too awaited someone who never arrived. Meng Jiuli handed the chip to Li Chao, who seemed knowledgeable about it and might be able to conduct further research. You can examine it, but time is of the essence. After enjoying a hot bath and changing into fresh clothes, she collapsed on her bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Sensing the atmosphere was off, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs and refrained from speaking further. Meanwhile, Xiao Yumi remained engrossed in digging traps in the yard, having completed an underground project. Upon seeing Xiao Nua Bao, Xiao Yumi frowned, realizing that her brothers were unreliable, as this child had transformed in such a manner. Xiao Nua Bao appeared quite fond of her, lifting his arms to embrace her tightly, seemingly expressing gratitude. Meng Jiuli slept soundly until nightfall, undisturbed by anyone. Observing the night sky, she noted the temperature had dropped significantly. It seemed the rainy season was indeed approaching. The villa, situated on a hillside, could withstand floods, but basic waterproofing measures were still necessary. "Have you awoken? I made you some noodles. Come out and eat a bit." Mu Yi's voice resonated from outside the door. "All right, I'll be right out." After a refreshing slumber, Meng Jiuli quickly regained her vitality, appearing full of energy once more. The noodles smelled delightful. "Thank you," she exclaimed, savoring the noodles with gusto, remarking on their excellent flavor. Duan Yao had taken care of the 2 little ones and stepped out, feeling reassured upon seeing Meng Jiuli's restored state. There is no need for such formalities. I've always enjoyed children, and now my dream has come true with 3 of them. It brings me great joy. Little ones grow every day, offering new surprises. She relished this way of life that I will help you care for them. After she finished speaking, she took a few more bites of noodles and set the bowl down on the table. Just then, Li Chao emerged, and everyone gathered in the living room, since everyone was present. Did anyone notice how the nights have been growing increasingly colder? If I'm not mistaken, the rainy season is approaching, but we need not worry about the location of the house, but we must still take the necessary precautions. Once the blood moon appears, the rainy season will fully commence, bringing with it the invasion of deep-sea behemoths, which will make the living conditions for humanity even more dire. The floods are merely a transitional phenomenon. What follows will be a prolonged ice age. In Meng Jiuli's memory, the combat capability of zombies during the ice age will be greatly diminished, rendering them mere tools for humans to pit against each other. At the same time, the most lethal creature to emerge during the Ice Age is the Blood Demon. Despite its name, the Blood Demon is entirely white, making it difficult to distinguish from the snow. Indeed, it has been quite chilly at night lately. What do you suggest we do? The villa is surrounded by an electric fence, but the drainage system is inadequate. Our immediate task should be to construct a proper drainage system to facilitate the swift expulsion of floodwaters. I believe this task can be entrusted to Little Corn, as it has been digging in the yard every day. Duan Yao smiled as she watched little corn munching on corn nearby. It froze momentarily, then bared its teeth at Meng Jiuli. She gave it a thumbs up, and little corn promptly scurried out of the room. I was merely praising it, and yet it dashed away, eliciting laughter from everyone. Once the laughter subsided, Li Chao hesitantly handed something to Meng Jiuli. This is what I researched all afternoon. It should be similar to this. You can give it a try. You managed to research this in just one afternoon? Isn't that a bit fast? Everyone seemed incredulous, yet they still believed in Li Chao's capabilities. Chapter 59. The antidote chip. Meng Jiuli intended to test whether Li Chao's chip was effective on Nuabao. As Nuabao's condition was the mildest, she could even consume food, far better off than Huang Junin and the other two. After a night of silence, the following morning, the sky was somewhat overcast. If memory serves, in 3 days, on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, a bizarre blood-red moon will appear in the sky, and extreme rain will wash over human society at that time. Some survivors will perish in the flood, while some zombies will evolve wings and take to the skies and eat diligently prepared breakfast for everyone, which included red bean porridge, pan-fried buns, soy milk, soup dumplings, and shrimp dumplings. Good morning. Duan Yao was the first to emerge, as she usually prepared breakfast. Good morning. Choose whatever you like. It's been a while since I've cooked, so I'm not sure how it will fare. Having food is already wonderful, and besides, this breakfast looks delicious. You must have worked hard, she said, picking up a soup dumpling, dipping in vinegar and savoring it, the fragrant taste warming her. So delicious. Everyone will surely love it. Upon hearing the praise, Mu Yi beamed with joy. Who made this breakfast? It smells divine. It was Mu Yi. It's absolutely delicious. Do try it. Duan Yao handed her a bowl of red bean porridge, which emanated a rich bean aroma that made one salivate. It's been ages since I've had such a limited breakfast. It's truly a rarity. Li Chao had spent the entire night working on the chip antidote and had processed the materials Meng Jiuli provided. Manufacturing more chips. You didn't stay up all night, did you? There's no need to push yourself so hard. We aren't trying to save all of humanity. Even if we were, you shouldn't exhaust yourself like this. Meng Jiuli hurriedly served him a bowl of soy milk, and Li Chao scratched his head, quickly accepting it. I just don't want your efforts to go to waste. If I can do a bit more, I will. Meng Jiuli's hands trembled slightly, and she unconsciously thought of Little Tomato. Some individuals remain unnoticed while they are beside you, but once they depart, you find yourself yearning for them fiercely. Relax, we are family. Even if we fail, we won't blame you. Indeed, we are family. Let's eat while it's hot. Mu Yi quickly joined in, passing him a shrimp dumpling. Across the room, the small animals were quietly eating, with little Sheba persistently bothering Blackbean. Shueji was the most graceful eater, neither competing nor rushing. It was a rare communal meal after the apocalypse. The Little Tomato was regrettably absent. Halfway through breakfast, the cries of Xiao Mahui and Meng Yao echoed in the air. Take your time. I'll go check on them, Duan Yao said as she hurried upstairs. Wait for me. I'll help you. She set down her bowl and chopsticks, following closely behind. Having children at home is indeed a busy affair. One can hardly finish a complete breakfast. Mu Yi tidied up the dishes, chuckling as he complained to Li Chao. Children, they understand nothing. When they're hungry, need to urinate, feel scared, or are tired, they express it all through crying. What a marvelous species they are. Indeed, and the key is that they are so endearing. As Mu Yi finished cleaning up the kitchen, the two of them descended the stairs together. Did you manage to calm him down so quickly? When an elder sister steps in, it's worth two. Meng Jiuli proudly touched her nose and approached him. I wonder who was nearly in tears earlier. Not at all. I am quite experienced and I don't want to deal with you. So, I'm off to see Huang Junin. Meng Jiuli led Li Chao up to the attic that moment. Huang Junin was in a rather agitated state, while Huang Anqi sat quietly nearby, staring at the floor. The formerly irritable Huang Junin quieted the moment he saw her. He could still recognize those he cared for. Be good. I'm going to give you the antidote now. The process may be a bit painful, so bear with it. I will be right here with you. Huang Junin nodded, as if he understood her words. Let's begin. Mu Yi followed closely, ready to assist should the antidote prove ineffective, at the very least. He could ensure Meng Jiuli's safety. Li Chao implanted the chip into his body. Huang Junan's expression contorted increasingly as the chip began to disintegrate and absorb. He appeared to be in considerable pain. "Hang in there. It will be over shortly." She comforted him from behind, gently stroking his back. After about half an hour, sweat trickled down Huang Junan's forehead, and the pain seemed to lessen significantly. "How are you feeling?" She looked at him with concern, wondering if a miracle would occur. Huang Junan appeared utterly drained of energy, collapsing to the floor like a puddle of hell. Chow examined his body. The chip's antidote had completely disintegrated. But some remnants remained unabsorbed, likely requiring more time. "Very well. Let's give his sister the injection." Huang Anqi appeared to be in poor spirits, possibly overwhelmed by great distress. She had not dared to lift her head to face anyone. "Anqi, everything will be all right. Once this chip is implanted, you'll be able to behave like a normal person. It may hurt a bit, but bear with it." She tenderly stroked her dirty, unkempt hair. The once beautiful child now bore the tragic marks of having fallen for the wrong person. Li Chao implanted the chip into her body, and as it disintegrated, Huang Anqi's expression twisted in pain, emitting muffled groans. "Just hold on. It will be over soon." Meng Jiuli comforted her, but suddenly, Huang Anqi seized her arm. Opening her mouth as if to bite down, Mui swiftly kicked her into the corner, rendering her unconscious. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" She had also been startled, feeling somewhat dazed. "I'm fine. She didn't bite me." She waved her arm in front of him, which indeed looked very pale. A punch landed hard on Mu Ye's chest. "Ouch! My heart aches so much. Please give it a rub." to Mui feigned innocence. Teasing her, "Yes, that's so. Little corn, dig a deeper hole. I want to bury someone." With that, she headed downstairs, knowing it would likely take Huang Junan a day to regain consciousness, and it would be best to return later in the evening to check on his condition. Right now, it was truly necessary to dig a pit. Otherwise, the flood in 3 days would engulf them all. Chapter 60. The arrival of the blood moon Mu Yi, startled, hurriedly chased after her, fearing that she might actually bury herself. Little Wildcat was indeed extraordinary. "Why are you out here? Checking if the hole is the right size. We offer complimentary trial eyes down here, and the price is absolutely reasonable, plus we guarantee your satisfaction." At that moment, Little Corn, diligently working, looked up and grinned at Mu Yi, beckoning him to come down and try it out. Then Mu Yi broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, one could see how the animals mirrored their owners. "Never mind. I prefer to live a few more years. Besides, if I don't cook for you, what will you do when you're hungry?" "Oh, it's time to prepare lunch." Mu Yi quickly slipped away, vanishing from everyone's sight. It's much quieter now. Back to work. Meng Jiuli picked up a shovel and joined Little Corn in the task, with Black Bean matching Little Corn's digging speed. Soon, a 2-meter deep drainage ditch appeared before them. "Excellent. Now we just wait for the flood to arrive." For lunch, Mu Yi prepared garlic ribs, oil-braised prawns, grilled squid, and blanched vegetables, along with a winter melon meatball soup, a healthy balance of meat and vegetables. "Given how well you prepared lunch, I won't bury you after all. This is much better." Eating shrimp, he placed a peeled large shrimp into her bowl, looking at her with a flattering gaze, eagerly awaiting her praise. She put the shrimp into her mouth, its texture firm yet tender and springy, evidently a labor of love. "Delicious. Everyone, do indulge." Upon receiving her compliment, Mu Ye's face instantly blossomed with joy. Later in the evening, Meng Jiuli left the attic to check on Huang Junan's condition. The two siblings were still in a deep slumber, seemingly suffering from a slight fever, making it difficult to ascertain whether the antidote was effective. She wiped them down with cold water and noticed their lips were somewhat chapped, so she applied a bit of balm to soothe them. Huang Junan's condition had improved slightly, as he was able to swallow water, while Huang Anqi remained in a deep sleep, leading her to suspect that Mu Ye's earlier kick might have caused it. "What are you looking at me for? This has nothing to do with me." He sheepishly covered the large bump on Huang Anqi's head, casting a hopeful glance at Meng Jiuli. "Step aside. Let me see her." She grasped Huang Anqi's arm, feeling her pulse, which seemed somewhat off, though she couldn't pinpoint the issue. The physical mutations in both bodies had somewhat alleviated, with their once robust muscles gradually shrinking, yet still significantly larger than those of an average person. That it was likely to take several days for a complete recovery. Li Chao was particularly attentive in caring for the two, voluntarily taking on the significant responsibility. She was aware of his greater ambitions and was willing to assist him in achieving them. All the data was meticulously recorded by Li Chao, facilitating future improvements to the chip. It seemed that the supplies taken from Dingxi were somewhat insufficient, indicating that another trip would be necessary. Well then, let's just enjoy life for a bit. Everyone gathered to make mooncakes, simultaneously celebrating Huang Junin's successful return to adulthood. Although he still appeared somewhat towering, he had regained human thought and was able to dine and laugh with everyone. As for Huang Yanqi, she remained reticent, unwilling to converse or engage with others, often isolating herself in her room. Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she refused to come out, with only Li Chao able to exchange a few words with her. Ali, thank you for risking so much to find the antidote for me. An amount of gratitude can suffice, but as long as I live, I will ensure you are never put in harm's way again. She firmly believed these words. In her previous life, she had done nothing for him, yet he had been willing to sacrifice himself for her. For that bond, it was worth it. Speak less and eat more. This is specially made for you. Indeed, I might just get jealous. Yi picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, which were quite tangy. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. It seems burying you might be the only solution. She playfully shoved a piece of braised fish into his mouth. To any onlooker, it appeared as though a young couple was playfully flirting. However, only Mu Yi understood that this was the way to help Meng Jiuli forget the absence of the little tomato. As long as it brought her joy, he was willing to do anything. The full moon gradually ascended, casting a blood-red hue over the earth. Look, the blood moon has risen. Humanity is about to face a new calamity. Meng Jiuli gazed up at the starry sky, wondering where the little tomato, swept into the dimensional rift, might be and if it was faring well. Rest assured, we will protect your safety and ensure you come in no harm. Mu Yi voiced Huang Junin's sentiments, nodding in agreement. Oh dear, with you all here, I certainly won't feel afraid. My concerns lie elsewhere. He lifted his gaze to the blood moon, estimating that many plants and animals were beginning to mutate. Communication had been disrupted. And now he was uncertain about Tang Yar's situation and if she might encounter danger. All the survivors in the base simultaneously looked up at the sky, unaware that the weather was about to change drastically. Everyone, pay attention. I have seen posts stating that when the blood moon appears, a torrential downpour will follow, lasting for a month, that we should find a higher place to take shelter. The base's structures were merely temporary shelters made of shipping containers, which would provide no flood protection should a deluge occur. You still believe that? It must be a scam. Hey, you don't believe it? Everything written there has come true. What are you arguing about? Most people dismiss the information as a mere joke, not taking it to heart. However, in the high-level office, a group of individuals was studying the post. Initially, they hadn't taken it seriously, but with the appearance of the blood moon today, they had no choice but to re-evaluate it. If this prediction proved accurate once more, it would undoubtedly be linked to the apocalypse. Find me the top hacker. No matter what, we need to uncover this individual's identity. Understood, Mu Feng replied as he exited the room. Finding a top hacker now was challenging, especially since the ID was well concealed and nearly impossible to crack. This moment, two individuals in the crowd were rapidly scanning their surroundings, indicating their minds were racing. They were none other than Meng Jiuli's cousin, Meng Jiuli, and his father, Meng Jiuli. Previously, they had suspected Meng Jiuli's sudden sale of shares for a substantial sum, and to date, they had yet to see her in the base. She undoubtedly knew something, and father and son were in accord, preparing to leave that very night to find her at Meng Jiuli's hillside villa. After all, they were family. She likely wouldn't hold a grudge. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, eager to leave at once. However, as most people had yet to fall asleep, departing was inconvenient, so they had to be patient. Just then, dark clouds obscured the sky, enveloping the earth in an eerie red-gray hue. Rain as large as beans began to pour down, prompting everyone to hurriedly retreat indoors. Look, that post was right again. Everyone's hearts sank. If this truly was the case, they would soon be fleeing once more. Chapter 61. The rainy night visitor. The torrential rain validated the predictions posted, and the higher-ups were even more eager to uncover the identity of this mysterious individual. Seizing the chaos, the Meng father and son stealthily slipped out, driving to the hillside villa. That moment, Meng Jiuli had just finished tidying the kitchen and was enjoying a movie in the living room, relishing her first leisurely night since the apocalypse began. The film, downloaded long before, consisted mainly of comedies, along with various disaster and zombie flicks. Everyone, come quickly, enjoy some fruit. She had prepared a fruit platter and popcorn, dimming the lights to create a cinema-like atmosphere. Should I confess my feelings to you, to express my excitement? Muyi extended his arms for an embrace, only to be kicked away by her. The big pit outside hasn't been filled yet. I wouldn't mind burying you in it. Their playful banter provided a modicum of joy amidst the apocalypse. Li Chao was a man of few words, preferring to watch over Huang Anqi rather than focusing on the film, guiding her while also observing the data. Huang Junin, recently recovered, was brimming with energy, currently engaged in a duel with Li Guangqing underground. She didn't particularly care about the details as long as he was disposed of. After all, he had long deserved death, and allowing him to live this long was already mercy. Nua Bao, having undergone treatment with Li Chao's chip antidote, had regained her humanity without any side effects, and she was expected to fully return to human form in a few days. At that moment, she was entertaining Meng Yao, who, upon seeing the fruit, rushed over with her friend, each grabbing a banana to munch on. Nua Bao was 3 years old, able to eat anything, while Meng Yao was just a year and a half, still on formula, but capable of consuming some adult food. The most concerning aspect was Mo Hui, the youngest, only 10 days old. Neither child knew their exact birthdays. They only knew one was 3 and the other a year and a half. How would they celebrate their birthdays in the future? That's simple. We can celebrate today as their birthday. It's easy to remember, and everyone can celebrate together each year, Mu suggested, picking up a slice of watermelon as he spoke. Don't say it. Sometimes you truly are clever. Let's do just that. From now on, your birthdays will fall on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. We won't have time today, but tomorrow I'll prepare a cake for you. She gently stroked the 2 little ones' fluffy heads, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Meng Yao reached out her arms, wanting a hug. She scooped both children into her embrace, the little ones joyfully calling her mama. You too, come down. Don't tire your mother out. Duan Yao set them down onto the carpet, allowing them to play independently. She retrieved some snacks and toys from her space for the children, who cheered with delight, just as everyone was enjoying this leisurely moment. 2 pairs of stealthy eyes were peering in from outside the villa. Dad, what if there's no one inside? It's so dark. It's a bit frightening. Meng Jiuli shrank behind his father. What do you know? I am certain there is someone inside, and it's unlikely she is alone. We must be cautious. Meng Jiuli stretched his neck to peer inside, when suddenly a shadow loomed before them, the size of a calf. A massive head suddenly appeared, startling both men. The timid Meng Jiuli plopped down on the ground. What the hell is that? You scare me to death. As he spoke, his hand gripped Meng Jiuli's shirt tightly, nearly pulling him down. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a dog, prompting Meng Jiuli to pull out a treasured bun from his pocket and offer it to the creature. Dad, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Why can't I donate all my wealth? Is it only acceptable if it benefits you? Meng Jiuli was left speechless by the question, yet he sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. The two had already entered the villa, while Meng Jiuli lay on the ground, still groaning about his injuries, realizing he needed to find a place to rest. Meng Jiuli hoisted his son onto his back and vanished into the rain-soaked night. To facilitate their performance, Muyi intentionally made things difficult for Meng Jiuli. Chapter 63. Do not be a saint. You are just letting them go like this, not afraid of future retribution. Muyi gazed at the father and son disappearing into the rainy night, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. I do not know why. Despite my desire to eliminate them, I ultimately softened. Just as Xiao Fanxie remarked, my saintly tendencies have resurfaced. Meng Jiuli lowered her gaze to her shoes. Lost in contemplation, memories of the past flooded her mind. It was true that the father and son were not irredeemably wicked. They had merely been spoiled by their grandfather, believing that everything belonging to others should rightfully be theirs. Muyi gently squeezed her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Oh, not worry. The food we provided will not last long, and with their injuries in the rain, they are likely to develop a fever. Without medication, their survival is questionable. Whether they will live long enough to seek revenge remains uncertain. Meanwhile, the heavy rain had arrived, and the fate of Tang Yaru was unknown. Was she being mistreated, or had she, like Huang Junin, been transformed into a zombie warrior? A sense of unease began to creep. Not overthink it. With us by your side, no difficulty is insurmountable that I know. I will drink the ginger soup and go to sleep. Tang City, Li Li's shelter. Thanks to you, our refuge now has power. Tang Yara looked at the newly lit light bulb, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. The past month of hard work had finally paid off. Without Li Yuan's assistance, she would likely have succumbed to the bullying of Hui Iniu. Not thank me. I am doing this for my own sake. That it was a Li who asked me to look after you, and I will ensure that you encounter no problems. However, the most pressing issue at hand is Tang Yara's stepmother, Hui Anyu. This woman, upon seeing the shelter completed, planned to bring in people daily, and they were all rather unsavory characters, making it intolerable. When Li Yuan arrived, Tang Yaru had indeed stocked up on food, which she had kept in the shelter, but with the onset of the apocalypse, water and power were cut off, making food preservation difficult. Fortunately, Li Yuan arrived just in time to store the spoiled food in the ring space, leaving only canned goods outside. Ruru, it's pouring outside. Let them come in to escape the rain. After all, they are my family, and yours too, right? Hui Anyu incessantly followed Tang Yuru, sweet-talking her, hoping to bring them inside while pushing the girl out. I have said it before. This is not mine to decide. It belongs to Ali. I am merely watching over it. Please do not make things difficult for me. How am I making things difficult for you? Even if you are working for her. You should have the authority to ensure your family's safety. Shouldn't you? Tang Zhong stood silently by, knowing that their continued survival was due to Tang Yaru's efforts. Reflecting on how he had previously treated her, he felt a wave of shame, unable to voice anything. Seeing that she could not rely on a man, Hui Anyu felt a surge of anger, giving him a fierce glare before continuing to maneuver around Tang Yaru. And Hui, I've already told you that I cannot accommodate those people you mentioned. And besides, food is limited, that we are all struggling to survive. Please do not complicate matters. Yes, just stay inside and do not think about anything else. Li Yuan observed the unfolding scene, finally understanding why Meng Jiuli had repeatedly advised him not to be a saint. Some individuals truly are not worth the sympathy. Tang Yue felt a pang of discomfort watching her mother being bullied. Yet there was no other option but to endure and survive. These individuals had not yet faced the horrors of cannibalism brought forth by the apocalypse. Since the onset of the disaster, they had sought refuge with Tang Yaru, remaining there ever since, unaware of the true nature of the outside world, relying solely on hearsay. Yet, they remained oblivious to the actual quantity of food available. This was the one secret Tang Yaru had kept from them. Am I wrong for doing this? Tang Yaru felt a twinge of guilt, having promised Meng Jiuli not to let anyone know about the shelter. She found herself worried for her family upon witnessing the apocalypse. Initially, she had only intended to bring her father and brother, but she had not anticipated Hui Anyu's arrival as well that moment. Feeling too embarrassed to object, she allowed them to stay, only to find that the mother-daughter duo was intent on monopolizing the refuge, seeking ways to oust her. Without Li Yuan's assistance, she would likely have already fallen victim to the zombies. The more she thought about it, the stronger her gratitude toward Li Yuan grew, especially after spending time together, leading her to develop a unique affection for him. Yuan completed an inventory of the food and winter clothing in the storage room, sufficient for a month. The food from his space would only be available once Meng Jiuli and the others arrived. After the inventory, they could only sustain themselves for a month, and from now on, food distribution would need to be reduced. Tang Yaru was aware of the total food supply. His statements were meant for Hui Anyu's ears, to dissuade her from bringing outsiders inside. Of course, Hui Anyu clearly heard this. And currently, she had not accessed the food storage area and was unaware of the actual quantity available. However, she did not expect the supply to be so limited. Although she wished to bring her acquaintances in, given the stakes involved, it was wise to proceed with caution, planning for the long term. With these thoughts in mind, she suppressed her intentions, waiting for a day to seek out Hui Jianjun. The rain continued to pour heavily outside, and as the container shelter became half submerged, anxiety began to grip everyone. Everyone, we need to think of a way. We cannot drown here. What can we do? Even the rescue team is helpless. What can we accomplish? You are too naive. Those scoundrels probably fled long ago. The crowd buzzed with discussion, gathering to knock on the leader's door, only to find the room deserted, leading them to realize they had been abandoned. Damn it, we've been deceived. Everyone, let's leave this place quickly. Where can we go? Do you know how long this rain will last? Where should we go? There's a Juzhou Intercontinental Hotel nearby, 30 stories high. Let us go there. Someone suggested heading to Juzhou, a landmark hotel in the city, which they had never been able to afford before, but now it offered an opportunity for enjoyment. Everyone quickly agreed, gathering their belongings and heading toward the hotel. Chapter 64. An opportunity missed. The rainy season persisted for half a month, during which Meng Jiuli enjoyed a leisurely existence in her room, free from beasts. Zombies, or malevolent individuals, living in blissful ease. Each day began with petting cats, playing with dogs, and tending to children. Life could not be more delightful. Accompanying the torrential rain was an extreme cold front, marking the longest duration of such weather. Most individuals perished suddenly from the cold during the stormy nights. Consequently, the following half-month was spent preparing to relocate to the established shelter. What do you want for lunch? I'll arrange it. Let us have hot pot on this rainy day. After eating, we can prepare to leave. She rose and, along with Mu Yi, headed to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. With many people, they had to prepare a considerable amount, and it took them half the day to clean everything thoroughly. Tea, this place good? Why leave? We have another shelter in Tang City, managed by a good friend of mine. The torrential rain has lasted for half a month, and the extreme cold is coming soon that we should leave that night to seek refuge there. She arranged the fresh tripe and prepared shrimp paste from the peeled shrimp, while Mu Yi made handmade beef balls, fresh cut lamb, and salmon, ingredients that would be hard to come by in the post-apocalyptic world. Additionally, in her space, she had brought an aerial ranch from the technology tower, planning to utilize it in Tang City to grow fresh vegetables and fruits. In the future, they would select more individuals to join them, necessitating an increasing supply of goods, so preparations must begin now. Fortunately, Tang Yaru had established a base, and if built according to her design, it should accommodate over 100 residents. Though 100 may seem like a lot, it is essential to remember that, following the apocalypse, only 200 million people remained on the entire planet. With merely 3,000 in Tang City, of course, these were issues to be addressed during the reconstruction phase. For now, it was crucial to integrate these technological products into their lives, especially since there were technical talents present, alleviating their fears. Moreover, Li Chao's chip research had matured, and Huang Junin, after being transformed into a zombie warrior, now possessed the ability to control zombies. All surrounding zombies seemed to heed his commands, and even Li Guangqing had to obey him. I think Huang Junin's new skill is fantastic. He can control the nearby zombies to work for us. Simply magnificent. Yes, he's like a zombie king in this apocalypse. Mu Yi pointed at the patrolling Huang Junin, who was trailed by his devoted follower Li Guangqing. With such an imposing presence, who would dare to provoke them? However, the stench of decay emanating from the figure behind was truly unbearable for them. No need for assistance. We are prepared to depart for a meal, she declared. Huang Junin shoved the burden behind him into the underground prison, then joined the others for a hot pot feast. Ever since his rescue, his original abilities had vanished, replaced by the power to control zombies, all of which he could summon at will. Perhaps they had begun to perceive him as one of their I smell like a zombie. Otherwise, why are they all following me? Huang Junin mused, sniffing his own scent. Mu Yi approached and sniffed too, remarking, "There's no hint of decay. Rather, you exude a distinctly masculine aroma. Ignore him. He often speaks nonsense. It's likely that the chip has altered your abilities, granting you this power over zombies." Within their team, Li Chao could command beasts, and Xue Ji could manipulate others through mental pathways. Huang Junin's control over zombies was indeed remarkable. "Do you think I can swagger through this post-apocalyptic world now?" he boasted. "Swagger? Are you trying to be a crab?" Mu Yi replied, popping a shrimp ball in her mouth, savoring its tender, springy flavor, and then offering one to Meng Jiuli. "Try this. It's just right. Don't think that will win me over. You called me a crab earlier, and soon enough, I'll bury you," she teased. Her attempt at flattery fell flat, eliciting laughter from everyone. Just then, The door swung open, and Meng Jiuli and his son entered. "Didn't he expect us to arrive, did you?" Meng Jiuli quipped. "I was careless, thinking you had perished after a quiet 2 weeks. I never imagined you'd sneak in," he admitted. "Surprised? We came through a dog hole that we've been observing for half a month, and there are undoubtedly treasures here you've been feasting daily, so don't think you could deceive us any longer." Meng Jiuli gazed at the hot pot spread before him, as if he had never seen such ingredients before. They felt tantalizingly close, yet utterly unattainable, that we truly underestimated you. "I didn't think you could survive for half a month. I must concede," he remarked. Meng Jiuli set down his chopsticks and approached the filthy father and son. "Who would have thought you'd resort to crawling through a dog hole? You're quite resourceful. Just so you know, don't think you could drive us away. We have contacted many allies, and should you attempt to expel us, this place will be overrun. Believe it or not." Meng Jiuli was cornered, willing to fight back. "Humph, do you think I'm easy prey? Last time, I let you off too easily, but you've come back for trouble. Don't expect any mercy now. From today onward, we have no ties." Such individuals are never satisfied, but since you claim to have allies, I'll ensure you understand the true meaning of friendship. You think a mere package of food can dismiss us? Dream on. What if I send you a few bodyguards? Huang Junin proposed, rising to fetch several zombie minions from below. "How about this? Is this impressive enough? They can escort you out." Upon seeing the repulsive zombies, Meng Jiuli's appetite vanished completely. He was eager to leave. "Just let them go. We'll leave now. But next time, perhaps you could prepare food in advance for us to take without bothering you constantly." He grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table, tucking it into his coat, having nearly forgotten the taste after so long without. The others watched the father and son in silence, knowing Meng Jiuli would not let them off the hook after a drink. Stealthily, they slipped out, stuffing their belongings into their own backpacks, hoping to evade the attention of those at the door. However, their plans were thwarted as the menacing figure of Haidu grinned at them, ready to reveal his strength. Indeed, at the door, a crowd gathered, inquiring if they had obtained any food. The father and son waved their hands dismissively, eliciting a collective sigh. Just then, a shadow darted forward, ripping their backpack apart, spilling its contents onto the floor. Chapter 65. The late awakening. Their lunch proceeded amidst the anguished cries of the father and son, offering a rather savory experience. The duo, having been robbed of everything, realized they had fallen victim to Meng Jiuli's cunning scheme, and their injuries were severe, especially Meng Jiuli, who was on the verge of collapse. "Hold on, son. I'll prepare something delicious for you," Meng Jiuli urged. "Father, I feel so cold. Am I going to die? It's a pity I never got to taste that red wine." His shirt was stained crimson, making it difficult to discern whether it was wine or blood. Meng Jiuli, seeing his son's wounds, hurried to fetch disinfectant and bandages. Yet despite his efforts, the bleeding would not stop. "Son, hold on. I'll go find Meng Jiuli. She must have a way to save you. Give up. I fear I won't last much longer if I die. You must live well and avenge me." Meng Jiuli poured the last drop of red wine from the bottle into his son's mouth, and Meng Jiuli finally closed his eyes in contentment. "Rest well, my son. I will avenge you. If they won't let me live peacefully, I won't let them be at ease either." Having consumed instant noodles, he shot his son in the head to prevent reanimation. He buried the body in the yard, tended to his own wounds, and donned a fitting outfit from the wardrobe that a sudden headache struck, signaling a shift within him. Could this be the awakening they spoke of? A yellow aura began to coalesce in his sea of consciousness, and when he attempted to channel this energy into his palm, a small flame flickered to life. Could it be fire-based powers? His awakened form felt vastly different, imbued with newfound strength. Think that at his age, he could still awaken. Had he awakened earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. After resting for 2 days, he finally regained his strength and vanished from Meng Jiuli's villa. His revenge plan was set in motion, no longer mindless retaliation, but a calculated vendetta that would instill fear in all. On the 17th day of relentless reign, another tedious day unfolded. The monotony of daily meals was becoming unbearable. "Shall we engage in something entertaining?" she proposed, glancing at Huang Junin to keep this game alive. His cooperation was essential. "What are you staring at me for? You don't expect me to venture out in search of zombies, do you?" Of course not. I merely wish for you to control them and have them duel. Once we reach Tang City, you could host a zombie duel tournament, allowing us to accumulate a substantial amount of crystal energy. Speaking of crystal energy, everyone's abilities had risen to level 4. But further advancement seemed increasingly challenging. She had exhausted numerous crystal resources without achieving an upgrade, indicating that further elevation required other opportunities. Don't you think this is a splendid form of entertainment? It serves both as amusement and a means to gather crystal energy. Huang Junin cast a resigned smile at Mu Yi, realizing she would have him agree unconditionally to her whims. All right, I'll organize it. With that, Huang Junin turned and stepped into the rain, swiftly disappearing from the villa. He had arranged for the surrounding zombies to be contained within a single vacant villa for easier management. Mobilizing them was not a daunting task. Recently, Huang Anshi had shown significant improvement, becoming more cheerful and engaging in frequent conversations with Li Chao, the two having become fast friends. Huang Anshi turned out to be his junior from elementary school, both studying the same major, which further bridged the gap between them. Look at this data. The records are incorrect. You need to amend IT to Li Chao meticulously pointed out her mistakes and explained the concepts along the way, embodying the quintessential scholarly camaraderie. See, this is how knowledgeable individuals interact. Unlike you, a mere layperson. Mu Yi nudged Mu Yi with her shoulder, signaling him to cease his eavesdropping. Aren't you just a little wildcat yourself? Quite disobedient, Mu Yi followed her to the living room, where they resumed their playful antics with the cats and dogs. Interestingly, Qian had been won over by his culinary skills, practically refusing to leave his side, while Xiao Chai circled around him, exuding an adorably naive charm. Those ungrateful little creatures shouldn't be swayed by the enemy's sweet words. Qian mewed begrudgingly, as if to say, less chatter from you. Woman. Mu Yi caressed its soft fur, enjoying the warmth of her natural little heater. Outside, the torrential rain poured down, and the floodwaters had nearly reached the halfway mark up the mountainside. Fortunately, they had previously installed a drainage system. Otherwise, they would be seeking shelter elsewhere now. However, with the recent surge in flooding, it seemed that the monstrous creatures from the sea were bound to make their appearance soon, signaling the end of their leisurely days. Life has been too idle lately. Perhaps we are on the brink of losing our peace once again. Mu Yi playfully teased Qian with a cat toy, only to be met with a vacant stare from the creature as it twisted its body and ascended the stairs. Perhaps we are simply ill-suited for leisurely days. For instance, we require an abundance of crystal energy, or perhaps we need a substantial supply of food. She took an orange and popped a segment into her mouth. Savoring its sweetness, with a casual gesture, she offered him a piece as well. By the way, Mo Hui will be a month old tomorrow. Time certainly flies, and the little one has already reached this milestone. Should I prepare some delectable treats for tomorrow? Are you foolish? He just turned 1 month old. No matter how many delicacies you prepare, he cannot consume them all. Mu Yi patted his head, fully aware of this. He merely wished to bring her joy. After all these days, you have borne the burden. It has been you caring for the child every night. He is my precious little one. I cannot say it has been tiring. Meng Jiuli gazed at the peacefully sleeping infant, having completely mastered the art of childcare over these past few days. Yet, she could not help but praise Mo Hui, this angelic baby, for being remarkably easy to lull to sleep. Even when awakened at night, he merely whimpered a couple of times, quickly gulping down his milk before falling back into slumber, leaving her with no worries at all. Chapter 66. Truly helpless against you, Huang Junin led the zombies underground, instructing them to wait while he went to inform Meng Jiuli and the others to come and watch the spectacle. You move swiftly, comrade Xiao Huang. Stop being so cheeky. Call me brother. I have completed your orders. Now go and see for yourself. You must accompany me. What if they turn against us? Huang Junin gently nudged her forehead. I am truly helpless against you. Let us proceed. The group descended to the underground, and within an hour, they had located 20 zombies, demonstrating considerable efficiency. Each of these zombies was a third-level evolved specimen, tall with bulging veins, and perhaps one might even be refined into a fourth-level zombie. However, her intention was not to facilitate their evolution, but to torment Li Guangqing. Inform them that they have but one objective, to attack the zombies on the opposite side. Huang Junin felt a surge of gratitude. This girl was seeking vengeance for him, which was commendable. He stood before the zombies, saying nothing but casting a glance at each one. They obediently nodded, their eyes fixed menacingly on Li Guangqing. Naturally, he was no pushover and soon stepped forward to engage. One-on-one, he was no match for the zombies, but Meng Jiuli was never one to adhere to martial ethics. If one could not suffice, then two would be summoned to attack together. It was unclear what Huang Junin had promised them. But during the ensuing combat, they fought with fervor, biting and tearing at Li Guangqing, who soon found himself overwhelmed and defeated. Excellent. I did not expect to witness this scene. It is quite thrilling. The only disappointment is that no one is wagering with me. Otherwise, I could win a fortune in crystal energy. Huang Junin signaled for the zombies to cease their assault. For the 20, only 5 remained, and Li Guangqing's combat prowess was no trivial matter. The next phase is yours. Bring different zombies each day to duel with him that I want him to evolve into the most formidable zombie. After speaking, she approached Li Guangqing, who, under Huang Junin's control, dared not move, allowing Meng Jiuli to bully him. Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in this position? However, you must learn to adapt. This will be the norm from now on, that if you wish to bite me, dream on. She kicked him forcefully and prepared to leave. The remaining 5 zombies were left behind, providing him with companions to stave off loneliness. I am quite curious about what you said to them earlier that incited such fervent combat. You wish to know? I shall not tell you. Huang Junin teased her playfully, while Mu Yi observed the two with a hint of jealousy, though he did not express it, merely following them with a smile. The heavy rain caused the water levels to rise. In the nighttime, temperatures plummeted. It seemed that an extreme cold front was imminent. She held a warm cup of coffee, gazing at the rapidly accumulating rain outside. That night, countless souls perished in their slumber, as this bitter cold offered no time for contemplation. Suddenly, the rain ceased and temperatures dropped to a chilling 70 degrees below zero, the water freezing instantly. Most zombies were trapped in the ice, with no chance of escape. At least in Meng Jiuli's memory, this extreme cold lasted the longest. She had not witnessed the thawing of ice and snow. During that time, she was confined in a cage, enduring daily torment on the precipice of life and death, utterly devoid of sense of time. Indeed, it was too cold at night. I hope little Mo Hui is faring well. The little one is thriving, eating and sleeping well, since he developed a fever the day after his birth. His vitality has noticeably improved, yet remains uncertain what abilities he has awakened. We must wait and see. Yi nodded. Once the extreme cold arrives, everyone must evacuate. Having left the rescue team, this place has become their second home, and it is difficult to part with it. Are you prepared? If you do not wish to leave, I will not force you. Her eyelashes fluttered as she gazed outside, unblinking. What are you saying? Wherever you go, I shall follow. You cannot shake me off, Dada. Your shameless attitude is indeed a skill essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. What do you mean? My shamelessness is directed solely at you. Others do not have that privilege. Mu Yi silently grumbled to himself. Master is mentally scolding you. Xueji suddenly appeared behind them, her elegant voice ringing in their ears. After several days apart, Xueji had remarkably learned to engage in conversation with both of them simultaneously. Showing rapid progress, he froze, having momentarily forgotten about the mind-reading pet. Feeling embarrassed as his thoughts were laid bare to, no, I merely meant that my lack of shame is exclusive to you. Others do not qualify. Is that so? Little Corn is preparing to bury someone. Little Core, Little Dog, and Black Bean swarmed around him, tugging at his pant legs, trying to pull him away. Heroes, spare me. I truly did not mean any harm. Taking advantage of their distraction, Mu Yi swiftly slipped away, lest she be buried alive in the backyard, turning into spring mud to nurture flowers on the morning of September 14th. The heavy rain continued unabated. Today, I wish to share something with everyone. At 10 o'clock tonight, a sudden drop in temperature will occur, and by dawn, we must depart from this place. How does everyone plan to spend the night? She had already brought out the heating stove, distributing warm clothing and sleeping bags to each person. Preparations for the impending cold were crucial. Moreover, the unused tables and chairs had been chopped up by the zombies to be used for warmth that night. Let us revel in our final night here. I concur with Brother Mu Yi. Let us celebrate, making it our last cherished memory. Huang Junin remained silent, merely nodding with a smile, embodying the elder brother role. Li Chao, meanwhile, looked to Huang Anqi for guidance. She had not interacted much with the group, and now that everyone was in high spirits, she could not dampen their enthusiasm. She gently nodded in agreement. With her approval, Li Chao naturally concurred. Little friend Li Chao, are you starting to heed your girlfriend's words now? Laughter erupted among the group, and both individuals turned crimson. However, Huang Junin appeared less than pleased. He adored his sister deeply and feared for her safety. Huang Anqi was innocent-minded and easily manipulated. She had previously been deceived by Li Guangqing's affections, leading to their current situation. Meng Jiuli sensed Huang Junin's concern and approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder as she softly advised, "Do not worry too much. Li Chao is not like him. If he dares to bully Anqi, I will be the first to make him pay. Rest assured, I will never harm Chi-Chi, that I will protect and cherish her. Please believe me that I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I will ensure those zombie brothers do not spare you." Chapter 67. Obedient Marine Creatures. Brother Octopus Huang Anqi remained silent. Her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. Though she longed for love, the previous wounds were too deep. Even with feelings for Li Chao, she dared not express them lightly. "Chi-Chi, what do you mean? Tell your brother." "Yes, do not compromise yourself due to our teasing. Your own feelings are what truly matter." Meng Jiuli held her hand, offering her courage. In this apocalyptic world, human emotions are fleeting and unpredictable. No one can guarantee a lifetime. Today's happiness might be tomorrow's demise. Life and death are capricious. To find a stable relationship is a distant hope, much like the little tomato that promised companionship but now sends no word. Huang Anqi glanced at Li Chao, gathering her courage to speak. "Brother Chao is a good person. I feel safe with him, and I truly enjoy our time together, but what? Do you not trust me, or do you not wish to date?" Meng Jiuli recognized that Li Chao was resolute. Once he fell in love, he would be ensnared, just as he had been deceived by that scoundrel before. "Please do not rush. Let Anqi finish speaking." Huang Anqi's large, watery eyes brimmed with tears. "That I was deceived before, causing my brother and myself to become lost souls. I am afraid of being hurt again." She finally summoned the courage to voice what she had long suppressed. Feeling an instant lightness. "Silly girl, do not carry such burdens. Your brother has never blamed you. Do not let your thoughts wander." Huang Junin stood beside her, offering words of comfort and encouragement. "I am not like him. Once I commit to someone, it is for a lifetime. Please believe me. All right, let us not rush this matter. Allow Anqi some time to reconsider, and Li Chao, you two, reflect upon it and demonstrate your intentions through actions." Thus concluded a tumultuous, emotional tug-of-war, leaving the nature of their feelings, whether gratitude or forced dependence, open to interpretation, ultimately left to the test of time. Both individuals lowered their heads in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words, while others ceased their raucousness, attending to their belongings. After soothing the three little ones to sleep, everyone gathered in the living room, where Mu had prepared food and drinks, even arranging the lighting and sound to create an inviting ambience. "I must say, you truly excel at setting the mood. For this setup alone, you deserve an extra helping of chicken leg. Let us skip the chicken leg. Can't you just compliment me?" She shot him a glance. "Do you really need compliments? If you don't receive them, you might ascend to the heavens. With too many, even the skies may not accommodate you, of course." She held her tongue, merely patting his shoulder to signal him to ignite the heating device, while also gathering the surplus firewood into the space. What was termed a celebration was more akin to a heartfelt confessional. Each person shared their sincere thoughts. Grievances toward one another were voiced. For once they departed this place, they would be a collective, facing future adversities together without deceit. After 2 months of cohabitation, harmony had prevailed, yet each individual bore a distinct personality, and differing approaches to challenges would inevitably lead to hurt feelings and disagreements. Duan Yao finally voiced a question that had long weighed on her heart, instantly feeling a lift. "Ollie, I hope you can always be happy and free from worries." Huang Junin's words were simple, yet the hardest to actualize. How could one ever be devoid of troubles? My brother is the best, but don't focus solely on me. Do you all only have grievances against me? That would be quite unfortunate for me. Laughter erupted, and glasses were raised in a toast, relishing a rare moment of indulgence. However, the merriment soon attracted an unexpected guest. A massive octopus-like creature pressed against the window. Has it mutated? Mu Yi observed it dance to the music he had chosen, finding it oddly endearing. Wait until it splatters ink on you. Then you'll be even more delighted. Meng Jiuli glanced at the carefree Mu Yi, suddenly reminded of a saying, trading looks for intelligence. I truly suspect your captaincy was bestowed upon you by your brother. Xueji advised the creature to leave soon, lest it succumb to the cold. She conveyed the message, and it nodded gently, placing a crystal source outside the window before turning to depart. Thank you. This is for you. Xueji handed the crystal to Meng Jiuli, a translucent stone the size of an egg emanating a blue glow. It hardly resembled a crystal source. What could it be? The marine creature was surprisingly amiable, having not attacked them. That you'll soon discover that the rainy season is the most splendid time. The ocean's beasts have never harmed humans. However, tomorrow you shall witness the terrifying zombies and the might of the Red Demon. The mention of the Red Demon evoked thoughts of Resident Evil. Could it be that creature? What are you thinking? Although it bears the name Red Demon, it is entirely white, blending seamlessly into the snow, making it difficult to detect. Its attack speed is astonishingly swift. Even possessing special abilities may be futile against it. Meng Jiuli shot him a glance, having watched too many sci-fi films. What shall we do then? The two girls in your vehicle are still children. It's unsafe for them. I shall go to Mu Yi was unwilling to forfeit his chance to engage with Meng Jiuli. Can you handle children? If not, stay put'd. In addition to the three little ones, his vehicle also accommodated Heido, Qian, Xiaochai, Xiaoyumi, and Xueji, making it feel rather cramped. Glancing at the time, he declared, everyone, rest now. Don the gear I provided. It will protect you. Chapter 68. Casting away to feed the beasts upon returning to the room, Xiao Mo Hui awoke, whimpering for milk. She retrieved a filled bottle from her space and offered it to him. Her gaze drifting outside where snowflakes began to fall, causing the indoor temperature gauge to plummet. It finally settled at 0 degrees. Had she turned off the heating device, they surely would have perished from the cold. Suddenly, the sound of the torrential rain ceased, replaced by the soft patter of falling snow. Most had not yet acclimatized to the temperature shift, leaving them forever trapped in this winter wonderland. Dawn. Everyone donned their gear, and the three little ones were bundled up, leaving only their eyes visible. Meng Jiuli rose early, extracting the vehicle from her space, utilizing gathered equipment to modify Mu Ye's vehicle for snowy terrain. Overnight, the wine had transformed into ice. A remarkable feat indeed. Let us prepare to depart quickly. Otherwise, if the Red Demon arrives, we will be in dire straits. Reluctantly, Mu Yi climbed into another vehicle to assume the role of driver. Soon, everyone gathered in front of the vehicle, with Heido and the others clad in warm clothing, albeit reluctantly, unable to resist Meng Jiuli's persuasion. Thus, they set forth towards Tang City, typically a 2-hour journey. The snow-covered roads would surely prolong their travel. Estimating a 4-hour arrival, Mu Yi drove the previously used truck, its cargo bay filled with 5 zombies. The journey remained relatively uneventful until they approached the mines of Tang City, where an evolved zombie began to circle nearby, resembling a pterodactyl. Upon spotting the vehicle, it swooped down rapidly, intent on attack. Duan Yao's ice crystal ensnared it momentarily, allowing them to advance, but mere seconds later, it shattered the ice and surged toward them again, now accompanied by several more. Yi noticed the zombies fixated on Meng Jiuli's vehicle and hastened to align alongside her. Huang Junin attempted to control the zombies. Yet it proved challenging as they exhibited increasingly complex intelligence. Each person contributed their skills, with Qi Yin securing the first kill, incinerating one zombie to the ground. Following this, Xueji incited internal discord among them. Injuring 2 more as they continued onward, Meng Jiuli found herself unable to intervene, yet the situation seemed manageable without her direct involvement. The 5 zombies in the truck leaped out, charging towards them. Though they could not fly, they were highly trained, boasting remarkable stamina and combat prowess far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Push harder. We're almost there. Both vehicles accelerated, but the icy surface significantly hampered their speed, it appeared that Li Yuan would need to develop a snow vehicle soon. Recalling the location of the mine, Meng Jiuli noted it was encased in ice. However, Tang Yaru had already arranged the entrance, marking it with signs known only to them. "Boss, are you sure this is the right way? Are we tunneling underground?" Mu Yi observed the pristine ice surface, questioning the existence of an entrance to be patient. "I am searching," she replied, scanning the ice while circling the rear mountain, suddenly drawn to a red M that caught her eye. "The entrance is right here. Follow me." Meng Jiuli placed Zhao Mo Hui in her backpack and nestled Meng Yao into Mu Ye's arms. Together, they supported one another as they ascended. Soon, a relatively concealed door came into view. "Goodness, how did you find this? We have a secret code. You wouldn't understand." She proudly led them into the mine, with a cacophony of bickering greeted them. Instantly, everyone tensed, fearing they might be discovered and robbed. Tang Yaru, being an ordinary person with only Li Yuan to rely on, felt anxious at the thought of being found out. With this in mind, she quickened her pace. "Ruju, given the frigid weather, you should leave them behind. They aren't idle either, so let them work, shall we?" Huian Yu intentionally let them in to ensure they did not freeze. The mine, featuring natural hot springs, was warmer than the outside, though Meng Jiuli kept this secret to herself. "Do not approach here, or I shall take action," Li Yuan warned loudly. Yet outnumbered, Hui Jianjun and the others disregarded his words. "You two should quickly hand this place over to us. We might even leave you with intact corpses. Do not go too far. Your sister once kindly took you in, or you would have starved long ago." Tang Yajun could no longer stand by, stepping in to defend her sister. Clearly, their father was of no use. "Brother, you cannot say that. Uncle Jianjun has helped us quite a bit. What's wrong with keeping them here?" Tang Yahui had long wished to seize control. As long as Uncle Jianjun stayed, her ambition would be realized. Meng Jiuli and the others listened from outside. Realizing these two had ignored her warnings, inviting trouble into their midst, "I have said this place is not mine. Keeping you here is already a stretch. And if I allow them to stay, I truly cannot take responsibility." Tang Yaru appeared as soft as a lamb, further emboldening Hui Jianjun and his crew. "Brother, stop dawdling and just tie them up." Indeed, binding them would be far more efficient. The subordinates of Hui Jianjun were engaged in a cacophony of voices, their overwhelming presence entirely dominating the atmosphere. Li Yuan, witnessing their brazen audacity, erupted with rage, revealing his formidable werewolf physique, an occurrence that had long ceased to astonish anyone in this post-apocalyptic era. Tang Yajun shielded her younger sister, determined to prevent any harm from befalling her. "Listen, this is the consequence of disobedience. You are being bullied, aren't you? It's prudent for girls to remain cautious." Mu Yi chimed in. "Why are you still dawdling here? Do you truly wish for my friend to be bound?" Meng Jiuli kicked him, and a group of individuals pushed through the door into the room. "Who dares to attempt to capture my friend?" The occupants of the room were momentarily taken aback. Strangers had intruded upon them. Upon seeing Meng Jiuli, Tang Yajun burst into tears that, "Ali, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. They intend to seize this place, and I am at a loss for what to do." "Enough of the tears. I have heard you that I shall resolve this," she comforted Tang Yajun, turning her gaze towards Hui Jianjun and his aunt. "Yes, oh, it is you who has bullied my friend, is it not?" The group, upon noticing a young girl with golden hair, felt no fear, but instead mocked her. "Little girl, you truly overestimate your capabilities. Which of us do you think you could possibly defeat with your thin arms and legs?" Meng Jiuli let out a derisive laugh, electricity crackling around her as she merely flicked her fingers, and a burly man was rendered charred, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Drag him out and feed him to the beasts." Fear gripped everyone present. Even the previously arrogant Hui Jianjun dared not provoke her further and humbly begged for mercy. Chapter 69. Interconnected Fates. Since you acknowledge your mistakes, bind them and toss them into a dog cage. "Please, they are still Yajun's uncles. You cannot treat them this way." Huian Yu persisted, foolishly attempting to bargain with her. "You are the one who has consistently bullied Yajun's stepmother, are you not?" The bond between Tang Yajun and her had mostly stemmed from their mutual disdain for their respective stepmothers, fostering a shared animosity that drew them closer over the years. During the apocalypse, Tang Yajun had even saved her life, which rendered her incapable of harboring any resentment. Who are you to meddle in our family affairs? Tang Yuan stood before her mother, puffing out her chest and looking down on her with an air of superiority, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage, convinced of her own unmatched beauty. You truly are deaf, aren't you? Did you not hear how Yajun addressed me? Tang Yajun glanced at her foolish sister before stepping closer to Meng Jiuli and linking her arm with hers. This is my dearest friend and confidant, Meng Jiuli. Everything here belongs to her. Do you understand? Have you comprehended that? Huiyanyu quickly plastered a smile on her face and pulled her daughter aside. Ah, so it is Lili. I am your Aunt Yu. Do you remember? Huiyanyu was indeed the cousin of Zhuang Meili, having visited the Meng family in search of her, and they had crossed paths a few times. However, even with this recollection, Meng Jiuli had no intention of easily forgiving her for bullying her friend. No, I am Yuan Shangqiao. Do not address me so intimately. We are not close. Huiyanyu's face shifted between shades of green and white, realizing that this young girl bore a grudge. However, she was adept at navigating such situations. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she devised a plan. IT matters not if we are not familiar, as long as Annie remains here. I can cook for you every day. I am quite skilled at making soup, am I not, old Tang? You have grown accustomed to a life of luxury. Do you even know how to cook? Furthermore, who would be willing to eat your food? Tang Zhong bluntly exposed her, effectively dissuading her from further pursuits. You old man, you are truly ungrateful. After all these years of serving you, this is how you repay me? Is this how you honor my efforts? Had she not been in their home, he would not be enjoying such a comfortable life. Be sensible and leave quickly. Otherwise, we shall treat you unkindly. Tang Yajun's tone was far from cordial. Over the years, they had committed numerous misdeeds under the guise of the Tang family, seizing others' farmland to build factories, while their nephew had become a local tyrant. Tang Zhong was aware of these transgressions, but had chosen to turn a blind eye, compensating for their wrongdoings behind the scenes. What do you know? Your father has not uttered a word. Who are you to speak? Huiyanyu's complexion turned ashen, her tone sharp and aggressive, resembling an enraged wildcat with eyes narrowed at everyone. Your friend's family is quite disordered. This is problematic, Muyi whispered to Meng Jiuli, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. The small child, Mu Hui, in the backpack wriggled, and upon seeing no familiar faces, began to cry. Perhaps I should give your family some time to resolve this. I will tend to the child first. Meng Jiuli cradled Mu Hui in her arms, entering a room and securely closing the door while placing a bottle in his mouth. The quarrel outside raged on unabated. Aunt Hui, there is no need for such theatrics. You are well aware of your own actions, and we all know the details. I could tea that moment. The once meek Tang Yajun surprisingly learned to counterattack. Hearing the collective criticism directed at her, Huiyanyu began to weep. You no longer require me, so your entire family has devised ways to drive me away. I can't bear this. This woman was truly a master of manipulation, employing every tactic in the book. For years, Tang Zhong had endured her antics. In the past, such a ploy would have been effective, but now he merely felt exasperated, realizing that this woman had shown no growth over the years. Enough already. Is this amusing to you? Do not attempt to morally bind us. You were the one who erred, and now you act as if we are at fault. Tang Yajun expressed her impatience, glaring at the mother-daughter duo. Brother, do you not think you are being a tad excessive towards my mother? After all, she has cared for you for over 10 years. There may have been no merits, but surely there was some toil. Now that she is of no use to you, you wish to discard us as if we are burdens, reaping all the benefits for yourselves. The previously silent Tang Yuan could no longer contain herself, realizing that if she remained quiet, the mother and daughter might genuinely be expelled. Tang Yuan, you have no right to speak here. Do you not yet comprehend your situation? You should leave while you still can. Otherwise, when the time comes for you to be expelled, it will be too late. Tang Yuan was the child of Huiyanyu and her former husband. After Huiyanyu got together with Tang Zhong, she had changed her name, and she had always behaved quite obediently, earning the reputation of a model daughter. However, as time passed, she became increasingly enamored with the feeling of being pampered. Yet, when the apocalypse struck, everyone ceased to revolve around her, and she gradually faded into the background, She despised this feeling and loathed how everyone now placed Tang Yajun at the center of attention, catering to her every word. Do not think you are so formidable now, Tang Yajun. Without your friends, you are nothing. You might even be inferior to me. What do you have to be proud of? After arranging for Mu Hui, Meng Jiuli stepped out of the room, just in time to overhear Tang Yan's mockery aimed at Tang Yajun, which ignited her anger. She quickly approached and slapped her across the face. What right do you have to speak of my friend? Everything I have given her is my choice. However, from this day forth, you shall not remain here. Meng Jiuli struck with considerable force, enhanced by her abilities, causing Tang Yan's face to swell significantly, and even loosening a few of her back teeth. What gives you the audacity to hit my daughter? I will not let this stand. Hui Anyu lunged at her, but before she could reach, the fiery blaze intercepted her, sending her crashing into a rock, resulting in a painful bump on her head and several scratches across her face, rendering her quite disheveled. You have half an hour to vacate this place. Do not let me see you again, or my pet will not spare you. Chapter 70. A hot pot is best enjoyed with company. Hui Anyu crawled back to Tang Zhong, clutching his leg, sobbing uncontrollably and pleading for him to take her in. Old Tang, for the sake of our many years together, please allow me to stay. I will not cause any more trouble. I will follow your every command. Just do not cast us out. We are willing to do anything to remain here. Tang Zhong forcefully shook off her grip. Anyu, you must find your own way. I cannot assist you. Seeing that her pleas failed to sway him, Hui Anyu shifted her focus and crawled over to Tang Yajun. Yajun, you must know how I have treated you over the years. I was merely momentarily misguided. Please let us stay. If we go outside, we will perish. I implore you. We will do anything that we do not require a room. We can sleep outside. Just give us some food. Tang Yajun felt a twinge of compassion and glanced at Meng Jiuli for her opinion. She realized that her good friend was far too soft-hearted, which was likely why she had been subjected to such bullying. Auntie, after everything that has transpired today, how can you still have the audacity to remain here? I will not permit you to stay. It is time for you to leave. With Meng Jiuli's declaration, the others fell silent, returning to their respective tasks. Hui Anyu observed that everyone had ceased to pay her any mind, and reluctantly began to gather her belongings to leave. Tang Yaoi's face was swollen on one side, making her speech somewhat laborious. Hui Anyu, with a bruise crowning her head and blood still seeping from the scratches on her face, nodded tremulously, devoid of any hope for the future. Even though she possessed some food they had given her, in such frigid weather, she and her mother needed a place to settle before they could think of survival. The direction in which they would head remained unspoken. The cave had returned to a serene silence, providing an opportune moment to convene those who remained. Currently, there were 10 individuals in the cave, and the construction required manpower. The space was expansive, yet Tang Yaru had only developed a small portion. If they intended to establish a base in the future, these rooms would be far from sufficient. Having experienced the events of the day, it was evident to all that those closest to oneself could inflict the greatest harm. Thus, vigilance against outsiders was paramount. Everyone nodded in agreement. Having just arrived here, you two have endured considerable hardship these past days. How about we indulge in hot pot tonight? I concur. After a tiring day, nothing could be more comforting than hot pot. Mu Yi was the first to raise his hand in agreement, eliciting a wave of murmurs. Whenever Meng Jiuli proposed something, Mu Yi was invariably the first to respond. Ruru, you truly excel at making this place feel so welcoming. Truth be told, all credit goes to Li Yuan. He was responsible for the electrical system here, while I merely observed. Tang Yaru expressed her admiration for Li Yuan, who blushed as he scratched his head while gazing at the two women. Regardless, it is primarily due to your efforts that we have managed to endure thus far. You are our great benefactors. Meng Jiuli paused before continuing. I have few friends, only Huang Junin and both of you. I harbor no secrets from you, and I know that you have selflessly contributed to my cause. So let us work hand in hand to manage this place better. SDK would come to be known by an increasing number of people in the later stages of the apocalypse. They would inevitably face more disturbances. Moreover, should Hui Anyu and her daughter survive, they would likely seek revenge for their expulsion today. There remained many challenges ahead. Ally, I apologize. It is my soft-heartedness that nearly jeopardized everyone. And I reflect upon this. Meng Jiuli gently consoled her. We shall not blame you. You are my dearest friend, and I will never hold anything against you. Just act as you see fit, and I will manage the aftermath. With tears glistening in her eyes, Tang Yura nodded heavily. Grateful for such friendship, she leaned her head on Meng Jiuli's shoulder and began to weep softly. All right, do you wish for hot pot and milk tea? Come, sister, let us indulge. By the way, a lie. I have stored the supplies Ruru collected in the spatial ring. I will hand them over to you now that you are here. I Yuan passed the spatial ring to her, and she accepted it, saying, This was given to us by Xiao Fanxia. I wonder how he is faring now. Thank you for being so considerate. This is food for all of us, and I shall utilize it wisely. As the three exited the room, Muyi had nearly finished washing the ingredients and had set up the pot, awaiting their arrival to light the fire. I'm unsure of everyone's preferences, so I specially prepared a dual-flavor pot. Let us begin. We are all famished. Yi pulled Meng Jiuli to the table and ignited the hot pot. Soon, steam began to rise, warming the room several degrees. It has been ages since I savored these delights. I never anticipated enjoying them again today. Truly, this is bliss. Watching the steaming hot pot and the jovial young people, Tang Zhong felt tears welling in his eyes. Uncle Tang, you are like a father to me, so rest assured that as long as we have food, you will have your share. Meng Jiuli's words filled him with warmth. In the apocalypse, even the smallest gestures of kindness felt magnified. That moment, Tang Zhong wished to adopt her as his goddaughter, but recalling his current lack of resources, he dismissed the thought. Why are you still crying? Uncle, you must be happy, right? Tang Yura teased as she placed meat in his bowl. Impudent girl, I am indeed happy. Seeing you reminds me of the days spent with Li Li's father in the army. During heavy snowfall when we hunted hares and roasted them, it is hard to believe that was nearly 30 years ago. You have all grown so much. Time truly flies. Old age makes one nostalgic. Do not mind my musings. Tang Zhong, being a sentimental man, could not help but reminisce about his youth, overwhelmed by emotions. Uncle, please refrain from further lamenting. If you continue, we shall finish all the meat. That moment. A circle of zombies surrounded the cavern, with the flying ones recently subdued, now under Li Guangxing's command. Though all their actions were directed by Huang Junin, is it safe for all of us to remain here? I shall step outside and check the surroundings, Tang Yajun declared, setting down her bowl and chopsticks. Yajun, sit down and continue eating. You need not worry about the outside. No one will approach, came the reassurance. Everyone, continue your meal. There will be no issues. Let the music play on. That night, the previously unfamiliar individuals began to engage warmly with one another, while those who were already acquainted grew even closer. Chapter 71. Planning and Arrangement. After 5 days of rest, Meng Jiuli had familiarized herself with the entire structure of the cave, and the focus now lay on construction. The cave's area was vast, with intricate passages extending forward. A hot spring was located 50 meters from the main chamber, though they were unaware of it, merely sensing that the temperature there was higher than elsewhere. Tang Yaru had previously stockpiled numerous single beds and furniture, sufficient for 20 rooms. The immediate task was to construct an underground shelter, but this required professionals. I have gathered everyone here to discuss our future construction plans. Does anyone have suggestions or proposals? You young ones can discuss freely. The children and I will support you, Tang Zhong remarked, preparing to leave with the 3 little ones and their pets, but was halted by Meng Jiuli. Uncle Tang, as a local and a businessman in mining, you should know how to transform this place safely. That might stump me. However, I do know of a particularly skilled architectural expert in Tang City. Though I cannot be certain if he still lives. Tang Zhong hesitated, aware that not everyone was as fortunate as he was in this chaotic world. Just tell me where to find him, and I shall see for myself. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong's eyes brightened. The person was a longtime friend, and if he could come, it would bring him much joy. With that thought, he hurriedly entered the room to write a letter, which he handed to Meng Jiuli. She glanced at the address on the envelope before stowing it away. May I now take the children out to play? Certainly, but do take care of yourself. Outside, the world was a swirling amalgamation. Xiao Mahui was asleep, and he enjoyed taking Meng Yaoyao and Nuabao out to ski, which was far more enjoyable than remaining indoors. Rest assured, I feel much younger being with the children. Despite my old bones, with Li Guangxing and others guarding outside, the nearby wildlife and zombies dared not approach, alleviating any safety concerns. Now, let us continue. Please share any planning suggestions you may have, so we can collectively enhance our construction. Why does this sound like a leader-esque speech? Mu Yi could not help but jest. Meng Jiuli kicked him playfully from behind. A lie. Has a location been arranged for my aerial farm? I wish to expedite the Project-S implementation so everyone can resolve their vegetable issues. Duan Yao had recently devoted considerable time to studying the aerial farm and had become quite adept. I've already planned this out. Is a 500-meter extension in the southwest corner of the cave sufficient? That has long been on my mind. The southwestern corner of the cave has a suitable temperature and an underground water source, conducive to crop growth at AS for the nutrient solution. I have entrusted that to Li Chao, and it should not pose any problems, so this project can be expedited. Indeed, it is sufficient. Thank you, Alai. Duan Yao felt a surge of excitement, as this was something her boyfriend had risked his life to protect, and she hoped for its success. Alai, I am not well versed in construction matters. I will do whatever you ask of me, but I lack expertise. Yuana's statement garnered nods from the others. They were not knowledgeable about planning, as they were not in that profession. Professional matters required professionals, and their role was merely to follow instructions. Everyone, let us pause. Please share your suggestions and plans, and we shall execute them. Tang Yajun spoke sincerely. Having initially viewed the young girl with pity, she had come to realize how formidable Meng Jiuli had become in the apocalypse. Through their time together, she had witnessed Meng Jiuli's strength and grew to trust her implicitly. Thank you for your trust, Yajun. Let us proceed according to my plan. Do you all have any objections? She laid out the planning diagrams and suggestions on the table for everyone to peruse. Having spent several sleepless nights developing them, they were her prideful creations. How does everyone feel? If there are any additional comments, please voice them. I am open to constructive criticism that Ali did not anticipate your remarkable prowess. It truly leaves me in awe. Tang Yuru's admiration for her is as boundless as the relentless flow of a mighty river. Setting aside her reverence for her sister, there remain countless undisclosed secrets yet to be unveiled. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Though it was jest, their respect for her deepened further. Can't you be a tad more modest? What if we all end up falling for you? Mu Yi teased from the side. Fulfilling his role as the atmosphere's lightener, he was well aware that Meng Jiuli would invariably resolve matters adeptly without needing his intervention. Thus he was content to be her supportive partner. No, I can't. I'm already inflating egotistically. I require the harshness of reality to bring me back to my senses. After a thorough discussion, everyone unanimously agreed to Meng Jiuli's approach. The next step was execution. Li Chao, your laboratory will be situated in your current room. I have prepared some new equipment for you. However, research is research. I will arrange another place for you to reside, ensuring your comfort during rest. She handed him a new key. The room was adjacent to Huang and Chi's, facilitating their budding relationship. Actually, you needn't prepare another room for me. I can sleep in the laboratory. Indeed, he toils late into the night in the lab, sometimes even resting on the workbench, so there's no need to squander resources. Huang and Chi half complained, casting a sympathetic glance at him before lowering her head in silence. Did you hear that? You cannot be solely absorbed in research. Sometimes, you ought to pay attention to those around you. Mu Yi nudged a shoulder against Li Chao's, conveying a silent message. Li Chao instantly comprehended, blushing as he lowered his head and replied, I will be more mindful from now on. Laughter erupted among the group. All matters were settled, and everyone's spirits were elevated. Ali, if you intend to seek out my father's old acquaintance, I shall accompany you. I am quite familiar with this place and can serve as your guide. Tang Yajun looked at her earnestly. No need. Ali and I can manage alone. You should remain here. Oh, come on, it's better if you join us to avoid getting lost. All right, I shall gather my belongings and rush. We depart tomorrow, so take your time. The two of them exchanged banter, completely disregarding the sulking Mu Yi, who had no choice but to leave, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and ventured outside to play with the children. Huang Jun had initially intended to join them, but the safety of the premises required a watchful presence. and as the most capable among them, he had to remain. Chapter 72. With you, I have lost favor. The snow outside showed no signs of abating, falling in large clumps as if clouds had been torn from the heavens, swiftly enveloping the earth in a thick, fluffy blanket. Are you angry, you miser? She lightly bumped him. Noticing he remained unmoved thus so, she turned to face him, smiling brightly. The little wildcat is truly untamed. How could she be easily subdued? A bit, but I've come to my senses now, so I'm no longer upset. She tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck, cheerfully stating, it is indeed necessary to bring Yejun along. She is a local, and with all this white expanse, it would be easy to lose our way. Moreover, we are unfamiliar with this area, so having a local guide is essential. Are you tired? Not at all. Why? He lowered her arms and turned to face her directly. You may not be tired, but my neck is. You should know your own height. After saying this, he made a silly face in front of her. However, Meng Jiuli was not one to be easily bullied. If he dared to imply she was short, she would let him experience the sensation of being chased by someone shorter. A snowball soared through the air, landing squarely on Mu Ye's face before he could react. Immediately followed by another. You dare to ambush me? You can't handle this. He ducked while hastily forming snowballs. The two of them engaged in a lively snowball fight, the weighty clothing they wore in no way diminishing their enthusiasm for play. Do you yield? Sing conquer and I shall relent. Mu Ye was half buried in snow, while Meng Jiuli held a massive snowball poised to strike. I do not yield. It's not over until the last moment. With that, he executed a swift maneuver, toppling her into the snow, causing her to inadvertently take a mouthful of it. He then rolled over, binding her hands together. Now it's your turn to sing conquer. The two resembled two white polar bears rolling about, covered in snow, instantly transforming into snow people. Look at these two. They're simply adorable. I truly envy them, Huang and Chi remarked, observing the playful duo. If you like, you can join us for a snowball fight. I Chao quietly suggested from the side. Noticing the two of them standing still, Meng Jiuli decided to assist. A giant snowball soared toward them. Instinctively, Li Chao shielded himself against the incoming projectile. With a loud thud, the snowball burst upon him, scattering tiny snowflakes on Tang and Chi's face. She pointed at the two nearby. You two are resorting to ambushes. As she spoke, Meng Jiuli and her companion initiated another round of attacks. However, they were not to be trifled with, quickly retaliating. Thus, the snowball fight grew in numbers, with evenly Guang Cheng and his zombie companions joining in. Yet, with Huang Junin present, they posed no threat to humans, only absorbing the hits. Meng Jiuli found unexpected joy in witnessing them being thoroughly drenched in snow, never imagining they would become her puppet zombies. The battle raged on until 6 in the evening, their clothing encased in snow, making their movements waddle like penguins. All right, children, come over for dinner. Stop playing. Tang Zhong, besides watching over the children, occasionally prepared simple evening meals. Although everyone advised him against overexerting himself, he viewed it as a pleasure, and over time, they ceased to object, considering it a form of exercise. Everyone had a splendid time, brushing off the snow from their clothes. They hurried towards their rooms. They quickly changed and dried their clothes. Otherwise, they would soon be without anything to wear. Children, come and drink some ginger tea to warm yourselves. Do avoid catching a cold. Tang Zhong thoughtfully served each person a bowl of ginger tea. Uncle Tang, having someone like you among us is a blessing. We appreciate your hard work. Oh child, such words. I am your elder. Caring for you is my duty. And you all have taken care of me far more. Meng Jiuli wrapped her arms around his neck, akin to a daughter embracing her father, igniting a wave of envy in Tang Yaru, who had never shown such affection towards her own father. Noticing her subtle longing, Meng Jiuli pulled Tang Yaru into the embrace as well. Fathers and daughters should share more hugs. It fosters a stronger bond. Tang Zhong held Tang Yaru closely, feeling a twinge of guilt for not paying her enough attention over the years. But now he could make amends. My dear, I was at fault before. I hope you can forgive me and allow me the chance to make it up to you. With that, they embraced tightly, creating a profoundly touching scene. Everyone present felt a wave of emotion, reminiscing about their own families, regrettably aware that they had lost their opportunities. All right, everyone, let us eat before the food cools down and loses its taste. Sensing the somber mood, Meng Jiuli swiftly shifted the topic. While familial bonds are indeed significant, one must not disregard the pleasures of fine cuisine. Today, Tang Lao prepared sweet and sour pork, braised meat, shrimp with broccoli, pepper-salted corn, and mushroom with bok choy, with a staple of mixed grain rice. Quickly, eat up, everyone. A bit more fat will help keep you warm. The old man's words elicited laughter from the group. Their lives were far more comfortable than those outside, and they were even putting on weight. Should they continue, they might become targets for others. However, for now, they were unreserved as the food was simply too delectable. Tang Lao's culinary skills far surpassed Mu Ye's. See, the older ginger is indeed spicier. Meng Jiuli playfully nudged Mu Ye's leg under the table and placed a piece of sweet and sour pork into his bowl. Try this. It's infinitely superior to what you make. Take note that Yi placed the meat into his mouth and indeed found it far more delicious. Since the host has spoken, I shall learn from Tang Lao henceforth. I hope you will accept me as your apprentice. Tang Zhong chuckled at Meng Jiuli and the others, saying, no problem. As long as you are willing to learn, I will impart all my knowledge to you. In the future, may you cook for Li Li, ensuring she becomes plump. Uncle, I'm already not thin. Besides, I do not wish for him to cook for me every day. Meng Jiuli shot him a proud glare before popping a shrimp into her mouth. If you don't like it, you have eaten it many times before. Now you come to complain. Women are truly fickle. Uncle Tang, you must mediate. With you around, I've lost my favorite at O. You are such a charming little thing. Do not worry. Lily holds a fondness for you. Chapter 73. Embarking on the journey again early the next morning, the three of them had initially planned to depart while the others were still asleep. However, Xiao Meiwei suddenly woke up, her cries rousing everyone. Handing Meiwei over to Tang Yuru, they felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of leaving. After all, they were about to enter a battlefield, one that was perhaps even more terrifying than war itself. They had to exercise utmost caution. Huang Junin gazed at her with reluctance, wishing to accompany them, but Meng Jiuli forbade it, insisting he must guard the home front. Despite their heavy hearts, everyone bid them farewell outside, where an altered snowmobile awaited them in the snowy expanse. This is something I had prepared earlier, but never had the occasion to use. Now, it has finally come in handy, Li Yuan said, his expression one of bashfulness. The two of them had been away for an extended period, and it was evident that they held feelings for one another, though they had yet to express them openly. She was willing to be the one to break the ice. After the three of them and a dog boarded the vehicle, the little Shiba Inu looked longingly at Haidu, who, in turn, held its head high, refusing to acknowledge the puppy's gaze. Haidu, you truly have no conscience. The little Shiba loves you dearly, and yet you won't even spare a glance to reassure it, someone remarked. Haidu snorted dismissively, turning away from Meng Jiuli. For women were often sentimental. Given the heavy snowfall, distinguishing directions became a challenge, and they nearly lost their way in the small town of Tangsher. The previous rains had submerged areas up to 4 stories high, leaving only those below encased in ice. Thus, most of the zombies lay trapped beneath. Survivors, meanwhile, found it increasingly difficult to locate fresh food, yet they had adapted to consuming mutated animals, their bodies having undergone changes to survive in this new environment. There must be factories or supermarkets around here. We can scour them for supplies, she declared, adopting a philosophy of take what you can while you're here, even if it was merely a piece of firewood. Tangsher, though not expansive in size, had a modest population and was well equipped with infrastructure and supermarkets. After the apocalypse, most residents had transformed into zombies, leaving a scant few survivors, primarily the elderly. Nonetheless, supplies should still be available. If memory served, there was a snack factory in the vicinity. Although its current state was uncertain, as Tang Yijun drove, she gazed out the window at the endless white landscape, struggling to discern their exact location. Little did they know that several blood demons were stealthily closing in on them, along with a few evolved flying zombies circling overhead. The heavy snow had deprived them of food for days, and now humans had unwittingly delivered themselves to their doorstep. Suddenly, a snow-white blood demon darted past the front of the vehicle. Did something just pass by here? Tang Yajun inquired. Meng Jiuli was too focused on locating the factory to notice. But Muyi furrowed his brow, realizing they were being surrounded by more than just one. Over 10 blood demons were converging from all directions. Accelerate. Those things are closing in. Tang Yajun dared not relax. But even with modifications, the vehicle struggled to traverse the icy surface as swiftly as it would on solid ground. Before long, they found themselves encircled. Don't stop. Run them down. Yet the blood demons appeared undeterred. Seeing the vehicle's relentless momentum, they had no intention of retreating. One blood demon collided directly with the car. But thanks to the bulletproof glass and nano-level bumpers, the creature was left in a bloody heap while the vehicle remained intact. Li Yuan, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, someone observed. Accidentally, she pressed a green button, and the vehicle emitted a thunderous roar. What is this advanced technology? To their astonishment, spikes suddenly protruded from the car's exterior, impaling the approaching blood demons one after another. The remaining creatures hesitated, retreating as the vehicle surged forward. This maneuver is simply extraordinary. I thought we were in for a fierce battle, but it seems unnecessary now. She reclined comfortably in her seat. Her demeanor relaxed. Don't celebrate too soon. There are other sounds here. Mu Yi cautioned, his brow still furrowed. A ball of flame shot toward the window, and soon an evolved flying zombie fell to the ground, convulsing briefly before disintegrating into a wisp of gray smoke. It appears we have uninvited guests overhead. Watch this. Meng Jiuli concentrated an electric arc in her hand. Now capable of rapid fire, a few evolved flying zombies were hardly a cause for concern, especially given her thorough research on them at the base. These creatures possessed slightly higher intelligence, but lacked real combat prowess, and were particularly afraid of fire. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated by Li Guang. After launching several electric and fire projectiles, the zombies lost their will to fight and dared not approach again. However, on a nearby rooftop, a figure with binoculars observed their skirmish with keen interest. Mu Shuai, did you see that? Each of them possesses a unique ability, and they seem to have anticipated the apocalypse, preparing ample food in advance. If you trust me, we can capture them and interrogate them thoroughly. Meng Jiuli looked at Mu Feng with a sycophantic gaze. Although he had assembled some forces, defeating Meng Jiuli and her companions still relied on Mu Feng's strength. Why should I trust you? What if you fail? He countered that I've done my research. Although their powers are formidable, they have yet to reach the point of evading conventional weaponry. Should we deploy the military, they will undoubtedly surrender. A flicker of resentment crossed Meng Jiuli's eyes. His son had perished, yet she thrived, a sight he could hardly bear. Mu Feng neither rejected nor accepted the proposal, acutely aware of Mu Ye's feelings for that woman. If he acted rashly, not only might he jeopardize their brotherly bond, but he could also risk losing his brother entirely. Thus, he deemed it prudent to observe the situation further. For the time being, the base had enough food for a month, and researchers were diligently working on crops that could withstand the frigid weather. Hoping to alleviate the food shortage, the three of them quickly located the snack factory's location, fortunately built on a hillside where only a thin layer of ice coated the ground, leaving the second and third floors unscathed. Let us go inside and take a look. We might strike it lucky, one suggested. With that, the trio and their dog ventured into the factory. The first floor housed processing workshops, while the second and third floors contained food storage and wholesale areas, all seemingly untouched. Chapter 74. We must not dishearten the martyrs. Wait a moment. Let me illuminate the area with fire, Mu Yi said, his palms radiating warmth. The flames were sufficient to deter any mutated creatures, as they had always feared fire. Once they confirmed there was no immediate threat, they proceeded cautiously. However, signs of previous rummaging suggested their visit might be in vain, given the duration of the apocalypse. It was unlikely many places had remained untouched. Ascending the stairs to the third floor, they discovered a cache of sour and spicy noodles and instant porridge, likely left behind, about 300 boxes in total. A decent find. Haidu growled lowly, indicating something amiss nearby. Let us go check it out. As soon as she spoke, Haidu bolted like an arrow, vanishing around the corner of the stairwell. Soon, the sounds of a woman's frantic shouts reached them. But how could a weakened woman, starved for days, withstand the might of a robust dog? She was dragged forth, her figure slightly plump from layers of clothing, yet visibly trembling from the cold. Not far from her lay a small girl wrapped in a blanket, her face flushed and appearing ill. Please don't harm us. We heard there was food here and came quietly, since you found it first. We want tea, take anything. Just let us go unharmed. The woman pleaded, her panicked head bowing to the ground, leaving a streak of blood on her pale, gaunt face. Don't act that way. Let us talk this through. We're not bad people. We don't kill indiscriminately. Meng Jiuli reassured her, helping the woman to her feet. Suddenly standing, the woman trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. That it was evident she was pushing herself beyond her limits. Without steadying herself, she rushed toward the small girl, clutching her tightly. My child is sick. I must find food for her, the woman cried, her desperation palpable. Yet, amidst the blizzard, a woman carrying a child in search of food was an insurmountable task. Especially considering the dangers lurking outside. The fact that they had made it this far was a miracle. Venturing back out could lead to a fatal encounter with wild beasts. Wait, we need food too. Why don't you stay and eat with us? The woman's eyes momentarily sparkled with hope at this suggestion, only to dim again. Thank you, but you only need to give my child some. She is my husband's only bloodline. She cannot perish. The woman clung to her child, the last vestige of hope for her survival. Observing the woman's plight, Meng Jiuli felt at a loss as to how to comfort her. Recognizing the depths of her despair, Yi ignited a small fire, pouring canned 8 treasure porridge from their backpack into a pot to heat. Without knowing the woman's true identity, they decided to consume the provisions they had brought along for the time being. What is wrong with the child? Let me take a look. Tang Yajun gazed at the small girl nestled within the blanket and softly spoke. The woman hesitated before placing the child on the ground. Tang Yajun unfolded the blanket, revealing a girl of approximately 3 years, her frail body a testament to prolonged malnutrition. How long has this situation persisted? 2 days. One has been unconscious with a fever, and there are no doctors here. The rescue team refused to take us in. We had no choice but to venture out in search of food. That a woman may be delicate, but a mother is resolute. The woman's hands were riddled with frostbite, and she likely bore other injuries. Yet she persevered for the sake of her child. Tang Yajun assessed the child's condition, surmising that the state of shock was due to malnutrition. But further examination was required, which the current circumstances did not permit. They could only navigate the treacherous waters as best they could. In this apocalyptic world, how many could claim to have adequate nutrition? To survive is to have already triumphed over the majority. The child, now unconscious, needed to replenish her strength with nutritious and high-quality protein. Although he knew that voicing this was futile, he still reassured the woman not to worry excessively. The woman sighed and lowered her gaze at tea that moment. Mui brought over a steaming bowl of 8 treasure porridge. The aroma of food made the woman swallow instinctively, revealing her acute hunger. Yet, she prioritized feeding the child first. Meng Jiuli, witnessing this scene, thought of her 3 little treasures at home, who were of a similar age but in significantly better health. Hand the child to me. You should eat first, that I will feed her. The woman hesitated. Please, trust me. I will take good care of her. With that, she cradled the little one, feeding her slowly, allowing her to swallow each morsel before offering the next. This meal stretched on for about an hour. After eating, the woman felt a surge of strength return to her body. Her spirits lifted, prompting her to share her story. Her name was Wei Qing, the wife of the fallen hero Tan Jianjun. And the girl's name was Tan Jing, his posthumous child. For years, she had raised the child alone, and everything had been manageable until the sudden onset of the apocalypse plunged her life into chaos. Alone, she had faced scorching heat, floods, zombie attacks, and now the bitter cold, pushing her to her limits. Meng Jiuli couldn't help but admire her. Without any abilities, and while caring for a child, she doubted she could endure as Wei Qing had. I truly admire you. You are a remarkable woman, and an even more extraordinary mother. No, I have not done well enough. If I were stronger, my child would not be ill. Wei Qing's hand caressed her daughter's frail body, her eyes brimming with affection, a loss for how to comfort her. Meng Jiuli reached into her backpack, actually accessing her spatial storage for medicine. Soon, she handed over frostbite ointment along with nutritional supplements for children. These are what I found. We have no use for them. Let your child benefit from them. She also produced some small clothing, as the space was abundant, and it was only right that the hero's child should have them. I truly do not know how to thank you. If there's an afterlife, I will repay you by working like a beast that we do not seek repayment. Just live well and raise your child. We will assist in caring for the hero's offspring. Once, her husband had sacrificed his life for their well-being. Now, they had the means to help his widow and would do their utmost to care for her and her child. Mu Yi tugged at Meng Jiuli, teasing her for her saintly demeanor, but she shot him a glare. Wei Qing, overwhelmed, found herself at a loss for words, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Sister, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. I understand that survival in this world is difficult. You could take the child, and it would ease your burden and conserve food. Focus on caring for your child. In time, your efforts will yield rewards. Upon hearing this, the previously somber expression on Wei Qing's face finally brightened with a hint of a smile. Chapter 75. An encounter on the road after 2 days of care. Tan Jing finally awoke. Although the little girl did not recognize them, she greeted them with a friendly smile. This smile, to everyone, was like a ray of warm sunshine in the midst of winter, warming their hearts. The small child had large eyes resembling black grapes, with long lashes that fluttered. If only she were a bit chubbier, she would resemble a porcelain doll. Jing Jing, quickly thank your aunt and uncles. They saved you to do not call them uncle and aunt. Call me Annie instead. I have children as well. And one day, you can all play together. Meng Jiuli gently stroked the little girl's fuzzy hair. Her heart warmed. Thank you, Auntie, for saving us, Tan Jing said earnestly, displaying remarkable understanding. The innocent, tender voice melted hearts all around. After settling the mother and daughter, they left Heido behind to care for them while the three of them continued their journey to seek out Tang Lao's friend. The renowned architectural expert Gu Dongliang that I know, Jing Jing will be very obedient and wander off. Only Heido seemed displeased, turning away defiantly. Heido, you're the best. Make sure to take good care of them. All right? Though reluctant, the woman had spoken, and thus he could only acquiesce, turning his head back with a huff. The vehicle sped across the snowy terrain. Ali, were you impulsive again? Mu Yi pretended to tease her. This time it was not impulsiveness. I saved an ordinary person, so how could I neglect the wife and child of a hero? I support Li Li's decision. Tang Yajun, the driver, nodded in approval, though it earned her a glare from Mu Yi. So you two are the good ones while I am the villain. Not at all. He was a man brimming with compassion. If they did not care for Wei Qing, he would find a way to do so himself. We are being followed. Meng Jiuli noticed a vehicle trailing them from a snowy slope, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far, indicating they were not concerned about being discovered. This is not following. It is a blatant provocation that the thunderball detonated not far from the snowy slope, revealing the vehicle's true identity. IT belonged to the 5th Special District. Once again, the vehicle that Meng Xiang had driven over was of the same make. Why were they here to disturb them again? Mu Ye's expression darkened. Could it be that her brother was seeking trouble once more? I will go and speak with him. With that, Mu Yi leapt from the vehicle and approached the car. His aide, Ji Mingfei, quickly stepped forward to salute. Captain Mu, I did not expect to encounter you here. Spare me the pleasantries. What brings you here? Ji Mingfei merely chuckled softly. If I say it's because your brother misses you. Would you believe me? Mu Yi scoffed coldly. How could he possibly miss me? When I chose to leave over our disagreements, I made it abundantly clear that our relationship was severed. Now you come looking for me. I will not show any mercy. Flames ignited, prompting Ji Mingfei to quickly pull him back. Captain Mu, do not be angry. We are genuinely here to request your cooperation regarding some information we need to verify about that woman. Meng Jiuli, seeing Mu Yi displaying his abilities, knew the situation was serious and hurriedly ran to his side. What are you doing? I can handle this on my own. He looked at her reproachfully, the flames in his hand flaring higher. I merely came to see how you plan to handle them. If you were injured, I would have to care for you, which would be troublesome. Ji Mingfei observed the two, recognizing their unique bond. Since Miss Meng is here, we can save the trouble of seeking you out. Please come with us. We need to verify some matters. He maintained a smile, though his eyes bore a chilling glint. You expect me to go just because you say so? Who gave you such authority? You need not concern yourself with who grants authority. You'll find out when you arrive. Moreover, if Captain Mu continues to obstruct us, we will be forced to take action. Ji Mingfei drew a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Mu Yi. It appeared that Mu Feng was serious this time. Since you were so formidable, go ahead and shoot. Mu Yi positioned himself protectively in front of Meng Jiuli, gesturing for her to leave quickly. If we are to leave, let us all depart together. However, I am curious as to why the 5th Special District is making such a concerted effort to harass me repeatedly. Since the opportunity presents itself, I will accompany you and resolve all my doubts. Ali, you cannot go. If you go, I will accompany you. Mu Yi's expression turned resolute as he looked at her. Having promised Little Tomato that he would take care of her, wherever she went, she would follow, unafraid of danger. Do not worry. I will ensure your safety. You are my talisman. What if they decide to harm me? She flashed a radiant smile. It was essential to confront the issues at hand. Hiding was not a solution. The men over there have nothing to do with us. We will accompany you. Do not trouble him. Tang Yajun was not one to shy away from danger. Quickly jumping out of the vehicle to join them, we must act together. I cannot be left behind. And no matter where you go, I will follow you. Although my abilities are limited, I am familiar with the terrain here, and you must take me along. Stop this nonsense. You have other tasks. Hurry and leave. Jiming Fei did not wish for any mishaps to occur. With a slight bow of his head and a soft chuckle, he remarked, since you all are so united, why not follow me? There is plenty of space for everyone. Upon finishing his words, he gestured, and several men in uniform encircled him. Wait a moment. I need to take care of something first. Meng Jiuli could not tolerate the thought of her beloved car being exposed to the snow, especially since it was a rare piece, modified by Li Yuan, worth its weight in gold. The team must not suffer in the cold. Mu Yi, well aware of her concerns, shot a glare at the men, causing them to hesitate in their obstruction. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Jiuli swiftly stored her vehicle in her spatial realm. She then feigned a moment of adjusting her attire before strolling back towards them. Let us proceed. Mu Yi, increasingly perplexed by her mindset, reluctantly joined her in the vehicle heading to the 5th Special District. Have you considered that your actions might bring danger upon yourself? I have thought about it, but hiding is not a solution. The issues at the pharmaceutical factory should have been resolved then. Now that the opportunity presents itself, it must be addressed. Yet a flicker of concern lingered within her, should a rift arise. Would Mu Yi choose her or his brother? The thought struck her as somewhat cruel. I understand your worries. Rest assured, I will act judiciously and avoid any trouble. I am more concerned that Mu Feng might cause you distress. Should he do so, do not mind my feelings. Just enjoy yourself at true brotherly love. Mu Feng, seated in his office, suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? Chapter 76. The Temporal Void. Jiming Fei observed the 3 individuals before him. He had encountered many with supernatural abilities, even possessing some himself, yet he could not fathom Meng Jiuli's powers. How could that car, which was clearly on the ground, vanish when she merely sought convenience? Yajun, you shouldn't have come. You should stay back. If anything happens to us, at least there is someone to tidy up. She couldn't resist teasing him. You're serious? She asked, merely jesting. With our skills, the only outcome is someone else's demise. There's no chance we would perish. Mu Yi glanced at Jiming Fei, a glint of coldness in his gaze. Captain Mu, there is no need for such hostility. We merely wish to invite a few individuals for a conversation, nothing more, and certainly no intention of causing harm. He snorted dismissively and fell silent. The vehicle bounced along the road until it finally reached the territory of the 5th Special District. The base had stationed some personnel, and everyone was lining up for food. Amid the crowd, a menacing gaze fixated on them, as if intent on flaying them alive. That Mu Feng, whom she had hoped would heed her advice and value her, was playing by his own rules. This man was Meng Jiuli, currently leading his team to distribute provisions at the base. Meng Jiuli sensed the ill will in the crowd, yet when she turned to look, she found no one. What's wrong? Someone in the crowd is watching us. It feels unsettling. She cast several more glances into the throng, but found no trace of that person, only those following Jiming Fei as they moved inward. Meanwhile, Mu Feng awaited their arrival, uncertain of what this meeting would entail, yet feeling a twinge of anticipation. Right here, you may enter. I have matters to attend to. Jiming Fei quickly turned and departed this contentious place. Mu Yi was the first to push the door open, encountering Mu Feng seated at a desk, his eyes filled with confusion and indifference. Why have you summoned us? If it's merely for idle chatter. I apologize, but I have no time. Xiao Yi, why speak to your brother in such a manner? I've always been worried about you, and Yu Feng's face bore a look of concern. Yet to Mu Yi, it all seemed insincere. Miss Meng has also arrived. Welcome. Oh, and there's another behind. Cut the pretense. Do you not know why we are here? You simply enjoy opposing me. As your brother, is it so wrong to inquire about your recent circumstances? Mu Yi plopped down into a chair, offering him no regard. Meng Jiuli recognized the situation. Mu Yi was clearly at odds with Mu Feng. Wasn't he it you who arranged for us to come? If you have questions, ask them swiftly. We will share what we know, but if it pertains to matters I haven't divulged, refrain from inquiring. Isn't this redundant? Mu Feng rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant. I simply wish for you all to join me for a meal. Another meal? This excuse again. Are you still conducting that experiment? Mu Yi lifted a glass of red wine from the desk. Swirling it lightly. No, I have turned over a new leaf. That he was indeed no longer researching artificial zombie soldiers. He had discovered something far more intriguing. The door to the void. The previous inexplicable disappearance of that little tomato was due to the door to the void. Yet he had only encountered it once since then. Other locations had yielded a sighting that if they could truly locate the door to the void, they could send people to parallel worlds, potentially uncovering new opportunities. His subordinates began to bring in the dishes. Everyone, please sit. Do not stand on ceremony. We are all friends. Let's speak plainly. What is it that you truly desire? Clarify your intentions so we may decide whether to partake in this meal. Mu Feng set down his wine glass and erupted into laughter. Miss Meng is straightforward. No wonder Xiao Yi is fond of her. I am as well. Mu Yi shot him a glare, urging him to get to the point and avoid frivolous banter. To the point, no more beating around the bush. Tang Yajun observed the ongoing banter, wondering if this was the customary protocol for negotiations in the apocalypse, avoiding directness. However, as someone of lesser status, she felt it inappropriate to interject. Merely watching the exchange unfold. Yajun, do not be shy. Since Brother Mu Feng has graciously invited us, do indulge. Meng Jiuli comforted the somewhat uneasy Tang Yajun. With no other option, she nodded and lowered her head to prepare for the meal. Mu Feng sensed there was no reason to prolong the discussion further. At worst, they would sever ties. He hoped Xiao Yi would understand his position. I brought you here to inquire about the whereabouts of that man, known as Little Tomato. I require his cooperation for certain matters. Meng Jiuli's hand trembled slightly as she held her chopsticks. She did not even know where Little Tomato was at present. Our research has revealed an increase in the phenomenon of temporal voids. We need the assistance of someone adept in this skill that I know that only he fits the bill, hence my invitation for you all to come. Can you help? Mu Feng directly conveyed his thoughts, eliminating the need for guessing. Are you implying that new temporal voids have emerged, suggesting we can manipulate time and achieve time travel? Meng Jiuli, as a reincarnator, deduced that Little Tomato was likely a traveler through time. Though the recent void had whisked him away, and he could sense the existence and location of these voids. Thus, Little Tomato's abilities must surpass those of others, albeit hampered by lost memories. It was only now that Meng Jiuli fully grasped Little Tomato's formidable nature. Indeed, many regions have reported such occurrences, yet most individuals cannot penetrate the interior. We aim to form a small team to explore the temporal voids. Mu Feng had not completed his thought, yet they were perceptive enough to grasp his meaning. You wish for us to join your team, to serve as test subjects? Mu Yi cast him a disdainful glance. Having anticipated that his brother would seek to exploit others, that I merely wish for everyone's abilities to be utilized. Consider this. If we could acquire resources from within the void, we could establish our own empire. Alleviating concerns over food and allowing many to live well, Mu Feng spoke passionately, envisioning a grand future, nearly convincing the others. However, Mu Yi understood his brother all too well. His true desire was to dominate this world. Indifferent to the fates of others, if he truly cared for the world, he would never have consented to the zombie soldier experiments. Chapter 77. A heart-to-heart in the snowy night. The night atop the mountain was breathtaking, albeit a tad chilly. The two were bundled in thick down jackets, seated upon a hillock. Do you truly intend to accept his proposal to join the team? Are you not afraid of the dangers it may entail? Muyi took a sip of beer, finding it colder than any refrigerator could provide. Of course, my agreement to join is motivated by personal interest. I wish to ascertain whether it is indeed possible to locate Little Tomato through the temporal voids. His hand holding the drink froze mid-air. He had anticipated this conclusion, yet hearing her voice was still somewhat difficult to bear. This is a personal matter. If you wish not to participate, you need not. After all, once we enter, we face the unknown. Fewer adventurers may be preferable. She finished her sentence with a swift gulp of beer, the refreshing chill instantly coursing through her. Should others witness their current state, they would likely deem them insane. Muyi's palm ignited with a flicker of flame, while she seamlessly retrieved a fire pit from her spatial realm, the flames illuminating their surroundings and dispelling the cold. Your affairs are my affairs. I promised Little Tomato that I would look after you, and thus I must remain by your side, guarding against any unforeseen events. These words were sincere, from the moment he laid eyes on her. He was captivated. Before meeting her, he had never believed in love at first sight, yet she had proven that miracles do exist in this world. I am aware that you harbor feelings for the Little Tomato. However, it matters not, for we are good friends, are we not? The affairs of friends are my affairs, and I pride myself on being exceptionally loyal. If it were possible, he would rather not associate with her as a friend. Suddenly, a skewer of lamb appeared before him, and Meng Jiuli smiled cheerfully at him. One must always pair beer with skewers. Come, let us toast to our camaraderie. She, unaware of Muyi's sentiments, had previously been deeply wounded and now dared not embrace love again. Even regarding the Little Tomato, she merely wished to clarify her feelings. In this apocalyptic world, solitude felt preferable. Upon hearing her express disinterest in the Little Tomato, he acknowledged a flicker of joy within him. Yet the final words she spoke replaced that joy with a sense of pity, a reminder of how profoundly she had been hurt in the past, leading her to shun love now. I believe this dark era will eventually pass, and everything will improve. One must still have faith in love. True to Muyi's style, he remained playful yet sincere. Only you, in your naive optimism, believe that this apocalypse will end. Do you truly grasp how long that might take? An innocent child indeed. The two clinked their beer cans together and exchanged smiles. When I was very young, my parents passed away, and it was Mu Feng who raised me. Together, we faced many hardships and endured much bullying. In my youth, I was too weak to retaliate and had to grit my teeth and endure. Yet later, those who once tormented me would bow and scrape upon seeing me. Their demeanor obsequious. It was then that I realized Mu Feng had been supporting me from the shadows. From that moment on, my dependence on him reached its zenith. Eventually, we both entered the 5th district. His amiable nature afforded him numerous opportunities for advancement, unlike my stubborn disposition, which kept me stagnating at the grassroots level. Each time he encountered me, he would reprimand my lack of progress, to which I would only respond with a sheepish smile. Such is my nature. In truth, your character is commendable, at least more approachable than Mu Feng's, and being with you does not feel oppressive. Meng Jiuli draped her arm over his shoulder and gave him a gentle pat. In fact, I was not always like this. I used to be a quintessential people-pleaser. My mother passed away when I was very young, and I lived with my second uncle's family. Back then, I was afraid to voice my thoughts. I would simply agree with whatever they said, believing that compliance would earn their praise and make me feel valued and needed. Later, when I met Li Guangqing, I thought I had found my destined partner, only to discover he sought to exploit me for the Meng family's fortune. Subsequently, he and Meng Xiang conducted their clandestine affair, while I remained oblivious, a mere pawn in their schemes. The subsequent events she did not disclose to him. Muyi felt a sharp pang in his heart. To encounter such an admirable young woman who remained unaware of true sincerity was a tragedy. He lamented that he should have turned her into a zombie sooner. To spare her from further suffering, such occurrences would not happen again. I shall remain by your side, ensuring your protection from any harm. Even if as mere friends, I aspire to be the exceptional one in your life. Upon hearing these words, warmth enveloped both their hearts as they expressed the sentiments buried deep within, fostering a clearer understanding of one another and drawing their relationship closer. Should you marry in the future, I implore you to allow me to be your best man. I wish to share the same sky as you, to revel in your joy. Though I may not be the groom, I assure you, I shall be the more handsome one. Ye flashed a roguish grin, confident in his appearance. How delightful! Yet I shall not entertain that notion. Perhaps we should establish a retirement home, with me as the director and you as the deputy director, taking in some lonely elderly souls, so we can enjoy a lively life together. Why must we resort to marriage? After all, I already have 3 children. That is sufficient. Imagining a post-apocalyptic world where the retirement home is adorned with flowers and greenery is utterly delightful. It serves as a preliminary blueprint for my retirement, even if it remains a distant dream. Dreams ought to exist. Who knows, they may yet come to fruition. The two had discarded a dozen beer cans when Tang Yajun suddenly appeared before them. There you two are. I've been searching for you everywhere. I've uncovered a secret. Follow me. In the meantime, he had not been idle. As a guest invited by Mu Feng, he enjoyed considerable freedom to wander about. Just moments ago, he discovered a dungeon housing the architectural master Gu Dongliang and others, though he only recognized Gu Dongliang. What is it? Have you discovered treasure? We must take a look, Mu quipped as he stood up, ready to accompany him. Never mind, I shall join you. Otherwise, who knows what kind of farce may ensue. Chapter 78. This woman has started again. Inside were small rooms the size of shipping containers, each holding a variety of individuals. Generally, apart from the staff delivering meals, the place remained sealed off. The presence of others was a surprise, leading many to believe these were new captives. What brought you here? Surely it must be your disobedience? An elderly man inquired with concern. Old man, you are mistaken. Those who come here certainly do not follow the rules. The obedient ones are out there enjoying themselves. A young man jested. The others in the rooms sighed in response. They had been confined for a month, nearly forgetting the outside world and uncertain when this predicament would end. Was this Mu Feng's doing? That scoundrel has put us through hell. Mu Ye's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Mu Feng engaging in such inhumane actions. Rest assured, I shall ensure he releases everyone. Young man, we appreciate your sentiment, but it is unlikely anyone could sway Mu Feng. Father, please do not be angry. Take care of your health. It would be troublesome if you fell ill, a young girl in the same room said, her voice filled with concern. Fear not, Cici. This old body of mine can still endure for a few more years. At the very least, I wish to see you married before I can rest easy. And I must also deliver a proper farewell to your mother, he replied, his breath becoming labored, almost losing his balance. Tang Yajun stepped forward, kicked open the room's door, and discovered the old man was. In fact, the Gu Dongliang they had been searching for. Why father has a heart condition. He is likely suffering from a heart attack. Ji Xiaoxi anxiously wrung her hands, having exhausted their last bottle of emergency heart medication the previous day. She felt helpless in the current situation. Not fret. Let me take a look, Tang Yajun, a doctor with basic emergency knowledge, assured her. Meng Jiuli searched through her supplies and recalled the various medications she had collected during the raid on the hospital. Surely, there must be something useful among them. After Tang Yajun's efforts, the old man's condition stabilized. This moment, Meng Jiuli pretended to retrieve emergency medication from her backpack and offered it to him. Is this the medication you need? Yes, indeed. This is splendid, Gu Xiaoxi exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude upon seeing the medicine. After years of living with her father, losing him would render her unable to cope. After taking the medication, Gu Dongliang slowly regained consciousness. Seeing that Gu Dongliang was fine, the weight on everyone's shoulders lifted. In this place, Gu Dongliang was their anchor. Without him, they would be lost in facing their future. Old man, how do you feel? Yes, you must take care of yourself so that we can believe life still holds promise. Everyone chimed in, and Gu Dongliang listened attentively, finally chuckling. Do not worry, this old fellow is quite resilient. I'm not going anywhere just yet. You old man, always joking. We all know you are fine now, they reassured him, feeling relieved and returning to their own affairs. You still remember me? Tang Yajun gently inquired. The elderly man initially looked puzzled, then burst into laughter. Could it be that you were one of my students? No. Do you recall Tang Zhong? Gu Dongliang scrutinized her face and realized she resembled Tang Zhong. You are Yajun? Yes, Uncle Gu, you remember. This is a letter from my father, Tang Yajun said as she handed the letter to Gu Dongliang and quietly awaited his reading. Gu Xiaoxi, unaware of the connection between the Gu and Tang families, felt an inexplicable warmth towards Tang Yajun, filled with gratitude. After reading the letter, Gu Dongliang's eyes glistened with tears, and he said, "That old fool still remembers me. Our acquaintance was not in vain." Uncle Gu, this is the leader of our base. Everything there is under her purview. Her invitation for you to join us is a sincere request, hoping you can help us plan for more people to reside there. Gu Dongliang glanced at Meng Jiuli. Having sensed something extraordinary about her upon entering, he had not imagined she could establish a base. If you are willing, I will find a way to take you from here to join Uncle Tang in a life of comfort. Meng Jiuli exuded a natural charm, and Gu Dongliang, looking upon her, felt as if he were gazing at his own daughter. However, escaping this dungeon was far easier said than done. Little girl, what you say is indeed true. You truly possess a base, just as described in the letter, correct? Tang Zhong exaggerated some details about the base in the letter. Yet fundamentally, it remains factual, and no matter how one looks at it, it is vastly superior to our current situation, where one need not worry about sustenance and can move freely. If you truly wish to know, why not visit and see for yourself? The little girl has turned the tables on me. Very well. As long as you have a plan, I shall accompany you. But may I bring her along? Gu Xiaoxi, who had been gazing at Tang Yajun, suddenly felt a bit shy when her name was mentioned. Rest assured, I will not allow her to take advantage without contributing. She will be put to work. Gu Dongliang understood the societal rules. One must labor to partake in the fruits of labor. Little girl, do you need an agronomist at your place? Agronomist Dong Changjiang joked half-heartedly. What are you meddling for? They require land planning. The outside world is rife with pollution. Where can one even cultivate? Virologist Fan Mingyu retorted sharply. They are researchers, and simply because they disagree with Mufang's plan, they have been confined here, their resentment palpable that we possess new technology that allows us to cultivate without soil. And we can achieve increased yields even in harsh weather conditions through seed improvement. Regrettably, the plan was halted, deemed a waste of time. Dong Changjiang shook his head despondently. There exists a misunderstanding regarding agronomists. They're not merely farmers, but also researchers of improvement. Without them, how would there be an abundance of food? In this environment, nothing holds value. We might as well perish together and hope for a better rebirth. Meng Jiuli's words brimmed with complaint, and after being imprisoned for such a lengthy period, it was only natural to harbor emotions. Fan Mingyu doused her with cold water, and Mu Yi, standing behind her, could not help but tug at her sleeve, signaling her to cease her tirade. Chapter 79. Lies unraveled. Meng Jiuli. You truly overestimate your significance, daring to cause a ruckus here. From the outset, he had been observing their every move, never expecting they would come here intending to rescue Mu Feng's captive. This was no trivial matter. Meng Jiangwo, taken aback, exclaimed, "I never imagined you were still alive. What brings you here? Shouldn't that question be directed at me?" Meng Jiangwo harbored a desire to strip her of her skin and bones. "It was Mu Feng who sent us. What of it?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He has already arrived. Prepare to witness those lies unravel." Meng Jiangwo wore a smug expression, confident that this time he would ensnare them all. This person must be Mu Feng's lackey. Little girl, do not let yourself be taken advantage of. Hurry and leave us. Gu Dongliang urged them anxiously. Even if they wished to escape, they could not endanger others. Through their brief interactions, they recognized these individuals as good people and could not allow themselves to be a burden. "Uncle Gu, you needn't worry. We will turn danger into safety. Trust me. The grasshoppers of autumn do not leap for long." Previously, out of familial affection, they had spared him time and again, but now he returned seeking validation. Clearly, he could no longer be allowed to remain. "Meng Jiangwo, have you not had your fill of making a scene? Is it amusing to repeatedly seek attention? Why do you even cease to call me second uncle? Are you afraid now?" Meng Jiangwo erupted into laughter, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. "Humph, enjoy your moment of pride. Kneel and kowtow 3 times loudly proclaiming your error, and perhaps I might consider forgiving you. What do you think? Are you in agreement? Do not be so arrogant. Once we escape, I will ensure you are severely punished. Dong Changjiang could not tolerate his brazen demeanor and angrily pounded on the door, shouting he detested sycophants. And upon witnessing Meng Jiuli's smug expression, he could hardly suppress his urge to strike him. Were it not for the barrier of the door, he would have likely rushed out to deliver a sound beating. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Do you dare threaten me with death? Humph. If you possess the courage, then do so. After living a substantial life, dying now would be worth it. Dong Changjiang was unfazed by his threats and stood his ground. Flames ignited in Meng Jiuli's hands, and he laughed menacingly. Since you are unafraid of death, I shall grant you a journey to it if the last. She comprehended why Meng Jiuli had repeatedly escaped calamity. His body had undergone mutation, awakening extraordinary powers. Surprised, are you that I have awakened? Meng Jiuli, are you frightened now? Just as he prepared to incinerate Dong Changjiang, Tang Yajun's icy crystals enveloped the flames, freezing them in place, rendering the once smug smile on his face instantly void. You best mind your own business, or I shall eliminate you as well. Enough already. Your flames have been extinguished by someone else. What more arrogance can you muster? Dong Changjiang, a man of strong character, relished in Meng Jiuli's misfortune. Old fool, are you seeking death? Meng Jiuli, stung by the retort, found his pride severely wounded and became increasingly agitated. Meng Jiuli, cease your antics. You cannot contend with the people here. At your age, it is prudent to refrain from further provocations. Unexpectedly, this only fueled his determination to prove his prowess. However, his abilities were merely at level 2. How could he possibly triumph over Tang Yajun, who was at level 3? Before long, he found himself defeated. One must learn to accept their age. What now? Are you not hastening to leave? Dong Changjiang's sharp tongue began its work, turning Meng Jiuli's face a myriad of colors. Ha! What a lively scene today. It seems I have arrived late and missed quite a spectacle. Mu Feng's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the underground prison. Upon his arrival, everyone fell silent, their expressions filled with indignation directed at him. How dare he return here, seemingly unafraid of retribution? Indeed, if heaven has eyes, it should promptly send down a lightning bolt to strike him down. Those confined within whispered among themselves, their hatred for Mu Feng palpable. Yet, he remained unfazed, continuing to act as he pleased. At last, you have come. They are preparing to take these individuals away. Will you not intervene? Meng Jiuli gazed at everyone with a triumphant expression, as if Mu Feng would undoubtedly align with him. Why are you so close to me? I merely wish to inform you that they're not good people. Mu Feng cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, they're not good people. Yet you consider yourself one. At your age, do you not tire of spreading rumors? Meng Jiuli was left speechless, having previously placed unwavering faith in Mu Yi, who today appeared entirely changed. That is not what I meant. They intend to take these individuals, which poses a threat to your status. Will you not intervene? When have I needed your input on my affairs? Am I incapable of assessing the situation myself? Very well, I shall not intervene. You may handle it as you wish. Having repeatedly faced defeat, Meng Jiuli, realizing the futility of further protest, discreetly stepped aside and sealed his lips. Mu Feng regarded Meng Jiuli with a cheerful demeanor. Although his secret had been exposed, he would not allow such trivial matters to hinder his grand ambitions. Miss Meng, I apologize for any embarrassment. I usually treat these individuals with the utmost hospitality, as their expressions clearly indicate. These individuals indeed exhibit more vitality than those outside. Their demeanor appears vibrant, and the room bears no foul odor, suggesting they have not been mistreated, merely confined. Let us speak openly. What must be done for you to release these individuals? How many of my actions remain unknown to you? What malevolent deeds have you concealed from me? Mu Ye's emotions flared, his gaze fixed upon him as if he wished to devour him whole. I am safeguarding them. If left outside, they would likely not survive. I am preserving strength for the nation. His words rang with righteous indignation. Those unaware of him might easily be swayed. However, Mu Yi was unwilling to trust him. for he had committed too many acts that contradicted his own conscience. Little Yi, I know you will not believe me, but what I say is indeed true. Some things are not as they appear. You only see that I have confined them, yet this is a form of protection you understand. Such righteous claims. Even the onlookers were nearly moved. Yet upon reflection, it was evident that he had not placed himself in jeopardy, nor had he acted entirely without merit. Setting aside other matters, what must be done for their release? Taking them away was his primary objective. Other concerns could wait. I've stated before, they would not survive outside. It is far safer for them to remain here. Yu Feng regarded everyone with a smug expression. Chapter 80. Watching the tiger fight, Mu Feng adamantly insisted that his intentions were for the greater good, refusing to release them regardless of the circumstances. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, while Meng Jiuli, who had kept silent, reveled in the unfolding drama that he now sat back to watch the conflict. Delighted by their discord. Well then, I am considering everyone's health. Let us leave this place, and their fate thereafter is of no concern to you. Does that suffice? The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing levels. Mu Feng's face twitched in response. It is astonishing that someone would dare to speak to themselves in such a manner. Since the onset of the apocalypse, no one has ever raised their voice at themselves, yet today a woman has led me by the nose. How can one possibly tolerate such indignity? I have already stated that this is for protection. Do not act unreasonably. If there is something to discuss, let us converse outside. However, upon reflection, I find myself still in need of her assistance. Thus I must temper my words. Observing the tense atmosphere, the others recognized that this matter could not be resolved quickly and hurriedly urged them to leave. You young ones should depart at once. Do not linger here. We shall not go outside. The Jiu Dongliang clutched a letter tightly in his hand, his face etched with worry. Do not fret. I assure you, I will keep my word and fulfill my promises. With that, the three of them followed Mu Feng out of the dungeon. Mu Ye's expression remained grim. His face darkened as he ignored Mu Feng throughout. The most astonished was Meng Jiuli, who could hardly comprehend how such a situation could be resolved so easily. Where was the promised spectacle of watching tigers fight? With everyone departing, he too had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Though he felt a sense of reluctance, he lacked the power to express it. Why are you still following us? Be careful, or I shall confine you. Mu Feng was well aware that he had committed many misdeeds under the guise of his authority at the base. He had encountered many similar pretenders before and could not be bothered to engage with him at that moment. I am not concerned for you. If they dare to harm you, I can protect you. Meng Jiuli found this amusing and could not help but let out a cold snort. Do you truly think you possess the ability to protect others? It is laughable. Leave quickly. I have no need for your presence here. Clearly, Mu Feng was running out of patience, his gaze filled with disdain. Meng Jiuli hurriedly scurried away, yet he pondered that Mu Feng did not seem to believe his words. He would need to find another way. Brother, where are we going? Isn't it fine here? Scarred Face scratched his head in dissatisfaction. Unwilling to leave, Mu Feng knows all that we have done. We should take advantage of his distraction to escape. Otherwise, he will surely take action against us. Meng Jiuli handed a backpack to Huang Mao and Squinty Eyes, and the four of them fled, disappearing into the vast expanse of snow that I in the office. The atmosphere was stifling. Mu Yi lounged in his chair, bored, fiddling with his fingers, his face clouded with gloom. How old are you to still be playing with your fingers, you childish fool? Meng Jiuli nudged him and took a seat beside him. Mu Feng, you are truly shameless to this extent. Speak. What must be done for you to release them? This time, Mu Yi ceased playing with his fingers and instead toyed with a pen in his hand. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your brother. Do you not know who I am? I am genuinely protecting them. Mu Ye's gaze sharpened, intensely scrutinizing the familiar yet unfamiliar man before him. Was this truly the brother he had once relied upon? Brother, when did you transform into a devil? Could it be that this apocalypse has the power to corrupt one's heart? Mu Feng's hand froze mid-air. His expression twisted with pain. The brother he once cherished now misunderstood him so deeply, causing an inexplicable ache in his heart. Xiao Yi, some things are not as you perceive them, the less you know. The safer you are. Thus, I do not blame you for misunderstanding me, but you must know that I will always be your dependable brother. Meng rose from his chair, his eyes slightly reddened. You claim to be innocent, that you act for my benefit, yet the heinous deeds you commit, does your conscience not ache? That is of no concern to you, that if you wish to take them away. You may, provided you agree to my conditions and accompany my people to find the time-space void. Otherwise, we shall not discuss it. Meng Jiuli gently reassured Meng, urging him to sit down. In truth, we have already made a decision. I agree to go with your people on the condition that you release those individuals and allow me to take them with me. Very well, since you have acquiesced, I shall fulfill my promise to let you take them. However, you must remain here with me. In your dreams, wherever Li goes, I shall follow. I must protect her. Meng's gaze was resolute. Leaving no room for rebuttal, Meng Feng remained silent, gently sitting back down, pulling out a cigarette to light. After a prolonged moment, he finished one cigarette without taking a second puff. Take them away. Ensure their safety. And remember your promise to me. Xiaoyi, could you stay with me for a few days? Mu Feng's face was filled with expectation, but upon seeing Mu Ye's expression, he continued, think it over tonight. I shall not force you. The three exited the room, Mu Ye remaining silent. I have something to say to you. Come to my room. Everyone understood that entering the time-space void entailed invisible dangers surrounding them. Mu Feng's reluctance to let him go stemmed from concern for his well-being. Regardless of what his brother had done, one thing was certain. He loved him. This venture in peril could very well lead to a brush with death. I have changed my mind. I do not want you to accompany me. Were you saying? I shall not agree. Having promised to accompany you, I must be by your side at all times. A single second less is a failure of the mission. Suddenly, she embraced him, her head resting perfectly beneath his chin. Is it not better to live well? If something were to happen to you, because of me, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Is it not wonderful that if I were to die, someone would remember me forever? Worth it. Do not say anything more. I have made my decision and shall not waver. All of this was overheard by Mu Feng in the office, and he began to doubt whether his actions were right or wrong. Be it misunderstanding or hatred, he could only proceed in this manner to minimize the losses. Chapter 81. Drinking leads to trouble. The next afternoon, they awoke from their slumber, and to his surprise, Mu found himself in Meng Jiuli's room. I hope I did not do anything to offend you. What are you imagining? You were so drunk you acted like a fool. I spent half the night cleaning up after you. Seeing you makes me feel nauseated, you know? Then I should make it a point to nauseate you several more times. Shall I? He said, preparing to leap onto her, only to be mercilessly thrown across the bed. Why apologies? Was I interrupting something? Just then, Tang Yajun opened the door and chanced upon the two playfully tussling. Their relationship had already been tacitly accepted by everyone at the base, so it was only natural for them to share a room. Do not misunderstand. We drank too much last night and did nothing else. Meng Jiuli shot him a fierce glare. What a ridiculous explanation. Better to have said nothing at all. Your explanation is rather amusing. For the next time, refrain from offering one. What brings you here so early? Tang Yajun exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. So early. It is already noon. For goodness sake. We should be leaving. Time flies. I cannot believe it is already noon. How awkward. I overslept. My apologies. How is it on Mu Feng's side? Meng Jiuli scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Everything has been arranged. Ji Mingfei will take them over. We cannot let them know our exact location. I must speak with Mu Feng to clarify things. It was best to keep the base's location undisclosed to avoid further complications. Haha, Miss Meng, are you looking for me? Knowing she would likely disagree, he had arrived early at her door to wait. Oh, Xiaoyi is also here. The clothes had been tossed aside by Mu Ye, who was currently hiding beneath the covers at Meng Feng, treating the situation as if he were among friends, attempted to lift the blanket, only to be promptly stopped by her. Meng, you need to get dressed. Let us discuss this outside. With knowing smiles, everyone moved to his office. Meng Feng spoke the truth. Anything the authorities desired could indeed be acquired. Rest assured, I shall not covet your space. My sending Ji Mingfei is for your protection. Please trust me. Meng Jiuli saw his sincerity and, sensing he was not deceiving her, reluctantly nodded in agreement. However, we can only be taken to the foot of the mountain. We will ascend on our own. This was the bottom line. They knew the general area, but the entrance was not easily located. Very well. Once Xiao Yi is ready, you may set off. That I have one more thing to mention. Meng Jiuli is not a good person. You should be cautious of him. Mentioning Meng Jiuli stirred a tempest of anger within him. That old scoundrel had stolen his belongings and fled. That it was his oversight. Rest assured, I will not let him go unpunished. Wise men know when to stop. Let's all be aware of this. Thank you, young lady. You truly possess remarkable abilities. The ever-enthusiastic Dong Changjiang was the first to speak up. Once outside, he would have the chance to showcase his talents and prove those who look down on agricultural science wrong. He stretched his limbs, finally breathing in the fresh air outside. Look at how delighted old Dong is. Like a young boy, in truth, he was not very old, just over 40, but years of outdoor research had darkened his skin, making him appear older. What is this? I am indeed a big boy. Have you forgotten that I am still unmarried? Old Dong was so caught up in his joy that he inadvertently revealed a personal flaw. It has been said that Lao Dong has always been engrossed in his career, and despite several matchmaking arrangements made by his family, he has consistently declined them, leading to his prolonged single status. Now, with the end of the world upon us, opportunities for matrimony have dwindled even further. This Lao Dong is akin to a child who refuses to grow up. A perennial source of joy wherever he goes. Gu Dongliang arrived fashionably late, and upon overhearing their conversation, immediately discerned that they were speaking of Dong Changjiang, Gu Lao. Are you here to mock me as well? I'm not so juvenile, he retorted. Laughter erupted once more, filling the air with warmth, causing them to completely forget the chill. All right, let us heed the young lady's advice and board the vehicle, Gu Dongliang declared. Being the first to enter the CAR, Gu Xiaoxi felt a blush creep on her cheeks upon seeing Tang Yajun. Thank you for yesterday. I hope to count on your kindness in the future. Not at all. It was merely a small effort, Tang Yajun replied graciously. Embarrassed, Gu Xiaoxi took a seat beside her father. Xiaoxi, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? He had long seen through his daughter's subtle feelings. Yet he wished to observe Tang Yajun a bit longer. After all, even if she were the child of an old friend, one must be meticulous when it comes to matters of his daughter's lifelong happiness. Miss Meng, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am delighted to be at your service, Ji Mingfei remarked, his smile failing to reach his eyes. What do you mean? I am merely a deputy. I follow the orders of my superior, he added, feigning innocence as he looked at them. You know very well how mischievous you are. We are leaving, Mu Yi interjected, pulling her hand to sit at the back. By the way, remember to stop at the factory ahead. I need to pick someone up. Ji Mingfei remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. Silence is consent, she thought. Having looked after Mu Yi all night, she had not slept well. And as soon as they were in the vehicle, her eyelids began to droop. Keep an eye on me. I'll take a short nap, she murmured. Rest easy. It is my fault for being overly energetic last night. I apologize, he replied softly. Though his words were quiet, the silence within the cabin amplified them, prompting knowing laughter among the group. Youth is a blessing. There's still energy to spare at night. Speak if you can. If not, hold your tongue. She playfully kicked him, causing him to wince in pain. Women can change their moods so swiftly. Xiao Yi, you're just like Changjiang, a true source of joy. However, perhaps you should take a leaf out of his book and find a girlfriend sooner rather than later. Gu Dongliang chuckled, observing everyone fondly. As someone who had experienced it all, they all tacitly acknowledged the budding relationship between Mu Yi and Meng Jiuli. Only Mu Yi knew that Meng Jiuli did not harbor feelings for him. They were merely good friends. Yet, the fleeting happiness of the moment was sufficient. Jiu Lao, why must you drag me into this? I am, at the very least, among the ranks of eligible bachelors. There is no rush. He protested. This prompted another uproar of laughter, creating an atmosphere of ease. Chapter 82. Return to the base. The factory has arrived. You may disembark to greet your guest. Ji Mingfei's voice sliced through the tranquility of the vehicle. Hearing the sound of the car, Heido had already dashed out, sensing Meng Jiuli's presence. Good boy. Heido, has there been much going on these past few days? It nodded obediently, strutting its robust form as it led her into the factory. At that moment, Tanjing was no longer feverish, her vitality restored, and she and her daughter were engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon seeing Meng Jiuli enter, Wei Qing leapt to her feet in excitement. How delightful! Shall we proceed? The vehicle gradually began to move, soon reaching the foot of the mountain at the base. This is far enough. We'll make our way up ourselves. That cannot be. The leader tasked me with this mission, and I must witness your entry personally. Ji Mingfei replied with a sarcastic tone. Mei positioned himself between them. Offering a serious warning, he glanced up at the towering peak, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was indeed a splendid place in that case, I shall defer to your wishes. You may ascend on your own. Farewell, and do not forget the promises you made, he added. Meng Jiuli sensed that Ji Mingfei was not to be underestimated. Although he was a subordinate of Mu Feng, he appeared unperturbed by him. Since he had made a promise, he would not easily renege on it. Let us go, everyone. A bit of exercise will do us good, and we'll reach the top soon. As Ji Mingfei's vehicle faded from view, Meng Jiuli beckoned everyone to follow her up the mountain. The environment here is quite pleasant. The young lady has a knack for selecting locations. I quite like it. The first to speak was Dong Changjiang, the youthful old boy, prompting his assistant, Dong Minghui, to chuckle softly. You truly have no desire to change at all. What is wrong with being like this? It is quite fine as it is, he replied. Indeed, living carefree is quite agreeable, teased the virologist Fan Mingyu from behind. Fan Mingyu was rarely vocal, often projecting an image of sternness and aloofness. Yes, living without a care certainly helps stave off aging, though Lao Dong is an exception. Accompanying them were 6 individuals, making a total of 8, including Wei Qing and her daughter. The ensuing days at the base promised to be lively. I believe I possess a fine appearance. A confident individual shines brightly. Dong Changjiang was practically a second Mu Yi, though his personality was endearing. For instance, Tanjing had quickly latched onto him, eager for stories and jokes. After a while, Meng Jiuli magically opened the cave entrance, and they all entered one by one. The passage was somewhat narrow, yet inside, it was remarkably spacious. It was indeed a hidden paradise. Tang Zhong was playing with the children, and upon seeing his old friend alive, he was momentarily speechless with excitement. Old fellow, did you not expect to see me still breathing? Come, give me a hug, Gu Dongliang exclaimed, looking at him with elation, as they both reveled in their childlike joy. Father, please maintain your dignity. How old are you both to be acting so foolishly? If you get hurt, it will be quite troublesome. Gu Xiaoxi quickly interjected to halt the antics of the 2 old boys. Indeed, do take care. We wouldn't want you to get injured, she added. The 2 elders disregarded the young one's advice, engrossed in their animated conversation. Mommy, you brought a new friend. What is her name? Can we play together? The 2 little ones clung to her like gum, unwilling to let go. You must behave. Her name is Tanjing. You may call her Jingjing from now on. Now run along and play. The 2 little treasures extended friendly hands toward the newcomer. Hello, Jingjing. I am Nua Bao, and this is Ming Yao. We are Mommy's children. You should come to our house. Jingjing appeared a bit shy, her large eyes looking to Wei Qing as she softly asked, Mommy, may I join them in play? Since they would all be family, Wei Qing did not wish to overly restrict Tanjing's social interactions. Go ahead. Just be sure to look out for your little sister. Auntie, I'm older than her. She should call me sister. Rest assured, Wei Qing. There will be no issues, she gently reassured her, sensing Wei Qing's concern. I am at ease here. Wei Qing smiled, gently patting her hand. The 2 elderly gentlemen had already retreated to their rooms to reminisce, and the rest hesitated to intrude. Under the guidance of Tang Yajun, everyone found their respective rooms. The furniture within was brand new, all collected by Meng Jiuli, and now served its purpose beautifully. If anyone requires anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to accommodate you and ensure your comfort. This place will now be our home. I hope everyone will treat it with care, work together to build it, and address any issues promptly to avoid conflicts. Meng Jiuli understood that these individuals were intellectuals, and even if conflicts arose, they were unlikely to escalate into violence. That moment, Dong Changjiang was already busy in the aerial farm, engrossed in his favorite pastime of farming. Nothing could deter his passion, leaving him with no time to engage in quarrels. Fan Mingyu and her husband were thrilled to see Li Chao's laboratory, eager to immerse themselves in experiments. Presently, only Wei Qing remained idle, feeling somewhat downcast as everyone else found purpose in their tasks. Wei Qing, you will be in charge of logistics. Henceforth, everyone's daily needs will be your responsibility. This may seem trivial, yet it is quite complex. Are you willing to take this on? Upon hearing that she was needed, Wei Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Of course, I am happy to serve everyone. You may rest assured, young lady, I will ensure no one goes hungry. Additionally, she recalled having collected some fertilized chicken, duck, and goose eggs from the farm. If they could be hatched, it would solve the egg supply issue for everyone, though it was unfortunate that those animals would only become meat stored in their space. Chapter 83. A long time without awakening, Tang Zhong was preoccupied with catching up with old friends, completely neglecting dinner. See, I told you my father is unreliable. He forgets us the moment he sees a good friend. Tang Yajun could not help but tease, yet she obediently made her way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. All right, tonight, I shall help you cook and welcome everyone. Knowing that they had likely gone a long time without meat in the dungeon, Meng Jiuli retrieved some pork from her space, intending to make braised pork. I'll help you as well. I am quite proficient in cooking. Wei Qing felt a bit bashful, nervously fidgeting with her clothes. Ah, how fortunate. Just as I was lamenting our culinary inadequacies, we now have someone to guide us. A boon we could hardly have hoped for. Tang Yarrow generously led her companion into the kitchen. In truth, she was not well acquainted with this space. It was usually Tang Zhong who busied himself here, with Li Yuan lending a hand. Before long, Wei Qing moved with remarkable agility, heating oil in the pan and swiftly preparing a delightful array of home-cooked dishes that soon adorned the table. Observing the number of guests, Wei Qing thoughtfully prepared 2 portions of each dish, ensuring that everyone could partake. Wei Qing, you are truly impressive. But dishes are not only quick to prepare, but also delectable. Meng Jiuli exclaimed, savoring a piece of meat that unleashed a wave of flavor, a veritable feast for the senses. Typically, they abstained from cooking fish simply because they lacked the skill and their attempts were less than satisfactory. Today, however, they were indeed fortunate to have fish. What a treat! She also retrieved some fruits from her space, which Wei Qing artfully arranged into a fruit platter, allowing everyone to enjoy. You have been remarkably considerate. Entrusting this aspect of logistics to you was indeed a wise decision. Meng Jiuli continued her praises, making Wei Qing blush with modesty. I never imagined my meager skills as a homemaker could be of such service. As long as no one minds, I will be delighted to prepare meals for everyone daily. Being a homemaker is one of the most noble professions in the world. There is no need for such self-deprecation. A confident woman is the most beautiful, she added. Indeed, we should take a cue from Brother Changjiang. They all shared a smile, just as Dong Changjiang, who was inspecting the 3-dimensional farm, suddenly sneezed, who was speaking of him behind his back. The 2 tables were pushed together, and everyone found their seats. She never dreamed her base would be filled with so many people. It was no small feat for everyone to gather together. Henceforth, this place would be their sanctuary, and she raised her glass in a toast to them all. We owe our gratitude to this young lady. Had it not been for her, we would likely still be languishing in the dungeon. Rest assured, we will not take advantage of your hospitality. The usually taciturn and serious Fan Mingyu surprisingly spoke up to express thanks. You need not worry. As long as I am here, you shall not want for sustenance. Upon hearing this, the gratitude among the group deepened. You can rest easy. As long as I am present, there will be ample vegetables, fruits, and grains. You shall not go hungry. Dong Changjiang had the means to ensure this, and he genuinely appreciated Meng Jiuli for her efforts. The revelry inside the room stood in stark contrast to the eerie tranquility outside. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and everyone had grown accustomed to their surroundings, even becoming unlikely friends with the zombies outside. Jiu Dongliang had completed the blueprints, detailing the specific plans for the cave. Young lady, take a look. Our base has 3 branches, which I propose we name left, middle, and right. You mentioned that the left branch has an underground water source. I plan to designate it as a planting base since it will have ample water supply. We can have the Yuan arrange for grow lights, which should essentially resolve our food concerns. Dong Changjiang was elated to hear that the entire branch would be dedicated to his vegetable cultivation, giving Gu Lao a thumbs up in appreciation. The middle branch, spanning approximately 500 square meters, I intend to convert into recreational facilities that IT will feature hot springs, addressing our hygiene needs, while also ensuring ample leisure activities. This proposal received unanimous approval from the group, as they were reluctant to venture outside for tasks that could be accomplished within the safety of their walls. The third branch would be reserved for constructing living quarters, solving their future accommodation issues that if circumstances improved, they could even take in some useful individuals. Of course, for a fee, lest the young lady shed tears. Meng Jiuli chuckled, knowing she would not be so altruistic. Should anyone wish to reside here in the future, they would need to pay. However, that was a matter for another day. Since everyone is in agreement, let us discuss when to commence construction. Gu Lao set down the blueprints. Looking kindly at the group, there is no need to rush. There are still a few days until New Year's Day. We can begin work in the new year, with just 3 days until the new year. The construction could wait. Mui promptly endorsed her suggestion, and the group shared a knowing laugh. It seems our young lady's words have found their first supporter in Xiao Yi. We all understand. Gu Lao teased the two young people. You have grasped it again. I simply wish to spare everyone from undue exhaustion, as this is indeed a significant undertaking that cannot be rushed. Indeed, however, our left branch cannot afford to wait. We must expedite the groundwork, as everyone still needs sustenance. Dong Changjiang was the most anxious, uncertain of how much food Meng Jiuli's space concealed, but aware that if they did not swiftly prepare the land, their meals would soon become a dire challenge. All right, let us prioritize the left branch. We can manage for the next few days. Meng Jiuli found his eagerness endearing. For the next 3 days, the young people focused on leveling the land for the left branch. Li Yuan inspected the electrical system daily to prevent any power outages. As for the excavation, Xiao Yumi proved to be a true expert, now a level 3 Earth-type ability user, effortlessly moving soil. Although the source of the soil remained a mystery, Dong Changjiang confirmed its quality. It was rich in nutrients, beneficial for crop growth. Well done, Xiao Yumi. You truly excel. Here, have some corn, Dong Changjiang offered, pulling out an ear of corn he had not consumed that morning as a reward. Xiao Yumi accepted eagerly, gnawing on it, having exerted considerable effort in moving the soil and needing to replenish energy. With the soil issue resolved, how wonderful it would be if they had a plant-type ability user among them, as that would accelerate plant growth. In truth, a healing type would suffice. As long as the plants received energy, they would outpace typical crops. Mui observed the flourishing vegetables in the nutrient solution, pondering that with the infusion of ability, they might witness extraordinary results. After all, unlike Meng Jiuli and his own powers, theirs were solely destructive, lacking any capacity for restoration. It had been quite some time since he had seen anyone awaken their abilities. She felt the crystals in her pocket. Her supply was dwindling, indicating a need for further collection. Chapter 84. Peril at Bailey Slope. With the left branch's issues resolved, crops had been sown, eagerly awaiting germination and growth. Tang Yuru regarded the room filled with grow lights, her admiration for Li Yuan deepening. You are remarkable. Without you, our base would likely not be this splendid. Your praise makes me feel somewhat bashful. It was merely my duty, Li Yuan replied modestly. Tang Yaru increasingly found him to be a commendable person, though he seemed oblivious to her feelings. Would you accompany me for a stroll? I wish to see the outside world. Having been cooped up indoors, she felt as though she might go a little stir-crazy. Of course, I know a particularly lovely spot where one can behold a different kind of snowy landscape. Outside, the world was blanketed in white, making it a rare treat to witness an alternate snow scene. The two departed from the base, driving towards Bailey Slope in the northwest. This was the first place Li Yuan had learned about upon arriving here. The name Bailey Slope was derived from the fact that, although the road was well paved, it still felt inclined when traversed by truck, with the slope reportedly extending for about 100 miles. Hence the name. Tang Yaru found his earnestness endearing. As a local, she knew the origin of the name, but found it charming that he took the time to explain it. I'm a local. Do you think I would be unaware of this tale? Ah, I had forgotten. Li Yuan scratched his head sheepishly, continuing to drive attentively. But you are adorably silly. Tang Yaru blushed, lowering her gaze and rubbing her hands together. It was the first time she had ever been called cute, especially by a boy, and her heart warmed, deepening her feelings for him that We've arrived. This is the place. Li Yuan handed her a pair of sunglasses as they stepped out of the car. Prolonged exposure to the snow can lead to snow blindness, so it's best to wear these. How thoughtful of you. Thank you, she said, and they exchanged knowing smiles as they approached the icy waterfall ahead. The terrain here was slightly elevated, creating a small drop between two mountains, resulting in the small waterfall before them that, in summer, locals often enjoyed playing in the water, which was crystal clear and pleasantly cold, a perfect spot to escape the heat. However, with the onset of the extreme cold era, the water had frozen, forming a stunning display of ice formations, presenting a unique beauty. How did you discover this place? It's truly magnificent. Tang Yaru stretched, inhaling the fresh air as snowflakes landed on her shoulders and hair. I came here before. At that time, it was still a waterfall, but the water was polluted. I thought I would return when I had the chance, yet I never anticipated it would take this long. Now, at last, I have the opportunity to come back, and to share it with someone special only added to her satisfaction. For a fleeting moment, however, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Her face paling that it wasn't the cold. She simply felt unwell for an instant that, let's go check out that area over there. The momentary discomfort faded, and she felt fine again. If you feel all right, then let us explore that area. After speaking, she took his hand and walked toward the nearby Grove de This grove was the place my brother and I cherished most during our childhood. Every weekend, our mother would bring us here, and during those carefree and innocent days, she would gently ruffle our hair, calling us her little darlings. How wonderful it was! I've never seen my mother or felt her embrace. So you are all truly fortunate. From now on, we shall be your family, and I will ensure you never feel lonely again. She held his hand, softly comforting him. Yuan gazed at her with sincerity. And in that moment, the two young hearts drew closer together. The silver silhouette in the snow gradually approached them. Just as they were about to kiss, a howl of a wolf echoed through the tranquil grove. What was that sound? Tang Yaru asked. Her face flushed as she looked at him. It's probably a mutated wolf. Do not fear. I will protect you. Swiftly, Tang Yaru planted a kiss on his cheek. Her face reddening as she averted her gaze, Li Yuan felt as though he were the happiest person in the world. The spectral ice wolf approached them at an alarming speed, reaching him in mere seconds. He quickly transformed into a werewolf and engaged it in combat. That moment, Tang Yaru felt a splitting headache, staggering against a tree, afraid to make a sound lest she distract Li Yuan and hinder his fight. However, the combat prowess of the spectral ice wolf far surpassed Li Yuan's, and soon he bore injuries, blood flowing profusely from his wounds. Li Yuan, you're hurt. We must flee, Tang Yaru exclaimed. Li Yuan's strength waned, making it evident that he was no match for the ice wolf. No, I cannot leave you behind. If we must go, we shall go together. No, doing so would put you in danger. We are no match for it. Listen to me. We must find help. This moment, the spectral ice wolf had taken notice of Tang Yaru, its blood-red eyes locking onto her as it emitted a low growl. The wolf lunged towards her, but Li Yuan grasped its hind leg from behind, momentarily restraining it. Li Yuan, don't do this. You're injured. Let it go. No, you must run. I will deal with it alone. Otherwise, we shall both perish. The spectral ice wolf, having caught the scent of blood, became increasingly agitated and lunged at him again. Its massive body pinned him down as its gaping maw ruthlessly aimed for his neck. The critical moment. Tang Yaru drew the dagger Meng Jiuli had given her and plunged it toward the wolf's neck. Yet, she overestimated her strength and underestimated the wolf's capabilities. The dagger barely pierced the wolf's skin, instead provoking its wrath as it charged at her. Last, Li Yuan caught a moment to breathe, but the previous headache returned, causing him to collapse to the ground. The ice wolf seized the opportunity to pounce on her, but Li Yuan leaped to shield her body, suffering a brutal scratch to his back. The pain left him gasping. Blood streamed down onto Tang Yaru's face and body. As the pain subsided, she sensed a change within her, a surge of power coalescing in her being. Attempting to channel this force into her hands, A golden energy flowed continuously into Li Yuan's body, alleviating his pain somewhat. The two were in a desperate struggle. Huang Junin, having heard the earlier commotion, rushed over. He was patrolling nearby and, intrigued by the wolf's howl, came to investigate, only to discover the spectral ice wolf, an interdimensional beast appearing in this realm. Several evolved flying zombies quickly surrounded it. The ice wolf showed no fear of their attacks. Rather, it grew increasingly exhilarated. Chapter 85. The spectral ice wolf. Huang Junin glanced at the spectral ice wolf and communicated telepathically with the zombies, instructing them not to kill it, as it still had its uses. That he decided to take them away, thinking it would be advantageous to tame it as a spirit beast. With that resolve, he planned to return for it another day. But for now, he needed to save Li Yuan. Li Yuan was gravely injured, but at that moment, Tang Yaru was healing him. Her hands grazed his skin, and the small wounds healed quickly. However, the larger wounds on his arm and back remained unhealed. Requiring more time. You've awakened your powers, Huang Junin asked curiously, noticing Tang Yaru's healing efforts for Li Yuan. This is awakening. Congratulations on your emergence of healing abilities. You are now the only one who could fully heal Li Yuan. Unconscious, Li Yuan was unaware of his surroundings, only feeling as though he were in a warm embrace, perhaps the warmth of a mother. Everyone was taken aback to see Li Yuan, bloodied and battered. After living in relative peace for so long, they had forgotten that they were still in an apocalyptic world where unknown dangers could arise at any moment. Their gratitude towards Meng Jiuli deepened. Realizing that he had become injured while trying to save them, it is all my fault for insisting on going to Bailey's Slope, resulting in this predicament, Tang Yaru sobbed as she explained to everyone, and gradually they understood what had transpired. Let us get him into a room. I will prepare some medicine. After applying the hemostatic medicine, Meng Jiuli left the room to find Huang Junin. Tang Yaru remained. Caring for Li Yuan's needs, a supernatural being, his recovery would be significantly faster than an ordinary person's, alleviating their concerns. By the time Huang Junin arrived, only 4 of the 10 zombies remained. The others had been reduced to mutilated, bloody remnants. Meanwhile, the ice wolf's combat strength showed no signs of waning, baring its teeth at them and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Huang Junin observed the severed limbs and thought he would need to recruit more subordinates. He telepathically instructed the zombies to withdraw, intending to subdue the ice wolf himself. As he focused his thoughts, the ice wolf gazed at him, fear evident in its eyes. This person was unlike any it had encountered before. Huang Junin's mental prowess was exceptionally strong, making it relatively easy for him to control animals. However, the ice wolf, having been transported from another dimension, was proving difficult to tame. Yet, once subdued, it would be an invaluable asset, granting him immense prestige. The ice wolf seemed to sense his intentions, pausing its movements and fixing its blood-red gaze upon him. When Meng Jiuli and Mu Yi arrived, they found the ice wolf transformed into a small, docile creature beside Huang Junin. Its once blood-red eyes had turned shade of blue, and its snowy fur combined with its indigo eyes rendered it strikingly beautiful. Wait, this is the ice wolf that attacked Li Yuan? How did it become like this? Incredible. ISNT it. It's now my spirit beast, obedient to my commands. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Huang Junin boasted proudly that it was disoriented by the polluted air here, which is why it attacked Li Yuan and the others. Are you suggesting that our air differs from that of its dimension, causing it to lose its senses and become aggressive? Huang Junin gently patted the ice wolf's head, saying softly, you could say that, in truth, it's quite gentle. Just looked at, I think it resembles a husky. Meng Jiuli remarked, unable to suppress her laughter at the ice wolf's appearance. The ice wolf, catching her mockery, glared at her with intelligent eyes. Do not think I am unaware of your ridicule. I am a spirit beast beyond your understanding. Look at its silly expression. It's just like a husky. I wonder if there are huskies in the other dimension. The ice wolf, infuriated, bared its teeth, unable to tolerate the jest. Not hold me back. I want to show this woman my might. I shall wreak havoc. The ice wolf quieted upon seeing Huang Junin, but its demeanor was indeed reminiscent of a husky. The ice wolf looked up at him. Even you mock me. I am angry now and must destroy your belongings. Meng Jiuli only knew that he could control zombies, but was surprised to learn that he could also tame spirit beasts. Such opportunities were rare. She advised him to be patient. By the way, it expressed sorrow for injuring Li Yuan, hoping for his forgiveness. Oh, it even understands sorrow. Tell it that if it behaves obediently in the future, I shall overlook its transgressions. The ice wolf, with its indigo eyes, looked at them both, nodding gently before lifting its head in pride, gazing at the scenery outside. As the dimensional rifts multiplied, the incessant emergence of peculiar phenomena left everyone unprepared, prompting Mu Feng's team of dimensional scouts to work diligently. Meng Jiuli knew she must leave the base tomorrow, facing even more unknown worlds and beasts. What are you thinking about? You've been daydreaming. Oh, nothing much. I was just wondering if there are other spirit beasts out there. I want one too. That's simple. How about I gift you one in the future? Mu Yi said with a serious face. A playful smile on his lips. Sure, just let me know when you can communicate with spirit beasts, Meng Jiuli replied, giving him a light tap before opening the car door and stepping out. Ah, tomorrow I'm heading to Mu Feng's place. I will definitely catch you a spirit beast. She turned her back, giving an okay hand signal, and walked straight towards the base. The ice wolf followed closely beside Huang Junin. Come on, let us go inside together. You will follow me from now on. Its pristine white fur resembled that of Snow Sprite, proudly trailing behind him as they entered the base. Chapter 86. A small progress, everyone. Upon discovering that the ice wolf was responsible for injuring Li Yuan, initially felt a sense of fear. However, under Huang Junin's explanations, they gradually began to accept it. The closest companion is undoubtedly Shui Ji, who effortlessly communicates with the ice wolves. Most perceptions of her are conveyed through Shui Ji, fostering a delightful camaraderie between the two little ones. The one solitary Shui Ji has finally found a playmate and is gradually becoming more lively. Ali, I still wish to accompany you, so I can protect you from harm. That I understand your concerns for me, but there are many others here who require your safeguarding, and I can fend for myself. If you ensure their safety, alleviating my worries, it would allow me to work in peace, which is the greatest form of protection for me. Currently, the base has entered a state of normal operation, with everyone diligently attending to their duties. Someone must venture out to address external threats, securing resources for more individuals and resolving their settlement issues. Brother Junin, I am aware of what you say, but presently, with Li Yuan injured, you are the strongest in the entire base, and I trust you to guard this place. Moreover, your presence ensures that the entire base remains under my protection, making your role here exceedingly important. As you understand. Huang Junin lowered his head. Though he comprehended the situation, he still yearned to stay by her side. The three exchanged knowing smiles, reaching a tacit understanding. What are you all chatting about? Come and eat. Taste the vegetables grown by our base's great contributors. Wei Qing cheerfully beckoned the trio. The vibrant green vegetables on the dining table were tantalizing, proving that homegrown produce is indeed delicious. We finally get to enjoy our own crops. This marks a significant advancement. If production increases in the future, we could sell a portion to alleviate others' living conditions. Little girl, I share that sentiment, given the extreme cold. Many must be without food, and since our population is not large, once our vegetable yield rises, selling some would be beneficial. Of course, that is a matter for later. Right now, our own sustenance is paramount. Dong Changjiang gazed at the vegetables before him, his heart swelling with excitement. Beside him, Dong Minghui softly remarked, Why feel embarrassed? This is the encouragement you rightfully deserve. Meng Jiuli smiled encouragingly at her. There's more good news. The eggs you previously gave me have hatched thanks to Sister Wei Qing's efforts. So soon we will have an endless supply of chicken and duck eggs. Duan Yao joyfully announced, and the room erupted in cheers and admiration upon hearing the delightful news. Just consult him about anything. If you wish to go out, you can discuss arrangements for those zombies to protect you. Gu Dongliang said, reluctantly holding her hand. Uncle Tang and Uncle Gu, you two are the oldest here and have seen more of the world than we have. Please guide us in matters. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Having two such elders is undoubtedly a blessing for us. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone began to disperse. Xiao Mawei is now 3 months old, learning to roll over, bubbling with delight, her chubby little mouth adorably irresistible. Sweet baby, Mommy has to go out again. You must be good. Upon hearing this, several little ones rushed over. Mommy, where are you going? You don't like us anymore. That's good. Mommy, you go to work. We'll wait for you at home. Mommy's working. Little Meng Yao's speech is not yet fluent, but she can manage basic phrases and mimics Meng Yao's words with a grin. The little darlings remain blissfully unaffected by the apocalyptic events, each plump and endearing. Meng Jiuli couldn't help but pinch their little cheeks, growing fonder by the moment. Nonetheless, she retrieved some picture books from her space for them. Believing that education for the children should keep pace with available resources, everyone in the base possesses notable educational backgrounds, so she's confident in their ability to educate the kids. After comforting the two, she hugged Xiao Mawei, who has grown heavier. She spends her days eating and sleeping. It's delightful. Indeed, she is an angelic baby, now able to sleep through the night, which is such a relief. Wei Qing remarked as she watched them. Her voice soft. The coming days will be challenging for you, managing both the children and everyone's meals. Thank you for your efforts. It's not burdensome. Elder Tang and Elder Gu often help with the children, and others will come by as well, so it's not exhausting. Wei Qing smiled at her, her eyes filled with gratitude. The feeling of being needed is wonderful. With that, I can rest easy. Yet the nature of this troublesome lad's awakened abilities remains a mystery. Must they await more time for clarity? Before dawn the next day, Ji Mingfei's vehicle awaited outside. Miss Ming, we meet again. How to put it, I'm not particularly fond of our encounters, yet here we are. Ji Mingfei lowered his head, smiling silently. The two boarded the vehicle and soon arrived at the site of the 5th Special District, where basic infrastructure was underway, though the surrounding zombies still watched with keen interest. You have quite a heavy burden, working under the very noses of zombies. Impressive. Miss Ming, do you think only your subordinates can control zombies? We have our talents too. Ji Mingfei's face displayed a hint of pride. Meng Jiuli ignored him, merely surveying the nearby zombies, aware that there must be others capable of controlling them beyond Huang Jun, and following him into Mu Feng's office. Several individuals awaited, one of whom was a familiar face, Tang Yaowei. Chapter 87. 7 days of training. She was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Meng Jiuli, but quickly regained her composure. I never expected to see you here. Did you think I was dead? Tang Yaowei provocatively gazed at her. It is somewhat surprising, but this is a mission to combat beasts, not a jest. I do not wish for anyone to hinder our progress. Meng Jiuli cast her a glance before turning to Mu Feng. Rest assured, these individuals are all meticulously selected and undoubtedly skilled. Mu Feng looked upon the gathered individuals with satisfaction. These are elites with formidable strengths, surely capable of handling the beasts. That is reassuring. I do not wish for unnecessary sacrifices. You needn't worry. I have personally overseen their selection. Allow me to introduce, this is Tang Yaowei, a level 4 insect master capable of controlling humans through her insect techniques. Eroding their cells to manipulate their actions isn't that akin to witchcraft, but how did she master insect techniques and so rapidly achieve level 4? She pondered. This is Li Chun, a level 3 ice ability user, able to wield ice for attacks while hindering enemies' movements. This isn't Duo, a level 3 wood ability user, proficient in vine attacks to restrain opponents, and she can also control plant growth. Lastly, this is Yao Quanan, a level 3 healing ability user, specializing in medical assistance, akin to a healer. Mu Feng gestured towards Meng Jiuli and Mu Yi. These two are the Meng Jiuli and Mu Yi I have been mentioning. Their skills are lightning and fire, but their practical experience surpasses yours, so you all should heed their guidance. After introductions, everyone exchanged brief pleasantries before proceeding to the training room, preparing for the upcoming 7 days of training. The 6 individuals found themselves in a room, silence enveloping them, creating an awkward atmosphere. As the eldest, I'll speak first. I'm rather rough around the edges and have grown accustomed to being straightforward. If anyone has grievances, feel free to voice them. I may not change, but at least you can express yourselves. The group chuckled at the boisterous man. That I'm in Duo. Just call me Duo from now on. I enjoy chatting, so please don't find me bothersome. The girl in her grass green attire resembled a lively little sprite, her bright smile showcasing her pearly white teeth, charming and playful. Meng Jiuli felt a fondness for her, reminiscent of a younger sister. Tang Yaowei, However, looked down on the need to introduce herself to this group, believing herself superior as a level 4 insect master, unworthy of mingling with them. Chun sat quietly in the corner, observing silently. Meng Jiuli briefly shared her background, garnering the admiration of little fangirl and duo. Hanyu similarly recounted his experiences, prompting a wave of wistfulness among the group. Each had their reasons for joining this organization. And duo sought financial stability for her family, while Yao Quanin pursued a better life for his wife and child. Tang Yaowei and Li Chun remained silent, likely harboring their own motives, though perhaps less noble. Meng Jiuli had little interest in their affairs, as long as they didn't cross her boundaries. She preferred to avoid entanglements with Tang Yaowei. Meng Jiuli, are you afraid of me? Are you deliberately avoiding me? Ridiculous! Why would I fear you? I avoid you merely to steer clear of your misfortune. Tang Yaowei was no saint. Her greatest talent lay in disguise. Sometimes Meng Jiuli thought the most fitting ability for her would be that of a chameleon. She could adapt her speech and demeanor to suit any audience, mastering the art of manipulation to, don't say that. There may come a time when you need my assistance. With her head held high, she strode forward to continue the training. What an unfortunate encounter. I never anticipated meeting such a person. In a vast forest, one can expect to encounter all kinds of creatures. One must gradually adapt. And Duo has already spent a month interacting with these individuals and has gained some insight into their personalities. However, her greatest disdain is directed towards Tang Yaowei, who, boasting superior abilities, remains utterly dismissive of others. Indeed, it is disheartening when certain individuals fail to recognize their own limitations. Ever since meeting in Duo, Mu Yi has felt neglected, suspecting that she might be vying for Li's attention. Yet he possesses no evidence to substantiate his claims. You two, wait for me. Upon seeing the two of them walk away, Mu Yi hastily pursued them. Yet they had already vanished into the room, leaving him alone in an empty training hall. How inconsiderate of them to not wait for me. Mu Yi grumbled to himself, prompting a hearty laugh from behind him, where Yao Quanin stood. Come on, little Yezi, men should stick together. Let us go. Big brother will take you out for drinks. With that, he draped his arm over Mu Ye's shoulder and led him towards the cafeteria. Big brother, you already have a wife and daughter. You cannot possibly understand the woes of us single men. What woes do you have? Are you pursuing a Li, or do you fancy Xiao Duo? I can introduce you. Yao Quanin thumped his chest confidently. Brother guarantees that any introduction will lead to success. Just tell me who you like. Mu Yi thought to himself that such confidence was misplaced. He could hardly discern the subtlety of the situation. Are you doubting my abilities? Would you like me to introduce someone? No need. Big brother, I'm not after anyone. I simply seek companionship. Since you're taking me along, I suppose I'll stick with you from now on. That's the spirit. Sticking with Big brother guarantees you'll never go hungry. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the cafeteria, drawing the attention of onlookers. Mu Yi mused that this fellow had quite the audacity. He had thought himself shameless, yet had encountered a true rival. Nevertheless, Big brother's character was indeed endearing. At least he wouldn't stab anyone in the back. Since Big brother has taken a liking to me, I shall raise my glass in his honor, and we shall face the future together. All right, since you call me Big brother, I vow to look out for you from now on. With that, he downed a glass of liquor, followed by 3 more, astonished at how well Yao Quanin could drink. He clearly was not his match. Drink up, little Yezi. This is the time to indulge. Once we're out in battle, opportunities to drink will be scarce, so enjoy while you can. His words were reasonable. Yet Mu Ye's tolerance for alcohol was limited, and he could not keep pace with him. Moreover, he had learned from experience that drinking could lead to trouble. The first day's training was relatively simple, aimed at familiarizing everyone with one another. The subsequent sessions would focus on practical combat coordination. They were a team, and in the face of danger, they needed to operate in unison. After all, the situation in the void was unpredictable. Only when a few individuals truly trusted one another could the likelihood of success increase. These were the insights Mu Feng had gleaned over many years. Unity is strength, and only when a group genuinely believes in each other can they achieve victory. Yet, within any team, discordant voices are bound to emerge. Tang Yaowei represented one such voice. Chapter 88. Practical Combat Coordination. The upcoming training would concentrate on practical combat coordination, where everyone would showcase their unique skills in battling the aberrant beasts. However, one voice of dissent remained. Tang Yue. Today's first challenge was an upgraded version of the Red Demon. Feel free to unleash your abilities. As long as you can defeat it, you will pass. The Red Demon had made its debut during the early days of the apocalypse, and while they were not unfamiliar with it, witnessing it in person was still astonishing. Its massive form had sprouted wings, and its attack power was significantly enhanced compared to before. Even though Meng Jiuli and the others were now upgraded ability users, no one could easily subdue alone that a colossal tongue swept over their heads, and a rancid odor assaulted their senses. Everyone focused on attacking its lower body. Based on prior experience, Meng Jiuli surmised that no matter how much Mu Feng had upgraded it, its legs remained its Achilles heel. Though it could fly with its wings, its cumbersome lower half ultimately limited its strength, and Duo was the first to ensnare its legs with vines, followed closely by Li Chun, who launched ice shards towards its abdomen, only for the creature to block the assault with its wings, causing its blood to incite further fury. Breaking free from the vines, it lunged at Li Chun, only to be thwarted by Meng Jiuli's lightning sphere. The Red Demon let out a deafening roar, flapping its enormous wings and soaring above, looking down upon them with an air of arrogance, as if to mock them. How dare it mock us? Should we not show it our true skills? Mu Yi ignited a half-meter flame in his hand and charged towards it. Meng Jiuli rushed to assist him, while Duo continued to bind it, with Yao Quan providing ongoing support from the side. Only Tang Yue observed their actions with a cold gaze, showing no intention of intervening. TCH, a bunch of useless fools, needing so many people to deal with a mere red demon. She sneered at the scene before her, her palm gradually forming an illusion of a bug that slowly flew towards the red demon. Yet upon contact, the creature began to thrash wildly, shaking off Duo from its grasp and sending her flying into the air. Be careful, Duo. Meng Jiuli's warning rang out just as the red demon slammed her harshly to the ground. Fortunately, ability users possessed significantly superior physical resilience compared to ordinary individuals. Otherwise, such a fall could have been fatal or left her gravely injured. Tang Yue, what are you doing? Meng Jiuli rebuked her loudly. She had watched the entire sequence unfold, and not only did she fail to assist, but she had also endangered a teammate. No need to shout. I'm not blind. Can't you see I'm fighting the red demon? Just as her words fell, the previously formidable red demon trembled a few times and collapsed. Motionless. See? A bunch of useless fools. Duo, are you all right? Meng Jiuli helped her up, and she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sister Ailey, I'm fine. Look, I'm still lively. RNTI. However, as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her body, likely due to a sprained arm. Yao Quan, concerned about her condition, hurried over to tend her injuries. Where are you hurt? Let me take a look. His hand brushed against her arm, and a warm energy flowed into her body, significantly alleviating the pain in her arm. It's nothing serious, just a minor sprain. After my treatment, it feels much better. A bit of anti-inflammatory medication should suffice. And Duo nodded gently, yet her gaze remained fixed on Tang Yue. Why are you looking at me? Are you unsatisfied? You are far too selfish. Did you not see us fighting? You deliberately provoked it. That was intentional, and Duo understood her skills. She could have resolved the situation swiftly, but chose instead to incite the beast, causing her own injury. If you lack the skill, you should focus on honing your abilities instead of blaming others. You're utterly unreasonable. And Duo's face flushed with anger, her mind racing for a retort. Tang Yue, I hope you understand that we are a team, and no matter how formidable you are, cooperation is essential. Fortunately, Duo's injury is not severe. Otherwise, I would not spare you. Meng Jiuli's tone was somewhat harsh. Since they had become a team, cooperation was paramount. Otherwise, there was no need to waste time in a group. Don't think that just because Mu Feng appointed you as the captain, you were something special. You merely relied on your sycophants to get this far. If you had to fight alone, you would have perished countless times by now. Having just defeated the red demon, she was in high spirits, completely disregarding the others. Though she was unsure how she had become so powerful, one could be certain that a skilled mentor was guiding her. If you were so capable, why remain here with us mere mortals? You might as well go off and fight solo. Meng Jiuli's words received unanimous approval from the others that if one could not cooperate, why come here? Go challenge solo if that's the case. No need to waste time to ask the eldest brother. I believe I can voice my opinion. Ali speaks wisely. Since you joined this team, I hope you respect every member here, though we may not match your prowess. Do you truly believe you could go far alone without us? Yao Quanin, being straightforward by nature, felt a growing annoyance at her behavior, especially seeing the youngest sister injured. Now that Meng Jiuli had spoken up, he naturally had to clarify his stance. You think I want to be here with you lot? A bunch of useless fools that a look of disdain crossed her face as she stood to leave. However, Li Chun blocked her path with ice shards that I think you owe her an apology. Typically reticent, Li Chun unexpectedly spoke up, unable to hold back in defense of Duo. You think your pathetic ice can stop me? Ridiculous. With a flick of her hand, thousands of insects obliterated the ice. Just as she was about to leave, the ice once again obstructed her. Apologize. The normally good-natured man now wore a face full of anger. Seeing him enraged, Tang Yuwei's demeanor softened. Is it really such a big deal to apologize? She turned her back to Duo, saying, I'm sorry, but next time, please be more aware I shall never allow you another opportunity. Do not presume yourself to be so formidable. Had it not been for our efforts to confine the Crimson Demon, your insect arts could not have been effortlessly unleashed. Moreover, that Crimson Demon has already sustained injuries. Do you still consider yourself impressive? Duo glared at her in anger, feeling that she was grossly underestimating others. If you remain unconvinced, we shall see how things unfold in the future. Engaging in verbal sparring here is utterly pointless. Chapter 89. A name yet to be determined. The afternoon was reserved for a strategic debriefing that Mu Feng reviewed the combat proceedings from earlier that day and felt a sense of satisfaction. Though he noted that Tang Yuwei and Li Chun required closer scrutiny. Both individuals have been recommended from above, with Jiming Fei as their referrer, although Jiming Fei is his deputy. He possesses a profound depth of thought that eludes comprehension, that a person whom even I cannot fully understand is certainly not one to be trusted lightly. This has always been my guiding principle. I have observed the morning's battle, and overall, the team's performance was commendable, though we have trained extensively with this blood demon, which is indeed the most formidable of its kind in our ranks. Your ability to defeat it attests to your capabilities. However, I must point out that there exists a deficiency in your sense of teamwork that I concur, especially as certain individuals nearly put their teammates at risk. Yao Quan glared at Tang Yuwei, irritated by her selfishness, and he now fervently wished for a change in leadership. You need not remind me. I am fully aware. This serves as a preliminary warning. Should such incidents recur, I shall not hesitate to impose consequences. Remember, you are facing an unknown world, where any circumstance may arise, and you must enhance your collaborative efforts, lest you find yourselves unaware of how you met your demise. As Mu Feng spoke, he strolled to Tang Yuwei's side. This woman, resistant to discipline, would inevitably suffer the consequences. However, he could not allow her actions to jeopardize her team. Li Chan cast a furtive glance at Tang Yuwei, foreseeing her eventual downfall due to this woman. He could not fathom why she had been permitted to accompany them, and with that thought, he shot her a venomous glare. Tang Yuwei was acutely aware of her overt actions this time and realized that she needed to be more discreet in the future. Indeed, she had acted out of self-interest, deliberately allowing the Insect King to lure the Crimson Demon, her intention being to demonstrate to Meng Jiuli that she was no longer the Tang Yuwei he could easily bully. I hope you all learn from this experience, and that tomorrow's battle will see improved cooperation, striving to meet the standards and venture into the void to acquire more resources. With that, Mu Feng departed in a flurry. His next task was to seek out Jiming Fei. Should such behavior arise again, Tang Yuwei would surely be expelled from the team. After the meeting concluded, everyone departed together, the adorable and Duo. Having recovered from her earlier troubles, was once again lively. What would you like to eat, big brother? I desire roasted meat. Without hesitation, and Duo voiced her craving. Roasted meat? Is it? No problem. I shall procure a wild boar for you. Xiao Yi, accompany me that I end this post-apocalyptic world. Most animals have mutated, and with the arrival of frigid weather, even the wildlife has sought refuge. Capturing a fresh wild boar would depend on luck. Nevertheless, since a duo had requested it, the elder brother was determined to fulfill her wish. Fortunately, he had already scouted the area and was confident that wild boars were present. Seeing that everyone had left, Li Chen glared at Tang Yue. Irritated, "Why are you so flustered? No one perished, after all. Besides, we are all ability users. It is not so easy to die." She regarded him with indifference, thinking that today was merely the beginning. She had not even revealed a fraction of her true strength. "If you continue to be so self-assured, even a deity could not save you. I shall state this plainly. Should you be expelled from the team, do not implicate me in your downfall. Rest assured, I shall bear the consequences alone. I will not drag you down with me." Inwardly, she thought him a coward, unworthy of her concern. "That is for the best." "Humph, coward, I truly regret having you as a teammate." Her gaze wandered into the distance. Despite the criticisms directed at her today, she felt no remorse. The abilities she possessed today were the fruits of her own labor. She recalled the day they had departed from a base, nearly freezing to death in the icy wilderness. Thankfully, a kind-hearted soul had rescued them, allowing her to confront that despicable Meng Jiuli once more. This path was paved with her mother's blood, and no matter the obstacles, she was determined to reach her destination. She would obtain what she desired and personally eliminate Meng Jiuli. Every ounce of pain she felt today was self-inflicted. "Mother, do you see? I have drawn closer to avenging you. Watch over me from above. I shall ensure that I kill her with my own hands, bringing solace to your spirit. Your sacrifice shall not be in vain." Her ability to master the insect arts in such a short time was largely due to Huiyin Yu. The nurturing of the insect king required a living host, allowing its powers to flourish rapidly. Huiyin Yu, in pursuit of her daughter's dreams, sacrificed her own body to rear the insects. However, her physical constitution was not robust, and ultimately, she managed to cultivate the insect king to only the 4th level. A 4th-level insect king is still formidable and possesses considerable intelligence. As the offspring nurtured by Huiyin Yu, the insect king was quite obedient to her. Perhaps this is the bond share between mother and daughter. Yao Quan led Mu Yi through treacherous terrain. Were it not for his guidance, Mu Yi feared he would have lost his way. After traversing several mountains, they came upon a small mound. Yao Quan lowered his head and sniffed the air near the mound, then looked up with a beaming smile directed at Mu Yi. "This is the spot. Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain. Trust Yao Ge. There will be meat to be had." He was a seasoned wild boar hunter. Having risked life and limb to fulfill his daughter's craving for meat, he had endured many injuries before awakening his abilities, which gradually improved his condition. Over time, he had honed the skill of identifying wild boars through scent. Whether there are boars in this fissure can be determined by a single whiff from his nose. Seeing that Mu Yi remained motionless, he understood his skepticism and promptly took up a spade to dig into the frozen ground. After about 10 shovels, Mu Yi observed the soil becoming loose beneath the surface. Indeed, there were wild boars, and it appeared there was more than one. "What do you think, Xiaoyi? Are your eyes opened?" Despite the extreme cold, Yao Quan was drenched in sweat. "Take note. If you wish for meat in the future, follow your brother's lead." This moment, he skillfully captured a wild boar and adeptly filled in the hole afterward. "Why not catch a few more? That is against my principles. We cannot exterminate them all. Leaving some behind allows for continued reproduction, ensuring that others can also enjoy meat. We must not deplete resources, must we?" The rugged northern man wore a broad smile, and Mu Yi was deeply moved by his joy. Chapter 90. Roasted wild boar. Yao Quan expertly separated the skin from the tender flesh of the wild boar, the succulent meat glistening and causing in duo, who had not savored meat in ages, to salivate profusely. "Let us marinate this with some spices for enhanced flavor." The Li's suggestion was indeed thoughtful. Let us proceed, as such that Mu Ye's fire abilities quickly ignited the charcoal. "I am immensely grateful to you all. In the past, I would forage for food for my parents alone. Never would I have anticipated that one day individuals would assist me in finding sustenance." And Duo's heart brimmed with joy. "Ah, this is nothing. As long as you desire to eat, I shall procure various wild delicacies for you. I may lack other skills, but hunting for food is certainly my forte. Laughter erupted among the four of them as the savory aroma of meat wafted through the air. Come, injured little duo shall eat first. Sister A. Please eat first. I shall take my turn afterward, and duo pushed the meat toward her. You should eat first. You have been injured and need to replenish your strength. Do not fret. I have more here, definitely. Have some of mine. And Yu eagerly offered her the meat in his hand, only to receive a roll of the eyes in return. Indeed, I had almost forgotten about Xiao Yi. Do you harbor feelings for our Li? Yao, Quan ingested. In truth, everyone could see Mu Ye's affections written plainly across his face. Yao Ge, you have no idea. Those who fancy me would fill an entire country. I scarcely have time to pay attention to him. Indeed, they are likely to have reached outer space by now. In fact, I believe the two of you make quite the pair in this apocalypse. There is little time for romantic pursuits. The matters of family and country take precedence. And duo took a hearty bite of meat, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed, resembling a gluttonous little hamster. Haha, slow down. There is plenty more. Meng Jiuli wiped the grease from her mouth, resembling an older sister. Tang Yue, however, found herself in a more troubled position. First, there was Li Qin's warning, then Mu Feng's admonition. And now Jiming Fei had come to seek her out. What brings you to me? Tang Yue had not interacted much with him, only knowing that he was her point of contact here. Now, even he had been stirred. You are aware of your own misdeeds, are you not? What misdeeds? I am not aware. She understood how to handle men like Jiming Fei. Her father's health was her greatest bargaining chip. As long as she was willing, there was nothing that could not be resolved. She had navigated this path before. Exhibit a modicum of self-respect. I'm not like those men. I have come here solely to issue you a warning. If you wish to perish, do so on your own accord, but do not drag us into your demise. His words were succinct yet laden with significance. Tang Yan felt a surge of indignation within her. Everyone seemed to blame her. Could they not consider her perspective? Why should Meng Jiuli alone be worthy of everyone's approbation, while she could not? I did not believe my actions were inappropriate, since they cannot resolve the issue. I took it upon myself to do so, yet they turn around to accuse me. Is this not absurd? Utterly hopeless, Jiming Fei struck her face with a resounding slap, hoping she would comprehend that this was a collective endeavor, not merely her solo performance. How dare you strike me? Do not presume that your superior's authority grants you the right to command my actions. She glared at the man before her, having never encountered anyone who would dare to lay a hand on her. I am simply trying to awaken you. Do not be so presumptuous as to think others are oblivious to your ulterior motives. Intelligence can sometimes lead to one's own downfall, even if I were to be misled by my cleverness. It is not your place to strike me. Upon witnessing her continued ignorance, Jiming Fei delivered another slap. This blow was intended to make you realize that I have been assigned by the higher-ups as the officer responsible for both of you. Your lack of respect towards me is indicative of your discontent with your superiors. I have the authority to report you for removal. The mere mention of dismissal caused Tang Yan to panic. She had labored to arrive at this point solely for the purpose of avenging Meng Jiuli. She could not afford to leave now. No, I will heed your counsel. I shall not oppose her any longer. Ultimately, Tang Yan acquiesced, and Jiming Fei departed, satisfied with the outcome he had desired. This is how it should be. Obedience is the mark of a competent soldier. Tang Yan ignored him, her heart harboring even more resentment towards Meng Jiuli. Surrounded by everyone, a sense of discomfort washed over her. It felt surreal to be so closely knit with people she had only recently met, akin to conjoined twins. She could not fathom it, nor did she wish to dwell on it. She could not afford to diminish her own stature here. There would be future opportunities. For now, she had to temper her demeanor, for there was still a long road ahead. She touched her swollen face, vowing that one day she would make Jiming Fei aware of her strength, and those who had wronged her would receive their due retribution from a distance above. She spotted 4 individuals reveling in meat and drink in the snowy expanse, and her mind began to concoct other schemes. If you wish for me to integrate into the collective, I shall comply. Just do not come to regret it. The 4 individuals in the snow were enjoying their lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Might I join your merriment and partake in a morsel of meat? Mu Feng deliberately lowered his stance, his intentions clear. He sought Mu Ye's forgiveness. No problem. There is plenty here. I shall roast some more for you. Yao Kuan-An was naturally sociable, able to befriend anyone, especially since Mu Feng had adopted such a humble demeanor. How could he refuse? And Duo, devoid of guile, was easily swayed by any kindness shown to her, pouring her heart out in return. Mu Feng was their superior, and her impression of him was quite favorable. The prospect of sharing meat with him sparked a tinge of delight within her. You may as well roast for yourself. Just do not disturb us. Very well. I shall roast for myself while you continue your conversation. Pay me no mind to that moment. He was simply Mu Ye's brother, devoid of any other identity. This mission was fraught with peril and uncertainty. Mu Feng's selfishness clashed with his reluctance to allow him to go. However, Mu Yi was resolute. Once he set his mind to something, he would see it through, leaving Mu Feng with no choice. Allow me to assist you. Duo approached him with the intention of helping. You have just sustained an injury. Allow me to take charge. Mu Feng surprisingly recalled her injury, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. She had never encountered such an exceptional man before. Meng Jiuli shot her a glance. This girl had truly never met a man to be so easily moved by a single statement. Yet it was likely that Mu Feng had no such intentions, and she would be the only one left heartbroken in the end. Chapter 91. The facts of wrongdoing, however, this did not dampen their spirits for entertainment. Yao Kuan-An made sure to bring Li Chen a piece of roasted pork. Though he was usually reticent, he was still a decent person that he participated in team activities and cooperated well with others, despite his somewhat reserved nature, making him less off-putting. This is for you. It has been a while since you last enjoyed meat. A little indulgence. Thank you. He accepted the roasted meat without engaging in further conversation. Everyone had grown accustomed to this behavior. It was no longer surprising. Although Yao Kuan-An despised Tang Yan's demeanor, he still prepared a portion of roasted meat for her. As the elder brother, he felt it his duty to take care of everyone. This roasted meat is for you. Rest assured, it is not poisoned, but he understood that Tang Yan was not well integrated into the group and would likely refuse his offering. Yet to his surprise, she did not. Thank you. Though her tone was not particularly warm, she still expressed her gratitude. In truth, the apocalypse held no terrors. The monsters could be vanquished, and the harsh winter would eventually pass. The most frightening aspect was humanity itself, for human nature is the most fragile when subjected to trials. On this snowy night, the two brothers engaged in a heartfelt conversation. Xiao Yi, I know you cannot yet forgive me, but I must clarify my circumstances. Please understand. You know too much, and with your temperament, it could lead to trouble. Therefore, I do not seek your forgiveness, but I implore you not to shun me entirely. Can you regard me merely as your brother? His discomfort stemmed from his inability to overcome his inner turmoil. He desired time to gradually accept the reality of his brother's transgressions. Rest assured, I certainly will. When the time comes, remember to prepare a welcome feast for me. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile, perhaps signifying a reconciliation. Though aware of the existence of winged zombies, he had never closely examined their anatomy. He was surprised to find their wings so immense. During their time at the base, Huang Junin had been the one to combat these zombies, and he had never intervened. Today, however, he would test their strength. The frenzied zombie, upon spotting intruders, launched an immediate attack, showing no mercy, demonstrating it was far superior to the Red Devil drug from the previous day, with enhanced speed and offensive capabilities. Everyone remained on high alert. This time, Mu Yi was the first to strike, unleashing a massive inferno that soared into the air, targeting the creature mid-flight. Its colossal bone wings flapped as it ascended higher, while Li Chen's ice shards encased its wings in frost. And Duo seized the opportunity to ensnare it, while Tang Yan merely observed, neither intervening nor obstructing. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. However, it soon became apparent that neither the ice nor the vines could contain it. Its enormous wings flapped fiercely towards the outermost Yao Kuan-An. Meng Jiuli seized the moment, launching a lightning ball straight at its wing. The creature screeched in pain, altering its flight path, while Yao Kuan-An leapt forward, striking it on the head with a baseball bat. Inflicted with pain, it screeched and retreated to an empty patch of ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yi approached, wielding a knife. Despite the creature's evolution, its head remained its Achilles heel. The trident knife plunged deep into its skull, extracting the crystal source, The evolved crystal source was significantly larger than before, resembling a peanut in size. The group's abilities could not be sustained indefinitely. And some monsters necessitated close combat. It appeared they would need to enhance everyone's hand-to-hand combat skills, as per tradition. The afternoon would be reserved for technical reviews following training. Tang Yan deliberately positioned herself beside Mu Yi. As part of her strategy to undermine him, it was evident that Meng Jiuli placed great importance on him. Since she could not act against him directly, she would begin with those closest to him. The first target would be Mu Yi. Today, everyone had performed admirably, though some individuals needed to integrate into the group more swiftly and refrain from special treatment. Then Mu Feng glanced at Tang Yan once more. While Jiming Fei tensed, this woman was truly obstinate. Based on everyone's performance, I have decided that in the coming days, we will engage in specialized training. The focus for the girls will be on strength and speed, allowing them to escape if they cannot fight back. The boys will concentrate on close combat, as well as enhancing their strength and speed, enabling them to protect the girls while ensuring their own survival. Mu Feng's directives were straightforward, and the meeting concluded swiftly. The afternoon was free for leisure activities without much to do. Mu Yi, your knife work was excellent. Could you teach me? Tang Yan feigned shyness as she gazed at him, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Had she truly taken an interest in him? Yet, just days prior, she had shown no interest in anyone, her stark contrast perplexing. You are already quite capable. There's no need for a knife. I believe a sword would suit you better. With that, he hurriedly followed in Meng Jiuli's footsteps that it was best to steer clear of a woman like Tang Yan. Left behind, Tang Yan slowly clenched her fists, determined to subdue this man. While everyone's abilities required energy and mental fortitude, her insect manipulation did not. Furthermore, she could control different individuals with various insects to achieve her objectives that if all else fails. She could use insects to manipulate his actions. After all, if she could not possess him, she would rather destroy him. Yet, she could not act on this here. She would have to wait until they were outside, where military orders would hold no sway at that point. Who could possibly stop her? Why haven't you taught the young lady how to wield a knife? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm a sort to teach others casually? Furthermore, I've always wanted to teach you. Enough of your banter. Surely you must be delighted that a girl is paying attention to you. Meng Jiuli chuckled playfully, teasing him that in truth, she was well aware that Mu Yi was not that kind of person. She simply wished to provoke him a little. What are you two discussing that brings you such joy? I would like to join in the merriment, Yao Quanan exclaimed as he approached, a cheerful grin on his face. Oh, we were merely deliberating on which weapon I should employ. Yao Quanan scrutinized Meng Jiuli seriously and nodded, saying, I believe you are well suited for the Tang Dao. Chapter 92. Specialized Training. Mu Feng tailored specialized training regimens based on their physical capabilities. Each individual's program was distinct. Since Mu Yi had previously served as the captain of a rescue team, he was exempt from training. Instead, he was assigned to mentor Tang Yaowei. Have you made a mistake? If anyone should be mentoring her, it should be Meng Jiuli, as I feel more qualified to guide her. That girl excels in close combat, and currently, the weakest among you is Tang Yaowei, so it is most fitting for you to instruct her. Meng Jiuli lightly nodded, urging him to acquiesce. She understood that there was undoubtedly some underlying reason for this arrangement, likely connected to Tang Yaowei, so she encouraged him to agree, eager to observe her intentions. I have already stated that I will not comply. Even if I am not training, Mu Yi should not take her along. You must take her, otherwise we will be unable to proceed with our mission and will remain here indefinitely. Is that what you desire? Mu Yi fell silent, bowing his head in reluctant acceptance. Each individual was assigned specialized trainers. Jiming Fei was responsible for Meng Jiuli, while Mu Feng took charge of a duo, which delighted her immensely. Li Chun and Yao Quanan were under Zhao Yang's supervision. The boys, benefiting from their physical advantages, shared a single coach. Surprised to see me responsible for your training? What is there to be surprised about? It is merely a means of survival. Not worry. I will train diligently and not hold you back. Jiming Fei was perceptive. Since she was not opposed to him, he would not make things overly difficult for her. After a day of training, and Duo was utterly captivated by Mu Feng's personal charm, transformed into a veritable fangirl. The others fared reasonably well, but Mu Yi was distinctly irritated. Little Yi, Do you think my movements were correct? Do I need to improve? Very good. It suits you. Maintain that Mu found it hard to bear. Some could train, but others, like Tang Yaowei, simply could not. Little Yi, how do you think I performed in my run? Mu Yi was on the verge of breaking down, overwhelmed by her incessant use of brother, which was driving him to distraction. Could you please refer to me as instructor? Tang Yaowei pouted, adopting a pitiful expression that would tug at the heartstrings of any man. However, this tactic seemed ineffective against Mu Yi, who chose to ignore her and instead treated her with even greater severity. Run 10 more laps and increase your speed. We will conclude at noon. The schedule was set. This man was indeed ruthless. The training ground was twice the size of a football field. Running 10 laps felt like an insurmountable task. Instructor, I am too weak to run that much. Could you possibly reduce the distance? Are you the instructor, or am I? Follow my orders and start running now. You will finish when you complete the laps. Mu Yi coldly disregarded her, sitting on a chair and fiddling with his whistle. Seeing no opportunity to argue, she begrudgingly made her way to the track. You insufferable man, not a shred of leniency. It's no wonder you remain single. Meng Jiuli had just lost a sparring match and was punished by Ji Mingfei with laps. Inadvertently colliding with Tang Yaowei on the track. I didn't expect you to be reduced to running laps as well. It seems you're not all that impressive. Tang Yaowei seized the opportunity to mock her. How could it be the same? I'm being punished, while you're merely being dismissed. It is entirely different. The implication being that she lacked even the opportunity to be punished. The distinction was clear. Yet the outcome remains the same. We are both running laps. Who among us is more exalted? Nevertheless, this woman remained closely behind, unwilling to let her slip away so easily to Oh, you know why my instructor is Mu Yi? I do not know, nor do I wish to. She recognized that Tang Yaowei was unable to restrain herself, but she had no interest in her words that if she wished to speak, she could, if not. Meng Jiuli could surmise the truth. This was merely an attempt to provoke her by using Mu Yi. Yet, such tactics would not succeed. It would only serve to make Tang Yaowei appear foolish. Tang Yaowei was taken aback, yet her objective remained unfulfilled. Since you are unwilling to listen, I shall insist on telling you. I like him, and I want to be with him. You have no objections. Do you? Indeed, her assumptions were correct. However, that was Mu Ye's affair, not hers. What could I possibly object to? He is not mine. He has his own thoughts. If you like him, then pursue him. It is of no consequence to me. Feeling much relieved, it seemed evident that Tang Yaowei indeed had feelings for Mu Yi. This would undoubtedly lead to Mu Yi facing a relentless pursuit from this woman, a rather vexing prospect. Why are you also being punished? And Duo looked utterly aggrieved as she gazed at Meng Jiuli. Nearly on the verge of tears, Mu Feng said I was not serious and punished me to run laps to calm my mind. I am utterly exhausted. Meng Jiuli understood that those with special abilities possessed physical strength far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Running a few laps was hardly a challenge, and Duo's fatigue likely stemmed from emotional distress. Having been punished by someone she admired. The thoughts of a young girl are simple and straightforward, requiring no convoluted reasoning. That I see you are feeling imbalanced. However, I must remind you that this is not the time for romance. Idolization is all well and good, but do not become too deeply ensnared, or you shall be the one to suffer. Men like Mu Feng were deeply career-oriented and would hardly prioritize romantic entanglements. For him, emotions were but a diversion from the monotony of life. Conversely, for Duo, they represented her entirety. The disparity in emotional investment would ultimately leave the weaker party wounded. Meng Jiuli had learned this lesson through the trials of her past life. Yet in Duo, being innocent and charming, likely had no comprehension of the world as cruelties, making it difficult for her to understand. Oh, I understand, but I simply cannot suppress my feelings for him. What should I do? Ali, do you have someone you like? To be precise, I do not. Men could impede the speed at which you wield a blade. But what about Mu Yi? He seems quite fond of you. And you care for him too, don't you? And Duo looked at her in confusion. Meng Jiuli and Mu Yi appeared to share a close, almost ambiguous relationship. How could they not harbor feelings for one another? Our relationship is akin to that of comrades or family, not lovers. Though to outsiders, they appear to be a perfect pair, Only they understood that Mu Yi was another version of herself. Losing him would drive her to madness. Yet being together was utterly impossible. Ultimately, the essence of their bond was familial, much like her parents, who bickered throughout their lives. One might consider it love, but they would likely have parted long ago. It resembled more the affection shared among family, much like her connection with Mu Yi. There, such a perspective. Chapter 93. A mind full of romantic longings. Next came shooting training, a skill none had previously encountered. However, men naturally held an advantage in this area, and Mu Yi was a prodigy in marksmanship, continuing as Tang Yaowei's instructor. Meng Jiuli and Duo were not particularly skilled in this domain. Meng Jiuli had never had the opportunity to engage in such activities, having only participated in close combat training, which proved quite challenging for her. I always thought you were a versatile genius. I didn't realize you had skills you lacked. Jiming Fei, watching the wayward arrows, struggled to suppress a laugh that I never claimed to be a polymath. I have survived thus far solely by the grace of heaven. You have overestimated me. I am but an ordinary person. Meng Jiuli did not take his laughter to heart. Life is but once lived, and there is no need to overly concern oneself with others' opinions. Moreover, as long as she had her areas of expertise, it would be exhausting to attempt to be a jack of all trades. After nearly 2 days of archery practice, the 3 girls barely managed to pass, proving that not everyone could become a shooting champion. Following that, they underwent 2 days of simulated light weapon shooting training, utilizing a laser firing simulator, smart integrated targets, and an intelligent analysis system, all based on the military's currently issued Type 95 automatic rifle and Type 92 combat pistol, created according to a 1:1 scale for training purposes. Additionally, the intelligent analysis system provided personalized optimization suggestions based on each individual's strengths and weaknesses to enhance their practice. Meng Jiuli, your targets are all off. You need to improve your training. Jiming Fei could no longer bear to watch. This woman excelled in combat, yet her shooting was utterly abysmal. Come now, her ability to shoot like this is already commendable. And besides, I will protect her. Her lack of skill is of no consequence. Mu Yi glanced at the data and couldn't help but comfort Jiming Fei. You are comforting me? Just take a look at your student. She is in even worse shape. Tang Yaowei's data was simply dismal. Mu Yi had grown accustomed to it. This woman was adept at charm and manipulation, but little else that, and oh worries, she can wield a sword. No one can outshine her in swordplay. Jiming Fei remained silent, while Mu Feng beside him felt increasingly overwhelmed. It was truly astonishing that Duo could manage to hit the target of another. What a genius! And Duo, could you perhaps refrain from being so keen on helping others and instead pay attention to your own target? Upon hearing Mu Feng call her name, she inexplicably felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite her earnest efforts and practice, she was unable to hit the mark. It was hardly her fault. She too was a victim on the final day of the grand competition. The quietly Chun surprisingly secured first place, indicating that aside from Mu Yi, he possessed the greatest talent in shooting. The 3 girls could barely comprehend the aiming of a pistol, and providing them with firearms would have been a waste. Thus, the weapons were only allocated to the 3 boys, while the girls chose tools that they found convenient to carry, ready for combat at a moment's notice. 1 could never predict when they might be needed. After 5 days of training, everyone successfully graduated and selected their weapons, eagerly awaiting the journey to find the hollow. Throughout the training, everyone acquired new skills, and it was hoped that these would prove useful within the hollow. Additionally, I provided everyone with anti-jamming walkie-talkies to ensure communication within the hollow, preventing anyone from getting lost. These devices were developed by the nation's top technicians, guaranteeing superior quality. Everyone received their walkie-talkies and tucked them into their pockets. The bonds formed over 7 days of companionship grew stronger. Rest assured, we shall excel in our mission, ensuring we do not betray your trust in us, nor in these high-tech products. This moment, Yao Quanan, donned in high-tech gear, felt a blossoming joy within. As long as you're satisfied, tomorrow you will embark on a new journey. Remember to set aside personal grievances. You represent the entire Huagua government. As we understand, the number of people aware of the hollow is increasing, not just limited to our nation. Therefore, everyone must exercise caution and remain united in the face of challenges, avoiding solitary actions. And always be mindful of your identities, that Mu Feng spoke at length. And only then did everyone realize that the survivors of Blue Star were all seeking new opportunities, simultaneously fixating on the hollow. This meant that the current situation transcended personal rivalries, escalating into a contest among nations. It was no wonder Mu Feng had invested so much, equipping them with top-tier weaponry. Even their clothing was the latest technology, offering bulletproof warmth and pest resistance, capable of real-time monitoring of superhuman physical indicators and providing tracking capabilities to prevent disorientation. This was my first time representing the nation. Does that mean I am now part of it? The nation's sustenance is assured. At least that's how Yao Quanan perceived it, that if he were to perish, would the state not assist in caring for his family? Rest assured, the nation is your formidable support. Pursue your endeavors with vigor. Moreover, I will dispatch an elite team to accompany you. However, only you can enter the hollow, while they will remain outside to protect you. Although their numbers are few, approximately a dozen. They are all elite members of the Special Forces, selected through rigorous training and assessment. Each a formidable warrior. They need not worry, for they will even assist in close combat. That night, everyone found it hard to sleep. Initially, they believed the mission was merely to gather resources, unaware that it now involved national honor, causing each person to feel the weight of their responsibilities increase significantly. So, how has your time with Tang Yaowei been? Meng Jiuli teased. It's been acceptable. I'm merely the coach, practicing a bit on the side to rekindle the feeling of years past. Oh, you remember the first time you hit her target? Meng Jiuli recalled their first encounter with Mu Yi, where he mistakenly thought she was a zombie, resulting in an injury to Little Tomato. Don't even mention that first time. It was truly an accident. I miscalculated. I'm not apologizing for that. Besides, without that incident, how would we have met and become such close friends? Who knows, perhaps we might even become lovers next. Despite knowing disappointment awaited, there was still a flicker of hope that things might turn out differently this time. We are good buddies, for life. Mu finally voiced a thought that had lingered in his heart. Little Tomato remained a thorn in their relationship, impeding any further progress. Chapter 94. Embarking on a new journey, everyone was jubilant as they set forth on their new journey. Except for Duo, who felt a pang of disappointment at the absence of Mu Feng. However, her melancholy was short-lived, as she was soon delighted by the chocolate conjured by Meng Jiuli, allowing her to forget Mu Feng momentarily. They were still escorted by Ji Mingfei, amidst a vast expanse of white where the sky and earth merged, rendering direction indistinguishable. Without the support of advanced technology, they would have surely lost their way in the blizzard. You wouldn't believe how this seemingly thin clothing manages to keep me warm, Yao Quanan remarked cheerfully, feeling the softness and warmth of his attire, which was far superior to his previous cumbersome winter coat. Yao Go, I rather enjoy seeing you in this unaccustomed state. And Duo, holding up her chocolate, smiled triumphantly at him. Aren't you just like me? A single piece of chocolate has you grinning and forgetting about Mu Feng. Yao Quanan teased her, relishing in their playful banter, especially since there were no other forms of entertainment on the vehicle. Tang Yaowei deliberately leaned closer to Mu Yi, pressing against him. Little Yi, I'm feeling a bit car sick. May I lean on you for a while? There's ample space over there. You might find it more comfortable in a well-ventilated spot. Mu Yi nudged her aside, inching closer to Meng Jiuli. Preferring his company, don't drag me into your affairs. I want no part of this murky water, he stated, shoving Mu Yi's head away, dismissing him coldly. Has the little wildcat taken offense? She clearly cares about me. Mu Yi felt a surge of delight. Little Yi, look at her. She doesn't even want to speak to you. Come chat with me instead. Tang Yaowei remained undeterred by his aloofness, continuing to inch closer to him like an ever-sticky plaster. Initially, everyone found the situation uncomfortable, but as time passed, they grew accustomed to it. After all, Mu Yi's indifference was simply her one-sided affection. Their destination was the snow-capped mountain, where electromagnetic waves exhibited abnormal fluctuations, indicating a potential hollow. They aimed to arrive at the peak of these fluctuations, ensuring a smooth entry when the hollow opened. Thus, the vehicle sped along, with all provisions consumed en route. As they approached the area of electromagnetic disturbance, Meng Jiuli noticed the blue egg-like object in their midst gradually enlarging, emitting a blue luminescence previously absent. This peculiar object had been accompanying her for nearly 4 months without any noticeable change. Treated as an ordinary stone, however, upon nearing the snowy region, it began to transform. Could it be a living entity? Perhaps it had merely been dormant until now, and she was curious about what it might become. Surely it wouldn't be a baby octopus, given that it was a mutated one delivered to her. She chose not to share this with Muyi, deciding to reveal it only when the time was right. The snow illuminated the night as if it were day, and after a prolonged snowfall, the skies cleared, revealing the long-lost moon. After traveling for 3 days and nights, they finally set up camp just 500 meters from the snow-capped mountain, resting for 2 days in anticipation of the hollow's emergence. Sister A. Lee, the snow has stopped. Do you think tomorrow will bring good weather? Will the sun shine? And Duo looked up at the moon, which previously seemed mundane, now appearing as an exquisite sight. Meng Jiuli glanced at the moon, noting its less than full state, recalling that the night after tomorrow would be the 15th. They would enter the hollow on the night of the full moon, facing the unknown world ahead. How were things back at the base? Surely everyone was faring well. With the snow now ceased, a lengthy cycle of seasonal shifts would ensue, melting the snow into floods that would once again sweep across the land. Following this, the earth would reveal its true form, and human lives might improve slightly. However, food remained the most scarce resource. The government would organize efforts to rebuild homes, uniting against zombies and monstrous insects, while humanity began training mutated animals and cultivating altered plants, progressing toward a hopeful future. Yet this did not signify the end of crises. Incidents of zombies attacking humans and beasts devouring people were still prevalent. At this time, some began organizing entertainment activities akin to beast fights, pitting humans against zombies, with victors earning rewards. This was Meng Jiuli's dream, and it was at this moment she realized that those around her had always been devils. Her friends had perished, while the demons grew stronger. Li, what are you thinking? You're ignoring me when I speak to you. And Duo offered her a piece of cornbread along with a can of lunch. Nothing much, just reminiscing about the past. Let us eat. She chose not to elaborate, knowing Duo was candid and would likely divulge her thoughts. The cornbread was somewhat hard, yet everyone relished it, particularly Yao Quanan and Duo, who, at the thought of entering the hollow and acquiring valuable resources to provide for their families, felt an exhilarating thrill as it represented their greatest aspiration. As soon as the snowfall ceased, the temperature began to gradually rise, allowing everyone to enjoy a relatively comfortable evening. Good morning, Sister Ollie. Today we have free time to familiarize ourselves with the terrain. Brother, Yao has already taken Mai and the others to hunt wild boars, so we shall have meat today. Just as she opened her eyes, the little girl was chattering incessantly at the entrance of her tent. All right, I'll get up now. How about we take some photos to commemorate the day? Meng Jiuli had observed that egg in the spatial realm last night and inadvertently discovered that she had amassed quite a collection of cameras. She decided to take a few with her today to capture some memories. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had been on edge, living a life where tomorrow was uncertain, leaving little time to concern themselves with photography. It would be worthwhile to leave behind some mementos, should anything happen to her. These photographs could testify that she once graced this world. Upon hearing about the photo session, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. She adored taking pictures, but since the onset of the apocalypse, her camera and phone had run out of battery. Really? I'm going to take great photos today, and no one can steal my thunder. I'll take pictures for you. I have several cameras, so I'm not worried about you taking mine. Once Meng Jiuli was ready, she stepped outside to find that Andua had already built a snowman and was busy decorating it. She captured the little girl's industrious figure, resembling a great white bear. Make sure to take a flattering photo of me. I am an invincible young lady after all. Ideally, it should be the kind that Mu Feng can't take his eyes off of. I lack that skill. You should do it yourself. Meng Jiuli handed the camera over to her and joined in the snow play, realizing that opportunities to see snow would become rare, making it all the more precious to indulge in while she could. How carefree you are. You think you're invincible, don't you? Chapter 95. A day of revelry. Tang Yan stood a short distance away, observing the two with disdain. Just in time, Let us have a snowball fight. No sooner had she spoken than a snowball flew through the air, striking her delicately made-up face. Meng Jiuli, you're insufferable. Just wait until I get my hands on you. She stomped her feet and grabbed a handful of snow to retaliate. But her aim was poor, missing even Meng Jiuli's clothing. Ha! That's what you get for not practicing your aim. Andwa also formed a snowball and threw it, hitting Tang Yan on the head. 10 rings, she teased, deliberately provoking her. The more anxious Tang Yan became, the less accurate her throws were, leaving her defenseless as she faced the onslaught. If that is the case, let us go all out. At that moment, she disregarded her image and charged forward, resulting the three of them tumbling together into a heap, forming a gigantic snowball. Ha! You're hilarious, Tang Yan. You're much cuter like this than when you're pretending to be aloof. Ha ha ha! You're also quite amusing. For the first time, Tang Yan saw their funny side, and to her surprise, she felt an inexplicable thrill and threw another snowball at them. To her astonishment, they didn't retaliate. Instead, laughing as they looked at each other. Anwa seized a moment to capture this scene with her camera. You two look so delightful when you laugh. Especially you, Tang Yan. Wouldn't it be better to smile more often instead of putting on a serious face all the time? She smilingly chided Tang Yan, who for once didn't get angry and even playfully pinched her. I don't think that just because I'm smiling, I find you adorable that I still despise you both. Oh, come on. You're just blinded by jealousy. How can you envy someone as wonderful as Sister Ali? Wouldn't it be nicer to be more magnanimous? You might find happiness in it. Tang Yan's face flushed with indignation. Her prejudice against Meng Jiuli had begun when she was expelled from the base and deepened after her mother's death. Yet, upon reflection, she found herself confused about whom to blame for her mother's passing. There were some truths she simply refused to acknowledge. Ji Mingfei approached the trio, chuckling at their antics. What is all this merriment in the snow? The three of them, looking somewhat disheveled yet joyful, quickly made a decision and hurled 3 snowballs at him, hitting him squarely in the face, resembling a panda. Now Vice Officer G looks so handsome, far cuter than before. Andwa captured his most dashing moment on camera. Would you like to take a look? No, thank you. Ji Mingfei hurriedly stepped away from them, hoping to avoid further assault. Don't run off. Help us take some photos. Andwa cheerfully chased after him and thrust the camera into his hands. Tang Yan, give me a smile. This is our first photo together. Let us make it sweet. Although reluctant, Tang Yan complied and smiled for the camera. That you've ruined my makeup? If the photo turns out ugly, it'll be your fault. You know very well what you look like, don't you? Ji Mingfei pressed the shutter, capturing their playful banter and amusing expressions as a keepsake. Just make sure you don't take any unflattering photos. If Mu Feng sees an ugly shot, I'll hold you responsible. Still thinking about Mu Feng. That little girl is truly beyond help. That moment. Mu Feng was reading the note left for him by Andwa, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. The little girl is quite adorable. If I can return safely, I'll grant you your wish. With that thought, he tucked the letter away in the deepest part of his drawer. Some outcomes remain unknown until the very end at this juncture. They were likely facing perilous unknowns ahead, and he hoped they could navigate through it safely. You're still thinking about him. He is not someone you can just claim for yourself. Ji Mingfei took the camera and captured the stunning scenery of the distant snow-capped mountains. The sun finally peeked through, casting a warm glow all around. Stop playing around. Come and see what delicious treats we've caught for you. From a distance, they heard Yao Quan'an's voice, cheerful and forthright, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. The vastness of the sky and the land made everyone feel invigorated, their hearts expanding with joy. Come and see. We've even caught wild rabbits today. Everyone can indulge. To their surprise, there were indeed wild rabbits, a first for many. Behind Yao Quan'an, soldiers carried a large wild boar, enough to feed everyone for several days. Andwa captured this moment, knowing it was rare for everyone to be so happy, and it would be a shame not to document it. The men busily worked, and soon the aroma of roasted pork wafted through the air, accompanied by the scent of roasted rabbit, making everyone's mouth water. I hope this smell doesn't attract wolves, Andwa fretted, glancing nervously at the vast, white expanse, fearing a monstrous creature might emerge. What are you worrying about? Even if a beast appears, Your brother will turn into a protector like Digga. Hee hee, I don't believe in such light. Andwa replied, pressing the shutter to capture Yao Quan-an and the others cooking. No wonder it said that men who can cook are the most attractive. Just look at them. They truly exude masculinity. She marveled at the camera lens. What masculinity? It's just the smell of cooking oil and scallions. Yao Quan-an grinned foolishly at them, eliciting laughter from the group. Meeting them is indeed a joyous occasion. Here, a rabbit leg for you. I roasted it to perfection. I handed a plump rabbit leg to Meng Jiuli, eagerly awaiting her praise. Thank you. It's quite delicious. She took a bite, savoring the flavored. I haven't had rabbit in ages. It's still delightful. I'm glad you like it. I'll roast you another. Tang yawned. Witnessing this scene, couldn't help but pout. Why is no one offering me anything? Look at you. Can't you just take it for yourself instead of being so pretentious? Andwa handed her a piece of roasted rabbit meat, her mouth never ceasing its chatter. You can't silence me with food. Just hand it over. After spending half the day together, Tang Yan had grown somewhat familiar with her, speaking more freely. Now that's more like it. We all acquaintances, so why put on airs? It's much better to be down to earth, eating heartily and enjoying a drink. Meng Jiuli observed the two of them, realizing that every villain has a counterpart. Hoping Tang Yan could open her heart. Who is born a villain? It's merely a matter of flawed education. Chapter 96. A celestial phenomenon. The 17 individuals in the snowy landscape savored their feast until the revelry began to wane in the evening. Tomorrow, the cave would be appearing, and the moon, unusually large and clear, seemed to exert a sense of pressure. Andwa documented this sight. She had never seen such a vast moon before. The last time she had seen the moon was during the blood moon. And after this full moon, she wondered when she would see it again. How is this? Is it enough? I have more. Meng Jiuli offered her another. Stand next to Xiao Yi, and I'll take a picture of you too. Andwa joyfully positioned them together and quickly pressed the shutter, capturing a startled photo. Wait, I blinked. Let us take another. The two stood together, exuding a sense of camaraderie, unbothered by the act of taking a photo. Brother Xiao Yi, could you please take a picture with me? Tang Yaowei put down the meat in her hands, rising with an eager expression on her face as she gazed at him. Go ahead. What's one less piece of meat? The girl has taken the initiative to invite you. What are you being so reserved for? Meng Jiuli playfully nudged Mu Yi and then pulled Tang Yaowei close to him. You two, be natural, stand a little closer, and smile more genuinely. And Duo adjusted their poses and pressed the shutter, capturing the moment. But we should all take a photo together during such a fortuitous occasion. Our meeting is fate, after all, and it's rare to have this opportunity for a memento. Yao Quan called everyone to gather, while Duo set the camera to a timer and dashed to join them. 1, 2, 3 cheese. Of course, concerns about who would hold the camera later were secondary. At this moment, everyone brimmed with confidence, anticipating the appearance of the lunar void the next day, when they would enter and explore the unknown world. Let me see. Everyone looks great. The photo turned out beautifully. Come take a look. Ali, if only you had discovered this camera sooner, I could have taken a picture of Mu Feng. Then I would have been able to see him. And Duo pouted, lost in thought as she gazed at the photos that, oh please, if I had taken pictures back then, you would fill up the memory card. How would we take more photos? How could that be? Am I that kind of person? And Duo feigned annoyance as she handed the camera over to her, grabbing a rabbit leg to nibble on. Little girl, if you agree to help me with a favor, I can give you a photo of Mu Feng in his early years. Ha, a childhood photo. You truly are a little brother. Although Meng Jiuli said this, he secretly glanced at the photo in Mu Ye's hand. You're deceiving us. Both of you have childhood photos, and yet it's a 100-day celebration photo. You really know how to tease the little girl. Isn't it possible that you've misunderstood? What do you wish to see? A 100-day photo in the nude is perfectly normal and adorable. You would be hoping to see our grown-up nude photos, would you? Mu Yi grinned mischievously at her, causing Meng Jiuli's face to flush crimson as her thoughts were laid bare, prompting her to chase after him in playful retaliation. Stop your nonsense. Who wants to see you, a primary school student? Everyone wore expressions of curiosity, as if they had caught on to something, yet were not entirely certain. You claim there's nothing between you, yet we don't believe you. How do you know he is a primary school student? Amidst the playful uproar, Mu Ye's face darkened with irritation. How could he be a primary school student? He longed to prove them wrong. Meanwhile, Duo quietly admired the photos, remarking how adorable Mu Feng had been as a child, not any less charming than Mu Yi. I was only joking. Don't take it seriously. Mu Yi hurriedly clarified, wishing to preserve his reputation. All right, brother, I understand. Yao Quanin comforted him softly, patting his shoulder. What he found most unbearable were the sympathetic glances directed at him, that I'm really not that young. After a brief bout of banter, everyone decided to rest that on the third day since their arrival, coinciding with the predicted opening of the void, two suns unexpectedly appeared in the sky. The snow on the ground melted at a visibly rapid pace. Oh no, could this trigger an avalanche? Yes, should we leave early? The 10 Special Forces soldiers accompanying them began to worry. The commotion outside roused a few from their slumber. Meng Jiuli rubbed her sleepy eyes, sensing something was amiss in the space around them. Time within this space was frozen, but moments ago, it had expanded slightly. However, this area was unlike others, shrouded in mist, obscuring the path ahead, creating an illusion of both an end and an infinite expanse. Moreover, the blue crystal egg had doubled in size, now resembling a fully developed fetus, emanating a soft indigo glow. As the mist gradually dissipated, cracks began to appear on the blue egg, and an instinct told her it was about to hatch. Rather than fear, she felt a flicker of anticipation for what might emerge. Outside the tent, and Duo could no longer contain her excitement, repeatedly calling out her name. Sister Ali, come out quickly. There are 2 suns in the sky. If you don't hurry, you'll miss it. The little girl was not frightened. She was merely curious, wondering if the legend of Ho Yi shooting down the suns was true. All right, I'm coming out. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Stepping out of the tent, she looked up to behold 2 suns suspended high in the azure sky. Yet, how could 2 suns possibly exist in this world? A moment's thought made it clear that it must be the moon and sun both appearing in the sky, meaning the 2 celestial bodies were no longer fulfilling their typical roles of day and night, but were instead competing for brilliance. And Duo, brimming with excitement, quickly pressed the shutter to capture the moment, knowing such an occurrence was rare. What is all the commotion about so early in the morning? Yao Quanin, with disheveled hair and slightly puffy eyes, glanced at them staring at the sky and followed suit. The 2 suns hung in the sky simultaneously, while on the ground, mist began to rise, revealing a golden beam of light descending from the heavens. It resembled a staircase to paradise, stretching down to the earth. Ji Mingfei rushed out of the monitoring room. Anxious as the instruments indicated significant fluctuations in the magnetic field, it seemed the void was about to open. Everyone, prepare yourselves. This is your moment to shine. The expressions on the faces of the 6 were complex, filled with both joy and fear, yet none faltered. They bravely welcomed the challenge, and Mu Yi tightly grasped Meng Jiuli's hand. Seeking reassurance, the golden light swept over them. It gradually faded until vanishing entirely. They exchanged glances, puzzled. This was not how the void's gateway was supposed to open. Chapter 97. Entering the void, they had predicted various scenarios and undergone extensive training. Yet they had overlooked the method of entering the void. They had always assumed the void possessed an attractive force, but the reality diverged from their plans. All stood frozen in place, none anticipating this outcome. If they could not enter now, it would mean all their efforts had been in vain, and the immediate priority was to find a solution. That Ji Mingfei focused intently on the parameters displayed on the instruments. The fluctuating curves indicating that the disturbances were ongoing, and the void's passage had not yet closed. As long as it remained open, there was still a chance, since they could not allow it to draw them in. An alternative plan was necessary, to use energy to propel them inside. However, he was reluctant to resort to this method until absolutely necessary, as it could potentially lead to injuries, rendering their efforts futile. He led the 6 into a temporary meeting tent. Look here, this is the current data. Although the entrance to the void has not yet closed, the situation is far from optimistic. With that, the smart individuals present understood the implications of his words. Is there truly no other way? And Duo tilted her head, studying the data before her. Although she did not fully grasp it, she believed that where there is a will, there is a way. Is it that easy to devise a solution? Do you think this is childish play? This void connects to another world. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is inside? Tang Yaowei resumed her serious demeanor, looking at her with an air of authority. Why does your face look so expressionless again? Did you not rest well last night? You. Tang Yaowei crossed her arms in irritation, ignoring her. T.S. not that there is no way. But it will come with sacrifices. This method can't be used unless absolutely necessary. Ji Mingfei glanced around, stating his final thoughts. What's wrong? You look pale. Mui noticed that Meng Jiuli's complexion had turned somewhat ashen. Beads of sweat beading on her forehead. She struggled to maintain her strength as she spoke to him, her body leaning weakly against him. It was the first time Mu Yi had seen her in such a fragile state. She had always projected a strong persona, and to witness her vulnerability today was quite surprising. The others, witnessing this scene, felt tense. They had grown accustomed to relying on Meng Jiuli as their core. And now, at such a critical juncture, she fell ill, inevitably unsettling the group's morale. I'll go take a look. I'm worried that Xiaoyu won't take good care of her. The older brother, Yao Quanan, hurriedly followed after, with Duo trailing closely behind. Li Chun and Tang Yaowei remained, waiting for Ji Mingfei's instructions. Previously, while in the 5th Special Zone, they had followed Mu Feng's arrangements. Now that they were outside, they naturally awaited Ji Mingfei's orders. What brings you two here? We were worried about you, so we came to check, and also feared Mu Yi might not take care of you properly. Mu Yi felt a wave of annoyance. He was the best caregiver, so how had he suddenly become the perceived danger? Honestly, I'm fine. It's just a severe headache. I'll be all right in a bit. You all go ahead and handle your business. Yao Quanan and the others were unaware that her second ability was spatial manipulation, and that her current headache was related to the recently emerged misty space. She hadn't had the chance to clarify the situation yet. What business could we possibly have? You are the priority. Duo wrapped her arms around Meng Jiuli's neck, her face full of a playful pout. Unable to say more, she feigned closing her eyes to rest, while in reality, she entered the space to assess the situation as anticipated by her. An endless road materialized within the misty expanse. In the center of this path lay a puddle of a blue, bubble-like substance, its round eyes fixed upon her with an unblinking gaze. What could this creature be? Could it be a slime? Its appearance was peculiar, resembling a living entity. Upon noticing her, the diminutive being suddenly leapt up with a squeak, startling her into retreat. Indeed, it was a blue, jellyfish-shaped slime. However, the little creature seemed somewhat displeased, its large, watery eyes staring at her, its tiny mouth pouting slightly. After all, who among them was not a baby? It floated slowly toward her, cautiously approaching, as if fearing she might evade it once more. Did it mistakenly perceive her as its mother? Was it seeking a hug? Nevertheless, she had no time to indulge it. She needed to ascertain where this corridor led. Time ebbed and flowed, yet she found herself unable to reach the end. The path continued indefinitely. However, at the terminus, she sensed a voice calling to her, reminiscent of Little Tomato's voice, faint and indistinct. The small slime watched her, seemingly urging her forward, indicating that this route held great significance, that her space had leveled up. Had her space indeed evolved to connect with other dimensions? If so, she could utilize this space transition to bring everyone into her realm and then venture into the time void from there. The slime appeared to be attuned to her thoughts, chattering incessantly in her ear. Yes, that was precisely it. Meng Jiuli cradled the little creature in her hands. It was not large, yet its eyes were disproportionately big, comprising half of its body, while its translucent tentacles dangled below, giving it an adorable appearance. The others observed the unexpected addition in her hands with keen curiosity, especially in Duo. Sister Ollie, you possess a space of your own? How could you hide such an adorable little creature? She embraced the slime, inspecting it with fascination, but she had underestimated the creature's feisty temperament. Surprised by her grip, it had graciously allowed her to hold it. Yet now, as she tugged at it, it retaliated by spitting a mouthful of slime all over her face. You little rascal, how dare you spit at me? Just wait till I get my hands on you. Mu Yi, noticing her somewhat disheveled appearance, felt a pang of concern, entirely preoccupied with her well-being and neglecting the slime. Are you feeling any better? I'm fine. I have something to discuss with everyone. Meng recognized that it must pertain to her space and the time void. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxious that I've found a way to enter the void. You all need not worry. That moment, her spatial abilities had ascended to level 8. She had not paid attention in recent days. Despite constantly using crystal sources to enhance her abilities after reaching level 4, her progress had stagnated. Yet here, in just 2 days, her level had increased by 4, and it was only natural that her body struggled to keep pace. Outside the tent, Ji Fei and the others heard the news and shared in their delight. Chapter 98. The Spirit Beast of Destiny. Upon hearing this news, everyone was overwhelmed with joy. Only Mu Yi remained apprehensive about her health, unwilling to let her take risks. Rest assured, there will be no danger. My space has upgraded, and it is now different from before. Meng Jiuli pointed to the struggling slime in Nduodua's embrace. And Mu Yi instantly understood that her space could no longer sustain living beings. The appearance of this slime suggested a genuine transformation. Upon closer inspection, he found the little creature somewhat familiar. Could it be the egg previously gifted by the giant octopus? Indeed, it was that very EGGIT had undergone no changes until arriving here, but within 3 days, it had hatched and even enhanced her space. Oh my, I didn't realize, Ollie, that you possess spatial abilities. Could you be a rare dual-ability warrior? Yao Quanin could hardly contain his excitement. Having only contemplated the notion of possessing 2 abilities himself, he never expected to witness it in person. Especially so close to him, Ji Fei was equally astonished. He had always assumed Meng Jiuli's prowess stemmed from her shelter and stockpiled supplies, unaware that she was a dual-ability warrior. This revelation had truly opened his eyes, and he realized he had underestimated her strength. With this thought, he hurriedly entered the tent, spotting Meng Jiuli, who appeared to be recovering. He also noticed the blue slime, which promptly greeted the trio with another spit of slime. Although this time Meng Jiuli corrected it. The little creature lowered its head and floated to her shoulder, seeking comfort. I apologize. This little one hasn't been trained and lacks manners. However, the others found it rather amusing. That's all right. Since you're feeling better, let's commence our investigation into how to access the void. Ji Fei was astute. He had overheard their earlier conversation and wanted her to articulate it once more for reassurance. You needn't play coy. You were eavesdropping outside the tent for quite some time, so you should understand the overall situation better than I do. Why pretend not to know now? Meng Jiuli's enhanced abilities allowed her to easily perceive the slightest shifts around her. The slime on her shoulder chattered, as if confessing to their stealthy behavior and the reason for its earlier spitting. She gently stroked the slime, offering it comfort. Hee, we just arrived. I did indeed catch bits of your conversation, but not the entire exchange. Look, when one becomes shameless, they become invincible. You even have the audacity to eavesdrop. What you heard was inconsequential. It suffices for you to know that there's no need to waste time reiterating. Time was of the essence. If the void's entrance were to close, they would have to wait for the next spatial gate to open, wasting both time and resources. Reconstruction in the apocalypse could not afford delays. Ji Fei awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that further discussion would be futile, so he fell silent. Now that both of you are here, I will lead you into the void tonight when the moon is full. We have approximately 4 hours to prepare. Once we enter the void, you understand what that entails. Go and make your arrangements. Tang Yaoi maintained her aloof demeanor, turning to leave without a word. Only Duo remained, playfully engaging with the slime. The anomalies persisted, with the ice and snow melting at an accelerated pace. Following this deluge, the land was rendered clear and pristine, heralding the revival of spiritual energy in Blue Star. Survivors would begin to rebuild their homes, yet they would face challenges such as resource scarcity and the limited utilization of their space. Meng Jiuli recalled the time when Li Guangqing and his son occupied the mine, establishing a vast underground power in Tang City and amassing considerable wealth, allowing them to dominate throughout the apocalypse. Why had the 5th District not intervened then? Meng Jiuli pondered, wondering if she were indeed the sole reincarnator in this world. At this moment, ruminating on such chaotic thoughts proved unproductive. The narrative had already deviated from its original course, and she could only forge ahead. Are you truly all right? I'm quite concerned for your health. Mu Yi remained close, fearful of any misstep on her part. I assure you, I'm fine now. Go gather your belongings. Tonight, I shall take you flying. And me. And me. And Doduo eagerly raised her hand, grinning as she stood before them. Suddenly, an altered pack of white wolves appeared on the snow outside the tent, startling the resting group. However, being well-trained, they quickly adapted to the situation, entering a state of readiness. Yet, the number of white wolves continued to swell, their strength evidently overwhelming, and they were all mutated varieties, massive, agile, and cunning. The commotion outside swiftly drew the attention of those within the room. Yao Quanan, ever the altruist, promptly joined the ranks of the wolf-fighting team, swiftly dispatching 5 or 6 wolves. However, it was as if a magical box had been breached, with more wolves appearing endlessly nearby. Even the fittest would be exhausted. In that moment, the slime, sensing the fray, flew from Meng Jiuli's side into the battle, utilizing its spit to successfully repel several white wolves. However, this alone could not fundamentally resolve the issue. Why had the white wolves emerged on the third day? In the previous 2 days, they had caused quite a ruckus without attacking. Today, however, they emerged just as things quieted down. Could it be that they, too, were drawn out by the spiritual energy released from a void? Gathering here collectively, as Meng Jiuli fought, she analyzed the situation, momentarily distracted, which provided the White Wolf King an opportunity to pounce. This colossal Wolf King weighed nearly 200 pounds. Should it land on her, it would likely break several of her ribs out, and Doduo, using all her strength, ensnared it mid-air. Sister Ali, run. I can barely hold on. Her small frame was pulled forward several steps by the Wolf King. But fortunately, Yao Quanan intercepted her, preventing a potentially disastrous outcome. Before the others could react, the slime, indignant, expanded its round body and consumed the White Wolf King mid-air, letting out a satisfied burp afterward. IT returned to its original size and floated back to Meng Jiuli's shoulder. Looking innocently at everyone, I initially thought it could only spit. I never imagined it could also devour. The pack of wolves, witnessing the loss of their leader, lost their fighting spirit and fled with their tails between their legs. Sister A. Lee, could you lend me this precious little creature for a few days? It is simply too adorable. And Duo gazed at it with unbridled joy, yet the slime paid her no heed. In its eyes, the first soul it encountered was Meng Jiuli. Thus it became her destined spirit beast. Chapter 99. Entering the void, you should focus on organizing your belongings. This fellow is beyond your control. With that, I cradled the blue slime in my arms, gently soothing it while caressing its so-called little belly, which astonishingly showed no signs of having just swallowed the White Wolf King. Ji Mingfei glanced at the distant snow-capped mountains. It seemed this place was no longer tenable, that if the White Wolf King was not subdued today, all would suffer the consequences. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, such entities would proliferate. There would certainly be those with gentle temperaments that could be domesticated as pets by humans. However, caution remains paramount. All right, I share the same sentiment. The two reached a consensus on the matter, yet he was also intrigued by the peculiar creature perched on Meng Jiuli's shoulder, which was nothing short of extraordinary, challenging his perception of reality. That evening, the group shared a simple dinner, a farewell to the days spent together. The room was steeped in a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, with silence reigning. Even the usually loquacious Yao Quanan was surprisingly quiet. Let us rally our spirits. We are venturing into an unexplored world, not marching toward our demise. There is no need for such pessimism. We are all extraordinary beings, unlikely to perish easily. Meng Jiuli reassured everyone, attempting to uplift their spirits. Very well, we shall heed your words and remain optimistic. Let us embrace joy, for there are many awaiting our good news. We cannot afford to give up. Yao Quanan quickly chimed in, observing the little soldier monitoring the machines rush over, breathless with news of a fluctuation in the readings. Commander G, the curve has changed. There may be alterations in the void. You must hurry and investigate. The group swiftly converged in the monitoring room, confirming that the curve indeed exhibited significant changes, indicating that the magnetic field surrounding the void was unstable and could close at any moment. It appeared that time was of the essence. Everyone gathered in the open area, and I prepared to lead them into the void. With urgency, they assembled, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a mist-laden realm. Surrounded by flickering lights reminiscent of fireflies, suddenly, a powerful gravitational force pulled them into a time-space tunnel, enveloped by the sound of rushing winds, rendering them speechless, and Duo widened her curious eyes. Observing the ever-shifting scenery, could this be the legendary experience of traversing dimensions? Abruptly, a sensation of weightlessness overcame them. The six, who had been holding hands, nearly got swept away by the current of time. They must cling tightly to one another. The consequences of separation would be dire. Seeing their struggles, the slime enlarged its body, shielding the six as they landed safely. The jarring impact caused them to faint, and upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in a warm, spring-like environment with flowers blooming all around. Indeed, they had arrived in the right place. Meng Jiuli was the first to awaken, rising to survey their surroundings, which appeared devoid of danger. She proceeded to awaken her companions, who, still dazed, believed they had entered paradise upon witnessing the enchanting scenery. Have we succeeded, or have we ascended? Yao Quan questioned incredulously, pinching himself to confirm his reality. Finding it painfully undeniable, and Duo, with her carefree spirit, was soon captivated by the surrounding flowers, rushing to gather them. Be careful. Do not poison yourself, came the warning. The flora here was unlike anything found on Blue Star. Thus, Bai Shiyao should tread cautiously. Should she succumb to poisoning, it would not be a trivial matter that I understand, rest assured. Tang Yue marveled at the environment, having not encountered such beauty in ages. The air was sweet, a true delight. Yue's sentiments mirrored those of Meng Jiuli. Her joy was his. Even the usually reticent Li Chun displayed a hint of excitement, standing to gaze at Tang Yue, the one he often thought of first when sharing moments of joy. The surroundings seemed temporarily safe. The fauna consisted of small creatures familiar from Blue Star, rabbits, gophers, and the like. No sight of larger carnivorous beasts was apparent. Yet the temporal dynamics differed. While it was night on Blue Star, it appeared to be dawn in this realm. You find these flowers beautiful. There are so many wondrous fruits over there. And Duo exclaimed, pointing toward a vibrant patch of greenery, where red, green, and purple fruits glistened. The fruits were about the size of tomatoes, but displayed a variety of colors and a translucent quality. In that moment, uncertainty loomed as to whether they were safe to consume. In this realm brimming with spiritual energy, they felt invigorated despite having walked for quite some time. Look ahead. Is that not a deer? And Duo pointed excitedly at an animal resembling a spotted deer, albeit significantly larger with distinct antlers, possibly a variation of deer. The creature sensed their presence, its alert eyes fixed upon them. Before they could advance, the deer launched a swift attack, scattering them before they could react. Be cautious. This creature possesses formidable strength. Do not be deceived by its appearance. Yi attempted to harness his abilities, only to find himself unable to do so. Everyone, pay heed. Our powers cannot be manifested here. Arm yourselves. Fortunately, training had equipped them with weapons. Otherwise, they would likely falter in this encounter. Yet something felt amiss. No, it can be used. Look! And Duo waved her hand, summoning a massive vine that ensnared the deer, rendering it immobile. Yi tried once more, only to meet the same failure. However, Li Chen's ice abilities were effective, while Meng Jiuli's lightning remained dormant. Yet spatial abilities were still at their disposal. Why was that? Before long, they subdued the so-called deer, within Duo tightly binding it with vines. Do you think this creature's meat is edible? Yao Quan inquired. Eyeing the securely bound animal, his appetite awakened. Given their limited understanding of the environment, it was wise to exercise caution. Abundant as the spiritual energy was, there were many restrictions. Her lightning and Mu Ye's fire were ineffective. Could it be due to the forest setting? For now, they needed to leave before nightfall, lest they encounter even more perilous creatures. Chapter 100. The primitive forest. As they fumbled about, they struggled to find a clear path out. The methods for navigation from Blue Star proved futile here. What shall we do, Sister A. Lee? Are we to remain trapped until we starve? Fear not. The forest teems with creatures and fruits. We shall not face starvation. Yao Quan ingested, reminding everyone that as long as there was sustenance, they would not perish. Moreover, with the rich spiritual energy, even after hours of walking, fatigue eluded them. Stay calm. There's a brook over there. If we follow it downstream, we should be able to exit the forest. The brook's waters were crystal clear, revealing small, albeit peculiar fish swimming by, with large fins and disproportionately large eyes. Yao Quan felt a twinge of disappointment. Everything here seemed oddly surreal. There must be a way out. Let us proceed. The dense trees loomed overhead, casting an eerie shadow over their path. Observing the tantalizing bounty they could not consume was a torment in itself. Do you sense that? It feels as though we are being followed, and Duo remarked, her demeanor suddenly alert as she scanned their surroundings, sensing unseen eyes upon them. She attempted to connect with the essence of the vegetation around them. Remarkably, within less than a day, she found herself able to glean information from the plants. Could the abundant spiritual energy here be accelerating her abilities? It seems we may not escape this forest today. Though a harsh truth, she felt compelled to share it with the group. Why do you speak such ominous words? Yao Quan questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. The plants have conveyed this to me. We are trapped here, controlled by a powerful entity, and we must locate this individual and resolve the situation. She indicated the grass beneath their feet and the towering trees surrounding them. After a lengthy explanation, the group grasped the grim reality. They were indeed ensnared, as the sun quickly dipped below the horizon. Darkness enveloped them, the colossal trees casting an imposing shadow. They retrieved their flashlights and halted at the safe spot Duo had indicated. Can you truly understand their words, Duo? Indeed, I am equally perplexed. It simply came to me all at once. She tilted her head, observing the individuals tending to the fire. Yi attempted once more to ignite the dry wood with his abilities. This time succeeding. How extraordinary it is that my powers could be wielded here. Rest assured, you'll be able to use them henceforth, and they will prove invaluable. Duo gazed at him with a cheerful smile, affirmatively informing him. Everyone took advantage of the firelight to set up the tents, yet Tang Yaowei could distinctly sense a slight discomfort in her body. An inexplicable eeriness pervaded the air, but she could not pinpoint its source, which left her feeling quite vexed. What a dreadful place this is. Had she known, she would never have come here, with its chilling atmosphere and utter lack of anything. She incessantly complained, almost striking her own hand in the process. However, her companions were well accustomed to her temperament and paid her grievances no mind. After a simple dinner, Duo attempted to gather information about the deer, but it seemed that the flora here were terrified of the creature and remained tight-lipped no matter how she inquired. Meanwhile, the slime, which had been sleeping in Meng Jiuli's space, was intrigued by the creature and immediately approached it upon waking, sticking to its side and sniffing, subsequently drooling profusely. Little one, you can't do that. It still has its uses. Fortunately, she swiftly curtailed its actions, for otherwise it would have certainly devoured the deer. Realizing it was forbidden, the slime angrily soared into the air and spat out its saliva. What are you doing, you ugly thing? I'll make you regret that. After finally managing to set up the tent, Tang Yaowei was splattered right on the face by the slime adair. Her mood, already sour, worsened significantly. However, the slime was undeterred by her anger and promptly adhered to her face, refusing to budge no matter how she tried to pry it off. Meng Jiuli, control your pet. It's utterly disgusting. As she struggled to remove the slime, she complained to Meng Jiuli, but the creature clung to her like a stubborn bandage, shifting shapes no matter how much she tugged at it. Tang Yaowei felt an extreme aversion to the creature at that moment. It might simply adore you, so treat it well. Otherwise, it will cling to you incessantly. Indeed, it seems your charm is undeniable. I wish to play with it, yet it ignores me completely. I truly envy you. Duo chimed in, feeling that lightening Tang Yaowei's mood was quite necessary amidst the oppressive atmosphere. You two are utterly shameless. Tang Yaowei, in a fit of anger, grabbed one side of the slime and attempted to hurl it to the ground. But it was as if it were glued to her face, and in the process, she stumbled and fell. Only when she hit the ground did the slime detach itself from her. I swear. I will kill you. The slime made a face at her from the air before landing on Meng Jiuli's shoulder. All right, don't be angry. It's merely a spirit beast. IT was just playing a prank on you. And now I apologize on its behalf. Ondwa Duo handed her a red fruit, which she eyed hesitantly. Ondwa Duo took a bite, chewing it contentedly. It's not poisonous. Eat with peace of mind from now on. Anything plant-related in this place would be safe under Ondwa Duo's guidance. Everyone dared to use it only because she assured them it was fine. The taste of these fruits was far superior to that of blue stars. Not only filling but also invigorating, leaving one with boundless energy. Tang Yaowei took a bite of the fruit and found it quite delightful, devouring it eagerly. That's the spirit. We know each other well now. No need for pretense. Ondwa Duo endeavored to open her heart once more, realizing that Tang Yaowei was not entirely the opportunistic girl she appeared to be. At times, she could be rather endearing. However, her consistent behavior had mostly showcased an unlikable side, perhaps due to her penchant for fire-making. She draped an arm around Tang Yaowei's shoulder, sitting casually by the campfire as before. Here, this is for you. Consider it an apology from the little creature. Meng Jiuli handed her a piece of crystal source, appropriate as a gift of apology since she was not an awakened ability user and would surely feel somewhat unwell here. You think this little creature can buy my favor? What a joke. Tang Yaowei raised her head haughtily, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers. I never intended to buy you off. I simply pity your current hormonal imbalance. Absorbing this will help. If you refuse, that little creature has been eyeing you longingly. That moment. The slime on her shoulder was already drooling profusely. Chapter 101. The giant python strikes Tang Yaowei, accepted the crystal source, and felt an immediate wave of relief. She finally grasped the ease of being an ability user, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of envy towards them. After absorbing it, you can take a nap. Perhaps tomorrow you'll be just like us. The little creature, seeing the delectable fruit taken away by Tang Yaowei, sulked and turned its head away, resting on Meng Jiuli's shoulder. All right, there will be more for you in the future, you little pest. She lifted it up, scrutinizing it closely. From now on, you shall be called Little One. Thus, Little One became its name, and it blinked its large eyes at her, seemingly accepting the moniker. The night passed without further incident, and everyone drifted into a sweet slumber. After absorbing the crystal source, Tang Yaowei, too, fell into a deep sleep in the middle of the night. Mu Yi, responsible for security checks, suddenly felt a chilling presence. As if a colossal being was approaching their vicinity, he retrieved a powerful flashlight and began to meticulously inspect around the tent. The cold sensation seemed to emanate from above. As he looked up, a drop of viscous liquid, tinged with the scent of blood, fell upon his face. In that split second of eye contact, enormous eyes, akin to brass bells, glimmered with a green luminescence from the treetops. A massive head descended, and Mu Yi finally discerned that it was a gargantuan python. With the rich spiritual energy surrounding them, the serpent appeared to possess a level of intelligence, stealthily observing their every move from the branches, poised to strike at any moment. The scent of humanity wafting from Mu Yi was irresistibly delectable. It had never encountered such a sweet prey before and was determined not to let this culinary delight escape. The towering tree trunk was so robust that it would take 6 people holding hands to encircle it, yet this enormous python had coiled around it more than 10 times, showcasing its immense size. However, its bulk did not hinder its speed as it swiftly descended from the tree. Lunging towards Mu, he narrowly evaded its first strike, but the subsequent attacks came in rapid succession, leaving him no time to think. Even his abilities were rendered ineffective, as the python effortlessly predicted his moves and dodged with remarkable agility. This left him in a precarious position, unable to approach the massive serpent. The world within the void was similar to that of Blue Star. There were primitive forests here too, with animals that bore striking resemblances, albeit significantly larger, many of which had evolved or mutated. As for this massive python, aside from its size, it astonishingly had a set of wings. A flying serpent was something he had never encountered before, but in this vast world, it was hardly surprising that in the dark forest, a pair of eyes the size of light bulbs flitted around Mu Yi, accompanied by the occasional howls of wild beasts, indicating that they had sensed a fresh prey had arrived. They needed to devise a plan to escape by dawn. Suddenly, the python swung its tail with a tremendous force. Mu Yi felt a rush of wind by his ear, mingled with the scent of grass and wood, barreling toward his head. Expecting pain, he was surprised to find himself suddenly 100 meters away from the python. How could you concede so easily? This isn't like you. Did I arrive just in time? Seeing it was Meng Jiuli, his heart began to race. He did not want her to be embroiled in danger. Yet she had inadvertently come to his aid. Why are you at a loss for words and gratitude? Don't worry. I won't ask for your hand in marriage. This is hardly the time for jest. That python is incredibly dangerous, and it can easily foresee my attacks, making it extremely difficult to injure it. And he fixated on his surroundings, wary of another sudden assault that I know. I sensed something was off long ago. But you didn't come out sooner. Don't worry. Your sister will protect you. Just then, her spatial abilities had advanced considerably, allowing her to teleport 100 meters away, bringing Mu Yi along, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy here. Additionally, she seemed capable of creating a parallel space to ensnare enemies, although she had yet to execute it. Only through practice would she know its efficacy. Today's 100-meter teleportation was akin to crossing a river by feeling the stones. Yet it had succeeded. The python's body measured a staggering 70 to 80 meters, and even at a distance of 100 meters, it could easily flip over. Mu soon spotted those bulbous green eyes again. It's coming back. Stay behind me. Don't let it harm you. He positioned her behind him, taking up an offensive stance. The rushing, foul wind met him head-on, and he unleashed his Qi-Ming fire towards the python's head. Indeed, his abilities had also improved and exceeded his expectations. The Qi-Ming fire, as its name suggests, could incinerate all matter in existence, rendering it exceptionally formidable. The swiftly advancing python was struck by the flames, resulting in a gaping wound that intensified its frenzy. With a flick of its wings, it executed a powerful tail whip, snapping nearby trees in half. Don't be afraid, just watch me. Meng Jiuli concentrated her thoughts, striving to create an ethereal space, preparing to ensnare the beast within. However, before she could react, a small creature appeared before her, its enlarged form blocking the serpent's attack. The IT swiftly expanded, rapidly enveloping the great snake. What on earth? Can it really consume that? Mu Yi observed the creature with curiosity. After devouring the white wolf king and a massive python, it seemed to have grown a bit larger. The little creature wiggled its body, let out a resounding belch, and tilted its small head to look at him. With a splutter, it sprayed him with saliva. You mischievous little thing. You need to correct your bad habits. Or I might just let your master give you a spanking. The creature nonchalantly glanced at him before flying directly to Meng Jiuli's shoulder. There were no signs of struggle around the tent, nor any traces of wild beasts. Had they been abducted by other supernatural beings? The thought sent chills down their spines. The earlier serpent had merely been a diversion, allowing others to be whisked away during the commotion. What could their intentions possibly be? It left both of them utterly perplexed. It's not safe here. It's better if we stick together. I can protect you if anything happens. The little creature made a gurgling sound, its grandiloquent speech merely a guise for wanting to take advantage of the situation. With dawn approaching, they decided to seek refuge in her tent until morning, when they would search for clues. Chapter 102. The two's actions sleep a bit more. I will watch over you. Meng Jiuli, with her eyes half closed, gestured for him to lie down. If anything occurs, the little creature will alert us. Don't underestimate it. Though small, it possesses great abilities. Yes, they spoke. Both of them succumbed to slumber. The temperature at night was quite pleasant. And without the pesky mosquitoes of Blue Star, it was comfortable even without a blanket. When they awoke, the watch displayed 9:45 a.m. They had slept nearly 6 hours. Do you feel that something is amiss in this world? This isn't Blue Star, so we can't be too precise with our calculations. But this sleep was indeed restful. Mu stretched lazily, smiling at Meng Jiuli. This was the second time he witnessed her waking from slumber. Warm and sweet. She stepped out of the tent to assess the surroundings. Each tent remained intact, with only the entrance flaps unfastened. Such tents could only be opened from within, indicating everyone had exited on their own. Have you noticed anything strange? Not at the moment, but we can follow the tracks to investigate further. Observing the imprints in the grass, it shouldn't be too difficult to locate them. Perhaps they could even find a way out of the forest. After a simple breakfast, they commenced their search for the others. Akati appears they followed the stream downstream. Look, is this not in Dwodwa's hairpin? Muyi picked up a small rabbit-shaped hairpin from the ground and handed it to her. This indeed belongs to her. Let's follow this path. We are bound to encounter them. A deep, menacing growl erupted from the thicket, causing both of them to stiffen. Could they be facing another beast? The little creature swiftly flew ahead to scout the situation. The underbrush parted, revealing a tiger the size of an elephant standing boldly before them. What on earth? Why is every creature in this forest so enormous? Can we not live in peace? Muyi seemed to complain, yet he instinctively positioned himself in front of her, shielding her with his body. This is not Blue Star. It belongs to another parallel world. It is quite normal for flora and fauna to grow larger here, and you needn't stand before me every time. I am not a delicate maiden. I can protect myself, and I expect to protect you as well. Is it my fault then? I'm merely concerned about you getting injured. It would be a hassle, don't be upset. We shall fight side by side from now on. He stepped aside, allowing her to stand beside him as they faced the great beast together. The tiger, with its round eyes, gazed at them, likely pondering that these two were no more than morsels for its teeth. They remained in a standoff, awaiting the other's move. However, after nearly 5 minutes of tense silence, the tiger could no longer contain itself and leapt toward them with a ferocious roar. Its massive form crashed through the trees, leaving a crater where it landed before them as it approached. Meng Jiuli noted that despite its colossal size, this was also its disadvantage. Its bulk restricted its agility. If only the little creature could circle around it a few times, it would likely become disoriented. The two exchanged glances and, in a flash, teleported 50 meters away. The little creature, delighted by its task, transformed into a size akin to a kitten, hovering in the air and teasing the tiger. The tiger, noticing the creature above, raised its enormous paw in frustration, swatting at the air. The sight was somewhat comical, and she suddenly found it rather endearing. The little creature flitted about effortlessly, while the tiger struggled to keep up, eventually collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, its previous ferocity completely vanished. The two watched the spectacle unfold without needing to intervene, and eventually, they even began to enjoy a barbecue, which felt somewhat lacking without wine. Do you believe I could punch your spirit out of your body? She raised her fist playfully at Muyi, who was savoring a skewer, then walked over to the great tiger. Poor little thing. You must be starving. Would you like some grilled skewers? She teased the tiger, but it had already lost all will to resist. The little creature, drawn by the scent of the tiger's aura, drooled with anticipation, eager to consume it. However, Meng Jiuli intervened. Isn't it better to keep such a charming big cat around? I promise to reward you with something else later. Do not devour it just yet. It has other uses. Now that a new area had been opened in their space, it was conceivable for the tiger to reside there as well. This meant that their space could now accommodate living beings. She gently stroked the tiger's smooth and sleek fur, reminiscent of blazing flames, yet petting it felt far more enjoyable. The tiger, raising its eyelids to glance at her, ceased its struggles, allowing her to indulge in her whims. Will you let me satisfy my desire to pet you? She mused, and to her surprise, the tiger comfortably lay at her feet, its massive head nuzzling against her calves, exuding an aura of submission. Far removed from its earlier fierceness, could it be that it perceives you as its master? Perhaps, but isn't it quite impressive to have such a grand tiger by my side? To effortlessly acquire a mighty tiger was indeed a delightful occurrence. Upon hearing this, the tiger let out a roar, and from the surrounding foliage emerged 3 smaller tigers, evidently its mates. Well, look at you, a true polygamist. I envy you to the point of exhaustion. Muyi observed the docile tigers gathered around their larger counterpart. Receiving such treatment, since you are so envious, why not remain here and find yourself a few mates as well? As Meng Jiuli rose, the tiger followed suit, nudging her onto its broad back. It felt as if she were seated on a luxurious leather chair, radiating warmth. Surely you won't be so inconsiderate as to only take her along. What about me? Indeed, the dynamics of attraction were evident. The male tiger ignored Muyi's complaints entirely, carrying Meng Jiuli forward with great speed. Hey, wait for me. With the tiger carrying him on its back, it quickly caught up to her, while the rest of the group trailed behind. Who would dare to provoke such a formidable assembly? Chapter 103. The sentient tiger riding the tiger certainly enhanced their speed, yet Meng Jiuli began to doubt whether the tiger understood her intentions. Tiger, please stop. I need to find my team. They've been taken by nefarious individuals. All she heard in response was the howling wind rushing past her ears. Frustrated, she grabbed its ear, finally prompting it to halt. The tiger stared at her with its round, expressive eyes, bewildered. Why are you pulling my ear when I was running just fine? I still need to search for them. We can't be so swift, understand? She gently patted the tiger's head, and it seemed to grasp her words. Nodding in understanding, I teapawed at the ground, then raised its head and shook it a few times before looking at her and starting to move forward. Are you telling me you know where they are? The tiger nodded affirmatively. Wonderful. Once they arrive, we shall go find them. Behind them, Muyi struggled to keep up, feeling quite disheveled by the ride. Upon finally reaching her, he immediately retched. What a waste of food. I told you to eat less, yet you insisted on indulging. Now look, it's all come back up. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help it. The ride was far too bumpy to manage. Muyi continued to heave. The once promising athlete of the training grounds now found himself humbled by the bumpy ride. Meng Jiuli had initially planned to continue riding the tiger, but Muyi flatly refused. So they had no choice but to proceed on foot alongside the tiger. The tiger's 3 mates were stored in her space to prevent their group from becoming too unwieldy, which would hinder their progress. When the other 4 individuals regained consciousness, they discovered themselves ensconced within a nameless cave, permeated by the unmistakable stench of a latrine. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they were taken aback to find 3 blonde-haired, blue-eyed men, alongside a woman with red hair and brown eyes, who appeared somewhat frail, presumably having been captured prior to their arrival. This provided a plausible explanation for the foul odor that enveloped the cave. Yao Quanin gazed in terror and confusion at the other 3, who mirrored his expression of bewilderment. If Sister Ali and the others had not been captured, they would undoubtedly come to their aid. And Duo, however, maintained a more optimistic perspective, firmly believing that Meng Jiuli and the others would surely arrive to rescue them. Humph, your optimism is misplaced. They are likely in no position to help themselves, remarked Tang Yue. Hush, Tang Yue. Don't curse Sister Ali with your ill-fated words. She is incredibly capable and will undoubtedly be fine, and they will come to save us, retorted in Duo, fiercely defending Sister Ali against any disparagement. You are simply too naive, having never faced the harsh realities of life. Once you have experienced such trials, you will understand, Tang Yue scoffed. It seems you are merely bitter because you cannot have your way. Everyone knows you and Ali do not get along. Now that she's absent, you feel free to speak ill of her, don't you? And Duo countered, her words firing off like bullets, leaving Tang Yue's face flushed with indignation. Their quarrel soon attracted the attention of the guards outside the cave. 2 stout men entered, leering at the 2 attractive women, chattering away in a dialect that was incomprehensible to them. Nevertheless, the sting of the whips they wielded conveyed a clear message. Silence them. For they were disturbing someone's rest. This individual was likely the mastermind behind their predicament. You have the audacity to strike me. What kind of coward strikes a woman? Yao Quanin proclaimed defiantly. Adopting a protective demeanor toward the 2 girls, the squat men glared at him with their beady eyes, filled with envy and anger at his boldness. The 3 blonde men exchanged worried glances. Here, a man must not assert himself too strongly, or he would meet a dire fate. If one were handsome and robust, it would only exacerbate their predicament, leading to severe torment. The squat men hurled more threats, their demeanor far more menacing than before. With 2 lashes, Yao Quanin was left bloodied and bruised. Little man, you possess quite a bit of strength, but your grandfather fears nothing, he yelled back, his stubbornness ignited. Yet, this would only invite harsher punishment. Yao, you must cease. We have brought this trouble upon ourselves. A few blows are acceptable. Do not provoke them further, or they may kill you, and Duo urged, her voice trembling with fear. It was her momentary bravado that had led to their capture. Fear not, little sister, I shall not perish. Consider it a mere tickle from Grandpa, he replied, his body marred with wounds, while the squat men showed no signs of relenting. Li Chun, speak up. Otherwise, Yao will be killed. And Duo implored. Elichen rolled his eyes. At this juncture, everyone was merely trying to survive, and no one could save anyone else. Better to remain quiet and avoid further injuries. Seeing Li Chen's silence, and Duo shot back. No wonder you two are so close. It appears you are both selfish and indifferent to the suffering of others. And Duo, be quiet. What you believe is for the greater good may not be what everyone desires. No matter how many voices rise, it will not alter the reality, Tang Yue shouted back at her. Just then, the squat men seemed to tire of their sport and exited the cave. And Duo felt a surge of urgency, yet her hands and feet were bound, rendering her immobile, as she could only watch helplessly as Yao Quanan writhed in pain on the ground. Fervently hoping that Meng Jiuli and the others would rescue them, soon that Li Chun, indifferent to her tirades, merely regarded them as entertainment. Presently, understanding why they had been captured was of utmost importance. Everything else was inconsequential. The other 4 individuals in the cave were equally stunned by the unfolding events. Though they had once threatened the captives, witnessing such brutality was a first for them. Are you all right? One man named Hansen, the only one among them who spoke Chinese, inquired with concern. You speak Chinese? Thank goodness. Do you know why they brought you here? And Duo exclaimed, fervently seeking answers. Please be quiet. We also do not understand why we were brought here. We have been trapped for 3 days and can discern nothing of their intentions, and our abilities do not function in this place. Hansen replied, and Duo felt utterly disheartened. No wonder her attempt to use vines against the squat men earlier had yielded no effect. The IT seemed they were doomed. Chapter 104. Encountering unusual circumstances, Meng Jiuli and Mu Yi had been walking for some time. Their pace noticeably slowing. As night fell once more, they were compelled to set up camp again. The tiger beast had already scouted the area and returned with a large rabbit, far more than the 2 could consume. The creatures here seemed significantly larger than those outside. They wondered if consuming them might pose a risk. Taking a bite of the rabbit's leg, Meng Jiuli mused, it might make us larger. But the taste is exquisite, far superior to that of Blue Star. The rabbit's succulent meat, enhanced by Meng Jiuli's seasoning, wafted a tantalizing aroma that left the tiger beast salivating. Would you like some? Here, she offered, tossing the rabbit's head to it. Not long after, they heard a human scream echoing from the depths of the forest. Had the tiger beast attacked a human, they quickly extinguished their fire, stowed the rabbit in their spatial compartment, and set off toward the direction for which the tiger beast had vanished. Bloodstains littered the ground, suggesting someone had been injured, following the trail of blood for approximately 200 meters. They spotted the tiger beast, fiercely fixated on the nearby woods. Emitting a low growl, the shadow darted through the trees, and the tiger beast lunged forward, but it was a moment too late. The further they ventured, the more the scent of blood intensified. Only when they switched on their powerful flashlight did they discern the grim scene before them. A golden-haired man lay on the ground, blood pooling around him. The nature of his wounds suggested they had not been inflicted by an animal, but rather by a blade of some sort. Could this man be connected to the one who had abducted in Duo and the others? If so, they were in grave danger. Mu examined the man's injuries. The clean, fatal wound to his carotid artery indicated a trained assassin, swift, precise, and deadly. Searching the man's body, Muyi discovered a military dog tag beneath him, identical to his own. Were they from the same unit? Doubt flooded Muyi's mind. They had dispatched a team, yet now other individuals had appeared. What did this mean? What are you thinking? Is that your old flame? Meng Jiuli teased. The man had succumbed to blood loss, the direct cause being the severed carotid artery. Yet, it appeared his head had been damaged, likely in an attempt to seize his crystal core. Muyi analyzed the situation, and Meng Jiuli nodded in agreement. It seems someone had come here to hunt down ability users for their crystal cores. This was a first for her. On Blue Star, everyone hunted zombies or beasts for their energy sources, but never had she heard of anyone targeting ability users. What could be the purpose behind such actions? Both were perplexed, pondering who would desire these crystal cores and for what purpose. Muyi's expression turned somber. These matters might not involve Mu Feng. Perhaps he was entirely unaware. However, the military dog tag was indeed a symbol of the 5th District. Could someone be impersonating members of the 5th District? Or was there a traitor among them? All would become clear once they apprehended that shadow. Meng Jiuli rummaged through her backpack, discovering canned goods, biscuits, a spare set of clothes, and a gun with several bullets. Valuable items indeed. Though she had little interest in firearms, she casually tossed the pistol to Mu Yi. "Here, take this." Lastly, she picked up a piece of identification, examining it closely. A user from the beautiful nation. What a shame he was rather handsome. Since he was from another planet, she decided to do a good deed and bury him. The tiger beast had already dug a hole, perfectly suited for the task. "Are you smitten with him?" Mu Yi teased. "What nonsense. He is but a corpse. Let him rest in peace." With that, they buried him and marked his grave with stones. Meanwhile, the tiger beast had captured several wild rabbits, eagerly awaiting their turn at the barbecue. "I must say, Tiger Beast, you are quite impressive. While we have yet to catch the villains, you have certainly amassed a feast. Shall we roast one for you today?" Meng Jiuli remarked, eyeing the lively bunnies, which appeared to be a family of young rabbits. Seeing it nod in agreement, she placed the little rabbits into the space and advised the mother tigers not to harm them. Then, she roasted another rabbit for the tiger beasts. And the two of them continued to consume the remaining half. Is it possible that we have been deceived?" Mu Yi stated abruptly, her gaze fixed on the campfire. Since earlier, she sensed something was amiss with him. Could he have learned something? We are comrades, and even closer friends who share everything. If you have any doubts, feel free to voice them, and we shall confront them together. She offered him silent reassurance through her eyes, encouraging him that no matter what challenges arose, they would face them as one. Actually, it's nothing significant. I merely found this under that person's body just now. I suspect he belongs to the 5th Special District. He handed her the military token, which she recognized. She had an identical one that Mu Yi had given her. This signifies that individuals from the 5th Special District have arrived here. What then does that make us? Are you suspecting Mu Feng? It shouldn't be Mu Feng. Even at his worst, he would never allow his own brother to fall into danger. Regretting her words immediately, she added, "Don't misunderstand. I was just speaking casually. It likely isn't him. After all, you're his biological brother, and he wouldn't harm you. It's not Mu Feng. But it appears something has occurred within the 5th Special District. It could be that a traitor has emerged, or someone is impersonating members of the 5th Special District. However, the latter scenario seems improbable." Meng Jiuli nodded in agreement with his thoughts, considering it quite possible that a traitor had infiltrated their ranks, which would place Mu Feng in a precarious situation. Their own circumstances were not necessarily better than Mu Feng's. There were individuals from the 5th Special District who sought the crystal cores of ability users. And due to identity issues, they dispatched agents here to hunt ability users for their own ends. The flames crackled on the ground, and the aroma of rabbit meat wafted far and wide. Yet they had no time to indulge, while the tiger beast drooled in anticipation, gazing longingly at the sizzling rabbit meat. Unable to partake, unable to contain himself, he pawed at her, pleading, "Hurry up and give it to me. I can hardly resist. Eat quickly. Once you're full, keep watch for us." With a tiger beast outside, ordinary wild animals would dare not approach, allowing them to rest peacefully. Those individuals had yet to make a move against them. And for now, it was merely speculation. They needed to locate others to ascertain if they were indeed from the same faction. Chapter 105. A chain of events. The entire night passed safely. The forest was eerily quiet, and outside the tent, the snores of the tiger beasts resonated. The next day, Mu Yi endured her discomfort as two tigers galloped side by side through the forest. And soon they were led out of the woods. The tiger beast nodded, indicating that ahead lay the stronghold of those individuals, suggesting they proceed on their own. It seemed somewhat apprehensive of this place. "Are you afraid of this place? Are they formidable?" The tiger beast stared with round eyes, nuzzling against her affectionately. She then stored the tiger beast in her space, and the two of them stealthily advanced. The grass ahead was over a person's height, and they soon caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, igniting a sense of foreboding within them. Could it be that this place had also suffered a calamity? They quickened their pace, pushing through the dense thicket, and when they beheld the scene before the entrance, it could only be described as ghastly. Too short, stocky men lay on the ground, soaked in their own crimson blood. Peering further inside, it was utterly vacant, not a single figure in sight. "We have arrived too late." These individuals must have died not long ago, their demise mirroring that of those from yesterday, suggesting they belong to the same group. Mu Yi examined the bodies, discovering a military token on one of the men. The second corpse bore one as well. Could they have intentionally left these clues, aiming to mislead them into believing that it was the 5th Special District behind this? Or was there another motive? His mind was in disarray, increasingly curious about the underlying reasons. What is it? Have you discovered something? Both, she replied, handing him the military tokens and rising to venture further inside. The cave still reeked, yet was now devoid of life. However, there remained distinctive marks left by Duo on the walls. One small flower blooming vibrantly. She had once mentioned that this was her signal. Should they become separated, she would leave this mark for them. They had once been imprisoned here, but now they must have been taken away. She pointed to the flower on the wall, telling Mu Yi that it appeared they had not fled far. Let us continue the pursuit. Releasing the tiger bees to discern the scent, the two of them followed its lead. And Duo, you must be in a good place now. Do you still believe in your sister A Li? Tang Yaowei had been lashed twice, her wounds just beginning to scab, and now she found herself bound, uncertain of her fate. Had she known the perilous journey that awaited her, she would never have sacrificed her mother for this wretched insect technique, which was of no use to her now. I firmly believe that Sister A Li will come to our rescue. They may not have arrived yet, likely hindered along the way. Once they resolve their obstacles, they will find us swiftly. The most grievous situation was with Yao Quanan, who had been beaten to a pulp, his injuries untreated and bleeding profusely, rendering him exceedingly weak that if help did not come soon, his life would be in jeopardy. Brother Yao, don't fall asleep. We're outside now, and the spiritual energy here is abundant. You should recover quickly. Yao Quanan's ability was healing, meaning he could mend his own wounds. The injuries he sustained were due to the inability to use his powers within the cave. Now that they were outside, he should heal rapidly. Duo whispered words of comfort to him. Yet her voice reached the armed men driving ahead. Don't waste your breath. You've been poisoned by those short fellows. You cannot use your abilities at all. You might as well stay put. The man's words struck like lightning, revealing that it was not the cave that had restricted their powers, but rather that they had been poisoned, rendering them incapable of utilizing their abilities. And what was once fervent heart cooled significantly. Without abilities and now injured, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. Brother Yao, don't listen to his nonsense. Your abilities will surely recover. You'll be fine. I still need you to help me catch wild boars. At that moment, Yao Quanan, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, managed to offer her a faint smile, an attempt to comfort her. He knew his own body. Without medicine, he would likely perish here. Sister, don't cry. Big Brother will heed your advice and survive, but you must listen to a few of my words that, if you survive and have the chance to escape, please convey my messages to your sister-in-law. The happiest moment of my life was catching wild boars and rabbits for them, and if I should die, let your sister-in-law marry a good man. Tears streamed down Duo's face, splattering onto his. You won't die. I won't allow it. I'll find a way to save you. You're dreaming. We're all in a precarious situation. Who can protect whom? I advise you not to feed them false hopes. Tang Yaowei sat aside, coldly mocking her. You'd best be quiet. You have no right to speak here. And Duo was genuinely infuriated. How could such a woman exist? It was one thing to refuse to contribute to the team, but to make sarcastic remarks now was utterly intolerable. Duo, don't stoop to her level. She's just that kind of person. She's not inherently bad. Perhaps it's related to her upbringing. Don T hold it against her. Yao Quanan uttered before slipping back into unconsciousness. Wait for me. I will definitely save you. Tang Yaowei was taken aback that Yao Quanan would stand up for her. Feeling a flush of warmth spread through her. Throughout her life, no one had ever considered her thoughts. Her opinions were often dismissed, leading her to develop a sharp tongue and a habit of nitpicking. Only by criticizing others could she draw attention to herself, albeit a detestable method. Yet it was effective. She was not an ability user. She attempted to control the minds of the armed men driving ahead with her insect king. To her surprise, their mental defenses were remarkably strong, utterly impenetrable. Had they undergone special training, or were they not human at all? Tang Yaowei pondered, trying once more to attack them with her insect king. And this time, The man driving ahead spoke. I advise you not to attempt any tricks. Your little gadgets won't work on us. Save your strength. Tang Yahweh, unfazed by being seen through, smiled brightly and inquired. Then can you tell us where you are taking us? At the very least, let us understand our situation. When the time comes for you to know, you will naturally be informed. For now, just sit quietly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. What a bore. She decided not to pursue the matter further, unwilling to face Ndwadua's mockery, and simply closed her eyes, feigning sleep. That, if you help us, just say so. There is no need to act so high and mighty. Weary not unreasonable people, and Doduo realized that Tang Yahweh had likely attempted to attack the two men. Although she still disapproved of her, she found it hard to genuinely dislike her. What a complicated individual she was. Meng Jiuli and the others hurried along the small path, discovering tire tracks on the main road. Could vehicles traverse here as well? Thus, she retrieved a vehicle from her space, speeding along with determination, refusing to believe they could not catch those individuals. Chapter 106. You'll come to rescue us. It was the first time for the tiger beast to ride in a vehicle. And since it was an open-top car, she had brought out a small truck from her space, perfect for accommodating the tiger beast in the cargo area. The vehicle was speeding along the highway, the wind tousling its fur, imparting a sense of youthful exuberance. The journey was accompanied by gentle breezes and lush vegetation, resembling a veritable paradise. If given the choice, Meng Jiuli would genuinely wish to remain here, leading a tranquil pastoral life, free from worldly strife. However, such serenity was destined to be disrupted. The car ahead had spotted them and accelerated its pace, initiating a deadly race on the quiet mountain roads. Just as both parties were locked in a tense standoff, a third group suddenly intruded. The national flag emblazoned on their vehicle revealed them to be Esper from the Sun Kingdom. The three cars were embroiled in a fierce competition on the narrow path. With neither party willing to yield, the driver who had kidnapped Ndwaduo voiced his grievances. After a brief discussion, the two of them pressed the accelerator to the floor, attempting to shake off the two pursuing vehicles. Yet they clung to them like adhesive plaster, refusing to let go. Suddenly, a large tiger leaped from one of the cars, sprinting a few steps to block the road. The two drivers instinctively slammed on the brakes upon seeing the colossal creature. What on earth? How can there be such a huge tiger? It's terrifying. This isn't Blue Star. It's perfectly normal for animals to be larger here. What's the fuss? The tiger sauntered over to their vehicle. Glancing at the occupants, seeing they were akin to Meng Jiuli and her companions, it rested its massive paw on the hood, preventing their escape. Xiaolin, go see what it wants, one of them urged. Xiaolin shot a glance at Zhang, who beside him, and retorted angrily, "Why don't you go see for yourself?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hu exclaimed, "I'm scared. That's a tiger. Who would dare approach it?" Zhao Lin was nearly driven to exasperation. He was frightened too. You know it's a tiger, yet you want me to go? Are you doing this on purpose, hoping to claim the rewards for yourself? Zhang Hu cast a sheepish glance at him. He truly had no such intentions, but his words had slipped out unconsciously. I didn't mean it. I was wrong, okay? Please forgive me. Let's just not go down at all. At that moment, Meng Jiuli and her companions were entangled with the Sun Kingdom's people. Comparing their abilities within the vehicle, Muye's powers paled in comparison to the group of foes, and Meng Jiuli had to concentrate on driving. Only occasionally employing her abilities to the Sun Kingdom's members, the two within the vehicle appeared rather unimposing, emboldening them to act with even greater audacity, directly ramming their vehicle from behind. Meng Jiuli's forehead collided with the dashboard. Are you all right? Let me teach them a lesson. No need. Their arrogance likely stems from their assumptions about our abilities. This is fine. We'll give them a lesson later. Meng Jiuli stopped Muyi from retaliating. The two of them used their space abilities to appear beside the tiger, as saving their comrades was the utmost priority. Zhang Long and Zhao Lin did not recognize them, yet seeing them standing with the tiger, they couldn't help but mock, thinking these two were merely insignificant compared to the beast. However, their mockery was soon silenced when the tiger obediently lowered itself, allowing Meng Jiuli to mount its back. What does this mean? This tiger actually listens to a woman. It's simply unbelievable. Since arriving here, Zhang Hu had encountered too many incredulous events, yet this one was exceedingly outrageous. Suddenly, The previously sleeping onward duo opened her eyes, spotting Meng Jiuli atop the tiger, and broke into a cold sweat. "Sister A. Li, are you in danger? What should we do?" Her shout roused everyone, even the unconscious Yao Quanan, wisely on the tiger. "Is that her divine beast?" Tang Yaowei glanced at Meng Jiuli on the tiger, feeling an indescribable joy, but following that joy came a tinge of disappointment and unease that on a personal level, she wished for Meng Jiuli's demise. Yet at this moment, she couldn't bear to see her perish so soon. The occupants of the vehicle listened intently. "If you release those individuals, I won't make things difficult for you." Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin finally comprehended. She was targeting them. "Young lady, we are merely following orders from above. Please don't make this harder for us." "Well then, I won't trouble you. Just let you be the tiger's meal. Shall we?" Meng Jiuli smiled sweetly at them, knowing she had several tigers in her space, so she wasn't worried about not catching them. "This isn't right. We are merely hired hands. Please don't make this difficult for us." Zhao Lin pleaded in a subdued tone. "Since you're hired, tell me who employed you and what terms they offered. I'll double it and take you to meet them. If they were indeed mercenaries, then as long as the conditions were met, they would likely agree. It's human nature. Please, don't make this difficult for us. We don't even know who that person is, let alone tell you." Zhang Hu hastily changed the subject, continuing to feign innocence. It was clear these two were seasoned veterans. They needed to see some consequences for their actions. Thus, Meng Jiuli leaned over and whispered a few commands to the tiger, which then released her, letting out a roar as it flipped the vehicle's hood. The windshield shattered, startling the occupants awake, who now observed the tiger dismantling their vehicle with bated breath. "Please, let the tiger stop. We can't withstand this much. We can take you to them," Zhang Hu quickly begged. Realizing that if things continued this way, they would be next on the tiger's list. An astute person knows when to yield. Given the circumstances, it was the sensible choice. "That's more like it. Tiger, stand down." Upon hearing this, the tiger immediately complied, lowering itself beside her, waiting for her to pet its head, quite reminiscent of Little Tomato. Meng Jiuli reached out to stroke its massive head, seriously questioning whether Little Tomato had transformed into this tiger. "Ask away, and we'll share everything we know. First, release those in the vehicle. I want to see if they're injured." Meng Jiuli instructed Zhang Hu to open the doors and free Onwa Duo and the others. As she had previously discovered blood in the cave, indicating someone must have been hurt, Zhao Lin hesitated, but upon seeing the tiger's gaping maw, lost his temper and obediently opened the door. "Please, young lady, look closely. I must clarify that any injuries here were not caused by us, but were sustained previously in the cave and have nothing to do with us." Meng Jiuli ignored him and pushed past, checking on their injuries. "Sister A. Li, I knew you would come to save us. This is wonderful." Chapter 107. A game within a game. Meng Jiuli felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing Yao Quanan lying on the ground, covered in blood. This older brother had always taken care of everyone, and now he bore such grave injuries. Without a doubt, he had shielded others from harm. "Brother Yao, are you all right? Don't worry, I won't die." He struggled to smile, giving her an okay gesture. "Good, that's a relief. Sister A. Li, I miss you so much." Onwa Duo threw herself into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "All right, I've come now, so stop crying. If you keep this up, Brother Yao really can't cook meat for you." The little girl finally released her, sitting aside with a smug look directed at Tang Yaowei. Meng Jiuli examined his wounds. They were primarily superficial, with no serious internal damage. But the loss of blood had left him weakened. After dressing his wounds, she tended to Onwa Duo and the others. They were all espers, especially Yao Quanan, who possessed healing abilities. These injuries shouldn't have posed a significant threat to him. Had their abilities been restricted? "Sister A. Li, you're like a fairy. You came to our rescue at the sound of my call. Humph, did you get yourself into trouble? Little girl, did it hurt?" Onwa Duo clung to her, pouting. "Of course it hurt. Those two little brats wielded whips as thick as my wrist and struck me." She raised her little arm to demonstrate. Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin were turned over to Mu Yi. As he was the professional at interrogation, it's best to leave such matters to those with expertise. Meanwhile, the Sun Kingdom's espers, who had caused the disturbance, had long since fled, terrorized by the tiger and Little Tomato. With internal strife and external threats resolved, they found a nearby cave to rest. The tiger took on the responsibility of hunting. Once the injured were settled, Mui had also completed his task. The two captives were thoroughly bribed and prepared to serve Meng Jiuli. Boss Meng, whatever you need, just say the word, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you. Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin gazed at her with obsequious expressions. I have no specific tasks for you. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. Just be on standby. After saying this, Meng Jiuli tossed them 2 rabbit legs. This time, the tiger not only brought back hares, but also a few wild chickens. Here, the wild chickens were significantly larger than those on Blue Star. 1 chicken could easily satisfy 3 girls. The 3 boys could share 1 chicken and 1 rabbit, which would suffice. Meng Jiuli stored the leftovers in her space. After satisfying their hunger, the tiger and Little Tomato even managed to find some fruits for dessert. Sister Ailey, this big tiger is so obedient. I want one too. You wanting everything. You should focus on taking care of yourself. Meng Jiuli gently brushed her finger against her nose as she spoke, then handed her a chicken wing. You love meat, so eat more. Observing her thin face, which had grown gaunt from hunger over the past couple of days. A pang of sympathy tugged at her heart. Tang Yue had not been eating well either. She should have this chicken wing. Although in Duo often clashed with her, she could not bear to let her go hungry. Just enjoy your food. This chicken leg is for her. And Duo felt as though she had been struck 1,000 times. How could they show such compassion for her, yet offer her a chicken leg? Tang Yue, touched by their concern, suddenly felt a twinge of guilt for her previous actions. The human heart is tender, and she was well aware of those who were kind to her. However, recalling her past behavior filled her with remorse. Take it already. Are you waiting for me to feed you? Seeing her remain still, and Duo couldn't help but jab at her again. Why don't you just say a little less? Meng Jiuli tapped her gently on the head, prompting her to finally start eating the chicken wing, while Tang Yue, feeling a bit shy, accepted the chicken leg and began to nibble on it. Having been confined for days, she was deeply moved by the taste of such a delicious chicken leg. I never assumed your kindness would affect me. She remarked, I don't expect you to be touched. Just eat. Even if you eat, it won't silence your complaints. Meng Jiuli took a hearty bite of a rabbit leg and became disinterested in the conversation. Sister Ailey, don't listen to her. She is probably already deeply moved inside. She just pretend to be tough, and Duo, with greasy lips, stared wide-eyed at Tang Yue. Tang Yue, not one to back down, glared right back, and a silent battle of glances ensued that can't you spare a thought for us old folks. I want to eat too. Lying on the ground, Yao Kuanan felt his mouth watering from the aroma of meat. Due to his frail condition, they had him drinking porridge instead, fearing that meat would be hard to digest. But what could compare to meat? He was a carnivore at heart, and not being allowed to eat meat was unbearable. Just focus on your porridge. I've saved the meat for you. Once you're better, you can feast. After saying this, she served him another bowl of porridge, watching him finish it. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his misery. After finishing their meal, they began to strategize their next steps. Presently, the situation involved the identities of the people in the cave and the need to lift the restrictions on their abilities, as well as finding the group that had hired Zhang Hu and others and addressing the matters with the Sun Nation. The people from the Sun Nation were simply shameless, continuously harassing them. They must be taught a lesson. When we were in the cave, we encountered 4 abilities users from the beautiful nation. They were also imprisoned there. We were taken away, but we have no idea what happened to them. Yao Kuanan suddenly recalled those individuals who seemed to have vanished into thin air. You encountered the beautiful nation people? We did too, but they were all dead, and Duo tilted her head, looking at Meng Jiuli, her face full of confusion. There are people hunting for ability users to obtain crystals. I suspect we've been deceived. This is a conspiracy, using the news of the void to gather us together for a hunt. As for their motives, I am currently unaware. Her expression turned serious, indicating the gravity of the situation. Earlier, Muyi had inquired about the masterminds behind Zhang Hu and the others, but it turned out they had only communicated via carrier pigeons and had never met in person. This mission was simply to escort 4 individuals to a place called Mondi, and they were merely following a map without knowing the exact location. Heavens, does this mean we've all been tricked by MovePhone? And Duo's face fell. The grand image she had of MovePhone crumbling before her eyes. Chapter 108. Unexpected complications as night fell. The tiger beast and the little creature stood guard outside, while the tense and weary individuals finally relaxed and fell into a peaceful slumber. Yet one person remained unable to sleep. Mu Yi, whose heart was pricked by Nduoduo's words that if this matter truly involved the 5th Special District, then Mu Feng was undoubtedly implicated. Restless, Mu Yi rose and stepped into the open field. Meng Jiuli noticed something was amiss with him and quietly followed. The tiger beast sensed a familiar presence. Raising its head to glance at Meng Jiuli, who gestured for silence, the tiger beast lowered its head and continued to lie on the ground. Meng Jiuli sat atop a small hill, gazing up at the starry sky. Reminiscent of his childhood, back then, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the stars could be counted on fingers. As he grew older, the sky became increasingly murky. Now he could scarcely see the sky as true form. Much like people, whose complexities only deepened with age, rendering it impossible to discern whether those around him were good or bad. What are you lost in thought about? Meng Jiuli offered him a can of soda and sat beside him. What brings you out here? Concern for your mental state. I can't play the role of your bodyguard. Meng Jiuli took a sip of the soda, feeling every cell in her body awaken. She understood Mu Ye's sorrow. His brother had betrayed him, along with the friends he held dear. How could he possibly find joy? Don't overthink it. The situation remains uncertain, and no one should rush to conclusions. You need not comfort me. If even Nduoduo can see through it, how could I miss it? Mu Yi gazed down at the can in his hand, gently shaking it, causing the bubbles to rise. Nduoduo is simply too blunt. Don't take it to heart. Once Brother Yao recovers a bit, we'll head to Mondi and uncover who is truly after us. She quietly reassured him. Lifting the can toward him, drink it and forget your troubles. They exchanged a smile, and the conversation fell into silence. That in the Mondi 5th Special District office, a man in black reported the situation to another man seated in the room. What a bunch of useless fools. They let them escape. Handle it yourself. The black-clad man trembled violently. The implication of handling it himself was too terrifying to consider. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face obscured, speaking in an unusually cold tone. You've run out of opportunities. And no sooner had he spoken than 2 mechanical police officers took them away, their cries echoing through the air. Useless people are merely wasting resources. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave in the eastern part of Mondi, Mu Feng anxiously awaited Zhang Hu and the others. He had only recently learned of their true intentions. But it was too late. He could only protect them through such means that I hope they remain unharmed. Are the 2 individuals you sought reliable? Rest assured, they are absolutely dependable if they haven't arrived yet. They must be lost. Our location is quite remote. Just be patient. His aide, Yin Zheng, spoke softly. Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin were good friends, and he trusted them to handle matters well. After all, even if they were captured, they would never know he was behind their hiring. Good friends are often used to one's advantage, but he firmly believed these 2 could manage. They were sharp as tacks. The sky here was different from that of Blue Star, with varying lengths of time. If it weren't for the abundant spiritual energy, regular people would struggle to survive here. Not long after they had settled down to sleep, they sensed movement around them, likely indicating dawn. Meng Jiuli discreetly opened her eyes and spotted Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin sneaking about. Unsure of their intentions, she pretended to remain asleep while secretly observing their actions. What are you doing up so late? Why are you sneaking out? Zhao Lin, dissatisfied and yawning, was jolted awake by a kick while he had been sleeping soundly. I told you not to be foolish. Why not run while they are asleep? Zhang Hu prepared to leave with him, but haven't you made a promise? Why are you having second thoughts? Zhao Lin looked at Zhang Hu in confusion. They had agreed to help, and fleeing now seemed a bit unethical. Did you get bought off by a chicken leg? Zhang Hu tapped his head in disapproval. It's not about the chicken leg. It was indeed delicious. Where do you think you can go now? We haven't received any orders, and we don't even know how to get out. You could very well be devoured by the beasts here. Zhao Lin sat down, refusing to move, preparing to rest. You useless person, just because you can't find the exit, you're giving up? Can a living person really die of holding it in? Zhang Hu continued to grumble to himself, his voice low to avoid waking others. His face reddened from frustration as he simmered in silence. Zhao Lin, now ignoring him, listened closely, and detected faint snoring sounds. You're nothing but a pig. All you do is eat and sleep. Sooner or later, I'll fatten you up and slaughter you. Zhang Hu found himself in a predicament. Venturing out alone filled him with trepidation. Ultimately, he resigned himself to lying beside him and drifting off to sleep. Meng Jiuli secretly observed their performance, grappling with an indescribable sensation. Neither joy nor sorrow, but a complex feeling akin to tasting an exquisite fruit that, regrettably, was unpalatable. Spitting out felt wasteful, yet swallowing it was repugnant. Fortunately, the two merely sought to escape, harboring no intentions of stealing from them. Thus they were not entirely detestable. Gradually, the surroundings fell into silence, punctuated by the rhythmic sounds of snoring as everyone succumbed to deep slumber. Outside, three diminutive men approached stealthily. One of them dispatched a deer to capture the attention of the beast, subsequently placing a bottle of colorless liquid on the ground nearby. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air and filled everyone's nostrils. The man then murmured a few words, causing all to sit up, their eyes fixed ahead, obediently following his command toward the cave's entrance. Chapter 109. The sacrifice. As everyone moved outward, none noticed the sinister smile curling at the corner of Meng Jiuli's mouth. Finally, she had identified the culprit behind their restricted abilities. This time, she would ensure their complete eradication. Thus, she feigned dizziness and followed the group submissively. The beast sensed something amiss and quickly turned toward them. Yet upon seeing the short man, it exhibited no sign of resistance, instead obediently trailing behind. The small creature, receiving its master's signal, complied and observed the unfolding events. They traversed mountains and valleys until dawn broke, leading to a modest palace. Meng Jiuli silently noted the location, planning to settle accounts with them later. The short man ushered them into a secluded side hall and locked the door before departing to report back. Once he left, Meng Jiuli scrutinized her surroundings. It appeared to be the residence of the local ruler. Although the palace was relatively small, its decor exuded an air of antiquity. The others remained in a comatose state, prompting Meng Jiuli to crush some previously gathered herbs with detoxifying properties, administering them to her companions. Regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. If successful, she would know how to proceed in the future. Within a quarter of an hour, her companions actually began to stir, gazing at her with confusion. Don't ask. We've been drugged and brought here. Everyone gasped in shock, realizing that in less than a week, they had been kidnapped twice. This was no mere mission. It was a sacrificial offering. Listen to me. For now, let us pretend to know nothing that will catch them off guard later. All nodded in agreement. Endorsing her strategy, the footsteps outside drew nearer, prompting everyone to revert to their initial states. The short man babbled incoherently, then gestured for them to step outside. The entire group advanced in a bizarre formation, reminiscent of the mysterious corpse-moving tribes of Blue Star. They were led into an arena, which was circular and hollow, rising several stories high, with countless small compartments on each level. Meng Jiuli recognized the scene well. Each compartment concealed an unknown beast or zombie, and each slave would draw lots to select their opponent. Those unfortunate enough to draw a stronger adversary would have to accept their fate. What is he planning? In the center of the arena, men danced a grotesque dance, resembling the shamanistic rituals of Blue Star, but with an eerie similarity to the underworld dances of the Sun Kingdom. They appeared to be performing a sacrificial rite, perhaps awakening some entity. It was undoubtedly a mysterious ritual. Two of them whispered to each other, while Tang Yan discerned the underlying truth, recalling a similar ritual she had read about in an ancient text from her master. They are resurrecting the divine beast, the phoenix. We are to be sacrificed, along with the beast within. And oh, sooner had she spoken than ominous clouds gathered in the circular sky, and everyone was bled one by one, their blood flowing into a central pool. They sought to resurrect the blood phoenix, requiring the blood of the living to awaken its slumbering soul, while continuing to sacrifice divine beasts throughout the process. A brutal affair indeed. Tang Yan continued, observing as more individuals collapse that we cannot remain passive. Otherwise, we will truly become the sacrifices. As the blade approached Meng Jiuli, she swiftly retaliated, slitting the assailant's throat. The short men realized something was amiss and began chattering frantically, only to discover their words had no effect. Igniting their fury, one of the men who had brought them here struck down the culprit, tossing him into the blood pool. To their astonishment, the bubbling blood ceased its tumult upon receiving the man's body, disappearing in an instant, while the pool resumed its violent churn, now far more intense than before. What is this spectacle? None had witnessed such a sacrifice and were filled with curiosity. Several ability users from the Sun Kingdom collapsed, being pushed into the blood pool. However, at that moment, Meng Jiuli had no intention of intervening. The Sun Kingdom's people deserved their fate. Their location had been compromised, surrounded by the short soldiers. Today, they would witness the dire consequences of bullying her. The usually silent Mu Yi finally regained his composure. Observing the cheerful soldiers, he drew a short knife from his backpack and began bleeding them one by one in their own manner. His speed was astonishing. The soldiers were caught entirely off guard, swiftly meeting their end. The high priest, appearing anxious, had initially believed the ritual to be foolproof, only to find it unraveling. Yet, once commenced, a ritual could not be halted. Otherwise, all present would suffer the backlash. Sweat beaded on the high priestess' forehead as he found himself in a dilemma. Witnessing the formation that ensnared the phoenix already halfway activated, he could not afford to abandon it. I advise you to cease your actions. The consequences will be severe. Mu's voice dripped with menace. None of you can escape. Once this ritual succeeds, none shall flee. The ominous voice echoed from an unknown source, resonating in their ears as if imprinted in their minds. The high priest remained silent, indicating that another voice belonged to someone not within the formation. Their intentions were clear: to use ability users as sacrifices to awaken the divine beast, the phoenix, for their own nefarious ends. We will not allow you to succeed. You truly believe you can thwart me? Perhaps you should consider how to save yourselves. The disembodied voice resounded, the heavy clouds pressing lower, as if ready to touch the ground, accompanied by thunder and flashes of lightning, mingled with the roars of strange beasts. The surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated violently, causing the blood in the pool to boil. At that moment, Tang Yan felt a peculiar sensation. Her insects were drawn to the scent of blood, yearning to break free from her control. As the blood boiled more violently, the urge of the insects to escape intensified. What's wrong? Duo noticed her distress and hurriedly approached to inquire. My insects are uncontrollable. They wish to enter that blood pool, and I cannot restrain them. Blood insects thrived on blood. And now, sensing the spiritually infused essence, they naturally resisted her control. Their escape was expected, but it would inflict significant harm on Tang Yan, both physically and mentally, and Duo looked at her with innocent eyes, believing her suggestion to be sound. Chapter 110. Breaking through the encirclement, the harder Tang Yan fought to maintain control, the more she accelerated their escape. Soon, she spewed forth a mouthful of blood, the insects breaking free from her body and plunging into the churning blood pool. The moment they leaped in, they were swallowed by the pool, never to resurface. Tang Yan's complexion turned pale as she collapsed to the ground, rendered an ordinary person with nothing. Survival was now a question mark. Tang Yan, are you all right? Rest here for a moment. You look unwell. You need assistance. And Duo, surprisingly sympathetic, approached her without a hint of disdain. Ti feigned pity. You are likely reveling in my misfortune. Hey, you deserve to be alone. Figure it out yourself. And Duo had anticipated this response and was mentally prepared. Rising, she approached Meng Jiuli, requesting some herbs for internal injuries. These herbs had been collected on the first day through her affinity with plants. She never imagined they would be a matter of life and death now. How is she? I advise against getting involved. You might end up infuriated. She pouted, casting a glance at the distant Tang Yan before addressing Meng Jiuli. This woman is extremely sensitive right now. And Duo took the herbs and quickly returned to Tang Yan's side. Though your words are vexing, don't forget I'm a kind-hearted beauty. Don't be too moved. She spoke. She crushed the herbs, filtering them with water to extract the medicinal juice. Here, the conditions are limited, but this will benefit your health. Tang Yan looked at the dark concoction before her, filled with reluctance. I drink it. Death would be preferable. and Duo held the medicinal juice to her lips, insisting if you die, it will only serve you right. I want to let you have that satisfaction. As she spoke, she bound her hands with vines, gripping her chin firmly and forcing the medicinal liquid down her throat. No matter how much Tang Yaowei resisted, it was to no avail. That if you don't behave, I'll have to resort to force. Do you feel better now? She taunted. Tang Yaowei remained silent, sitting motionless on the ground. Her gaze fixated on the direction of the blood pool. That it was there that the creature, born from her mother's body, had been lost. How would she explain this to the deceased? Meanwhile, everyone else was engrossed in battle. Even the injured Yao Kuan-An was utilizing his powers to heal himself. The activation of the formation allowed them to continue using their abilities. Yao Kuan-An, unable to stay idle, was ready to join the fray as soon as his wounds had barely healed, but was stopped by Duo. You should rest for now. We've got this, don't worry, she assured, placing him beside Tang Yaowei. If you insist on contributing, just keep an eye on her. We can't afford to lose her. However, before that, she had one more task, to release the divine beasts trapped inside, as it was a waste to use them as sacrifices. The small creature chirped a few times and soared into the air, heading towards the cages, unlocking all the doors, and freeing the divine beasts. These creatures, possessing spiritual awareness, sensed their newfound fate and expressed their gratitude to Meng Jiuli as they flocked to her side. What are they up to? Is it revenge or gratitude? And Duo mused, observing them with curiosity, her vines poised to bind them should they attack. Yet one by one, they prostrated themselves before Meng Jiuli, seemingly unwilling to leave her side. At that moment, a tiger beast strolled in leisurely from outside, its mouth clamped around man. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be one of the black-clad individuals who had previously impersonated agents from District 5. But how did he end up here? Was this their ultimate goal? The high priest was surrounded by the divine beasts, each of them with expressions that suggested they wished to tear him apart. Mu Yi, upon seeing the man on the ground, removed his mask, recognizing him as someone from District 5, though not under Mu Feng's jurisdiction. Instead, he belonged to a higher echelon. They had come here to hunt down ability users. What could their true intentions be? Do you know him? Yes, he is from District 5, and Duo replied, unable to contain her disappointment. Is Mu Feng truly out to kill us? Why then did he send you? Was it to placate us or to prove he could act against his own kin? Presently, those awakened with abilities across Blue Star were few and far between. Due to the isolation of information, those who could organize themselves were even less numerous. Their ability to gather such a crowd was no small feat. Duo, don't speak recklessly. It's definitely not Mu Feng. Look at his belongings. His rank is not low. He shouldn't be someone sent by Mu Feng. Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin, suddenly named, rushed over in a panic. Do you two know him? They crouched down, scrutinizing the man repeatedly until they finally confirmed they did not recognize him. All right, it's not your concern. Just stay aside. The man on the ground soon regained consciousness, only to find several pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him, causing a wave of fear to wash over him. Moments before, he had been observing the situation from above, when a sudden chill ran down his spine, and he lost consciousness. Didn't he expect to see you here, Lu Ming? What do you think your chances of leaving alive are this time? Mu Yi remarked, recognizing the familiar voice. Xiao Yezi, long time no see. I never imagined we'd reunite here. Lu Ming greeted enthusiastically, as if greeting an old friend. Indeed, it's been 3 years. You seem to be doing well. Executing tasks here must be highly valued by your superiors. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Just trying to make a living. It's nothing compared to you that I've heard you left District 5 and are thriving now that I really want to join your ranks. Mu Yi scoffed, turning away, unwilling to engage further. Lu Ming, that was you outside? Wasn't it? Why did you capture us? What is your motive? Meng Jiuli leaned closer, her sharp dagger gliding across his face. However, Lu Ming, a soldier trained in special operations, possessed a mental fortitude far beyond that of ordinary people. A mere dagger was insufficient to extract the truth from him. Heh, I've heard that Mu Yi left District 5 for a woman. You must be that woman. How unexpected, but you underestimate me. A simple dagger is not enough to intimidate me. Lu Ming flashed a bright smile, relishing the attention, unaware that they had underestimated him greatly. Chapter 111. The truth unveiled. The divine beast swiftly dealt with the high priest, destroying the formation and instantly freezing the blood pool. The entire beast arena began to tremble ominously. We must leave at once. Survival is paramount. We can discuss everything else outside. Someone urged out. A group of them hurriedly retreated, encircled by the divine beasts. Just as they reached the outside, the entire arena collapsed, burying the blood pool beneath the rubble. The most heartbroken among them was Tang Yawei, who had not only lost the Worm King, but was now left with barely half a life. Had it not been for Nduoduo's medicinal herbs, she likely would have perished long. Mu Yi continued to interrogate Lu Ming, while the others took the opportunity to rest and tend to their wounds. Meng Jiuli gathered the divine beasts into her space and took Nduoduo along to forage for herbs. With Nduoduo's healing abilities assisting her, their search for medicinal plants proceeded exceptionally smoothly, resulting in the collection of over 100 varieties, all stored within her space. The two of them seamlessly collaborated, venturing together to gather fruits. However, as they passed by a thicket, they heard groans, two male voices. It seemed someone was trapped inside, and it appeared to be Nduoduo curiously peered towards the bushes. Straining to listen, I heard it too. Wait here for me while I investigate. Meng Jiuli instructed, moving closer to the thicket with a short knife in hand. Her steps were as light as a cat's. And as she parted a corner of the underbrush, she glimpsed 4 feet clad in military boots. Looking up, she saw the familiar military uniform of District 5. Could it be associated with Lu Ming? Noticing her movement slow, Nduoduo hurried over to assist. Knowing that 2 pairs of hands were better than one. Wielding her vines, she lifted her gaze to see the faces of the 2 men, and she froze in shock. One of them was Mu Feng. How had he ended up here? Both men appeared to be unconscious, evidently having suffered an attack, with faint traces of blood on their shoulders. How did he get here? If you ask me, I have no idea. We should focus on saving them first. After checking their bodies, Meng Jiuli found only 2 bite marks on their shoulders, no other injuries. They must have been attacked by a feral beast. There should be some anti-inflammatory herbs nearby. I'll go find some, Nduoduo said, darting off in search of the appropriate plants. Guided by the flora, she quickly located the necessary anti-inflammatory herbs, as well as some fruits to restore their strength. Meng Jiuli cleaned the bloodstains from the 2 men and provided them with water. By the time Nduoduo returned, the pallor of their faces had improved somewhat. After administering the herbs and some restorative fruits, about 5 minutes later, both men finally regained consciousness. The first thing Mu Feng saw upon waking was Nduoduo, who was also looking at him. In that moment of eye contact, Mu Feng felt a stir in his heart. He expected to see that little girl again. Suddenly, pain shot through his face as Nduoduo slapped him. Wait, the shouldn't he hurt in dreams? Why does it hurt so much now? Are you the mastermind behind all this? You and that great deceiver. Nduoduo glared at him, furious as they had endured so much suffering because of him. Cough, cough. Mu Feng suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. He was genuinely wronged. He had come here to uncover the truth that you've accused me unjustly. I came here to investigate this matter. Believe it or not, I only learned about it later. His demeanor did not suggest deceit, and Nduoduo, her heart softened at the sight of his distress, began to doubt her earlier rashness. Is that really the case? Then I must have misunderstood you. Please don't be angry. Observing her swift change in attitude, Meng Jiuli couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation. Who was this person, so lacking in discernment? Just then, Yanzheng finally awakened. In truth, he had been awake for quite some time, merely feigning unconsciousness to avoid implicating himself. However, seeing that the 2 women did not appear to blame them, he wondered about the fate of his 2 childhood friends. You're quite the actor, Meng Jiuli whispered teasingly in his ear. Yan Zheng's face flushed. He expected to be discovered when he played dead so convincingly. Not all. I was just too injured and just woke up. Sure, I believe you. You haven't spoken a single truth. As they drew closer, they realized that one of the men was indeed Mu Feng, while the other was unfamiliar. Although Yanzheng was Mu Feng's aide, he had never met the others, so they were not well acquainted. However, Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin were very familiar with him. Their friendship had been forged in the fires of adversity. The 2 of them had undoubtedly been lured into this situation because of him. And now he could no longer hide his true identity. Two brothers watched as he gradually approached, already rolling up their sleeves, preparing to teach him a lesson. Mudui, how come you are also here? Yao Quanin, fully recovered from his injuries, showed no signs of having been hurt. He smiled at the four of them and gestured a welcoming hand. I came to see you all and to understand the situation. Some matters are better kept from too many ears. Mufeng skillfully employed the art of political banter. Welcome, leader, for your inspection. Everyone parted to create a path, watching them pass by. Yes, they walked past Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin. Yin Zheng was pulled aside. Strictly speaking, he was dragged into a secluded corner, where he would be greeted by a flurry of punches and kicks. Meng Jiuli had long noticed the unusual behavior of the two men and understood that their puppeteer was Yin Zheng. Thus, Mufeng aimed to protect them from being abducted, which confirmed that there were two waves of individuals from the 5th Special District present, and Mufeng was there to safeguard them, while the other party aimed to sow discord for their own ulterior motives. Now, everything was clear to her, and the subsequent matters would be much easier to handle. Yi had remained silent, wearing a dark expression, while the others greeted Mufeng amicably. Only he continued to act like a sullen gourd. Come on, say something, your brother. Meng Jiuli nudged his shoulder, pushing him forward. Chapter 112. A delightful dinner. Everyone began preparing to barbecue, a specialty of Yao Quanin, having been unable to move or eat due to his injuries. His mouth had nearly sprouted mushrooms. Now, with fresh meat to eat, he was the happiest of all. I also gathered a lot of fresh mushrooms. Tonight we can enjoy a delightful wild chicken mushroom soup. Look, the treatment is different. As soon as Mudui arrives, my family Duo is happily cooking chicken soup. That's the difference. Yao Quanin teased her deliberately. It was no secret that she had affections for Mufeng, which everyone had accepted. Mufeng's composed and calm demeanor perfectly complemented and Duoduo's fiery personality. Brother Yao, that's where you went wrong. Wasn't I good at taking care of you while you were injured? Well, very good indeed, except there's no chicken soup to drink. Laughter erupted, and everyone began to jest. Despite the banter, Yao Quanin's hands never ceased their work. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, stirring the resting beast, who opened his eyes and drooled at the sight of the barbecue. One must admit, the test of skill truly lay with Brother Yao. Meng Jiuli, unable to resist the enticing scent of meat, praised, "Look at you. Do you dare to deceive us again?" Yin Zheng quickly shook his head, saying, I didn't deceive you. Keeping you uninformed was for your safety. I was waiting for you to complete your mission to surprise you. Zhao Lin released the restraints on his hands. I knew you wouldn't harm us. We wrongly accused you earlier. What do you mean, wrongly accused? This kid has been in the 5th Special District for too long. His words can't be completely trusted, Zhang Hu added, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder. Under everyone's gaze, the three of them sat down together. Meng Jiuli held a chicken claw, beaming as she looked at them. Let him speak, he knows best. Zhang Hu shoved Yin Zheng forward, asserting that good brothers should be close like this. Yin Zheng, feeling shy, glanced at Mufeng, never expecting to meet everyone in such a manner. He had thought to take credit, but it was unexpected that these two had been captured. It was beyond his anticipation. I could see this moment. Mufeng looked at him half seriously and half jokingly. Yin Zheng received the leader's orders, cleared his throat, and straightened his back to face everyone. Here's the situation. Zhang Hu and I are good friends, so when I received the leader's assigned task, I thought of them. When there are benefits, one must always think of their own brothers. He explained the ins and outs of the situation clearly, knowing that Duo had feelings for Mufeng, and intentionally praised him, which made Duo admire Mufeng even more, while also realizing she had indeed acted somewhat excessively. Now, everyone understands, right? The ones who captured us were in two waves. One was Mufeng protecting us, and the other was Lu Ming and his group. For their own nefarious purposes this moment, everyone also comprehended Mufeng's good intentions and no longer felt wronged. Instead, they regarded their leader as a good person, feeling motivated to serve him well. Mufeng's words were lengthy, and everyone hadn't fully digested them yet, only feeling incredulous. In such chaotic times, holding a position was far better than being an ordinary person. Are you saying you're no longer in the 5th Special District? The most shocked by this news was Yin Zheng. He had just become a deputy officer and hadn't he enjoyed his authority for long before losing his J. Mu Feng comforted Yanzhang, explaining that his decision was made on a whim, as he could no longer tolerate the actions of those people. Since he couldn't change anything, he chose not to comply any longer. What a joke. I, Yanzhang, am not a person who lacks loyalty. Since I followed you, I won't turn against you. You can trust my character. Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin stared at him in disbelief, wondering when this kid had become so loyal. It was truly an eye-opener. You don't have to admire me so much. I have always been a person of firm principles. Zhang Hu and Zhao Lin sighed, realizing this person was indeed shameless. However, now the three of them were alike, able to joke freely and act together in the future, which was rather pleasant. Though they pretended to complain, their hearts were honest. The happiest among the crowd was in Duo. With Mu Feng no longer in the 5th Special District, he could accompany her every day, elevating their relationship to a new level. Just thinking about it felt wonderfully delightful. You are all adults now. With your own sense of right and wrong that I want to say much, let me treat you all to drinks as a welcome for the three of you. Saying this, he took out a dozen beers and a dozen colas from his backpack and placed them before everyone. Drink to your heart's content. Yi had maintained a sullen expression, but was now somewhat softened. He hadn't expected Mu Feng to resign from his position in the 5th Special District for their sake. Are you still angry with me? Mu Feng raised his beer in a toast to him, his face full of affection. I wouldn't dare be angry. But now I understand. I'm sorry for having wronged you. Brothers don't fuss over such trivialities. From now on, your brother will take care of you. Who needs your care? I'm not a child. You should just tend to your own, little girl. Mu Yi shot him a sidelong glance, then looked at Duo, who was busy cooking chicken soup. She pretended not to hear, picking up a spoon to taste the soup, which was incredibly delicious. At this moment, everyone was joyful, except for Tang Yan, who felt somewhat forlorn. While they all found good companionship, she had lost the Insect King and had been injured, making it difficult for her to achieve anything further. Unable to resist, she set down her cola and grabbed a bottle of beer, taking a few swigs that you're not fully recovered. You can't drink. Here, try my chicken soup. And Duo snatched away her beer and handed her a bowl of chicken soup. The enticing aroma of the soup was mouth-watering. This time, Tang Yan didn't oppose her. Instead, she obediently drank the soup. Duo, the soup is incredibly delicious. I just wonder if we can have taste. Yao Quanin teased her on purpose. Don't worry. There will definitely be some for you. Chapter 113. Electing a leader that night, everyone shared a heartfelt conversation, unearthing all their misunderstandings and growing closer. I propose that from now on, we are a small group, and every group needs a leader. I nominate Sister Jiuli to be our leader. Does anyone have any objections? In truth, everyone had already recognized Meng Jiuli as the heart of the team for days. But with Mu Feng's arrival, perhaps he wouldn't agree. After all, he had been leading them all along, and suddenly changing roles might be hard for him to accept. However, having experienced so much, Mu Feng had come to see many things clearly. Identity, status, and power were mere illusions. Just as they had been captured today, if it weren't for Meng Jiuli and the others, he would have likely met a dire fate. Therefore, he didn't wish to be a leader anymore. Being an ordinary person, living a simple life with those he cared for, was quite satisfactory. I also choose Meng Jiuli. Mu Feng smiled at everyone, who responded with a chorus of surprise. This initiative was started by Duo, and the first to support it was Mu Feng, signaling an immediate harmony. Hey, don't misunderstand. I genuinely want to support her. It doesn't matter who leads. All right, we all understand. No need for explanations. Yao Quanin, ever the jokester, seized the opportunity to tease him. What are you saying, Brother Yao? I just gave you soup for free? And Duo pretended to be angered, retreating to Meng Jiuli's side while stealing glances at Mu Feng. The little girl even blushed. Had Brother Yao hit the nail on the head? All right, Brother Yao, stop teasing her. The little girl can't take it. Meng Jiuli chuckled at her, and that night, her burdens felt significantly heavier. Everyone chatted and laughed until late, and eventually, they all grew tired and fell asleep. Seeing that everyone was sound asleep, Li Chun picked up his backpack and walked towards the back of the cave. From that moment on, he and Meng Jiuli formed opposing factions. The following morning, when everyone awoke, they noticed nothing amiss and prepared breakfast. As usual, Mu Ye's interrogation the previous day had not gone smoothly. He had failed to extract anything of value from Lu Ming and planned to let him go hungry overnight to dampen his spirit. Thus, he arrived early at the back cave, but Lu Ming had vanished, leaving only a pile of ropes on the ground. Lu Ming had escaped, prompting everyone to check if they had lost anything. Nothing had been misplaced, but losing a person. Did that count? Meng Jiuli shrugged in resignation. Had he known this boy was unreliable, he would not have anticipated that he would flee at such a crucial moment. Taking Lu Ming with him, it seemed this had been premeditated. You should never have trusted him. He is a man of deep schemes, and you all have been played. Tang Yaowei's tone bore a hint of schadenfreude, yet her concern was palpable. You two have always been close. Did you not know what he was up to? And Duo glared at her angrily. Their frequent private quarrels indicated their relationship was far from ordinary. Now that Li Chun had run off with Lu Ming, it was enough to prove they were sent by the same faction. I don't know, Tang Yaowei replied, falling silent thereafter, leaving everyone in a state of unease that it was Ji Mingfei who recommended you both, so he directly leads you, correct? They should have long suspected Ji Mingfei's ulterior motives and taken precautions, unveiling their conspiracy earlier to avoid such a passive predicament. Indeed, he is our leader, but our contact with him is limited. We are unaware of anyone above him. She had been taken in by a mentor, inheriting his legacy with the condition of being sent to the 5th Special District. Upon her arrival, she had encountered Ji Mingfei and Li Chun. Thus her knowledge was confined to Ji Mingfei, with no awareness of anything beyond that I understand. You should remain here without worry. They have always been profit-driven, and now that you have lost your abilities and are suffering backlash, they will surely discard you. Staying here is your best option. Although her words cut deep, they rang true. She was now a burden, and they would not want her back. Listening to Mu Feng is wise. You should feel reassured here. We will not reject you. The once formidable Tang Yaowei had lost her edge, becoming much more docile, and after spending these days together, she had come to realize Meng Jiuli was indeed a commendable leader. Perhaps following them was the best choice. She glanced at Meng Jiuli, who had once expelled her and her mother, a resentment she had long harbored. Yet, after all the events that had unfolded, Meng Jiuli had also gained clarity. Tang Yaowei was not irredeemably wicked. Her previous judgments have been somewhat hasty. Stay with us in this big family. Do not carry any burdens. Upon hearing this, warmth surged within Tang Yaowei, and she felt shame for her earlier thoughts. That I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I apologize and thank you for giving me the courage to start anew. And oh, need to be so sentimental. Why are you crying? How pitiful. And Duo teased. Though her eyes conveyed concern, Mu Ye had remained silent, quietly observing everything before him. The unity of the apocalypse is the ultimate truth. Solitary struggles cannot endure. Yet they must be built upon specific rules. Without rules, chaos ensues. Every individual and matter must adhere to certain principles. Otherwise, the organization will inevitably perish. It was clear to all that they were hunters of superhumans. Now, as other nation superhumans were being eradicated, even some rogue ones have been dealt with. It appeared they had been orchestrating this for quite some time, leading many superhumans into traps. And even Mu Feng had been deceived upon his arrival. He felt a tinge of guilt, blaming himself for being overly eager to prove his worth, neglecting to question the logic of their actions, solely focused on seeking praise from his superiors, which resulted in him committing numerous absurdities. They've certainly gone to great lengths, but there is no need to fear. They cannot harm us. Now, under the spiritual enhancement present, Meng Jiuli's spatial abilities had advanced rapidly. She could now create illusions of parallel spaces, trapping enemies within. We certainly believe in your prowess, but they are unlikely to play by the rules. We worry they might find our weaknesses and threaten us, placing us in an even more passive situation. Mu Yi remained deep in thought, his gaze fixed on a grassland not far off. Chapter 114. Interconnected spaces. As they searched for their tracks while gathering the local flora, time flew by. They had been here for almost a month without any knowledge of the outside world. The flow of time differed between the two realms. A month here could mean an entirely different duration outside. They were unaware of the conditions beyond their current reality. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the 5th Special District seemed to have vanished without a trace. leaving them to search in vain. Surely they haven't already left this place? And Duo, holding a vibrant flower, suddenly looked up at the sun and remarked, "If they were still here, how could there be no news? We've searched every conceivable location without a single clue." It's not out of the question. They might have achieved their goals and departed. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Once successful, they could sustain many people. Remaining here holds little significance now. Is it possible they have moved to another void? The world does not consist of a single void. When one appears, another soon follows elsewhere. This implies that not all superhumans are confined here. There could be others in different locations, and they might have transitioned from here to another realm. How did you come to this conclusion? It's quite plausible. You have been pondering their whereabouts, and this explanation made complete sense. It's simple. I deduced it through my abilities. Then it is highly likely they utilized this method for seamless transitions during their missions. Does this mean we can also use this approach to access another void? Absolutely. Meng Jiuli snapped her fingers, and a parallel space materialized before Yao Quanan, opening his eyes to new possibilities. What are we waiting for? Let us go find them now and capture them along the network. Laughter erupted among them. Not today. We must wait until tomorrow. Today's tasks are not yet complete. The tiger beast has taken the little ones to another location. And many small animals will come in today. Lately, the space had become lively, with various creatures being collected, most of which were edible. Everyone had been enjoying meat daily and had gained weight. The variety of meats and cooking methods kept their meals exciting. Today, Muyi prepared braised pork, complemented by Duo's dish of greens. Though its name escaped them, its flavor was delightful, prompting everyone to praise her culinary skills, just because her skills are exceptional. Does that mean my braised pork is inferior? Muyi feigned injury, seeking compliments. Your meat cannot compare to greens. It's too commonplace. While these greens are rare and exquisitely prepared, you've been overshadowed. Zhang Hu remarked as he picked up a piece of greens and savored it. After so long eating canned goods and meat, the fresh vegetables were simply divine. If you all prefer greens, then I'll save my braised pork for Ali, he declared, placing the dish before Meng Jiuli, who adored braised pork. Come now, brother, I too love braised pork. Yao Quanan couldn't resist snatching it and placing on the table. Everyone, let us not get carried away. It's only here that we can enjoy such delicious meat. Outside, we may not find anything comparable. Yao Ge, I was merely joking. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Hu said, popping a piece of meat into his mouth. You all are starting to forget your roots. Eat up, as we're headed to another void tomorrow, and who knows what awaits us there. With that, Meng Jiuli set down her utensils and stood up to check the situation outside. The little creatures served as conduits to this void. Only with them could they have successfully entered. And for the next void, it remained uncertain whether they would require another medium. Would they need to find a location before executing a spatial transition? All of this was shrouded in mystery, and they could only explore step by step. What are you pondering? I'm wondering what tomorrow's scene will be like. What if we fail? Meng Jiuli's gaze deepened as she looked towards the mountains in the distance, which appeared dark and somewhat eerie in the night. Those individuals cannot be resolved in a matter of moments, and the opposing forces are exceedingly formidable. They are simply not our adversaries, though they profess to act for righteousness. One must also ensure their own safety. This may be selfish, yet it is the truth that IT is not about disappointing others. What do we have to be disappointed about? We have already accumulated so much. What more could we possibly desire? Although they seek to harm us, they have not succeeded. So to put it plainly, they should pursue their own endeavors while we focus on ours, without interference. This moment. He has come to a realization. Everything is for survival, and he does not wish to burden himself excessively. He understands now that cherishing the present is the essence of a fulfilling life. There is no need to dwell on events yet to transpire. Simply follow your own inclinations, for I shall always be here to support you. Meng Jiuli felt a profound sense of gratitude. Having someone who understands and supports her is indeed a rare treasure. Thank you. Every conversation with you is enriching, and now I know what I should do. So, have you considered accepting me? Muyi playfully leaned his head against her shoulder. Are you feeling a bit mischievous again? Upon saying this, he felt a sharp pain, realizing that this woman truly could strike. Could not be a tad gentler. You are a girl, after all. How will you marry in the future? Mind your own business. If I don't hit you for 3 days, you'll become insufferable. How does it feel this time? Have you both struck gold and are so joyous? Brother Yao, how can you, a married man, be so oblivious? Chapter 115. Return a night passed without a word, and the following morning, the sunlight was exceptionally brilliant. Even if we must venture to other voids, we need to reorganize our team. Some individuals are no longer suited to remain here, and what we require now are elites, a more streamlined group. The pace of action must be swift so that everyone can witness results sooner, rather than languishing in the current state. After a simple breakfast, everyone began to pack their belongings, and by the time they were ready, it was around noon. The sun was high in the sky, and one could imagine that at this moment, Blue Star resembled a vast ocean. Are you all prepared? I shall begin now. However, after spending these days with Meng Jiuli, it believes she will treat her well. After surveying the surroundings, it reluctantly approached her side. I understand you are feeling distressed, but rest assured, I shall take good care of you so that you one tea long for home. The beast seemed to comprehend her words. Gently nodding as it nestled beside her, the radiant light gradually enveloped them, and the rapid sound of colliding particles echoed in their ears. Everyone held firm to their convictions, grasping each other's hands tightly. Closing their eyes, they felt only the rush of wind beside them, and although some dust particles stung their faces, they soon realized they had landed in water. Upon opening their eyes, they confirmed that they were surrounded by a vast ocean. It had been a month since their departure, yet time here had passed at triple the speed. 1 day equated to 3 days here. The ice age on Blue Star had ended, and the land had undergone a cleansing. The beasts and zombies had diminished significantly, yet a new virus was quietly germinating, promising to be a disaster far more terrifying than either zombies or beasts. Sister A. Lee, you're rather unreliable. How could you have thrown us all into the river? And Duo complained with a smile. Everyone was drenched, but fortunately, it was early summer, and the water wasn't too cold. Otherwise, they would surely have frozen to death. I had no control over the landing site. It seems that everywhere here is water, so it doesn't matter where we stop. Everyone looked around and saw indeed that water surrounded them. But unlike the previous flood period, the water was slowly seeping into the land. Once the moisture evaporated completely, the earth would awaken to new vitality, allowing humanity to resume production and development. However, this would likely take until the end of the year, meaning there were still nearly 6 months to wait. Meng Jiuli disbanded the group, allowing them to comfort their families, and those wishing to come to her base could do so, albeit at a certain cost, such as money or labor. Yao Quantum was the first to speak up. After spending these days together, he had come to trust Meng Jiuli's character that, of course, he had money at the onset of the apocalypse. He was part of a supply team, gathering much wealth and gold, all of which he had hidden away in a place known to no one that now was the perfect time to bring forth. And Duo quickly pledged her loyalty to Meng Jiuli. Sister A. Lee, I wish to join you. Rest assured my parents are professors and have some savings. May we apply to reside with you? Additionally, they can farm, allowing us to be self-sufficient, provided you do not disdain us. Zhang Hu, Zhao Lin, and Yin Zheng had all lost their families during the apocalypse, leaving them nowhere to go. Thus they too sought to express their intent to join Meng Jiuli. Rest assured, my base only has one principle for accepting people. As long as you are obedient, create little trouble, and are willing to live communally, it will be just fine. Once these words were spoken, everyone felt reassured. Communal living was indeed appealing, and they were willing to partake. Ali, you can trust us. We promise to behave well. Although the 3 of us may be from the impoverished lot, we will certainly not be freeloaders. We have strength and can work, ensuring we won't be lazy. Their remarks elicited laughter from everyone. Yet the trio was indeed trustworthy, as they had performed the hardest and most laborious tasks in the void, which Meng Jiuli had observed that I shall not be going to your place. I doubt you would welcome me, that Mu Feng sighed softly. The people there were those he had rescued, and if he were to just show up, he would likely be scorned. He preferred to remain carefree outside. Do you think you are safe out there? Will the 5th district let you be? Muyi observed him with a hint of sarcasm. These were mistakes he had made in the past, and he must bear the consequences. If he could not even face this, how could he claim to be a man of integrity? Indeed, Muyi is correct. You cannot remain outside. If they find you to take revenge, you will be in grave danger. Instead, why not join Sister Ali's base as my family member? And Duo blinked her big eyes, her face beaming with joy, her smile akin to the sun in winter, warm and bright. At tea times, Meng Jiuli found it puzzling how such a wonderful person as in Duo could be enamored with Mufeng. Although he had improved, his past misdeeds, regardless of whether he was coerced or claimed it was to protect more people, were still wrong. His nature may not be bad, yet he had committed wrongful acts, leaving her uncertain on how to judge him. Sister Ali, you must say something. Is it possible? And Duo tugged at her hand, beginning to act coy. I have no objections, as long as he is willing. But why must it be as your family member? Mu Yi is his own brother, after all. Chapter 116. Return alive after dealing with Mufeng's matters. The next focus turned to Tang Yue. She was aware that the base housed Tang Ru and Tang Yejun, and the thought of meeting them was somewhat awkward, so she preferred not to go. Meng Jiuli had long seen through her concerns, though she felt that such a mindset was overly cautious. If she did not cause trouble, everyone would likely not hold anything against her. You are afraid to face the audacity of your former self, are you not? In truth, she had also been somewhat reckless back then. Individuals like her would not learn without some form of reprimand. However, the price Tang Yue had to pay for her lessons was somewhat steep. Yet it was still far better than her mother's fate, for she still had her life and a chance to atone for her past mistakes. You are nothing but a coward. You cannot even face a few old acquaintances. I hold you in contempt. And Duo was indeed her nemesis, the one most capable of dealing with her. As expected, once she spoke, Tang Yue was thoroughly provoked. Who said I am a coward? Why would I fear them? And Duo knew well that this woman retained her pride. Unless she struck at her sore spots, she would not relent. In truth, only Tang Yue and Yao Quan intended to leave. The others were to accompany her to the base. This is your affair. You two should discuss it amongst yourselves. I cannot interfere. Mufeng, what are your thoughts? Can you tell me now? After all, he had been so proactive earlier. He must now provide her with some resolution. Mufeng hesitated. He understood that Duo was a ray of sunshine in the world. Yet he felt they were mismatched. He had committed far fewer misdeeds than he deserved to earn such a radiant sun's affection. Your hesitation implies you do not like me. And Duo's expression fell slightly. She had anticipated his refusal and realized it was all one-sided. I apologize. It seems these days have troubled you greatly. Let us consider it as though nothing has happened and remain good friends henceforth. Duo's large eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him with a heart-wrenching vulnerability. That moment, Mufeng's heart began to waver. He had believed he could remain unmoved, yet he now acknowledged his own shortcomings. Witnessing the girl's sorrow stirred an unexpected anguish within him. Duo had completely lost hope. Rather than entangling herself further, she deemed it better to resign herself entirely. Was this a promise to herself? He did indeed have feelings for her, did he not? Although the outcome was shrouded in uncertainty, there remained a glimmer of hope. To the very least, she understood that hope outweighed despair. You said so yourself. You must not go back on your word. The two of them clasped hands and headed in the direction of Duo's home. The onlookers, witnessing their departure, felt the weight lift from their chests and hurriedly followed Meng Jiuli towards the base. Meng Jiuli retrieved the vehicle from her spatial realm and smiled at them, saying, "We are fortunate to have a car. Following your sister will not lead us astray." They all eagerly hopped into the vehicle, which sped swiftly to the foot of the base's mountain. The remainder of the journey required everyone to proceed on foot. Stick close to me. Losing your way could lead to trouble, she cautioned. In the distance, they spotted a horde of zombies and a wolf patrolling the area. Yet Huang Junin was notably absent. It appeared he had trained the zombies to patrol autonomously, allowing him to attend to his own affairs. The yumming ice wolf seemed to have lost its recollection of her, blocking her path as it approached. The little creature was evidently unaware of who its master was. However, the tiger beasts and the small creatures behind her, perceiving the divine beast's unfriendly demeanor towards their master, quickly rushed to her side, glaring fiercely at the ice wolf. The roar of the tiger reverberated throughout the valley, as the king of beasts. Its size dwarfed that of the local tigers, causing the ice wolf to flinch at this display. For a moment, it sheathed its sharpness, yet the zombies charged forward, two of them sent flying by the tiger's paws. Huang Junin, in sync with the ice wolf, sensed its plight and promptly emerged from the base. The scene before him left him astounded, ever since the discovery of zombies and divine beasts guarding this area. No one had dared to cause trouble here. Yet today, such a formidable entity had appeared. He wondered who its master was and if they understood the consequences of disturbing this place, due to the tiger's massive size. He had not noticed Meng Jiuli trailing behind. Who would dare to stir trouble here? Were they truly so impatient with life? Upon hearing Huang Junin's voice, Meng Jiuli realized he had done an excellent job guarding this place. Confirming that many had previously attempted to cause chaos, as the tiger beast noticed someone approaching, it bared its teeth, preparing to attack. However, it recognized Huang Junin as an ally. Huang Junin also picked up on the familiar voice behind the tiger. It was Meng Jiuli, the ally he had missed. Chapter 117. Daily life at the base with a slight modification. Once the virus is activated, they can be put to use, ensuring the safety of those within the base. In short, everyone reported one joyous event after another, expressing their gratitude for the well-managed environment that allowed them to have peace of mind. Thank you all for managing this place so well. It alleviates my worries. She expressed her appreciation that a chorus of excited chatter erupted, their happiness palpable that I know you are all elated, which is why I've brought new members. It was at this moment that the bustling crowd noticed the individuals behind her. Aside from Muyi, there were 4 others. The fact that they had passed through Meng Jiuli's scrutiny was a testament to their character, sparing them further inquiry. The new members were welcomed with open arms. As the group continued to grow in strength, comprising capable individuals who could stand together against adversity, Zhang Hu, Zhao Lin, and Yin Zheng were moved by the camaraderie, gradually becoming familiar with everyone. Only Tang Yaowei remained somewhat aloof, feeling shy in the presence of her family members. Yet, it was Tang Zhong who, with great generosity, took her hand. Tang Yaowei felt a surge of emotion. After years of longing for this moment, it had finally come to fruition, granting peace to Huiyan Yu. Meng Jiuli surveyed the receding floodwaters, noting that the ground had dried sufficiently to cultivate some farmland, allowing for the planting of wheat, rice, and other crops, ensuring food security. She also envisioned establishing a zoo to house the animals from her spatial realm, allowing the tiger beasts to reunite with their kin. Additionally, many spiritual beasts resided within her space, and gathering them together would contribute to her efforts in this post-apocalyptic world that I believe the forest behind the mountain would be an ideal habitat for those animals. Why bother constructing a zoo that restricts their freedom? Mu Ye's gaze remained fixed on the lush forest beyond the mountain, which seemed a more suitable environment for them. That is a splendid idea. Tonight, we shall return them to the forest and hope they adapt well. She released all the animals from her space, and, as they inhaled the fresh air, excitement enveloped them. From this day forth, this shall be your home. Go forth. After casting a glance at the tiger beast, signaling it to ensure everyone's safety, she noted that it remained indifferent, opting instead to accompany Meng Jiuli. Tiger beast, do you not wish to join them? Yet, the tiger beast remained unperturbed, content to stay in place, not even glancing at them. Truly, it was a notorious rogue, having led them to this unfamiliar territory only to abandon them. Professional matters were best left to professionals. Subsequently, she entrusted the gathered fruits to Li Chao and his team for analysis, allowing for the possibility of cultivating these crops here. With everything in order, she finally had a moment to rest in bed. To her surprise, several little ones rushed in, flinging open the door and calling Mama as they dashed into her embrace. Little Bao had grown a head taller in just 3 months. Meng Yao had become even more beautiful, and the youngest, Mo Hui, could now sit upright and had begun to eat solid foods. After a playful interlude with them, the little ones finally settled down, allowing her a brief respite. Just as she intended to lie down, Muyi called her for dinner, and with a resigned sigh, she got up to eat. This day had proven more exhausting than completing tasks in the void. Previously, she had entrusted over half of the items in her space to Huang Junin, and today, in celebration of their return, an extravagant feast awaited her. An esteemed elder, Tang Zhong, delivered a welcoming speech, and by the end of the day, everyone had begun to bond. They had arranged rooms during her absence, and the cave's accommodations were nearly complete, capable of housing even more newcomers. Moreover, they had expanded their ambitions beyond the cave, designating an area on the mountainside for a school and a hospital, enriching their infrastructure to ensure that children had access to education and that members would have medical care when necessary. Meng Jiuli nodded in agreement. Now that the floodwaters had receded, some factories might still have construction materials available for their needs. Hey, Ellie, after spending so much time with Xiao Yi, has your relationship progressed? Tang Zhong had tacitly approved of the budding romance between Tang Yaru and Li Yuan, who had begun dating and were awaiting stability in the apocalypse to hold their wedding. Additionally, Wei Qing and Dong Changjiang were also in a relationship, with Jingjing having accepted Dong Changjiang as her father, frequently seeking his company to share stories and plant crops, nurturing the seeds together. Dong Changjiang's presence had filled a void in her young heart, fulfilling her yearning for paternal love. The remaining young adults remained single, waiting to find suitable partners from the outside world. However, there was no need to rush, as the strength of the base would likely attract many eager young women. Chapter 118. Reunion. Meng Jiuli swallowed the vegetables in her mouth and glanced at Tang Yaru beside her. Congratulations, you finally found your Prince Charming. I have a grand gift for you later. Am I to suspect that you are changing the subject? Quickly, tell us how far you two have progressed, Tang Yaru teased, smiling as she served her some food. Indeed, Ali, do enlighten us on your progress. Tang Zhong, having downed a glass of wine, chuckled as he observed the two. Since before their departure, the bond between them had been acknowledged by everyone. Now that others were pairing off, who would believe that they remained stagnant? Uncle Tang, please spare me the pressure. We were on a mission, and many other matters arose in between, leaving no time to consider romance. Yi wore a look of disappointment, though it was to be expected. Yet, others were not so convinced. There were certain feelings existed between the two, even if they did not admit. Ellie, as your elder, I view you and Yaru as my children. Now that I am older, I yearn to witness you settle down and lead a stable life, so that when I meet your parents in the afterlife, I can proudly tell them you are doing well and they need not worry. Having consumed a bit too much, Tang Zhong's words began to flow freely, even mentioning Meng Jiuli's parents. Father, considering what you said, Ollie is engaged in tasks every day, unlike us who have the luxury of time for romantic pursuits. Let us grant them a little more time, and things will naturally fall into place. Tang Yajun, sitting nearby, could not help but utter a few words about Tang Zhong, and everyone noticed the change in Mu Ye's expression. Gu Dongliang promptly pulled him aside. Come, old chap, let us drink. Matters of the young should be resolved by themselves. We should simply enjoy our food and drink without causing them any disturbance. With a resigned sigh, Tang Zhong ceased his conversation and continued drinking with Gu Dongliang and the others. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, prompting Mu Yi to raise his glass in a toast. Come, let's drink. Don't overthink things. With so much delicious food, merely gazing at it won't do. With that, he downed his drink in one swift motion, and everyone quickly followed suit, thus diffusing the awkward atmosphere surrounding the marriage pressure with lightheartedness. Deep down, Mu Yi understood that Meng Jiuli accepted the void task solely to seek out Little Tomato. In his heart, he could never compare to her significance, and inexplicable heaviness settled within him, leading to an increased frequency of drinking, one glass after another. Meng Jiuli was aware of his tolerance for alcohol. If he continued at this pace, he would likely start spouting nonsense after just 2 more drinks. I am sorry, I'll take my leave if I've had too much to drink, he declared, not allowing Meng Jiuli to assist him, but rather stumbling off to his room unaided. Concerned, Meng Jiuli hurried after him, protecting him from behind. You go eat. I'm fine. He leaned against his door, speaking lightly to her. You really needn't worry. I can take care of myself. After saying this, Mu Yi closed the door, leaving one inside and the other outside, both standing in silence for an extended period without either opening the door. Mu Yi was often preoccupied, frequently absent during the day and sometimes at night, and their communication visibly diminished, causing concern among everyone. The one who felt the most guilty was undoubtedly Tang Zhong, for it was he who initiated the events leading to their strained relationship. Oh, Ollie, it's all my fault for not facilitating good relations, instead pushing you further apart. How could you possibly blame yourself? Besides, Our relationship is still quite strong. We've just been busy lately, so don't heed their idle chatter. Tang Zhong felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this, planning to speak to Mu Yi when the opportunity arose that on the 10th day after their return, the Yao Quanin family and the Duo family arrived. Upon their arrival, they too were stopped by the ice wolf, but fortunately, the tiger beast recognized Duo, allowing Meng Jiuli to escort them inside. That I didn't expect such stringent security here, guarded by both zombies and divine beasts. Yao Quanin remarked, observing the creatures behind him. What sort of person is Sister Ali, to have zombies as guardians? And Duo's admiration for Meng Jiuli grew even more, spotting Mu Feng supporting her parents. Meng Jiuli sensed that this pair had likely succeeded in their endeavors. This is my wife, Li Hong, and my son, Yao Mingxian. Call her aunt. Yao Mingxian promptly greeted, his chubby, rosy face exuding cuteness. Good little one. Here's a gift from your aunt. There are many little friends waiting for you inside. Meng Jiuli handed him an Ultraman figurine, a coveted treasure among many young boys, upon seeing the towering Ultraman. Yao Mingxian joyfully danced around, elated by the long-awaited gift. He quickly dashed inside after thanking her, showing no signs of shyness. Sister Ali, these are my parents, and this is my husband, Duo bashfully introduced Mu Feng. Why so quick to call him husband? And Duo blushed, for she took relationships seriously, never regretting her choices. Meng Jiuli promptly greeted her parents. Uncle, aunt. Well, this child is grown up and cannot be held back. The two elders were remarkably open-minded. As long as Duo was happy, they had no objections. Thus, both families successfully settled into the base. Once the Yao Quanin family arrived, they busied themselves with chores, quickly integrating into the larger family. The Duo family, being intellectuals with warm attitudes, got along well with everyone. However, discomfort arose among the others upon seeing Mu Feng. These individuals had once been imprisoned by him, and recollecting it left them feeling stifled. I know, I've done many things that have hurt you all. I formally apologize and hope for your forgiveness. For a moment, no one spoke, unsure of what to say, though forgiveness would require time. However, Mu Feng's willingness to acknowledge his mistakes before everyone indicated he had overcome a significant personal hurdle. Confronting one's errors is an essential part of growth. Sharing the same roof, they reasoned that since he had admitted his faults, they were not unreasonable people and would observe his future conduct. Rest assured, I will certainly demonstrate good behavior. Chapter 119. Mysterious Organization in the Ensuing Days. Everyone remained indoors, entirely focused on farming and playing cards, while Duo's parents took charge of the children's education. Thus, a complex yet warm family environment was established. What's the matter today? I need to discuss something with you. Let us step outside. Having never witnessed such a serious side of him, she wondered what had caused this sudden gravity. Wait for me a moment. Let me finish this hand. With that, Huang Junin stepped outside to wait for her, and upon seeing his stern expression, everyone instinctively quickened their pace to finish their games. Within 5 minutes, Meng Jiuli emerged. What's so serious? It's quite alarming. Given the current strength of the base, no one would dare provoke them. Thus, whatever was making him so anxious must be unrelated to their defenses. Don't ask questions yet. Just follow me. Together, they left the base, heading down the mountain. There, they stumbled upon what appeared to be some sort of ritual, with each participant displaying a devout demeanor as they gazed at a man on a high platform, murmuring incomprehensible incantations. Why have you brought me here? This is just a cult, which is not our concern. Look closely at who that man is. Huang Junin urged her to observe intently. Reluctantly, Meng Jiuli turned her focus back to the elevated figure. The man looked somewhat familiar. Though his eyes were closed, the size and shape of his face unmistakably belonged to Meng Jiuli, who had been missing for quite some time. He was still alive. It appeared he was thriving, having become the leader of a cult. T.S. Meng Jiuli, and continue looking. Huang Junin's expression remained tense as he fixed his gaze on the crowd, suddenly spotting a familiar face among them. How did this nightmare end up here, judging by his rank? He seemed to hold a position even higher than Meng Jiuli, with everyone around him displaying profound reverence. Huang Junin quickly grasped her hand, whispering, "Stay calm. He doesn't recognize us, and there are too many of them that we wouldn't gain any advantage and could end up injured." Yet upon seeing the face of Little Tomato, Meng Jiuli felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward. Demanding to know where he had been all this time and why he was with Meng Jiuli, now a cult leader. She longed for clarity, but this was not the moment. They had to leave quickly, or they would be discovered. Just then, Mu Yi, who had been absent from the scene for a while, appeared beside them, softly warning, "We should leave before they notice us and return later to investigate." "Ollie, what are you really thinking?" Mu Yi and Huang Junin exchanged a glance, realizing she was indeed more concerned about Little Tomato. Observing the location of their established base, it was clear they had targeted their main objective, their own base. I have been secretly watching them for some time. During the day, they pray, and at night, they seem to perform mechanical tasks. The most frightening part being how those people are completely manipulated by Meng Jiuli, like puppets, devoid of any emotion. Huang Junin noted that this was similar to the zombie warriors, except they hadn't team-mutated. They simply employed a different method. They controlled people's minds and compelled them to fulfill their tasks. Meng Jiuli remained unresponsive as Mu Yi continued. "I have crossed paths with a few of them. While they are quick, they lack specific techniques. Their fighting style is akin to that of zombies. Yet they are human, making it harder to strike them down. On several occasions, he had narrowly escaped injury, grateful for his quick reflexes. Otherwise, he might have fallen into their hands." Mu Yi sighed in frustration. "Whether he is truly your Little Tomato still requires verification. He merely resembles her and does not recognize us. Seeking her out could only lead to your harm." After saying this, Mu Yi intended to return to observe, hopeful of uncovering new clues. "Wait, I'll go with you." Meng Jiuli stood and followed at his side. "Your current state is not suitable for going out. I'll handle this alone." Mu Yi entrusted her to Huang Junin, planning to venture out by himself. She confronted him loudly, her expression grave, with tears brimming in her large eyes. They could hardly believe that after such an extended period of companionship, he was perceived by her as such a sordid individual. A sense of helplessness washed over him, but more acutely, a profound heartache. "Is this truly how you view me? You have caused me such sorrow." After uttering these words, Mu Yi vanished from the base, leaving behind the numbed Meng Jiuli and the dazed Huang Jun, and she felt as though she were no longer herself, transformed into an entirely different person, yet she found herself unable to rein in her emotions. "This is not me. What did I just say?" Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, and Huang Jun seemed to sense something amiss. Meng Jiuli had never been one to cry easily, not even over her fondness for cherry tomatoes. "This is bad. We have fallen into their trap." Suddenly, Huang Jun noticed someone outside and hurriedly chased after them. It was astonishing that someone could evade the horde of zombies he had set up, along with the defenses of ice wolves and tiger beasts, revealing the considerable skill of this person. Huang Jun pursued the shadow all the way down the mountain, only for the figure to vanish, revealing itself to be a mere paper effigy. Alarm bells rang in his mind. They had been deceived. The enemy had orchestrated a classic ploy to lure them away, with their true target being Meng Jiuli. How despicable! Huang Jun struck the wall in frustration. "The situation here feels off. We must make our exit. Ali has been taken." Mu Yi stood frozen, cursing himself for his impulsiveness. Had he lingered a moment longer, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. "I will go find her. You ensure everyone's safety." This group employs dark sorcery capable of easily controlling hearts, especially adept at exploiting the vulnerabilities within each individual. Once you fall prey to their mental manipulations, they can easily dominate you. That we should deliberate further. Let us investigate the situation together tonight. For now, this is the only course of action. We must understand their intentions to effectively subdue the enemy. Chapter 120. Seeking assistance in District 5 after devising a strategy, Huang Jun retrieved the black bean belonging to Meng Jiuli for the impending rescue. He also reconfigured the base's security measures, doubling the number of zombie sentinels and assigning the men with abilities to patrol every 2 hours, apprehending any ghostly followers encountered. Everyone sensed that something was amiss, so no one questioned the arrangement. They all complied, for the base belonged to them all, and they were duty-bound to respond to its needs. Once the base's affairs were in order, the two men, accompanied by the black bean, proceeded towards the woods 1,000 meters away. Just 100 meters from the trees, they fell into an ambush set by Meng Jiuli. You two are here to rescue that girl, are you? Sadly, I must inform you that you are too late. She has already been taken. Meng Jiuli looked at them with a smug expression, reveling in their dismay. You care for her, don't you? I simply wish to see you suffer while she delights in my triumph. Where have you taken her? Tell me at once, you insolent brat, lacking even the basic courtesy towards your elders. Perhaps if you sweet-talk me a bit, I might graciously divulge the information you seek. Meng Jiuli had never felt so triumphant. He relished the thought of making those who once looked down upon him pay their dues. It was a feeling too delightful to resist. Do not get too cocky. If I fail to find her tonight, I will raze your lair to the ground. Muye's patience had run thin. Had it not been for Jiangua's potential usefulness, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. You speak boldly, but we shall see if you possess the capability to back it up with a flick of his hand. A throng of zealots burst forth from the woods, encircling them. Follow my command. Eliminate these two. Upon hearing this, the assailants surged forward like flies drawn to blood, hell-bent on annihilating them without affording a moment's respite. Initially, the two intended to spare their lives, but witnessing the onslaught, Muye's mercy evaporated, and he resorted to his abilities to dispatch them. Yet, just as they quelled the first wave, a second rush descended upon them, leaving them no choice but to retreat to the trees. Though these individuals thrived on aggression, they were singularly focused. Upon seeing their quarry ascend the trees, they were rendered helpless, merely gazing in frustration. When they finally evaded their pursuers, Meng Jiuli had already vanished without a trace, along with the structures in the woods. How infuriating! He has escaped again. Huang Jun lamented. Muyi cast a glance at the black bean. It was time to rely on its instincts. It had always been by Meng Jiuli's side, and should be well acquainted with her scent. Come on, black bean. Let us finally, with that. The black bean darted off, following the scent until dawn broke, finally halting at a skyscraper in the city. The black bean stood vigil, refusing to advance further, prompting Mu Yi and Huang Jun to pause beside it, gazing at the edifice before them. This must be the place, but I cannot simply enter. I might fall into their trap. Meng Jiuli surely anticipated their pursuit and would have devised varied traps to ensnare them. Unwilling to allow them to locate Meng Jiuli easily, as expected, no sooner had they taken their first step inside the building than a group emerged to assail them. The pair swiftly dealt with the initial wave. Yet another soon followed, forcing them to replicate their prior tactics. Fortunately, the strategy proved effective. The assailants behaved like automatons, repeating their movements with unthinking brutality. They ascended, searching room by room, only to discover nothing but Meng Jiuli's jacket on the 28th floor. How infuriating! We've been deceived. Huang Jun could not help but voice his frustration. It's only natural. How could it be so easy to find her? This suggests Ali is momentarily safe. With that, they began to descend, only to find the assailants still present. With no other options, they exited through the back door. Let us find a place to rest and grab a bite, Huang Jun suggested. Locating an abandoned shop by the roadside, he retrieved some compressed biscuits and water from his supplies for a quick meal. However, neither had much appetite. They barely touched the biscuits before stowing them away. What should we do next? Where should we search? I'm not certain. As far as I know, they likely have connections with the military. We should investigate District 5. Perhaps we shall find something. Muyi gazed out at the desolate scenery, feeling an unshakable urgency within. After a brief respite, they fed the black bean some dog food before setting out. This time, they headed directly for District 5. However, entry into District 5 was not so easily attained. Upon arrival, they found their path blocked by guards. When Mu Feng had been present, they could have entered without hindrance, but now the place was no longer under his dominion, and the soldiers at the gate had changed multiple times, ignoring their presence entirely. The two contemplated a forceful entry, but even the mightiest abilities could not withstand the power of firearms. You two need to leave immediately. We shall not be accommodating. This is a military base, not a place for idlers like you. Two soldiers level their guns at them. That we are here to find someone. Please notify your superiors. Enough of your nonsense. You are not allowed in. Leave at once. Faced with the soldiers' refusal, the two had no choice but to retreat, planning to return at night when the guard shifts changed, hoping for an opportunity. With no other recourse, they feigned departure, taking refuge in the nearest abandoned warehouse. They had scarcely moved a few steps when Meng Jiuli emerged, a smug smile breaking across his face as he watched their retreating figures. "I never expected you to face such a setback. The taste of rejection is surely unpleasant. However, you will soon find it to be a frequent experience." As he contemplated this, his spirits soared, prompting him to summon some red wine for a celebratory toast. Upon entering the small warehouse, the two were confronted by a girl wielding a knife. "What are you two doing here?" "What are we doing?" "Seeking refuge. Looking for someone. Do not misunderstand. We merely intend to stay here temporarily and will leave by nightfall." The girl, with her bright, clear eyes, scrutinized them, sensing they were not foes, and lowered her weapon, allowing them entry. "You'd best keep your word and leave tonight. What is your name? And how did you end up here?" Mui noted that the girl appeared quite young, seemingly out of place in such a location. "And my name is Xiao Xiao, surnamed Fan. Everyone calls me Xiao Xiao." Her smile was undeniably infectious, and when she beamed, two charming dimples appeared on her cheeks. "That as for why she was here, I came to District 5 to search for someone." Chapter 121. Do you believe it? The three of them shared the same objective, to find someone. Yet, the defenses here were formidable. She had attempted several times to gain entry without success, but last night, she discovered a weakness. "We can slip in through the dog door at the back tonight. No one will notice." "The dog door? Surely you jest. We could enter when they switch shifts," Huang Junin remarked disdainfully. "How can a man enter through a dog door? If we go in, let it be with dignity. You are being naive. I've already tried. Even during the shift change, there are still guards stationed elsewhere, making it impossible to enter. The method involving the dog hole has yet to be tried. However, it is unlikely that anyone will notice it. Thus, this approach is bound to be effective. Let us give a shot, for there is nothing to lose." Huang Junin initially intended to voice his objections, but Muyi interjected, asserting that as long as they could infiltrate and uncover the truth, what harm could there be in crawling through a dog hole? With that, he had no further objections. The three of them reached a consensus, eagerly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Muyi, having not slept well for several days in pursuit of this mysterious organization, seized the opportunity to find a quiet corner and catch up on some rest. Huang Junin and Fan Xiao Xiao engaged in light conversation, drifting from astronomy to geography, and ultimately delving into their respective backgrounds. It was during this exchange that Huang Junin discovered that Fan Xiao Xiao was, in fact, a preschool education major, perfectly suited to serve as a teacher for the children at their base. "Oh, you have a place to go after you find your parents?" he inquired. "Not at the moment. But I should be assigned to a reconstruction team. Rebuilding our home is imperative." "You are quite optimistic," he remarked. Fan Xiao Xiao smiled at him, revealing a pair of adorable little fangs. "What else can I do? I can't just let despair consume me. Living without a care is much less exhausting." They exchanged smiles, yet quickly lowered their gazes, a small seed of affection being planted in their hearts. "Actually, we have land and plenty of children. You could join us at our base." Fan Xiao Xiao looked at him with delight. "Really? Would they allow me to go?" "Rest assured, Ali is quite fond of lively company. The more, the merrier, and with your gentle nature, everyone will surely adore you." With that, they both lowered their heads once more, a subtle emotion taking root between them. Just as their relationship seemed poised for a spark of chemistry, Mui interrupted with an untimely cough. "Ah, I must go prepare dinner. We still have to crawl through that dog hole later." Fan Xiao Xiao, her face flushed, excused herself to prepare the meal. Muyi glanced at the equally reddened Huang Junin and couldn't resist teasing him. "At your age, how can you still blush? Have you fallen for her already? Does that not seem a bit peculiar?" However, Huang Junin was not inclined to ponder such things. He simply found Fan Xiao Xiao to be an endearing girl, her past evoking a sense of compassion within him. Not speak so recklessly. She brought us here and even shared the way to enter the special zone. Call her a villain is rather excessive. Don't you think? Let us set aside our doubts for now. We must first locate Meng Jiuli. If she truly is an enemy, I shall handle her myself. I could tea that moment. Fan Xiao Xiao returned, carrying dishes of food. "What are you two chatting about? Come and eat. It's rather simple. so please bear with it. She maintained her smile, placing the food before them. You eat first. I am not hungry. Meng stepped outside, wishing not to intrude upon their dinner. Take your time. It is still early. Enjoy your meal. With that, he pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he walked outside. Upon reaching the rooftop, he was afforded a panoramic view of the 5th Special Zone. From his elevated vantage point, the area sparkled with lights, soldiers patrolling diligently. It was evident that something unusual was afoot. Otherwise, there would not be such a heavy presence of guards. The thought gripped his heart with an ache. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to find a resolution. Rescuing her would fulfill his mission. With this in mind, he estimated that the duo should be finished eating and descended to the ground floor. As he reached the first level, they emerged to seek him out. The three of them quickly formed a plan and set off towards the 5th Special Zone, evading patrolling soldiers and making their way to the back door of the mountain. Where is the dog hole? Follow me. Fan Xiao led the way, navigating several turns until they finally discovered the entrance obscured by tall grass. Clearing the foliage, a dog hole, approximately half a person high, was revealed. That Meng felt a flicker of doubt. Was this dog hole naturally occurring or deliberately excavated? What are you hesitating for? Hurry and get in, or else the patrols will return, Fan Xiao urged them on. Though both men found the situation somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, they were already here, so they decided to proceed. Fan Xiao continued to act as their guide, yet they were left wondering how she seemed so familiar with the area despite claiming this was her first visit. How do you know this place so well? Huang Junin, though reluctant to suspect her honesty, felt compelled to ask, "To be truthful, I have snuck in here before, which is why I am familiar with the surroundings." Do you believe that? Muyi was aware of the layout, even if she was deceiving them. Once they were inside, they could sort things out. The growing silence around them felt increasingly eerie. It was odd that there were no patrols in sight. This was not normal. Are you doubting me? Everything I've said is true. I did sneak in here, but I know my own limitations. I cannot fight them, which is why I waited for an opportunity. Fan Xiao spoke earnestly. Yet the two men remained skeptical. Were there no patrols when you came here before? No, there were many, but today, I do not know why it's different. The trio found themselves at an impasse, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Just then, a voice emerged from the darkness behind them. What is the matter? Are you frightened? I never imagined you could feel fear. This is quite enlightening. The voice belonged to Meng Jiuli. Leaving them stunned. Xiao, you have done well this time, that I will arrange for you to meet your parents. The two men stared at her in disbelief. It's really you. Why did you deceive me? I did not deceive you. I came to find my parents. I do not understand what he is saying. You must believe me. Fan Xiao pleaded anxiously, fully aware that they might not trust her. Yet she felt wronged. Why are you framing me? I do not know you. Why would you say such things? Enough of this. Where have you hidden Ali? Let me be honest with you. Meng Jiuli is not here. She has been taken to a mysterious location. You will not find her. Meng Jiuli said cryptically, though his words rang true. Meng Jiuli was indeed elsewhere, a fact unknown even to him. Meng, in a fit of anger, summoned flames that quickly spread throughout half the special zone. Yet Meng Jiuli remained unfazed, calmly observing the blaze. Let it burn. Only the innocent will perish in this fire. Burn away. In that moment, Muyi realized that the figures he had seen moving about from the rooftop were part of a large-scale evacuation. It was no wonder the area was so quiet tonight. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated. They had been toyed with, and it seemed their oversight had cost them dearly. How does it feel to be played like a fool? Meng Jiuli wore a smug expression as he regarded them, revealing that his earlier actions had been deliberate, a consequence of the girl's disobedience. Your parents are within that blaze. It will soon engulf them. Do you not wish to take a look? The flames roared, isolating them from the interior, making it nearly impossible to advance. It's all your fault for starting this fire. Now how do we get through? Fan Xiao rebuked Muyi, her frustration boiling over. Wait here. I'll fetch water. It will be extinguished in no time. Huang Junin attempted to break through the fiery barrier, but the flames were too intense to overcome. Stop struggling. I have poured gasoline all around. Even if you do not ignite a fire, I will still burn you alive. In the end, You will all perish. His excitement mounted with each word, oblivious to the fact that behind him, a black dog had retrieved a hose, dousing the flames with a torrent of water, quickly extinguishing half of the fire. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Junin burst through the encirclement, grabbing the hose to continue battling the flames, which, while not entirely extinguished, were sufficiently diminished to allow an escape. Those trapped within the building, witnessing the unfolding scene, realized they had been deceived, their indignation spurring them to break free. United, they smashed the windows and fled outside. Even amidst the chaos, Meng Jiuli remained unfazed in the past. Such a situation would have left him trembling, but this time he was confident in his ability to ensnare them all. Meanwhile, he murmured a series of incantations, causing those who had been awake to quickly succumb to confusion, moving mindlessly towards them. Enjoy yourselves. I will take a moment to rest. With a yawn, Meng Jiuli settled into a high seat, watching the conflict unfold as if it were an exquisite performance. The people moved like marionettes, rushing forward without comprehension of their own pain. Yet, faced with these ordinary individuals, the trio hesitated to strike. They had committed no wrongs, merely being manipulated by a nefarious force, leaving them in a moral quandary. Fan Xiaoxiao desperately searched for her parents amidst the crowd, soon spotting them with vacant expressions. "Mom, Dad, wake up! It's me, Xiaoxiao. Please awaken. I have come to save you." Her cries appeared futile, as they merely lunged towards her in a mechanical manner that it's pointless. They don't recognize you at all. Huang Junin swiftly pulled her aside, for being overwhelmed would only lead to a perilous stampede. However, she noticed a piece of paper clutched in her father's hand. Why, Dad has something. I need to take a look. Wait here. I'll check it out." With that, Huang Junin rapidly pinpointed their location and darted through the throng until he reached Fan's father. At that moment, seeing someone approach, her father lunged at Huang Junin, seizing the opportunity to snatch the note from Fan's father's grip. He quickly retreated from the chaotic scene and handed the note to Fan Xiaoxiao. "If you see this note, it means I am beyond control. Please use blood to awaken us. It is the only way." Upon reading this, both understood that those lost could only be roused through blood. Yet, with so many people, where could they find enough blood? Using their own seemed impractical. With so many around, they would perish before they could awaken anyone. Fan Xiaoxiao could not afford to ponder such matters. Her priority was to awaken her parents. Thus, she bit her finger, letting her blood fall upon their foreheads. Soon, they began to regain consciousness. Seeing that Fan Xiaoxiao had succeeded in her task, Mu Yi leaped to a height. "You four leave first. I will settle the score with Meng Jiuli. In no way, I'm going with you." Huang Junin looked at him with concern. The combined strength of two was far greater than that of one. "You take care of them and leave first. Once it's safe, come find me in that fleeting moment." Meng Jiuli also sensed something amiss and began to chant a spell, though this time it was evidently less effective than before. Meng Jiuli, having committed many wrongs, was bound to face retribution. That depends on whether you have the ability. Chapter 123. He has lost his mind. Mu Yi swiftly approached Meng Jiuli, seizing him by the throat. "Do you think I have the right to negotiate with you now?" In the past, Meng Jiuli would have panicked, but now he remained unfazed, sporting a mocking grin that "Let's not discuss whether you can kill me. If you do, you'll never discover Meng Jiuli's whereabouts." This struck a nerve with Mu Yi, causing him to loosen his grip. Yet flames surged nearby, encircling those who had lost their sense of self. "What do you intend to do?" "This is the freedom they desire. I am merely granting it to them." "You are insane." Mu Yi struck him down. Blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, he sat up, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I am indeed insane, but you forced me into this madness. Had you provided me with food back then, my son, and I could have lived peacefully." Anger surged within him as flames in his hands grew larger. "Do you know that I awakened my powers just 2 hours after my son's death? Ridiculous, isn't it? But what good are these powers? I lost my only son, and all I could think of was revenge against you." He laughed maniacally, resembling a marionette dancing on strings. "You would say I deserve this, or that my son and I were accustomed to a parasitic existence, endlessly exploiting Meng Jiuli. Yet, consider what you have done. I am his uncle. She offered me food, only to let my friends know, leading to my son's demise. What punishment do you think she deserves? Meng Jiuli's mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Countless times he wished for an end to his suffering, yet fate would not allow him to die easily. Instead, he encountered his current benefactor, Meng Wei, the leader of the 5th District. This man had forced Mu Feng to flee, using the 5th District's name to hunt down capable individuals, seizing their cores to fulfill his ambition of creating super soldiers. Meanwhile, in another void, they found a man Meng Jiuli had long sought. Little Tomato. Fortuitously, they easily controlled Little Tomato and learned a method to manipulate others through brainwaves. Mu listened in horror. This man was truly deranged, but even more so was Meng Wei lurking behind him. From the onset of the zombie warriors to the current super soldiers, this man's ideology had grown increasingly twisted. The flames behind them grew larger, trapping everyone within. Some bodies were already charred, emitting wretched cries of agony. Huang Junin attempted to extinguish the flames with a water hose, but the blaze was too fierce. The water proved ineffective. Tragically, Fan Xiaoxiao's mother was drawn into the inferno, her hair igniting almost instantly. Observing his wife ensnared by the flames, Fan's father, in a desperate panic, rushed into the fire, leaving Fan Xiaoxiao alone. "Live well, my daughter. I cannot lose your mother. Remember, we will always love you." These are the last words she heard before they were consumed by the raging fire. Huang Junin, noticing her emotional turmoil, quickly enveloped her in his arms. "Calm down. Rushing in is futile. You cannot save them. Listen to your uncle. Live on." All of this had been meticulously planned. Meng Jiuli had acted intentionally, dragging the innocent down with him. They're just helpless civilians. Why harm them? Humph. Innocent. Where in this world is there absolute innocence? Do you dare claim you have never harmed anyone or caused suffering? With that, he let out a howl, finally releasing the pin-up rage within him. Dying now would be worth it. "You lunatic, where have you taken Ali?" To tell you the truth, that girl was taken long ago. And I won't tell you where. She will enjoy her time ahead, so fret not. Meng Jiuli's smile grew increasingly deranged. Enraged, Mu Yi struck him twice, sending him crashing to the ground. "Kill me if you wish. My life holds no meaning now. Dying would be a relief." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with a twisted satisfaction. He had had enough of life, and Meng Jiuli was also on the brink of death. Being killed by this boy would be worth it. "Tell me where she is, or I won't hold back." In a fit of rage, he yanked Meng Jiuli's collar, lifting him off the ground. Yet, Meng Jiuli continued to smile. Utterly unafraid to "go ahead and kill me," he was deliberately stalling for time, trying to provoke Mu Yi. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Mu Yi could not fall for his ruse. He was intentionally dragging things out. Huang Junin recognized his intent, and just then, Heido rushed over, biting down on his leg, causing blood to flow. The blood jolted Mu Yi back to reality. He nearly fell into Meng Jiuli's trap. This man was indeed not to be underestimated. Now clear-headed, Mu Yi released him. Though Meng Jiuli was on the verge of collapse, that "I'll leave you with a breath. Let the torment begin." He bound him with rope, while Huang Junin carried the unconscious Fan Xiaoxiao away. The entire 5th District was soon engulfed in flames, burning for 3 days and nights, leaving nothing but ashes. This desolate land bore witness to countless memories, both joyful and painful, all of which had faded with the passage of time. Yet beneath the ruins, fresh sprouts emerged, symbolizing hope. But that was a tale for another time. Mu Yi and the others journeyed to an abandoned house where they had spent the day. Huang Junin laid Fan Xiaoxiao on the only bed and retrieved a bottle of water from his space, handing it to Mu Yi. "The flames were intense. Your skin has blistered. Use this to treat it, or you might be left with scars." Noticing Mu Yi in action, he took it upon himself to tend to his wounds, applying burn ointment. "This ointment is from Ali. Remember it's from her, so don't wipe it off." After placing the ointment in his hands, he hurried to care for Fan Xiaoxiao. The young girl, having just lost her parents, was overwhelmed with grief and succumbed to a high fever. Huang Junin helplessly retrieved some antipyretics from his space and administered them to her. Checking her temperature every 2 hours, she spent the entire night delirious, murmuring incoherently. Chapter 124. Come, make your move. Revenge has its rightful targets. Seek out your enemies instead of harming innocent lives. With with a fierce determination. Fan Xiao pressed the dagger against his throat. Kill me. Then, avenge your parents. Go on. Make your move. The flesh on his face quivered in a twisted smile, igniting an unusual fury within Fan Xiao in a moment of reckless desperation. She plunged the blade into her own chest. Meanwhile, Mu Yi, resting in another room, heard the commotion and rushed over, only to witness the scene unfold, feeling as though all his efforts over the past few days had been in vain. Fan Xiao, as if driven mad, wildly stabbed at his chest with a dagger. What are you doing? Stop this at once. Huang Junin placed the porridge on the table and hurried to intervene to his surprise. She possessed an extraordinary strength, requiring considerable effort for him to pull her away. He struck her unconscious and laid her on the bed. Allowing her to finally calm down, Mu Yi inspected Meng Jiuli, whose face still bore a grotesque smile. Already lifeless, he slumped helplessly to the side, the light in his eyes gradually fading, all their hard work undone in an instant. Bowing his head in defeat, Huang Junin quickly approached to offer comfort. There are other ways that I suspect he has no idea where Ali is. He is merely trying to provoke us. Don't lose heart. We will surely find her. Mu Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the blood on the ground, the vivid red hue painfully glaring. And no need. I can move faster alone. With that, Mu Yi picked up his backpack and departed, with Haidu obediently following behind. Thus, the man and his dog set forth into the dawn. Wait, take this food with you and leave some markers along the way for me to find you. Huang Junin handed him a bag of food and dog supplies. Protect the base. It is Ali's hard work. With that, the man and his dog vanished into the morning light. When Meng Jiuli regained consciousness, she saw a familiar face. Indeed, it was Little Tomato. But where was this place, and why had they brought her here? Upon awakening, she discovered that her powers were once again rendered useless, and her hands were bound. The man before her, although still bearing Little Tomato's visage, radiated an unfamiliar aura. Why have you tied me up here? What do you intend to do? Ah, you're awake. It seems you've fallen quite deep into this predicament. Allow me to introduce you. This is my super soldier. And oh, by the way, you call him Little Tomato. Meng Wei chuckled with a mocking demeanor, his expression infuriatingly smug. What have you done to him? Why has he changed? The sight of the unfamiliar man pained her heart. However, Little Tomato exhibited no warmth towards her, only disdain. Such a poor memory you have. Didn't I just tell you? He is my super soldier. Do you have any more questions? What does this have to do with me? Regaining her composure, she concluded that if he was no longer the Little Tomato she knew, there was no point in clinging to the past. Ha! You're quite pragmatic. Aren't you? Wasn't it you who couldn't let go and followed him here? She could recall none of that. All she remembered was seeing him, after which her memory faded. Only to awaken bound in this place. Don't rush. I'll untie you now. You two can reconnect and nurture your relationship. Can't you? Meng Wei said, and his subordinates began to unbind her. While others exited the room, in the vast house, only the two of them remained. You recognize me. Little Tomato approached her, his expression serious. Meng Jiuli attempted to take his hand, but he rejected her, shaking it off. You're mistaken. I'm a super soldier, created for war. The man you just saw is my master, and I owe him my loyalty. He spoke mechanically, devoid of his former self. Meng Jiuli realized he must have been altered, and she needed to find a way to restore his memory, if only to honor their friendship. Perhaps I misremembered. You are a super soldier, not my friend. Let us reintroduce ourselves. With a smile, she extended her hand. And this time, she took his hand. He appeared startled, reminiscent of the old Little Tomato, anxious and innocent. If this is the case, will you take me outside? It's too stifling in here. Meng Jiuli feigned a pout, knowing that understanding her surroundings was crucial for her escape. In her haste, she had brought no divine beast with her, nor even the most despicable of companions. With her powers nullified, her escape would rely solely on her wits. No, you cannot leave this room yet. Seeing his serious expression, she felt a pang of disappointment. Clearly, she could not rush this matter. Very well, I shan't go outside. Here, this is for you. She retrieved a carton of his favorite milk from her space. But to her surprise, he didn't take it, merely tilting his head to observe the offering reminiscent of the times he waited for her to pet him. Gently, she stroked his soft hair, just as before. Yet this time, he clearly showed his distaste, pushing her hand away and smoothing his disheveled hair. "Don't you like this?" Little Tomato ignored her and walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. His profile remained handsome, yet he was no longer the Little Tomato she had known, and he no longer recognized her. "I'm hungry. Can you find me something to eat?" Little Tomato remained silent, striding out with long strides, soon returning with her favorite porridge and small dishes. Chapter 125. Escape in the following days. Every move she made was under the watchful eye of Little Tomato, who was truly a diligent super soldier. Meng Jiuli remained confined to her room, unable to leave, with no sight of Meng Wei. Conversations with Little Tomato were mostly met with his silence, leading to a profound sense of boredom. "Can you let me out for a moment?" Growing increasingly restless, she made her request once more, but silence was the only response. "Fine, I'll find something else to occupy myself," as she idly flipped through the pages of a book. Little Tomato suddenly spoke. "Oh, you remember this." She produced the ring he had given her when he left. He paused momentarily, as if recalling something. "Since it has come to this, I will place the ring in your palm. This was what you left behind in your final moments. I didn't get to tell you my answer then, but now I know." Indeed, she had finally come to understand her feelings. Her affection for Little Tomato resembled that of an older sister's care for a younger brother. Thus she would not accept his ring, that we are no longer from the same world, and it is impossible for us to be together. You should keep your belongings for yourself. With that, she sat on the edge of the bed, returning to her reading. Tonight, she would take action, severing any lingering ties first. She was aware that Meng Wei was likely eavesdropping on their conversation. These words were meant for him. From this moment on, she and Little Tomato would have no further connection, and her subsequent actions would not involve him in any way. Little Tomato held the ring for a long while, remaining silent, while Meng Jiuli wondered what he was thinking but decided not to dwell on it. Nightfall arrived as anticipated. When it grew late, she seized the opportunity to bind herself with the bedsheet and climbed down from the window as Little Tomato stepped out. This was the 5th floor, and Meng Jiuli descended as swiftly as possible. Yet upon reaching the 2nd floor, the bedsheet seemed to fall short, forcing her to leap off the wall. The sound of her landing startled the guards on the 1st floor. "Who is there?" Ignoring the pain in her legs, Meng Jiuli fled outside. Due to her lack of prior reconnaissance, she flitted about the expansive courtyard like a headless fly. Before long, Meng Wei sensed something amiss and entered her room. Finding it empty, in a fit of rage, he struck Little Tomato. "Useless. Wasn't he at your job to keep an eye on her? Where is she? I will find her, please rest assured." Little Tomato scanned the room, deducing that she had escaped through the window, but he then leapt out, following the footprints on the grass. "Commander, do you trust him that much? Aren't you afraid he'll let her go?" Ji Mingfei cautiously warned from the side. "This is the moment of their test. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold." His super soldier must cast aside the notion of affection if he still harbors feelings of friendship for Meng Jiuli. It would indicate that he is not the optimal choice, and thus he shall replace him with another. Perhaps transforming Meng Jiuli into a super soldier could also prove to be a viable option. If that fails, then let him vanish from this world. Deploy surveillance. And remember, even if they manage to escape, do not raise alarm. Cast a wider net. The game has only just begun. Little Tomato followed the trail and found Meng Jiuli in a secluded corner of the garden. "Hush!" Before Meng Jiuli could utter a word, Little Tomato gestured for silence with a finger to his lips. After navigating several twists and turns, Little Tomato finally led her to the exit. "And aren't you capable of using your powers? Why not employ them? My abilities are restricted. I require time to recuperate." It turned out that his powers were also curtailed. What method had been employed to suppress their abilities? This time out, thorough research is imperative. The two of them proceeded outside. Strangely, it went remarkably smoothly, and they effortlessly exited the courtyard. "Don't you think our escape was too easy? Let us not dwell on that for now, that I'll guide you away first," said Little Tomato as he grasped her hand and hurried out. Meng Jiuli, unable to protest, allowed him to lead her in a brisk escape from this living prison. Although it was called a prison, they were merely confined in their freedom without any egregious treatment. The more it was so, the more she felt the situation was fraught with enigmas. They arrived at an abandoned villa, where they could rest for the time being and set out to leave completely the following day. No one pursued them from behind. It seemed they remained unaware of Little Tomato's sudden defection. Have you truly recalled everything? She regarded him with suspicion. After spending so many days together, he had not remembered anything until now. And the entire situation felt somewhat peculiar. He gazed seriously at Meng Jiuli. Her face had lingered in his mind, and seeing her again stirred emotions within him. Yet the current circumstances did not permit them to ponder too much. They needed to leave swiftly. Chapter 126. Accompanying you in the act, what are you thinking about? You should rest, Meng Jiuli remarked, noticing his lost gaze. You sleep first. I'll keep watch for any movements outside. If they pursue us, we can make an early escape. After running for such a long time, Meng Jiuli was indeed fatigued and quickly fell asleep in her sleeping bag, perhaps due to exhaustion. She slept deeply, unaware of being carried away by Little Tomato. When she awoke again, they had reached the border of Tang City. You Haven T slept all night, or has your power returned? Meng Jiuli looked at him in alarm. Little Tomato was about to turn away when she grasped his arm. She knew Meng Wei could not possibly be oblivious to their disappearance, and Little Tomato would certainly face punishment for letting her go. She did not wish for him to suffer because of her. Just then, Mu Yi and Heido happened to arrive nearby. Heido caught the scent of Meng Jiuli and rushed to her side, his massive head resting against her, his long tongue licking her face. What are you doing here? Seeing Mu Ye's weary expression, Meng Jiuli felt a pang of sympathy. During her absence, he must have been the most anxious, and she felt somewhat guilty towards him. Of course, I came to find you, but seeing you unharmed brings me relief. Mu Ye's face could not conceal his disappointment, yet he forced a smile. How could I be unscathed? Hurry over and help me. I can't get up. Meng Jiuli playfully pouted, extending her hand for him to assist her. Mu Yi, with no choice, feigned reluctance as he helped her up. The two men were soon surrounded by a group of soldiers, followed closely by Meng Wei and Ji Mingfei. Mu Yi, we meet again. How have you been? Meng Wei greeted him with a feigned smile, his gaze drifting over Little Tomato. It quickly landed on Meng Jiuli. The individuals before him were all prime candidates for super soldiers, yet he had never attempted to create a female super soldier. Trying out was certainly not out of the question. Moreover, it was evident that both men were fond of her. If he transformed her into a super soldier, it would mean he would soon possess 3 super soldiers, a rather lucrative deal. Enough of this charade. It turns out all of this was orchestrated by you, that you're utterly inhumane. Whether I'm inhumane is not for you to decide. This is the apocalypse. Who can afford to be so choosy? As long as I succeed, I shall be superior to all. You have failed, and thus should obediently accept your place beneath me. Meng Wei laughed arrogantly. In this world, he held dominion over all, able to easily suppress their powers. What was there to fear? He turned a Little Tomato. It seems I've still failed. How is it that you have remembered everything? You are a truly disappointing creation, wasting so many of my crystal cores. How should I punish you? Little Tomato lowered his head, speechless, unsure of what to say, only knowing that he was meant to protect Meng Jiuli. Since you have no words, allow me to arrange your punishment. You will willingly accept it, won't you? After Meng Wei spoke, he motioned for the two men to take Little Tomato away. No, you cannot take him. He is mine, and you shall not take him away. Meng Jiuli declared fiercely, determined to prevent them from seizing Little Tomato. She could not bear to lose him again. Meng Wei scoffed derisively. Oh, how presumptuous of you! Do you truly believe the two of you can contend with my army? With a sweeping gesture, his soldiers encircled them. Meng Wei, why don't we make a trade? You wish to create a super soldier. Why not let him go and take me instead? Mu Yi maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded them, pretending to be at ease while glancing at Meng Jiuli. He knew she could not bear to part with Little Tomato, but there was only so much he could do. Mu Yi, are you foolish? Who would willingly become a super soldier? She glared at him in frustration, wishing she could kick him. This man insisted on comparing his importance to that of Little Tomato, yet he did not understand that both held equal weight in her heart. No one could leave. They were family and must not be separated. Meng Wei observed the scene and could not help but exclaim, "How truly touching! I am moved." How about I offer you a favorable option? Why not all three of you come with me? I will make you all super soldiers, ensuring you can remain together forever. That he grinned shamelessly, exuding pride. What a beautiful thought. Let me assure you, you won't take even one of us. Meng Jiuli felt her powers returning, once fully restored. Escaping with them would be a simple task. Just a little more time, and she would be completely recovered. It is not a matter of desire. Rather, my strength does not permit such fantasies. He laughed maniacally, his flesh quivering with mirth. However, at that moment, a man's voice emerged from behind the crowd. Are you so confident? All the heinous acts you have committed are not enough. Are you still engaging in wrongdoing? Can you sleep at night? The voice belonged to none other than Mu Feng, who now encircled them with a larger group. Behind him were the base's abilities, accompanied by Tiger Beast and Little Thing, all of whom had come along. This time, it was a full-scale mobilization. There was no doubt they could overpower Meng Wei, though I thought it was someone important. Turns out to be a defeated foe. Did you bring all these people to make me super soldiers? He looked down on Mu Feng with utter disdain. Oh, you truly believe I lost to you? What a joke. Look around you. Do those people not heed your command? Mu Feng replied calmly. It appeared that his prior departure had been intentional, aimed at provoking the hidden puppet master. The moment he left, Meng Wei began to boast. Meng Wei directed orders to his soldiers. Yet surprisingly, they all stood in solidarity with Mu Feng. He looked up at Ji Mingfei, only to discover that this individual too had betrayed him. You are truly skilled at playing the game. I misjudged you that a true man can bend and stretch. Your actions have been utterly inhumane, and everyone has long been displeased with you. Following you was merely to placate you. Now, they no longer need to pretend. Chapter 127. The ultimate showdown. Meng Wei finally realized he had been deceived, but that would not defeat him. How can you be so sure you can conquer me? Let me tell you, you lost to me once, and you will not win now. He then clapped his hands lightly, and Li Chun led a group of individuals who appeared to be ordinary people, clearly under some form of control. Observing the tumultuous situation was quite amusing. However, this was not the time for sheer numbers. Resolving the issue was paramount. His powers had returned, yet extracting these individuals remained a challenge. It seemed the situation was growing increasingly complicated. Why deploy so many people for what could be resolved by 4? Mu Feng regarded Meng Wei with concern. This time, he would not allow him to prevail again. However, Meng Wei exhibited a demeanor of indifference, as if he were relishing this grand spectacle. With the opportunity to eliminate him at hand, he would not let it slip away and made a direct advance towards Xiaofanxia. Being an ice elemental, he unleashed a barrage of ice projectiles aimed at Xiaofanxia. Yet Xiaofanxia was no easy target. Upon witnessing the incoming assault, he deftly evaded it with a swift leap. Why are you attacking me? Xiaofanxia discerned that this man had been the one to bring him to this place, and had even sealed his memories, leaving him unable to recall Meng Jiuli. Li Chun was well aware that Xiaofanxia would eventually remember everything. It was a part of his deliberate design. He was the one Meng Wei needed the most, the only one who truly understood him, and he would not permit anyone to surpass his position. Because you deserve it, Li Chun declared, intensifying his assault, each strike aimed at claiming Xiaofanxia's life. Their battle did not disrupt the negotiations taking place. Mu Feng willingly stepped aside, and Meng Wei adhered to the rules, pulling his men back to the opposite side. That Yi and Meng Jiuli observed the clash, fully aware that Li Chun was no match for Xiaofanxia, and thus felt no need for concern. Meng Wei, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt a mix of anger and urgency. Li Chun was truly reckless, squandering years of his guidance. As the fight progressed further away, those remaining gradually became embroiled in a chaotic melee, leaving Mu Yi and Meng Jiuli momentarily at ease. I'll go help him, Mu Yi stated, preparing to step forward. Wait, there are some things I believe need clarification. You needn't say anything. I understand. I will protect him. You can rest assured. Meng Jiuli was somewhat speechless. This man would not take a moment to listen, acting with such impulsiveness. Your rashness is making me wonder if my decision is the right one. At that moment, Mu Yi was not in the mood to listen to her concerns, his focus solely on the battle. Meng Jiuli noticed his lack of attention and felt her urge to inform him dissipate. It seemed she would have to wait for another opportunity. What a blockhead. I can't be bothered with you. She then rose and made her way towards the tumultuous fray. It was evident that Meng Wei's forces were at a disadvantage, merely putting up a futile resistance. The animosity between Mu Feng and Meng Wei needed to be resolved by them alone, and others felt it inappropriate to intervene. As Meng Wei saw his men being subdued, a chill of despair washed over him, yet his pride forbade him from surrendering. Even if it meant fighting to the last soldier, he would not yield. Meng Wei, I advise you to surrender sooner rather than later. Perhaps we might treat you well. Do you think that is possible? I will never give up. Even if I am left standing alone, I will not relent. Meng Wei lifted his head proudly, maintaining his smile. He still had his ultimate warrior card to play. Indeed, the current Xiao Fanxia had yet to reach his final form. Since the experiment had failed, he would let them taste the bitterness of losing a friend. He called out to Li Chun, simultaneously producing a capsule from his hand. Should he crush the capsule, Xiao Fanxia would soon ascend to his ultimate form. Li Chun, clearly at a disadvantage, hurried over upon hearing Meng Wei's call. When he discerned what Meng Wei held, warmth filled his heart. It turned out Meng Wei had always cared for him. Meng Jiuli sensed something amiss. She knew he would not easily spare Xiao Fanxia, and the object in his possession was undoubtedly lethal. Meng Wei, you still have time to repent. We will not harm you as long as you hand over that capsule, and we can settle our grievances. What a beautiful thought. Once I crush this, none of you will be his match. It will be you who begs for mercy. He was now in a frenzied state, impervious to any words of caution. Perhaps this was his desperate counterattack, as he had but this one trump card left. Li Chun hesitated. The ultimate form of the super soldier had not been tested and was fraught with uncertainty. If they recklessly activated it, they too might suffer the consequences. I think we should reconsider. What if something goes wrong? We could be left with no way out. What? Are you afraid? Then you may withdraw. Just say a few soft words to them and leave that go on. I won't blame you. Meng Wei grinned menacingly, his face alight with arrogance. You know that is not what I mean. Besides, without you in this world, what meaning would my existence hold? It was evident that there were genuine feelings between the two, just when everyone believed they were safe. Meng Wei unexpectedly crushed the capsule. Xiao Fanxia felt a wave of pain surge through him, his body undergoing an unimaginable transformation. His exterior remained unchanged, yet inside, 10 crystal cores detonated simultaneously, activating 10 different abilities within him, causing excruciating agony. Meng Jiuli, witnessing Xiao Fanxia's suffering as he collapsed to the ground, rushed forward to embrace him. We must leave this place. I am in danger. Xiao Fanxia waved his hand, tossing her aside as he prepared to depart. Fortunately, Mu Yi was nearby and caught the staggering Meng Jiuli. Are you all right? Hurry and save Xiao Fanxia. Chapter 128. Good things come to those who wait. Mu Ye's heart sank. He must still care. He then rose to pursue the fleeing Xiao Fanxia. Pain continued to torment him, yet the changes within him showed no signs of abating. In one moment, he was amidst the crowd. In the next, he vanished without a trace. No one could catch sight of him. Instead, they were left to endure the blows. Soon, several members of Meng Jiuli's team fell, and Meng Wei's smug grin widened. It was likely that these individuals would soon concede defeat. The evolved Xiao Fanxia approached Meng Jiuli, reaching out to extract her crystal core, but was stopped by Mu Yi. Don't you recognize her? What you're attempting will kill her. Mu Yi intervened, and the two engaged in combat. Meng Jiuli, seeing the struggle, rose to assist Mu Yi. The now evolved Xiao Fanxia was completely uncontrollable. Mu Yi was struck by a punch, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. Xiao Fanxia merely glanced at them before continuing to vanish from sight. Xiao Fanxia. Meng Jiuli cried out in anguish, but her words fell on deaf ears as he swiftly disappeared, not sparing her a second glance. In the midst of his triumph, Meng Wei and another suddenly found themselves suspended in midair, their expressions contorted in agony. Onlookers could only watch as they flailed helplessly, a comical sight, yet everyone knew it was the handiwork of Xiao Fanxia. Before long, the two were choked to death, unable to utter even a final word. However, Mu Yi was not faring much better. I might end up like them, but that would be fine. At least I would have two companions in death, not a total loss. Could you refrain from speaking so? I will not allow you to meet the same fate. You must stay by my side until I grow old, and you are not permitted to disdain me. Meng Jiuli held him close, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. After eliminating the two, Xiao Fanxie did not reappear. Perhaps he had evolved once more, or perhaps he had transcended human comprehension, merging with the cosmos. Perhaps this was their fate. He had appeared in her life without reason and now departed just as suddenly. Yet the time they shared was undoubtedly the happiest of moments. This calamity deepened everyone's understanding of the importance of unity. The following period would be a lengthy recovery phase. Meng Jiuli entrusted the management of the base to others while focusing solely on caring for Mu Yi. She meticulously recorded his vital signs, relaying the data to Tang Yajun to facilitate a medication plan. Though resources were limited, none of them lost hope. Additionally, as he was an elemental being with superior physical attributes, his recovery was significantly swifter than that of an ordinary person. Had it been an average individual receiving such a blow, they would likely have perished long ago. Each day, Meng Jiuli provided him with a crystal source to expedite his healing. On the 40th day, Mu Yi awoke, catching sight of Meng Jiuli resting beside him. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips, he reached out to caress her face. However, the moment his hand moved, Meng Jiuli stirred awake. She had feared falling into a deep sleep and missing his awakening, primarily worried he might tumble to the ground. The rope connecting them would alert her to his movements. You're awake. Would you like some water? In dramas, patients always request water upon waking, so she hurried to fetch some, momentarily forgetting the red string on her wrist, nearly pulling Mu Yi down with her. Ouch! I'm sorry. I forgot. Are you hurt? Does it hurt? To her surprise, Mu Yi embraced her tightly. Let go. You have injuries on your chest that if you worsen them, it would be troublesome. Meng Jiuli attempted to break free to check his wounds. Don't move. The more you fidget, the more it hurts. Are you trying to make me suffer? Meng Jiuli laughed in exasperation, unable to contain herself as she playfully punched his chest. Ouch! That hurts, she suddenly remembered. Quickly saying, I'm sorry, as she pulled up his clothes to check for bleeding. I quite like how anxious you are. Don't worry, I was just joking. It doesn't hurt. Do you truly find your jokes amusing? I certainly do not. Should you continue to disregard your own well-being in such a manner, I shall resolutely refrain from rescuing you again, allowing you to perish alone in solitude. I am aware of your reluctance. In this moment, Mu Yi felt an authentic surge of joy. He could perceive Meng Jiuli's concern for him, for she would not have tended to him for so long otherwise. At this juncture, his heart brimmed with pride. He had finally garnered Meng Jiuli's attention, marking a significant transformation in their relationship. You see how reluctant I am? Now that you have awakened, my duty is fulfilled. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned to leave, and Mu Yi hastily descended from the bed to pursue her. But the moment his feet touched the ground, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, nearly collapsing from the pain. I merely intend to prepare some food for you. Just wait patiently. Mu Yi embraced her, planting a kiss on her forehead. Your presence alone is sufficient. I could forego the meal. Let us ascend to immortality together. Without food, we shall surely starve. Be obedient and await my return while I prepare a delightful feast for you. Mu Yi's heart was sweeter than honey. After 40 days of confinement to the bed, receiving her concern and a kiss was truly invaluable. If he could, he would wish for this moment to last indefinitely. Upon learning of Mu Yi's awakening, everyone rushed to visit him, each delivering a playful jab. Astonishingly, everyone at the base seemed to have found romantic partners, leaving only him and Meng Jiuli's relationship unconfirmed. All were anxious on his behalf. Are you here to see me, or to provoke me? My wound has started to ache again. Perhaps you should leave promptly. This remark was overheard by Meng Jiuli, who, gratefully setting aside the porridge, navigated through the crowd to assess Mu Yi's injuries. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look. We must not delay. The collective laughter that ensued was infectious, as it appeared that good things indeed do come to those who wait.